Synopsis. After waking up in a new body, the protagonist realizes he has been given a second chance at life and vows to make his enemies suffer. He returns to Hogwarts and immediately begins manipulating those around him. A deeply emotional shift occurs when he forces a magical slave collar onto Hermione Granger, stripping away her free will and turning her into his loyal servant. His interactions grow darker as he brutally tortures Marcus Flint and later murders Chang and Ignatius Mulciber to increase his power. The climax of his ruthlessness is seen when he confronts Albus Dumbledore, killing the headmaster in cold blood. Finally, he unleashes his pent-up rage on the Dursley family, slaughtering Vernon and Dudley before tying up Petunia to use her in a dark magic ritual. Chapter 1. A colossal structure with a triangular shape and made of slick gray stone stood towering over the small island where it had been built. This fortress was home to the most cruel and evil wizard that these lands had ever seen, and even the building itself struck fear into the hearts of the people. No one dared to come close, as it was said that anyone who approached the cursed island would never be seen again and remain trapped in this place where they would be tortured for an eternity. An old fishing village used to exist in its proximity, but just a few years after the construction of the fortress, everyone in that village had disappeared, turning it into a ghost town. Once in a while, people from other towns or farming villages would sometimes disappear as well, and no matter how much the authorities investigated, they were never found. They all knew who was responsible for those disappearances. It was the old wizard who lived in that gray fortress. However, not even the soldiers dared to come close to his island. A few times, villagers had claimed to see something that resembled a person flying through the sky in the middle of the night, riding an old broom while laughing maniacally. The rulers of the land had tried to capture him on a few occasions by sending some of their best knights to the fortress, but those few survivors who returned spoke of the horrors they witnessed. They told tales of ghosts, demons, and other hideous creatures living in that place. They also spoke of the wizard himself, who was able to turn humans into pigs, make them levitate in the air, or just make them vanish with a simple wave of his hand. The king made the decision to ignore the wizard from then on. A few villagers disappearing here, and there was not worth the trouble of facing that monster and losing his best men. The land around the wizard's fortress was declared cursed territory, and no one was allowed to get close to it. And just like that, more years passed. The king grew old and his kingdom prospered. He had 2 strong sons and a beautiful daughter called Helena. She was his youngest child and the pride of his life. Helena came to be known as the most beautiful woman in the entire kingdom. She was also extremely smart, as well as humble and kind. The king received countless proposals asking for his daughter's hand, but he never agreed to any of them. No one seemed good enough for his precious daughter, his pride and joy. That was until he received the strangest of proposals, delivered by a black owl that flew into his bedroom one night. It came from none other than the evil wizard, and it requested that his daughter be given in marriage to him. The king had no idea when this reclusive monster had even had the chance to see his daughter, but it was of little importance. He would never allow that monster to have her. The king was absolutely outraged at the impudence of this demon to even dare to covet his Helena. In his moment of fury, he wrote a strongly worded letter, filled with all the things he had wanted to say to this evil wizard had he ever come face to face with him, and ended with a warning where he promised to obliterate him and his tower if he ever dared to think about laying a hand on his daughter. The black owl, which had been waiting for his answer, took the letter in its beak and flew away into the night. The king could no longer sleep. He called for his advisors and his most trusted general to make preparations, just in case the wizard dared to do something. Even with all the precautions they had taken to guarantee Helena's protection, neither the king nor his trusted advisors could have predicted what the wizard was capable of accomplishing with his use of arcane magic. Not even a week after the letter was received, his precious daughter Helena disappeared in the middle of the night, even with her windows sealed shut and 2 guards standing by her door. No one knew how the wizard had managed this evil deed, but this no longer mattered to the king. He was beyond enraged at this point, and he wanted his daughter back more than anything. The king had refused to mobilize his army in the past to face the wizard, as he knew the losses would be massive. He cared little for the deaths of a few peasants. But now it is the life of his beloved daughter in the line. So, without hesitation, he summoned his entire royal army to assemble and march toward the wizard's fortress. The old ruler no longer cared how much it cost or how many of his knights and soldiers would have to die today. He was willing to throw everything away to kill that monster and retrieve his daughter. A violent storm raged that night. Rain hit the gray stone of the wizard's tower while thunder rumbled in the distance. The old wizard walked with difficulty through the dimly lit corridors of his dwelling. Blood poured from his leg, and he groaned in pain. An arrow had managed to hit him, and even though he had the skills to heal it, he was too exhausted to do so. His breath sounded ragged as he continued moving. "Damn humans, I hate you all so much. I will destroy every single one of you, one day." He saw the corpses of both humans and his own creatures, who had been guarding his fortress. The wizard had certainly expected a reaction from the king, but he had seriously underestimated how much the man cared for his daughter. The bastard had sent the entire army, and he had to admit, it had been a bit more than he could handle. The battle had lasted for hours, starting in the early afternoon and lasting until almost midnight. Most of his creations had been killed or driven away. His body was covered in grievous wounds, and his magic was almost exhausted. "Arg, no, it can't end like this. I won't allow it." He couldn't die now, not when he still had so much to accomplish, so many experiments to complete. But even more so, he refused to die because he was captivated by a woman. This had always been a weakness of his, but he never thought it would cause his end. As he was opening the door that led to his basement, amid the sounds of the rain and storm, he heard something metallic. All of a sudden, a sharp blade tried to slice his neck. "Erg!" The wizard moved away as fast as he could, but still received a nasty cut on his right shoulder. His dark eyes were now able to spot the figure of a fully armored knight, standing beneath the door frame. The knight was also gravely injured, just barely standing by sheer willpower at this point. Had this knight been in better shape, he would have been dead for sure. The wizard raised the wand in his shaky right hand and pointed it at the knight. Before this one could charge at him, he used what little magic he had left to end his life. A green beam of light came out of his wand and hit the knight in the chest. The armored warrior dropped to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Hee, the wizard laughed with satisfaction. He may have been exhausted and close to death, but he could still enjoy watching them die like that. Hoping that no more soldiers of the king were left alive, he ventured deeper into the bowels of his dwelling. The basement was like a labyrinth, filled with doors and endless narrow passages. He moved his bony fingers across the surface of the gray walls until he found the exact spot. One of the bricks held a secret to access his treasury. As the magical array recognized him, a hidden door opened beside him, and he moved inside. It was here where he had hidden his most important treasures. The room was small and only contained a few dozen items, but each one of them was incredibly valuable to him. Even if his fortress was taken, the wizard was confident that no one would find this place. His tired eyes moved to a spherical object resting on one of the shelves. There it is. He carefully took it out of its base and held it in his hands. This was going to be his way to survive. "To me, my children," he spoke in a tired voice. Shadowy creatures emerged from within the walls. For others, these beings would be horrifying monsters. Humans called them wraiths and feared them to no end. But to him, they were his beloved creations and his most loyal followers. "I knew those humans could not take you away from Erg." His legs could no longer hold his weight, and the old wizard fell on his back. I have little time. You need to do something for me?" He used what little magic he had left to activate the object in his hands. It began to emit an eerie green light, and the wizard could immediately feel the effects. The creatures that would later become known as Dementors approached their creator and let out sounds of agony. The wizard raised his hands up. The spherical object shone brightly, bathing the room in green. "I am Ekrisdes Scarvok, and I shall be eternal. You shall find me a new vessel so I may return in the future and lay waste to humanity." His body gave up, his hands collapsed, and his eyes lost their shine. The most cruel wizard this land had ever seen had just died. But this was just the beginning. The green sphere continued to float in the air. One of the Dementors extended its fingers and touched it. The moment it did, the essence of Ecrisdes Scarvok, his soul, his knowledge, and everything that made him, himself, became contained inside this particular Dementor. The creatures looked down at their fallen creator and cried for hours before finally leaving. Finally, the room closed its door automatically, as it was designed to do, trapping the corpse of the old wizard and sealing itself again, so no one could find this place ever again. Chapter 2. Almost 1,000 years later, June 24, 1995. Harry Potter did not have the best life. Growing up with the Dursleys was not easy, and even after finding out that he was a wizard and that there was a whole secret world filled with magic and wonders, things did not get better. If anything, they got worse. Instead of having to deal with some spiteful family members, now he had a powerful dark wizard coming after his life. A maniac who called himself Lord Voldemort, whom he had somehow defeated when he was a baby and who now wanted revenge. Harry had already stopped his plans twice while barely knowing any magic. Was anyone grateful for that? No, most didn't know, and the ones who did didn't seem to care all that much. Other than his two friends, Ron and Hermione, Harry didn't have much to be happy about. But this year, things had gotten even worse than before. He was once again dragged into one of Voldemort's plots, and his name appeared out of that blasted fire goblet. This cost him what little reputation he had left, turning the entire school against him. It had also cost him one of his only two friends, or perhaps both. He wasn't sure what hurt more, Ron's betrayal or Hermione abandoning him because she would rather spend time with Ron, even though doing that left Harry alone. And that was exactly how he had spent this entire year. Alone. Either that, or being berated by some angry students who continued to call him a cheater. He only managed to survive the tournament thanks to Professor Moody, who gave him a few tips here and there. If it wasn't for him, Harry would have likely gotten eaten by the dragon. It was still better than the second task, where he had to rescue Ron, of all people. At that point, he hated Ron so much that he had seriously considered leaving him there and failing the task. However, Harry was sure the headmaster was not going to let him, and all that he would have accomplished would have been a few howlers from Molly Weasley and another look of disapproval from Hermione. The third task came around, and this made Harry somewhat happy. At least it was close to being over. Not just the tournament, but also the school year. He was almost looking forward to going back home with the Dursleys this year. That just went to show how bad this year had been for him. At least at home, he only had to deal with 3 people who hated him, instead of hundreds. He even considered telling his uncle and aunt that he didn't want to come back to Hogwarts next year. None of that really matters anymore, Harry thought. His tired green eyes moved to the ground on his left. The corpse of Cedric Diggory had been left there after he took a killing curse to the chest. They are going to blame me for that too, he thought bitterly, although it didn't seem likely that he was going to survive this one. His body was secured to a marble statue, only allowing him to move his head a bit, and he had no idea where his wand went. Wormtail had ambushed him and Cedric, and they lost immediately. The traitorous rat then used his own blood to perform some nasty ritual that he didn't understand, but it somehow brought Voldemort back to life. This was not the same one he met during his first 2 years. This was the real Dark Lord in all his glory. Even if he had his wand, Harry didn't believe that a few Expelliarmus were going to do much to solve the situation. Wormtail handed Voldemort some black robes and a wand. The two of them began to talk about something that Harry couldn't hear. Are they going to make me wait much? Harry wondered. The prospect of dying didn't bother him as much as he thought it would. That was worrisome by itself, to be honest. Voldemort finished his conversation with Wormtail by stabbing his wand into the man's shoulder, making him scream loudly. Harry had no idea what that was about. The rat may be a coward, but he did do his job quite well, and even lost an arm to bring Voldemort back. A moment later, Harry saw many more individuals arriving at the cemetery. There was no way to tell who they were because they all wore black robes and had their faces covered with masks. Although he was sure that Draco's father was somewhere in the group. Oh no! Harry felt a shiver run through his veins, and his body temperature began to drop. He cared little for the masked men, but the creatures appearing from the sky were a different story. There must have been hundreds of Dementors flying above them. There were enough to cover the moon and stars, and even at a good distance, it was enough to make Harry very uncomfortable. Is he going to make them eat my soul? He hoped that was not the case. His green eyes looked at the dead Cedric again, and for an instant, he kinda wished to have the same fate as him. A quick death with the killing curse seemed preferable to whatever Voldemort had planned for him. Harry watched as the Dark Lord welcomed his followers. These ones kneeled and praised him for his return. Voldemort wasn't exactly happy and complained about their lack of action to bring him back to life. Eventually, he calmed down and turned to look at him. Harry felt shivers across his body. His mind had already had time to go through dozens of different scenarios of what was going to happen next. None of them were pleasant. Harry Potter, Voldemort spoke with a raspy but still threatening voice. His fingers moved the wand around in a playful manner as he moved closer to him. What shall I do with you now? The events of this fic take place in an alternate universe. You will realize that things happen a bit differently here. The students antagonized Harry much more, and his falling out with Ron was much more severe. Even after the first task, things didn't get easier for Harry, and he never reconciled with his friends. This is why Harry's state of mind is much darker and filled with despair than how it was in canon. Chapter 3. Harry didn't respond to Voldemort's question. Whatever he said was only going to make things worse. At this point, his chances of survival were slim to none. He had already accepted this. Too scared to speak, Potter, Voldemort chuckled, and his followers did the same. Harry clenched his teeth. He knew this was a mistake, but he had been made fun of during the entire year, and all that anger seemed to have been accumulating. Shut up, he screamed at the top of his lungs. You are all so brave while I am disarmed and tied to this statue. That shut them up at least. Are you calling me a coward, Potter? There was no longer any amusement in Voldemort's voice. He aimed his wand directly at him. Harry wanted to close his eyes and wait for everything to be over, but he didn't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing any fear in him, so he kept his eyes locked onto Voldemort's red pupils as if he were further challenging him. Voldemort gave his wand a simple wave, and the restraints that were securing him to the statue vanished in an instant, allowing his body to fall onto the ground. Harry barely managed to protect his face from the fall, although it still hurt. Go on, Potter. Pick up your wand and face me like a man, Voldemort urged him. Harry stood up. Where is my wand? He was sure he had seen it before while looking around. There, he found it next to the body of Cedric. Voldemort didn't seem interested in attacking him while he ran across the cemetery. And neither did his followers. Dozens of eyes were on Harry, watching his every move, peeking at him as he knelt down to grab his wand and pointed it back at Voldemort. Good, now we can start. Do you know how to duel, Potter? Voldemort asked him. Duel? He was expecting to be attacked immediately, not to be asked something like that. This must be just a game for him, Harry thought. Yes, a duel. We face each other and bow, then we start. I assume you know how to bow already. The amusement seemed to have returned to his tone. I know. He wanted to say that he knew how to duel. It was one of the only useful things he had learned from Lockhart. Voldemort was now facing him directly, around 25 feet away or so. He gave him a gesture and then bowed slightly. Well. Harry did the same, but didn't take his eyes off the Dark Lord. Voldemort grinned. Now we can begin. His wand hand moved like lightning and produced a spell with a yellow spark. Harry moved out of the way and felt the grassy ground behind him exploding. I almost died. Had he moved a bit later, then it would be over. He wondered what was the point of fighting this monster. He had never been trained to win a duel like this one. Dumbledore had given him a lot of advice, but never tried to teach him how to fight. Either the old man didn't think that Harry would ever have to face Voldemort directly, or He didn't believe there was any possibility for him to win, even with training, so it was a waste of time. Just by chance, he caught a glimpse of something shining on the grass. The porky cup. Harry's eyes opened wide. For once, he saw a way out of here. He could not win, but if he could distract Voldemort for just a moment, he may be able to use a spell to bring the cup to him and escape. Maybe take Cedric's body with me. Harry aimed his wand at Voldemort and performed the wand movement of his best spell. Now he had to say the words Expelliarmus. However, for a moment, his mind went somewhere else. He thought about what would happen if he went back with a dead Cedric and told everyone that Wormtail killed him before bringing Voldemort back to life. Even his best friend didn't believe he didn't put his name in the goblet. They will never believe my story. They will all turn against me. Again, they will blame me for Cedric's death. The words liar, traitor, and cheater keep resonating in his mind. Crucio, Voldemort hollered. It was just for a moment, but Harry had lost track of what his opponent was doing. He didn't even see the curse being cast, but he did feel the effects on his body. Ah! He screamed at the top of his lungs as he experienced the worst pain of his short life. Harry felt the cold grass touching his neck as he fell back. He had no idea where his wand had gone and couldn't prevent his body from shaking. Getting distracted during a duel, Potter? Voldemort shook his head. He had, of course, noticed that Harry's mind was not in the fight. I am offended and disappointed. Harry moved his head a bit so he could see Voldemort. The Dark Lord was now standing over him. His body refused to move, other than from trembling. At this point, he didn't know if he was trembling from the curse or from fear. He opened his mouth to speak, but could not form any words. He does look disappointed. Harry had no idea why that thought came to his mind when he saw Voldemort's face, but it was true. Perhaps the Dark Lord was expecting a fierce duel to occur tonight. If that was the case, then Voldemort was truly naive. Voldemort's wand was aimed at him once more. Harry knew this was it. There are no more miracles for him. He was not going to be given another chance to fight. He had wasted the one he had by hesitating, even though it had only been a second. This time, he closed his eyes. Pathetic, truly pathetic, Voldemort spat the words. So be it, Avada Kedavra. Harry could barely perceive the green light from the killing curse, with his eyes closed. It was like a flash of light and then, nothing but darkness. Chapter 4. Harry opened his eyes again, and his view became filled with white. He should be panicking right now. He should be shouting bloody murder as he had just been hit by a killing curse. Thrown by a very angry and disappointed Lord Voldemort. I'm dead, right? He had to be. His eyes began to adjust to the new sights. He was sitting on a bench, and everything around him was so white. It was to such a degree that it didn't seem like a real place. At least not a place that belonged in the world of the living. It took him a little bit, but Harry realized that he knew this place. It was hard to tell at the beginning because of the lack of color. This is the King's Cross Station. His eyes moved all around. He was sure of it now. Everything was there but white. This was the magical side of the station, the one that required crossing the fake wall. His eyes went to the rails. The Hogwarts Express would arrive through here and take him to school every year. This whole area would always be filled with students and parents. Although now it seems completely empty, except for himself. Why am I here? Harry stood up from the bench. He could not see anyone around nor hear any noise. The situation should have been unsettling, but for some reason, he was completely calm and at peace. Harry. He was suddenly startled by the sound of a female voice, one that he felt was familiar but couldn't quite recognize. Hello, who is there? What is this place? Am I really dead? You have many questions, and I will try to answer what I can, but we don't have much time. Harry's eyes moved from side to side while his ears tried to work into finding the source of this voice. It appeared to come from everywhere at the same time, and no matter how much he looked, he only saw the white walls of the station and nothing more. Where are you? Who are you? I am close by and at the same time, very far away. I cannot enter the place where you are right now, so only my voice can reach you. As for who I am someone who loves you very much, my dear Harry. As for your other question, you are not exactly dead, at least not yet, but you must make a decision and you must hurry, for time is running out. I'm not dead, no, that's impossible. I heard Voldemort calling the killing curse. I felt it when it hit my body. There was a sudden pang of pain and then, nothing but darkness. I am very sorry that you had to go through that. No child deserves that fate. The owner of the female voice sounded truly apologetic and sad as she spoke. Look behind you, Harry, down at the bench where you had been sitting. Harry did as the voice told him. He looked below the bench, not sure what he was trying to find. Until he saw it. What is that? Harry stared in shock at something that looked like an extremely deformed baby. It was quite a horrifying sight. The creature was laying on the ground and was not moving one bit. It appeared to be dead. That is Voldemort, at least part of him, the voice told him. That's Voldemort. After hearing this, Harry took a closer look at the face of the dead creature, and he saw it, the resemblance. It wasn't much, but it was there. It definitely reminded him of the man he saw tonight. It really is him. Indeed, Voldemort found a way to separate his soul into pieces, and somehow, one of those pieces ended up inside you. That piece is what you are now seeing. It is now dead, killed by his own hand, much to his ignorance. That thing was inside me. It then occurred to him. His hand moved towards his face. My scar, those visions. Harry began to think about all those odd things that occurred to him every time he was close to Voldemort. His scar always began to hurt, and this year he had all of those dreamlike visions. There was a piece of him inside my scar. He instinctively raised his hand to touch his forehead, but there was nothing there anymore. An eerie thought came to his mind. Did Dumbledore know about this? Did he know from the beginning? The headmaster was always speaking in riddles to him, and half the time, Harry had no idea what he meant. But he always had this nagging feeling that the old headmaster was hiding something from him, an important secret that he refused to share. Harry, I'm afraid we do not have time to have this discussion. What do you mean, what's the hurry? Harry looked confused. Look towards the end of the station, the voice said. Harry did just that, turning his head around. His eyes opened widely when he realized that the pristine white walls from before were starting to disappear, consumed by an endless darkness. It was moving slowly, but steadily towards him. What is happening? Harry asked. As I said before, you are not yet dead, but you will be soon. Once that darkness consumes this place, it will be too late. You must decide before that happens. Decide what? You must decide if you wish to return to the realm of the living, or if you wish to move on to the next realm of existence. Right now, you are nowhere, a place in between places, but no one can remain here for too long. If that darkness catches up to you, your soul will become trapped in an endless void, a terrible fate that must be avoided at all cost. As she said this, a train appeared at the station. Harry didn't even see it approaching. One moment there was nothing, and in the next, the train was there. The doors opened, and he could see an incredibly beautiful light coming from inside the cabin. Without thinking, Harry started to walk towards the train. Harry, if you get into that train, you will truly die and your soul would go on to the next plane of existence. In order to return to the land of the living, all you have to do is close your eyes and wish to be back. You will need to truly want it for this to work. Go back, and if I go back, will I have to face Voldemort again? Harry's eyes were locked onto the train and that inviting light. That is a likely scenario. That monster will not stop until one of you is dead for good, the voice said. Harry looked back at the darkness. It was getting very close, just a few more feet and it would reach him, but his decision had already been made. I don't want to go back, I have nothing there for me. He had lost his friends, and everyone in school hated him, and that madman would hunt him down if he were to come back. If he returned now, maybe next time, Voldemort would torture him first before finally killing him. No one has the right to judge you if you decide not to return. You have done more than enough already, the voice said with kindness. If I get into the train, will I see you and Father again? Harry asked, already having guessed the identity of the voice. That's my boy, you realized already, Lily said with pride. Of course, you will see us. We have been waiting for you for a long time, Harry. Harry smiled. He did not remember the last time he felt this happy. He would not be alone anymore. Without hesitation, he walked onto the light, crossing the entrance onto the train before the darkness could reach him. On the other side of the light, Harry spotted two figures approaching, and his heart was filled with happiness. "I'm home," he said. Chapter 5. "Aim, my lord." Lucius attempted to address Voldemort with caution. The Dark Lord had been staring at the dead body of Harry Potter for several minutes after killing him with a well-aimed Avada. It was as if he was expecting something to happen. But it was obvious to everyone that the boy was very much dead. "What do we do with the two dead brats?" A large masked man approached. "Maybe we should chop the head of the boy who lived and send it to Dumbledore." No one could see his face, but everyone present could tell that Walden McNair was grinning under his mask. The man was a sadist who enjoyed inflicting suffering on others. Voldemort turned to look at him. There was no amusement on his face. Feeling the danger, McNair took a step back. I was just making a suggestion, that's all, my lord." The Dark Lord turned his attention back to Harry. "The boy who lives," they called him. "Some fools believed that he had a chance to defeat me, even if I returned." Voldemort aimed his wand at the body. How wrong they were. Perhaps I should just burn away the corpse, leaving Dumbledore to wonder what had occurred to his beloved golden boy. ISH. He stopped speaking all of a sudden, because he noted that the Dementors were now descending. "What are those creatures doing?" Lucius asked. "They are getting a bit too close for comfort." Both Crabbe and Goyle Sr. were moving away from the rest. Voldemort had been wondering why these Dementors were here in the first place, as he had not called for them, but other matters had taken priority, and he had almost forgotten about them until they began to approach. In the past, he gained the allegiance of these nasty creatures by promising the freedom to feed on the innocent as much as they wanted. The food they get by draining the prisoners is barely enough to sustain themselves. Many people have asked why the Dementors obey the Ministry and guard Azkaban. The truth is that the Dementors were never under the Ministry's control. They refused to leave Azkaban because that is their home. The Ministry is simply the current holder of the castle, but the Dementors will always remember who was the rightful ruler of that place, and they were still waiting for his return. 5 Dementors had been hovering closer to the cemetery. At first, they were only observing the proceedings. However, when Harry died, their behavior began to change. Orders given to them centuries ago had now become relevant. The last words of their creator were never forgotten. "I am Acrisdes Scarvok, and I shall be eternal. You shall find me a new vessel so I may return in the future and lay waste to humanity." Voldemort saw the Dementors getting closer and closer to him. "Stop, I order you to stop." He pointed at them with his wand. 4 of the Dementors did stop and just hovered over him and his followers. However, one of the creatures continued to approach. Voldemort took note that this Dementor looked different from the others. He never paid much attention to this and just assumed that all of them were the same. But this Dementor was larger, and he could see a faint green light in the creature's eyes. He had never seen one like this before. Voldemort wasn't sure what to do. He did not wish to attack the Dementor, as he expected to gain them for his side once more. Now that he had returned to the world of the living, he would need to form another army to help him take over magical Britain. And the Dementors would be an essential tool to accomplish this. "What do you want? There is nothing here for you. I will get you some fresh souls very soon. If you..." He then realized that the Dementor was not interested in him. It was looking at Harry. He is already dead. Voldemort could not understand why a Dementor would be interested in a corpse. They only feed on souls, not flesh. Much to everyone's surprise, the Dementor moved closer to Harry until its face was almost upon the boy. Its bony hands grasped the side of Harry's head. This was the motion they went through when they were about to perform the so-called Dementor's kiss, except that Harry's soul should no longer be in his body. Voldemort heard his followers question the Dementor's actions as well, but he did not try to stop this. Now he was really curious. Could his soul still be there? Could Harry Potter still be alive? He did not want to believe it, but a part of him was telling him that this was not over. The prophecy that had been hanging over his head during all these years was yet to be complete. This is why he had been previously staring at the corpse of Harry. He was waiting to see if something happened. The Dementor let out a strange sound as it opened its mouth. The eerie creature had its hands clutching at Harry's face and used one of its bony fingers to open his mouth. The Death Eaters could not see it from where they were standing, but Voldemort saw something very strange occur next. A green spark came out of the Dementor's mouth and went inside Harry's. "What did you do?" Voldemort asked the creature. This one actually seemed to have heard him and turned its face towards him. The Dementor then let out a strange hiss directed at Voldemort. Voldemort frowned. He had never heard a Dementor hiss like this one, but it was clearly a threat. "I have enough of this, the boy is mine." He aimed his wand at the creature. Killing them may be impossible, but he still had a few curses in his arsenal that could affect these monsters. All of a sudden, the other 4 Dementors moved as well. They stood in front of Harry and the strange Dementor who was still holding him and acted as a shield to fend off Voldemort's attack. His curse ended up hitting one of them and pushed it away. Voldemort shouted at them and ordered his followers to attack. The other Dementors responded by flying away from them, not really interested in a fight. For a moment, Voldemort thought he had won their little spat, but quickly realized there was something amiss. "Where is he?" Voldemort asked. The body of Harry Potter had disappeared. Chapter 6. A pair of vibrant green eyes opened up under the dim light coming from the moon. The boy who used to be Harry Potter was only so on the surface. What lay beneath that pale skin was something else, something darker. The eyes moved incessantly, scanning its surroundings, hungry for information. The mouth opened and tried to form words, but it was too dry, and only moans of pain came out. He drove his hand in front of his face to look at it. It worked. He had a human body once more. It had been a wild gamble that he took during his last moment, but it did pay off in the end. My children did not disappoint. Dark shadows hovered all around him and moved through the night sky. He spotted some of them and was filled with joy. This may be the only person in the world who would feel such an emotion after seeing a large group of Dementors this close. But why wouldn't he? They were his children, his creations. One of the Dementors flew closer to him and stood levitating above him, looking into his eyes. "It's you." He recognized this particular one. This one was special, as it was the first one he brought into this world. It was also the one who had been entrusted with the care of his soul for all these years. He wanted to get up, so he tested his limbs. They ached. His entire body felt sore as if he had been beaten badly just moments ago. "I shouldn't be surprised. To get this body for myself means that the previous owner had to die. 2 souls could not inhabit the same body, at least not when it came to complete souls. He needed a vessel for his return. An empty body that would be compatible with him and would not reject his soul." Without standing up, he began moving his hands and legs to get used to the sensation. It felt strange, like he was wearing a new suit that didn't quite fit him completely. He was sure that this sensation would go away with time, once his soul and new body had adapted to one another. At least there didn't seem to be any immediate problems, and he could move. He had to put a lot of work to stand up, while dozens of Dementors flew all around him as if they were celebrating his return. This place, now that he was on his feet, he got a clear image of where he was standing. He was on the roof of a tall structure that was shaped like a triangle. As far as he could see, there was only water beyond this building, a solitary island surrounded by a raging sea. "I'm home." He was at the top of Azkaban, his magnificent fortress. He turned around and glanced at the trapdoor that would lead him to the lower levels. There is much to do. He was about to take a step forward when he was stopped suddenly by an intense headache. One strong enough to make him lose his balance and fall down onto the floor. He panicked at first, thinking that the body was rejecting him and that he was about to die again, this time without any more safeguards. Instead of the endless darkness, he was welcomed by a myriad of images that were now invading his mind. A fat man chasing him with a belt around the house while yelling at him. Vernon, he knew who this person was. It was his uncle who had always hated him. An ugly, tall woman was now screaming at him because he had burned up the bacon. Aunt Petunia. The pan fell as he tried to get away. She picked it up and threw it at him with all her might. it hit the back of his head, and he did not remember what happened after that. This is not me, he knew that of course. These were not his memories. They belonged to the previous owner of the body. It did give him a lot of information that he so much needed, like, for example, what year it was. One of the first things he had wondered after waking up was how much time had passed, and now he had the answer. Over 500 years. How can that be? He was not expecting them to find a compatible body in a matter of months, but this was just too much. Why did it take so long? Did I underestimate how difficult it would be to find the body I needed? He did not doubt his children. He knew they must have done everything they could. His train of thought kept being interrupted as more images appeared into his mind, becoming new memories for him. The boy was now 11 years old and had just discovered he was a wizard. Then he was taken to Hogwarts. Hogwarts, right, I did hear about a school being built centuries ago. Never visited it though, too far away, and I was always too busy. He didn't like leaving his fortress for too long, only just enough to obtain new materials for his work. Several names and faces forced their way into his mind. Hermione, Ron, Albus Dumbledore, Sirius Black, Ginny Weasley, Cedric Diggory, Voldemort. The entire life of the boy flashed before him. It did not take long, as it was a short life, albeit an intense one. He had to admit that this Harry Potter did quite well despite having been given such a bad hand in life. If only those around him had been more supportive, things could have gone very differently. This boy's ill fate gave me the opportunity to return. He stood back up and looked into the black sky. Ecrisdes Scarvach is no more. From this day forth, I shall be Harry Potter. Just as a last favor for your sacrifice, I will make sure that your enemies suffer. He made an oath with himself, one that he intended to keep. Chapter 7. The memories from the boy had told him a lot of useful things, but there was still much more to discover. He checked all the pockets in his robes and pants. No wand. He must have lost it before he died. The memories from the last encounter that the boy had with the Dark Lord were somewhat fragmented and hard to make sense of. But he could put together that he had been ambushed by some wizards and killed with a powerful curse. Well, it's not like I am completely defenseless without a wand. Harry lifted his hands and focused on channeling his magic. It felt strange, just like moving his limbs, but he knew it was working at least. Aguamenti. A small sphere made of water was conjured in front of him and remained floating in the air, just as he intended to do. Simple spells like this one could be created without the use of a magical focus, but for his most advanced magic, he was going to need to procure one. I left a few inside my secret treasury, but it's been so long that who knows if everything is still where I left it. He moved his face closer to the water and began to drink. Once he had his fill, he used the remaining water to clean his face and refresh himself a bit. His throat felt much better now. I can speak. It was somewhat uncomfortable, but his ability to speak had been regained at least. One step at a time. He was resurrected after 500 years. A short period of adaptation was going to be expected until he felt back at full power. Not to mention, he was now in the body of a teenager, whose magic was yet to completely mature. One of the Dementors approached and hovered in front of him. Harry smiled gently. I am fine now, no need to concern yourself. You can go away for now, I will call you if I need you. The Dementors understood his words and flew away in an immediate manner. Harry went to the latch door and opened it up before taking a peek at the floor below. According to the boy's memories, his beautiful home was now a prison for wizards and witches, and it was run by the Ministry of Magic. His godfather, Sirius, had spent a decade locked up in this prison and spoke to him about the horrors of this place. This brought a grin to his face. As much as he hated the fact that someone else was using his property, at least they were using it to inflict suffering onto others, which was one of the intended purposes of the Azkaban fortress. As soon as he reached the floor beneath, he found himself staring at 3 long corridors. Each one of them had 33 cells on both sides. This looks the same. Harry had created this fortress with the number 3 in mind. This was one of the magical numbers, and there was power in it. Azkaban has a triangular shape, 3 sides, 3 floors with 33 cells on each floor. During his previous life as a Christie Scarvak, he often ventured outside, took humans from their villages and brought them here, where they would be locked in these cells. The humans would later on be used for his experiments and rituals. At some point, he had almost filled the entire 3 floors. If he concentrated, he could still hear their screams and cries filling these corridors. Good times. Below that, there were 3 more levels, which at the time were used as his living quarters, as well as working and training areas. 3 small subterranean levels were beneath those, although only 2 of them were easily accessible. The last one is where he kept hidden his most precious possessions. And that's exactly where he needed to go right now. This is not going to be easy. He had no idea how many people were guarding this place and how skilled they were. He moved with caution, choosing the best spots to hide while he approached the stairs to the lower level. No one knew this fortress better than him, so he had an advantage there. A few minutes passed, and Harry was yet to encounter a single guard. He was already approaching the stairs that led to the living quarters. At first, he had tried to hide his presence from the prisoners inside the cells. However, he soon realized that none of them were in enough mental shape to notice him. He recognized the symptoms. These prisoners had been drained by the Dementors. The creatures could do more than just feed on souls. They could also feed on any positive feelings that people could have, as well as their vitality. This is why they are an excellent tool to keep these prisoners from trying to escape. Harry was about to peek at the stairs when all of a sudden, he heard voices approaching from below. He hurried to hide behind a large pillar, away from the light coming from the nearby torch. Harry spotted 2 people emerging from the staircase, one witch and one wizard. Both of them looked very young and inexperienced. "Why do they have to send us? I hate dealing with Dementors," the male one said. "They sent us because no one else wants to do this job, and we are the newest recruits," the female responded. "Still, what do you think happened to the Dementors? They all left their posts at the same time. That has never happened before, right?" "How should I know? I'm new too, remember?" she huffed with annoyance before looking around. "There isn't a single Dementor on this floor. Let's go to the higher levels." "This is bad. If we can't get the Dementors to go back and do their job, the prisoners are going to become hard to manage," her partner said. Harry watched them walk away, moving towards the next set of stairs that would take them up. An idea came to his mind. "This may give me an opportunity." His green eyes shone with pure cruelty. Chapter 8. After applying a few simple charms to conceal any noise coming from him, Harry moved after the 2 young guards. He continued to follow them as they passed by the 4th and 5th floors, while complaining about the task they had been asked to perform and wondering where the Dementors had gone. They cannot feel them, Harry wondered. He knew exactly where his creations were. After his encounter with them at the rooftop of the fortress, the Dementors flew around for a while before settling back on the top floor. "Ah!" the male guard screamed all of a sudden. A Dementor appeared from behind a wall just as he was about to reach the top floor of the prison. The shock made him lose his balance and fall back onto the stairs. "Mark!" the other guard exclaimed while rushing back to assist her companion. 2 more Dementors flew down and stood in her way, preventing her from continuing to move. "What are you doing?" she yelled at the 2 creatures in front of her. Harry did not want to waste this chance that his children had given him. The young wizard was laying on the ground at the end of the stairs. Blood was pouring from a wound on his head, and he appeared to be unconscious. Harry located his wand just a few feet away from the wizard, and rushed to get it before this one woke up. As he grasped the wooden artifact in his hands, he felt a faint connection with it. This wand was not his, but he could still make use of it for the time being. The female had yet to notice him. Her attention was on the 2 Dementors in front of her. Expecto Patronum, she produced a powerful white light from her wand. Harry clenched his teeth. His mental connection with the Dementors allowed him to give them simple orders from a distance, but if he was close by, he would also feel what the creature felt. Tusk, this spell didn't exist during his time, but thanks to Harry's memories, he knew what it was. The Patronus was a weapon designed to combat his children. a concentrated wave of positive emotions that would overwhelm them and force them away. I should have predicted that the guards of this place would know that spell. He managed to recover from the initial shock, but now all the Dementors in the area had gone away, escaping from that white light. "Who are you?" The female guard had now spotted him, kneeling down close to the spot where her partner had fallen. He moved his fingers to hide away the wand in his right hand and looked at her. It was a young girl with short pink hair. She was looking back at him with clear confusion on her face. "Harry Potter." Does she know me? He had no memories of this woman, but she didn't seem hostile towards him at least. "What in Merlin's name are you doing in Azkaban?" she asked him. However, her attention quickly shifted to her partner, who was injured and unconscious. "Oh no, Mark, how did this happen? The Dementors tried to attack us. That should not be possible." "Why not?" Harry was curious to know how this Ministry of Magic had managed to secure the cooperation of his children. The young woman looked at him. "Never mind that. I don't know how you ended up in this place, but we need to get out of here. Something weird is going on with the Dementors, and my partner is injured." She stored her wand in the holster and tried to lift the body of the young man. "Erg, could you help me out here? He is a bit heavy for me alone." Harry observed the situation and made a decision. Of course, he offered the young woman a reassuring smile and approached them. Once he was close enough, he pretended to help her hold onto her partner for a moment while moving the wand in his right hand behind her. A quick flash of red light, and she went down. A stunner, simple but effective, especially at this range. He did not want to take his chances with more complex spells, not when he was using a borrowed wand and a new body that he was yet to grow accustomed to. Harry looked around. There were plenty of empty cells on this floor. He grabbed onto the arms of the young male guard and dragged him closer to one of these empty cells. "Open," he said as he placed his hand on the center of the lock. This one opened with a satisfying click. Good to know that I am still recognized in this place. When he built the fortress, he had attuned all the runic arrays to his magical signature. Even if his body was new, his soul was the same, and this was the very source of his magic. That will make things easier when I come to reclaim what's mine. Wasting no time, he threw the guard inside. Before closing the door, he made sure to cast a few extra restriction spells on the man, just in case he woke up too early and began to call for help. He then moved to the young woman. "I have other plans for you, Prendimus." Black chains appeared around her and wrapped onto her body, binding her arms and legs. Harry then approached and removed the wand holster on her wrist. Once he was sure she had no more weapons hidden in her clothes, he woke her up, removing the stun effect. "What the hell are you doing?" She immediately reacted with violence. "I need your assistance to retrieve something of mine." Harry spoke to her in a cold tone, lacking any kindness or empathy for her situation. She tried to wrestle against her restraints. "Let me go right now. You are going to be in so much trouble for this. I am an Auror, you can't d." Harry's wand moved closer to her face. Imperio. Chapter 9. A middle-aged man was comfortably sitting in front of a dining table. He had a hot cup of coffee in one hand and was browsing today's newspaper with raspy interest. He then heard steps coming from above, and he knew it was the newbie Aurors he had sent to patrol the upper levels of the prison. It was a simple task, perfect for a couple of new recruits. The warden was not expecting them to return so quickly, as it had only been around 15 minutes since they left. On top of that, he only saw one of them coming down the stairs. "Tonks, what happened? Where is Graham?" Nymphadora Tonks was walking slowly, but at a steady pace. She finished descending the stairs and continued moving. Nothing is wrong, sir. The Dementors are back in their posts. Mark is checking the 6th floor." Her eyes were glazed over, and her speech became somewhat stuttered, as she was continuously trying to resist the curse that had been placed on her. Unfortunately, she was still too new to this, and her occlumency shield could not fight back against it. Not completely, at least. "You left him to finish the rounds alone." The superior officer noticed her strange behavior. She walked past the table where he was sitting, without even slowing her pace. "Hey, Tonks, where are you going?" The man put down his coffee and stood up from the chair with a deep frown on his face. He was not used to people disobeying his orders. "Tonks, I'm speaking to you. Stop right now." "I'm going to the bathroom." A soft whisper that was barely audible found its way to her. "I'm going to the bathroom." Tonks repeated the words she heard and walked out of the dining room, making her way to the lower levels. The warden stood there, watching her leave with an angry expression. "Damn newbies, the disrespect." He slammed his hand on the table. Tonks kept walking through the living quarters of the prison, while Harry stayed close to her, hidden by the use of an invisibility charm. He knew this was risky. If anyone even had the mild idea that someone was there, it would be very easy to locate him. Harry also knew that, right now, he was in no position to fight against several trained wizards. He had just come back to life and didn't even have the chance to get used to his new body, much less to use his magic properly. If Tonks hadn't been such a young and inexperienced witch, he would not have attempted this plan at all, as it would have certainly failed. However, given the circumstances, he had taken a calculated risk. The rewards would certainly be worth it. If he could retrieve his personal belongings, it would make things much easier for him. "Keep moving," he ordered Tonks when he saw another Auror walking their way. He gave her a cordial greeting, and she barely responded while passing by. "Huh?" The Auror turned toward her, clearly surprised by her cold reaction. Nymphadora Tonks was usually a very cheerful and vocal girl. This was very out of character for her. Harry noticed this and knew that he must be quick. It won't take long before these people realize that something is wrong with her. They finally arrived at the basement. This part of Azkaban was like a maze. There were countless corridors. Some of them didn't lead anywhere, while others gave way to many rooms. There were no guards in this area, as this was only used for storage. Harry was able to remove his invisibility and walk at a faster pace, while dragging Tonks along with verbal commands. Luckily, his resurrection had not affected his memory, and he still remembered exactly where everything was. He had personally designed this maze, meaning that it would be impossible for him to get lost here. Eventually, he reached a corridor that seemed to be a dead end. Here, he could not help but be nervous. It's been too long since he was here for the last time. As much confidence as he had in his own security measures, part of him was worried that his most precious belongings had been taken away. His hands moved across the stone surface of the wall until he found the exact spot. No matter how much one looked at the wall, they would never find anything special about it. There was nothing different compared to the other countless walls in the basement. Only he knew the location of the magical mechanism to open the secret door. He pushed his magic into the hidden formation, activating the locking rune formation. The wall let out a satisfying clicking noise and began to move aside. Harry let out a sigh of relief. He also had some doubts about being able to open this gate while in a different body, even if his magic should have been the same. It was just theoretical, after all. A narrow set of stairs led to the third and last basement of this fortress, a basement that no one even knew existed. "Come on." He dragged Tonks along with him, and they descended the stairs until they arrived at a small room. Ah, yes. His green eyes became filled with excitement when he noted that everything was as he had left it. All his belongings were still secured on the shelves. Harry was about to take a step forward when he realized there was something on the ground. Right, how could I forget about this? There was a skeleton in the middle of the room. It was still dressed in his favorite set of robes, the ones he was wearing the day he died. This is a strange situation, that's for sure. Harry was staring at the remnants of his old self. It made sense that it was still here, since no one had accessed this room in the last 500 years. The interior of the room was covered in preservation charms as well. This made the skeleton appear in fairly good condition. His long gray hair was still attached to the skull as well. It is getting disturbing. He gave his wand a wave and destroyed the remnants. He did not want to leave anything behind that could be used against him. It was better for it to go. After clearing the dust mess he had created, it was finally time to loot his prize. He scanned over the shelves, looking at his treasures. Chapter 10. Now let's see. Harry stopped for a moment to look at the young Auror he was keeping under the curse. She was still visibly struggling. Harry saw her face contorting in pain as she fought back. You are a fierce girl, I'll give you that. But you better stop already. I have seen people melt their brains because they fought too hard against a mental attack. His words had an immediate effect, as she stopped struggling so much. Harry nodded. Good girl, don't worry so much. I won't kill you for as long as you behave properly and don't do anything stupid. He always had a weak spot for beautiful girls. Something that got him killed in his previous life, but that was a problem for another time. Harry turned his attention to his stash of valuables. The first thing he picked up was his old wand, which was still laying on the ground where it had landed after his death. Despite having been abandoned for so long, it still maintained a pristine luster. The moment he held it again in his hands, Harry felt like he had recovered a piece of himself. He had personally created this particular wand using the heartstrings from an ancient black dragon that he had killed himself during his younger years. The wood came from a 2,000-year-old oak that had been worshipped by a Celtic tribe of druids for many generations. The rituals performed next to the tree had imbued its wood with special properties. Due to being not just its owner, but also its creator, his connection with this wand was especially strong. Harry stored the wand in his sleeve and moved to grab something else. It was a 4-foot-long staff, made of blackthorn wood and embedded with a large emerald crystal on top. This one was created by an old acquaintance of his, a master crafter from Spain. The connection that he shared with this piece was not as powerful, but the staff had its uses. Some pieces of magic were too intense for a wand to handle and required a more resilient focus. For occasions like that, he liked to have this at hand. Harry then took a leather bag that was hanging from the wall. This was his travel-enchanted bag and could hold the equivalent of 10 cubic meters worth of things inside, without increasing the weight of the bag itself. He put the bag over his shoulder and stored the staff inside, before moving to grab a few more things from the shelves. A magical broom that he had made himself. It was not his best creation, but he had some emotional attachment to that piece. Oh, still looking great. Harry looked over at the robes hanging from the wall. He made more than just a wand from the dragon he killed. Otherwise, it would have been such a waste. 2 sets of magically reinforced black dragon robes, to be exact. One of them he was wearing the day he died. Unfortunately, that one was no longer usable, as it was filled with holes. If it wasn't for that robe, he would have died so much earlier, though. The one hanging from the wall was completely immaculate, as he had never worn it before. Let's see, what else should I take? He looked back at the young Auror for a moment. The girl was really fierce. She looked exhausted after fighting his curse for this long, but still holding up. Oh, that's right, I just remembered something, he said with excitement. There was an inconspicuous wooden chest in the corner of the room. He went there and unlocked it. I had almost forgotten I made this. He pulled a black collar from the chest. It was made of leather and had runes engraved all over its surface. Once it was placed around someone's neck and activated, it would have a similar effect to the Imperio curse, placing the victim under a trance where they would obey all his orders. However, this was much better for keeping someone in a permanent state of unwavering loyalty toward him. The Imperio curse had to be renewed once in a while, but this was a much preferable alternative to use on those he intended to keep for a long period of time. They were also impossible to remove by anyone except for himself, and they had a powerful notice-me-not enchantment included, as to not draw attention to it. It's been so long since I used this. He created these collars during his younger days. There are only 3 left. Oh well, it's better than nothing, and they may come in handy. He then stored them inside the bag. Now that he no longer had his army of followers, he may have to use these collars to get a few loyal individuals to assist him. He had no delusions about being able to accomplish everything by himself. The Dementors had their uses, but now he was going to need something more human. Okay, I think that is enough for now. There were still a few trinkets left in the treasury, but there was no need to take them now. After all, he was not planning on abandoning his fortress. One day, when he was ready, he would return here and retrieve what was rightfully his. We are done here. Harry walked out of the room and sealed the entrance. He grabbed Tonk's arm, pulling her closer. It is time for you to help me leave this place. Do a good job and I will not take your life. He was still going to take her memories, though. There was no chance he would let her remember this. It was still too early for him to become a public enemy of the Ministry of Magic. He needed more information than what he had right now. The original owner of this body knew little of the magical world, and things have changed a lot in the last 500 years. I will take my time. There is no hurry. I now have a new young body. He had just got a second chance in life, and he was not going to waste it. Chapter 11. So, this is Hogwarts. Harry was resting on top of a boulder and observing the magnificent castle in front of him. Of course, he already had the memories from the original Harry Potter, so he knew the castle quite well, but seeing it in person was a different experience altogether. After cleaning up that girl's mind from any trace of what had transpired, he left Azkaban behind and went to wander over the land with his flying broom. He had to see with his own eyes how much the world had changed over the past 500 years. After getting a good look at the countryside, he spent several hours thinking about his situation and what to do from now on. The sun was starting to peak on the horizon by the time he appeared here. His decision about returning to this place had been a carefully considered one. For one, he was still a magic student, and according to what he knew from the current magical society, a student who had yet to pass his OWL exams was not allowed to use magic outside school without breaking the law. And he was not just any student. People called him the boy who lived because of something that had occurred when he was a baby. He was very famous. It would make it difficult to blend into this society and do whatever he wanted to do. So in the end, he decided that the best would be to keep the facade of being the Harry Potter they knew while working from the shadows to recoup his power and build a group of followers. Once he was ready, he would take back his fortress, but for now, he would be a Hogwarts student. This would have been much easier if I had been reborn in the body of an absolute nobody, Harry thought for a moment, although there was nothing he could do about it. Considering that it took his children 500 years just to find this body, there was no way to tell how long it would have taken if he had to wait for another one. He looked down at himself. He was as dirty as his robes. Given the night he had, this was normal. But for the story he planned on telling, this was not going to be enough. The first thing he did was to hide all his belongings inside his leather bag, and then shrink the bag so it could be well hidden inside his clothes. He then found a sharp rock on the ground and used it to tear his robes, as well as inflicting a few cuts and bruises on his body. That should do it. Harry walked up to the gates and entered the school. It did not take long before some students spotted him and ran to warn the teachers. He was ambushed by a group of alarmed instructors before he even made it to the main hall. "Harry," Professor McGonagall ran to him. "By Merlin, what happened to you?" She looked at his torn clothes and bleeding wounds with concern. "We must take him to Poppy immediately," Pomona Sprout exclaimed. "Hold on, let me see him first." The voice of Albus Dumbledore resounded in the hall. He was approaching at a hurried pace, with Severus Snape following right behind him. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore grabbed his shoulders. "What happened? Where have you been?" Harry had been expecting that question and prepared an explanation for his absence. "The cup was a trap, Professor. It was a portkey." "We know that part already, Potter." Snape huffed in annoyance. "Do you have any idea of the troubles you have caused?" "Severus, please, let Harry explain himself," Dumbledore insisted. "Albus, can't this wait?" McGonagall asked. "The boy is clearly injured. A healer needs to see him." "In a moment, Minerva," Dumbledore responded. "It is crucial that we learn what has transpired so we can take appropriate action." "Well, I was in some sort of cemetery," Harry explained, while keeping an expression of uncertainty and fear. "There was a man there, I think. I think he hurt Cedric and then..." "And then," Dumbledore leaned closer. "Sorry, I don't remember what happened next. It's all blank. This wasn't completely a lie." He had a few fragments of what had transpired during the boy's last moments, but most of that encounter was missing. Likely a side effect of being hit by the killing curse. "Blank," Dumbledore exclaimed with clear surprise. No, there must be something more that you remember. Who was this man that attacked you? Where was this cemetery?" "Oh, what a bastard." Harry could feel the intrusion of a legilimency attack. and he could tell that the man in front of him was very skilled at performing it without the use of a wand and without giving away what he was doing. But that was not going to work against him, for he was also a master of the mental arts and could protect his secrets against any attack of this level. Dumbledore found nothing but what Harry wanted him to find. He saw the moment when they arrived at the cemetery and Wormtail using the killing curse on Cedric, before turning to Harry and stunning him. After that, there was nothing else, and then he saw Harry waking up in the Hogwarts fields. No, this can't be. Dumbledore looked confused and disappointed. The boy is clearly lying. Tell us what you did, Snape shouted. Severus, behave yourself, McGonagall snapped. That is no way to talk to an injured student. Yes, the boy is clearly traumatized, Pomona added. As I said before, we need to take him to the infirmary immediately. Albus, McGonagall turned to Dumbledore. Yes, I believe that will be for the best. Let Harry get some rest. Perhaps he will remember more afterwards. Dumbledore turned to Snape. Come with me, Severus. We have much to discuss. As the headmaster was leaving, McGonagall and Professor Sprout escorted Harry to the infirmary, where the school healer could check his condition. Harry watched Dumbledore and Snape walking away. Even without the boy's memories, he could have told instantly that the old man was a dangerous foe. A very skilled and wise wizard that he did not want to have as an enemy. I may have to get rid of him first, Harry thought. Chapter 12. Come on, how can this be? A very angry-looking middle-aged Auror slammed his hand on the table. Nymphadora Tonks flinched before responding. I told you already. I can't remember anything that happened. You have to believe me. What I believe is that the other newbie is dead, and you are not being very helpful. The man clenched his fist. As for what you remember, I have already requested the assistance of a mind healer. He should be here very soon. He was interrupted by the door being opened. Two people walked inside. One was a middle-aged woman with red hair. Tonks recognized her as Amelia Bones, the head of the Auror department. Madam Bones. Tonks had interacted with her a few times, and the two of them got along quite well. Amelia offered her a warm smile. Greetings, Auror Tonks. It seems like you had a rough night. The other one was a tall, bald man wearing a pristine white robe that contrasted heavily with the walls of Azkaban. I am Healer Monroe. I have been called for tea. Yes, she is over here. Time is of the essence, Healer Monroe, the prison warden said. If there is any information left in her head about the perpetrator, we must find out immediately. The healer nodded. Of course. Madam Bones approached Tonks. It's going to be okay, just let the healer do his job. Why, yes, ma'am. Tonks looked down. She had just become an Auror a few months ago, something that she had been dreaming of since she was a child. And now this happened. She was put under an imperious curse and used to do who knows what. Her friend Graham, who she had known from the academy, was now dead. He had died from blood loss, caused by having been left lying on the ground in that prison cell. It took hours before he was found, and by then it was too late. They also had no idea who had caused all of this, because Tonks had been obliviated and didn't remember anything that happened after being asked by her superior to patrol the upper levels of the prison. Let's see, the healer took a seat next to her. I am going to place my hands on the sides of your face. I need you to look into my eyes and relax. This may feel intrusive. You must not fight it, okay? Yes, sir. It's not like she had a choice. If she was not absolved of responsibility, she was likely to lose her job, or even worse, she could end up in one of the many empty cells this place had. While the healer was doing his thing, Madam Bones turned to address the other Auror in the room. Mr. Rogers, I wanted to ask something. Is this an attack from an outsider, or did we lose some dangerous prisoner? Making a recount of prisoners was the first thing I ordered. And we have not lost any prisoners, the Auror said. So are you telling me that someone crept in from the outside, killed one of our newest recruits and took control of another one? For what purpose? And who? Amelia Bones had no idea why someone would want to sneak into Azkaban other than to free a prisoner. But that was not the case. That, we are still trying to figure out. All I know is that I saw Auror Tonks coming from the upper levels by herself, and she was acting strange, barely talking and refusing to stop when I asked her. It was very out of character for her. Did you not realize she was under the imperious curse? Bones asked. Not immediately. The lighting in the dining area is very dim. I could not see her eyes clearly. Are you sure she was alone? Someone could have been concealing themselves with magic while taking her somewhere else, Amelia suggested. The warden shrugged. Mayhaps, I suppose it is a possibility. If that is the case, whatever the intruder wanted must have been on the lower floors. The lower floors? Amelia considered it for a moment. The first floor was the entrance of the prison and didn't have much, just some resting areas for visitors. The second floor had most of the bedrooms for the Aurors who were staying here, but there was nothing valuable or of interest in there. This only left the basement. They used that place as storage, but as far as she knew, the only things being stored there were food, clothes, and some potions. Nothing that was too valuable or rare. Definitely not something worth the risk of entering Azkaban for. Have you checked the basement? Is there something that could have been taken from there? Just in case, she asked. The basement? The Auror raised an eyebrow. What could have been taken from there? Prisoner garbs, sausages, perhaps a calming draught. There's nothing of importance in there. Still, I want you to send a few men to check the basement. I need to be sure. Check the other floors too, Amelia said. As you wish, Madam Bones. They saw the healer release his hold on Tonks's face and let out a loud sigh. Anything good? Bones asked, although she already could guess the answer by the healer's expression. The man shook his head. I'm afraid not. Whoever performed the obliviation on Miss Tonks did a very thorough job. I cannot find a single trace or fragment of memory between the point where she began her routine inspection and when she regained her senses, right outside the entrance door of the prison. Well, that's just great. Miss Bones looked visibly disturbed. Whoever did this took a huge risk. They definitely took something that they at least considered valuable, and it was not one of the prisoners. So what was it? Aim, Madam Bones, Tonks called with hesitation. Yes. Am I fired? Tonks asked. Madam Bones shook her head. No, dear, but I do want you to go to the hospital and get yourself a full evaluation. Once you get the green light, come see me at the ministry, and I will get you reassigned. Tonks breathed in relief. She was able to keep her job at least, but still, an unpleasant sensation remained in her. She had never felt so used. I'm going to find whoever did this to me, and I will make them pay, she promised to herself. Chapter 13. Harry was lying on a comfortable bed at the infirmary. The healer that everyone calls Madame Pomfrey had examined him and found many cuts and bruises, as well as traces of having been hit with a cruciatus curse. No wonder he felt this body so sore when he first woke up in it. He had first assumed that it was mostly because of the resurrection, but that was not the case. Once his examination was concluded, he was told to rest, and he was very much fine with that. He closed his eyes and rested his tired body, but his mind remained active as he refused to completely lower his guard. Especially not when wizards like Albus Dumbledore were around. The memories he had of his interactions with the old man told him that he was not someone to be trusted. Dumbledore pretended to be a pillar of light among the magical community, but Harry knew how to recognize darkness in people, and there was definitely a lot of it in that man. As well as the other who always follows him, Severus Snape. In any case, he didn't need any sleep to rest. He had learned long ago how to keep himself active day and night with just his magic and a few potions. While Harry was in the infirmary pretending to sleep, the headmaster was having a serious conversation with his right-hand man. I'm telling you, the boy is lying. Snape was pacing around the office to calm himself down. No, he was not. Dumbledore was sitting at his desk with a pensive expression. His mind was going over his short encounter with Harry when he returned to school. I looked into his mind. Everything that occurred between the moment he arrived at that graveyard and when he woke up near Hogwarts is all blank. Could he have fooled your legilimency somehow? Snape asked, although he already knew the answer to that. With no training, not a chance. I may not be the best at the mind arts, but I know what I'm doing, Dumbledore responded. Snape grabbed onto his arm. Erg. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. Is he calling for you again? Why, yes, I will need to respond to his request. Otherwise, he will see me as a traitor. Dumbledore nodded. Then go, and be very careful, my friend. After all those years of being dead, we don't know how much his mind has deteriorated. He is likely much worse than the one we knew. I'm always careful, but what about the other boy, Diggory? Snape asked. I believe I have a good idea of where this cemetery from Harry's memories is located. The little Hangleton graveyard is the final resting place of the Riddle family. If Voldemort has used the ritual that I know, he would have needed the remnants of his family members, thus the need to use that place, Dumbledore explained. Headmaster, before I go, there is something I wanted to ask. Snape turned to look at the old wizard. What is it, my friend? You know you can ask me anything, Dumbledore said with his usual calm expression. Did you know there was going to be a trap in the last task? Many things were going through Snape's mind right now, and some of the events leading to today didn't add up. Like, for example, how did Dumbledore not realize that his old friend Moody was being impersonated by a Death Eater using Polyjuice? Oh, of course I didn't. I would never have allowed Harry to compete if I knew something like this would have happened. Dumbledore stood up from his chair. Now is not the time for doubts. We both have much to do. Yes, you are right. Snape turned around and left the office, leaving Dumbledore alone. The old headmaster stood in the middle of his office while considering his next move. A loud cry disturbed his thoughts. Fawkes, he gave the Phoenix a side glance. I know you disapprove of my actions, but this is for the greater good. The prophecy must be completed, and for that, Voldemort had to return. At least this way, I have some control over how he came back and when, instead of being surprised. Fawkes gave another cry, obviously disagreeing with him. The Phoenix was a creature of pure light and could immediately detect any malice that lay in someone's heart. Dumbledore shook his head. I will not be giving any excuses to you. I must leave now. I have much to do and little time to do it. Just as he was walking past the gargoyle, he found Professor McGonagall walking towards him. Minerva, what are you doing here? Albus, there you are. I needed to speak with you. Can we speak as we walk? I wanted to visit the infirmary, Dumbledore said. Harry Potter is sleeping. You won't get anything from him at the moment, McGonagall said. Actually, I intended to speak with Alastor. He is feeling better, I hope, Dumbledore responded. Albus, this is a giant mess. We have several Aurors entering the school, and the Ministry of Magic is on his way to Hogwarts. He wishes to speak with you about what happened during the task, as well as to take custody of the Death Eater who had been impersonating Alastor Moody. McGonagall said, with a tone of deep concern. Everything is going to be fine, trust me. I will handle it. McGonagall sighed. Of course I trust you. You always know better, but we still have a missing boy as well. His father is beyond worried at this point, and I don't know what to tell him. About that, well, Dumbledore stopped for a moment. Tell him that we will find his son for sure. He avoided saying that the boy was likely dead at this point. The two of them arrived at the infirmary and were welcomed by a stressed Madame Pomfrey. Albus, finally, the minister is here, and he is not happy. What, already? I just received the message, McGonagall said. Ah, Dumbledore knew this was going to be difficult to manage. Let's get this over with. Chapter 14. Albus, there you are. Minister Fudge was standing in the middle of the room with two tough-looking Aurors at his side. About time. Do you have any idea of the night I had? I can imagine, Cornelius. Don't think that mine has been any better, Dumbledore responded. Oh, but it has. A moment ago, I was in Azkaban when they called me to come here. Apparently, someone had sneaked into the prison and killed an Auror. What? Someone sneaked into Azkaban? Who could do such a thing? And for what reason? Dumbledore frowned. This could not be a coincidence. Something like that had never occurred before, and it just so happens today, when Voldemort came back to life. Yes, well, I would love to know that too, but we have no suspects so far, the minister said. What's the name of the Auror? A loud shout came from the other side. Mr. Moody, I told you to not move from the bed yet. Madame Pomfrey hurried to his side while the others turned their attention to him. Ah, you are awake, Alastor. I had been meaning to speak with you. Dumbledore was not allowed to finish his sentence before Moody repeated the question, this time louder. Lower your voice, please. We have patients trying to rest here. Madame Pomfrey's tone had turned much more strict. The name of the Auror is Aim. The minister glanced at the two Aurors behind him for help. I believe the last name of the new recruit was Graham, although I don't know his first name, the Auror responded. Graham, I see, so it wasn't her. Moody seemed somewhat relieved. Last year, he had recommended his best student for a rotation in Azkaban, thinking that dealing with the prisoners, there would be a good way to gain experience without being in much danger. I want to get to the point, but first, where is the criminal? Fudge looked around. I was told he was being kept here. He is in the last bed, McGonagall pointed. He is restrained and we placed a powerful sleeping charm on him. You are keeping that bastard here. Moody had obviously not been informed of this. The minister made a beeline to the bed and pulled the curtains away. Merlin, it really is him. Barty Crouch Jr. is still alive. He glanced at Dumbledore. What of the father? St. Mungo's, he is in a coma. I'm afraid it doesn't seem likely for him to wake up anytime soon. He was kept under the imperious curse for too long, Dumbledore said. Bastard! Fudge was staring at Crouch Jr. with barely contained rage. At least, he will soon be paying for his crimes at least. He made a gesture to the Aurors. Take him away, boys, directly to Azkaban to await his execution. Hold on a minute, Cornelius. I would like to speak with him before that. Dumbledore was very insistent on this. As of right now, he had little evidence of Voldemort's return. It was unclear if Harry would regain his memories of the event, and he would need something more solid to present his case before the Ministry. Barty Crouch Jr. must have important memories he could use to further his plans. Not a chance, Fudge huffed. This man is a mass murderer and has evaded justice for too long, no more. Moody stood up with the help of a cane that the nurse had left for him. I agree with Albus on this one. I would also like to know WH. Nonsense. Fudge sounded furious as he looked at them. Don't get me started with you two. He pointed at Moody. You let this bastard kidnap you and keep you locked up for almost a year, and you, he now pointed at Dumbledore. You had this imposter in Hogwarts all this time and never suspected anything. How can the greatest wizard in the world be so incompetent? Dumbledore had no response to that, at least not one that would make him look good. He did indeed suspect that Professor Moody had been an imposter sent by Voldemort, but he took a more passive approach and merely observed instead of intervening. Because if he did that, next time he might not have figured out Voldemort's plan before it was too late. Take him away already. Fudge ordered the two Aurors, and they hurried to bring Barty Crouch Jr. out of the infirmary. Now, the minister was not done yet. They told me that you also lost two boys today, one of them being the boy who lived. For your own good, I hope that part was not true. Actually, we have been able to find Harry Potter. He is currently resting on that bed, Dumbledore said. McGonagall threw him a side glance. Harry came back by himself, and they were yet to find the other boy. Some good news, at least. Fudge looked somewhat relieved. And the other one? We will have him before night, I'm sure of it, Dumbledore added. But there is something I wanted to discuss with you, Cornelius. It's about the one responsible for all of this happening today, I believe Tha. What are you talking about? We already have the one responsible, Fudge interrupted. One of them, yes, but we have reason to believe that he was merely following orders from someone else. From who? Fudge asked. About that, Dumbledore didn't want to say it out loud. The minister would never believe him like that. I'm still not sure. Then leave it to the Aurors to figure it out. Fudge glanced at Moody. Isn't that right? I'm sure Madame Bones has already mobilized the entire Auror force to solve this. Moody could not help but agree. Fudge pointed at Harry's bed. Let me know when Mr. Potter wakes up. I would very much like to speak with him. I'm going to need something good to tell the press in the morning. He rubbed his temple. This had not been a good week. I will, of course. Dumbledore tried to hide his displeasure. The conversation had not gone the way he wanted at all. They had taken away the Death Eater, and he could not get the minister to cooperate with him without revealing things that he didn't want to be revealed. His blue eyes turned to the bed where Harry was lying. His best hope was in the boy remembering something in the morning. While the adults finished their conversation and left the infirmary, Harry had been listening to everything they had said with rapt attention. pretending to be asleep, had yielded an unexpected gain. Chapter 15. The morning arrived, and the first visit he received was from Madame Pomfrey to check on him. Harry made a surface scan of her thoughts, and she didn't seem to suspect that anything was off with him. He only felt kindness and pity emanating from the old healer. How disgusting! He knew this was expected, since as far as everyone was aware, he was nothing more than a child, but it was still unpleasant nonetheless. It's only been a day, and he was already missing the cold walls of his fortress and the company of his old followers. There were vampires, demons, zombies, and of course his wraiths, who people now referred to as Dementors. Where did they even get that name from? Harry wondered. "Mr. Potter, are you listening to me?" He glanced at the old woman. Apparently, she had been saying something to him while his mind was doing a journey through the past. "Not really," he responded, earning a deep frown from the woman. "I was saying that your injuries have all been healing satisfactorily. Most of them were shallow cuts and bruises. The effects of that nasty curse should have passed already. Are you feeling pain anywhere in your body?" "No, I'm feeling much better now." That wasn't completely true, although he was sure that most of what he was feeling was due to the fact that his body and soul were still adapting to each other. This was not something that would pass after a day or two of rest. Madame Pomfrey wrote something on her notepad before handing him a potion. "This is a restorative tonic. It will help you feel back in shape. I see no reason to keep you here any longer, so." "Then I would like to take my leave," Harry said. "I will have to ask you to wait for a bit longer, Mr. Potter," Madame Pomfrey hurried to say. "How so? You said that I was fine." "You are, but the headmaster requested the chance to speak with you before you leave this infirmary. Also, I believe there is something that you should know." "And what is that?" He already knew what she wanted to say. They found the body of the other abducted boy, Cedric Diggory. He heard the healer speaking with one of the professors last night. Apparently, the headmaster left the school after his conversation with the minister and found the cemetery where they were attacked. Harry heard no mention of Voldemort or any of the other people implicated, just that he found the boy lying on the grounds of the cemetery and that he was dead. "Well, it's about Mr. Diggory, you see." Madame Pomfrey stopped speaking when she heard the door open. The headmaster made his entrance, and this time he was alone. "Headmaster, I was about to call you." The healer went to receive him. "Mr. Potter's condition is completely stable. I believe there is no more point in keeping him in the infirmary." "That's excellent news." There was a twinkle on the corner of his glasses as he spoke. His blue eyes moved quickly to Harry's bed. "I will need to speak with Harry for a moment, though, alone." "Of course." Madame Pomfrey took her leave and went to another part of the infirmary so as not to disturb their chat. "Harry, my boy, it's good to see you in good health," Dumbledore said, while carrying a warm smile. Harry did not dare to use any type of mind magic to even scan the surface of his thoughts as he did with the healer. This man was much more dangerous and would likely detect any attempt of the sort, just like he could do. "Thank you, Professor. Madame Pomfrey said that you needed to speak with me. If it is about last night, Have you remembered anything else after a good night of rest?" Dumbledore got closer. "No, Professor, I'm sorry, but no." He couldn't suddenly claim to have regained his memories because he had no explanation as to how he arrived at the school. Accidental magic could have occurred in someone of his age, but an accidental apparition would be extremely rare, and he'd rather not go there. It was preferable to leave it as a mystery. Besides, he didn't feel like cooperating with whatever this man's plans were for him. "I see, that is very disappointing," Dumbledore sighed. "We found Cedric, Harry, and I'm afraid that he did not make it." "That's terrible news, Professor," Harry said. Why would he care about that brat's death? Him, along with his Hufflepuff house, were some of the worst offenders for the harassment he received over the entire year. A harassment that none of the professors tried to stop, mind you. Had I been the one in control back then, things would have ended very differently. His imagination began to run wild, trying to think about what curses he would like to use on those students. Terrible indeed, but even more terrible is what I believe happened next. "What do you mean, Professor?" He pretended to be completely ignorant. The cemetery had remnants of what I believe was a terrible ritual, one that made use of your blood in order to revive. Dumbledore looked around to make sure no one was listening. To bring Voldemort back to life, he said in a whisper. He made his best attempt to look shocked. Oh no, what are we going to do? Dumbledore sighed again. Unfortunately, there is little we can do at the moment. Without any evidence, we won't be able to convince the Ministry of Magic to take action. And since you don't remember anything that happened that night, well. So you're going to put the blame on a child? How classy, Harry thought. I'm very sorry, Professor. I have disappointed you. Dumbledore put a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, my boy. We will figure this out and you are safe here. I will keep you updated if anything happens. But for now, you can return to your room and resume classes. Keep me updated? I seriously doubt that. He recalled all the interactions he had with this man over the past 4 years. The old wizard liked to use riddles and ambiguous words a bit too much. Thank you, Professor, said Harry. On the surface, he was smiling, but deep inside, he had already begun to think how to deal with the Dark Lord who seemed obsessed with him for some reason. He watched as the headmaster left the infirmary. I don't need your help, old man. I will crush this Voldemort myself. Chapter 16. The castle was even more impressive from the inside. Regardless of the memories he had from the previous body owner, seeing it for himself was a completely different experience because he actually understood what he was seeing. He knew the complexities involved in creating many of the magical devices and enchantments plaguing this castle. During his previous life, he had only heard a few stories about the 4 individuals involved in the construction of Hogwarts. As much as he disagreed with the philosophy of teaching magic to every single child who came here, he had no choice but to admire what they had accomplished. This gave him an idea. What if he could take over this castle and make it his new fortress? Of course, he still had the intention of recovering Azkaban, but one lord could have 2 castles, and this one was definitely worthy of his attention. Something else to consider, but first, he looked down at himself. The healer had provided him with a clean set of clothes, but his body still needed a good bath. Regardless of what people may have thought of him in the past, he had always been someone fond of having good hygiene and taking care of his personal appearance. It was still very early in the morning, so he did not encounter anyone in the halls as he made his way to the Gryffindor common room. However, this quickly changed the moment he opened the door to his dormitory, which was shared with 3 other boys. All of them were wide awake already and turned to look at him the moment he entered. Different expressions plagued their faces. Neville Longbottom seemed to be relieved as he saw Harry again. Seamus Finnegan was mostly indifferent. And Ron Weasley was not pleased at all. "You're back," he said with disdain. "Harry, where have you been?" Neville asked. He ignored the boys and went to his trunk so he could grab a few things for his bath. "Hey, Neville asked you a question." Ron approached him. "You had everyone looking for you. What are you playing at?" "Yes, and is Cedric also back?" Seamus asked. Harry only gave them a passing glance and turned around to leave. He had answered all the questions he had been asked so far, but that was for the headmaster and other professors. Not answering them would have created more trouble for him. But to these boys, he had no reason to give any explanations, as he cared little what they thought of him. "You bastard!" Ron's anger was reaching a boiling point. For some reason, Harry ignoring him felt worse than Draco Malfoy insulting him. He took several long steps and caught up to Harry, placing a hand on his shoulder with the intent of pushing him back into the room as he was about to open the door and leave. Harry had, of course, noticed this. His eyes became sharp when he felt the boy's hand on his shoulder. "How dare you touch me?" His tone was cold and threatening. If Ron had better senses, he could have realized the danger he was in. However, the boy was completely oblivious to everything. "You owe us an explanation, you cheat." Before Ron could finish the first of many insults he had already mentally prepared, he felt something cold grasping at his neck and became unable to speak, or even breathe. The redhead boy released Harry immediately and fell to his knees, grasping at his throat for air. "Erg!" "Harry," Neville was staring at him with shock on his face. "What are you doing to him?" Seamus got alarmed when he saw Ron's face turning blue. Harry turned around. His right hand was making a grasping gesture as he looked down at Ron with a pair of cold green eyes. Ron looked back at Harry and felt his blood run cold. The person in front of him looked like his old friend, but the eyes said otherwise. The kindness that he had seen in Harry for these last years was nowhere to be found. This Harry was just looking down at him like he was some sort of insect that had the audacity to get in his way. "Harry, stop, you are hurting him," Neville shouted. He saw as Ron's face was changing colors and his limbs trembled. Harry did release Ron a moment later. Not because Neville had told him, but because he knew that if he kept going, the boy was going to pass out, and he would certainly be punished by the teachers. "Touch me again, Weasley, and I will turn you into a vegetable." After saying that, he left the room. Seamus and Neville went to help Ron, who was still coughing and trying to regain his bearings. "What in Merlin's name was that about? What did Harry even do to Ron?" Seamus asked. "It looked like wandless magic. I have never seen Harry like that before," Neville said. "He was scary." Ron said nothing. No words came out of his mouth, as his mind was still processing what had just transpired. He had many scary moments over the past 4 years, especially during his adventures with Harry and Hermione. But he had never felt fear like this before. "Should we call Professor McGonagall?" Seamus wondered. He had seen Harry and Ron arguing many times, however, it had never been like this. "Ron," Neville helped him to one of the beds so he could sit. "Do you want us to call someone, or maybe take you to the infirmary?" Ron was still touching his neck. He could almost feel that cold, invisible hand choking him out. He quickly shook his head, and no. Neville and Seamus glanced at each other. They could guess what Ron was thinking. He was too scared of what Harry would do if he were to go complain to a professor. In a single moment, Harry had managed to completely alter the dynamic between him and Ron. The only reason that Ron had been so willing to get aggressive with Harry was because he believed that his former friend was too soft to ever fight back against him. But something had changed, and he didn't understand why. "Okay," said Neville. "We can stay here a bit longer. There are still 30 minutes before breakfast is served." Ron nodded and went to the bathroom by himself. Seamus was looking at the door for a moment before turning to Neville and whispering, "What do you think happened to Harry? I mean, to make him react like that." Ron had been messing with him the entire year, along with the rest of the school, but Harry never did more than shout a few insults or throw a nasty glare at him. Things never got physical like today. "I have no idea." Neville could empathize with Harry, as he was also someone who people made fun of since the first year, but he could never have imagined Harry snapping in such a way. It looked more like something Malfoy would do. "Something terrible must have occurred to him," Neville spoke in a whisper. Chapter 17. Harry took a long, refreshing shower before getting changed and making his way to the main hall so he could grab some breakfast. The itinerary of Hogwarts was engraved in his memory, so he knew exactly what to do and where to go, even though it felt strange to do it himself. This time, there were many more students walking around the halls of the castle, and most of them would stop to stare at him and whisper as he passed by. He barely had to make use of his legilimency skills to feel the disdain that most students had for him. It was all on the surface of their thoughts. Most believed him to be a glory seeker who cheated his way into the tournament to gain more money and fame, taking it away from those who deserved it more, like Cedric Diggory. When they find out that Diggory is dead, they are going to be much angrier than now. He wondered how long it would take before the news spread all over the school. In any case, this didn't really bother him at all. He was more than used to negative emotions like hatred and fear. He felt them every day as he walked the corridors of his fortress, while he looked at his prisoners and experiment subjects. Harry entered the hall, earning even more stares and whispers, but continued to walk as if he didn't notice anything and sat down at his usual seat. The food is not yet here. He didn't think he had arrived too early, so things may be running with a delay today. "Harry," he heard a girl whisper from his left and tug on his robes. "What is it?" he asked while giving the girl a side glance. This was supposed to be one of his best friends, but her attitude had been very undesirable during this year. She was one of the reasons that the original Harry was in such a depressed state during his confrontation with Voldemort. What a terrible friend, Harry thought. He never cared for things like friendship, and he had no use for such fickle loyalty. He much rather had followers who could never betray him because they were magically bound to him. That was much more useful than something like friends. Hermione stopped for a moment after seeing his cold response and the way he was looking at her. Are you feeling okay?" she finally asked. "I'm perfectly fine." He again gave her a short response, hoping that she would leave him in peace. However, for what he knew about this girl, that was not likely to happen. "How can you be perfectly fine? You disappeared all of a sudden during the task. Professor McGonagall told us that you returned last night and that you were in the infirmary, but she refused to tell us much more." Hermione began to talk. She was trying to speak in a low tone, but the conversation seemed to have attracted the attention of the entire table, and even the tables nearby. Everyone had been talking about what happened during the last task when Harry and Cedric disappeared all of a sudden. They also found that Professor Moody was an imposter. Can you believe it? We were being taught by an imposter for the entire year. I mean, I knew there was something wrong with him, but I could not imagine. She really talks a lot. Harry had to try his best not to use a silencing charm to shut her up. Hermione failed to notice his lack of interest in the subject and continued to bombard him with questions for several minutes. "Sorry, Hermione." He decided to interrupt her monologue. "But Professor Dumbledore asked me not to say anything for the moment. You know, about what happened to me. There is an investigation and all of that." "Oh, of course, the Ministry must be taking care of finding the culprit." Hermione seemed to understand. "And what about Cedric?" Someone else decided to join their conversation. Harry looked up. The one who just spoke was one of his classmates, a boy called Dean Thomas. "Yeah, we don't care what happened to you, Potter. What did you do to Cedric?" An older girl from the Hufflepuff table shouted at him. This was quickly followed by more shouts coming from that table. This continued for almost a minute, with dozens of students all talking and shouting at the same time. "Enough!" The voice of Albus Dumbledore resounded over the hall, silencing everyone present with his imposing presence. The headmaster had just entered the hall, along with several other professors. He then walked to the wooden platform where they had their table and stopped before a podium before continuing. The whole room was silent and waiting for his next words. "I was planning on waiting until breakfast was over, but I will say it now. I have something very difficult to announce, but I will ask you to remain silent until I am done speaking." He took a moment to prepare himself and to let his words sink in. "Cedric Diggory has been murdered." Several heads snapped toward Harry, and murmurs began to erupt. "Silence!" Dumbledore had to shout again. "I said to let me finish. Before you start throwing accusations, Mr. Potter has nothing to do with Mr. Diggory's death. They were both attacked by some dangerous criminal. Mr. Potter managed to escape, while Mr. Diggory was not as lucky. Now, the motives behind this attack, as well as the identity of the criminal, are not known yet. But the Ministry of Magic is doing its best to track down this person and bring him to justice. Cedric is dead." "Oh no." Harry noted the general sadness all around the hall. It appeared that Cedric's fame was the opposite of his own. "And I don't think my reputation is going to improve now that I am in control. If anything, it's going to get much worse." Chapter 18. As the headmaster had said, there were not going to be classes for the day, so everyone was free to roam around. Well, almost everyone at least. "Mr. Potter, come on in." Professor McGonagall invited him inside her office. "You wish to speak with me, Professor?" Harry had been summoned by the head of his house right after he was done with breakfast. He did not have to wonder about the motives behind this summon for too long. "I heard that you lost your wand," McGonagall said. "Yes, at the cemetery." In reality, he had two wands right now, his old oak wand and the one he took from the young Auror who fell from the stairs of his fortress. Unfortunately, he could not use those two. The headmaster and the other professors knew that his wand was made of holly wood, and he had already mentioned before that he lost it during the attack. Since the headmaster made no mention of having recovered it during his trip, we can assume that, well, you are going to need a new one in any case. She tried her best to avoid touching the topic of Voldemort. We can take advantage of the fact that there are no classes today and make a quick trip to Diagon Alley. You want to take me shopping for a wand? McGonagall raised an eyebrow. We have almost 4 more weeks of classes. You are going to need one for those, don't you think? Harry was considering her words. He didn't like the idea of getting another wand, but for the sake of keeping appearances, he didn't have much of a choice. Very well, will you be apparating us there? No, apparition inside the castle is not possible. The magical wards that protect this place won't allow the use of such magic. The only exception for that would be the headmaster. I see, then we will need to leave the premises before traveling, said Harry. There is no need for that. I have a flue connection inside my office. She pointed at the fireplace in the corner. Flue connect, oh right. He was not familiar with that type of magic, but the other Harry had a short experience with it during his 2nd year at Hogwarts. Have you ever used it before? She handed him a small container with a green powder inside. Once, Harry took it and approached the fireplace. Minerva, what a pleasant surprise, and Harry Potter as well. Tom, the owner of the tavern, greeted them when they appeared from the fireplace. Harry had many memories of this place. Last year, he had stayed in the inn for a week before traveling to school. He was also very familiar with the alley itself. Hello, Tom. We just came here to pick up a few things from the alley. We won't take long, McGonagall responded. Oh, Tom made a troubled expression. I heard some of what happened at the school. He gave Harry a glance. I'm very sorry. Thanks, but I really can't talk right now, McGonagall told the man as she began to walk away. No, I understand. It's fine, Tom told her before she crossed the door. The professor then opened the way to the alley and handed Harry a small bag. There should be enough galleons there for a new wand from Ollivander's. You think you can go by yourself? There is a shop I need to visit. Harry took the money. I believe I can handle it. He felt relief when the professor went in a different direction, leaving him alone to do his shopping. Even if he wanted to pretend that nothing had changed, and while having the memories of the previous owner of the body, it was very difficult to act like Harry Potter. Their personalities were too different to make it work when interacting with people who had known the real Harry for years. So the less he interacted with people, the better. Welcome, the old man behind the counter greeted him as he was opening the door. Mr. Potter, he then added. Good morning, Mr. Ollivander, Harry answered. Holly 11 inches, the man then said. His eyes seemed to be scanning Harry, but he felt no mental intrusion. Is there a problem with the wand? Actually, yes. I was attacked by some violent criminal and lost it, Harry told the old man. Attacked? Ollivander raised an eyebrow. The rumors were true then, and was the wand broken or stolen? Harry shrugged. I have no way to know that, but Professor McGonagall says that I need to have a wand for class, so. I understand. Ollivander's expression showed a mixture of sadness and disappointment. That is too bad. It was a very special wand, that one. Yes, it was. Harry just said what the man wanted to hear so they could move this conversation forward. He just wanted to buy a wand and get out of here. Worry not, I'm sure we can find something for you in my shop. After saying that, Ollivander went to the back of his shop and began picking up boxes of wands from the countless shelves. Harry cared little for the wand he sold him. To him, there was only one true wand for him, and it was the one he created himself. Now that I think of it, the author of the book that I used to learn how to craft wands was also named Ollivander. According to the sign outside the shop, this family had been in the same business for an extremely long time, so it seemed likely that this person was an ancestor of the old man in front of him. Now, let's try a few. Ollivander came back with 5 boxes and placed them in front of Harry. I believe these are going to be the most compatible ones with you, Mr. Potter, but we will need to do some testing first. He opened the first one and handed it to him. Chapter 19. Professor McGonagall returned after completing her own business, picked up Harry, and brought him back to the castle. She never asked about his new wand, which was a good thing for him. Harry was resting against one of the large windows on the 6th floor while holding the wand in his hand. The yew wood that formed the wand showed a light brown color with a reddish undertone when the sun's light shone upon it. Inside it was a single hair from a thistral acting as its core. The old Ollivander was quite surprised when none of the wands that he brought me were compatible. Only then, he began to show me different kinds of wands, until we ended up on this one. He knew enough about wand lore to understand what these choices represented. The yew wood symbolized resurrection and immortality, and thistrals are closely tied to the concept of death. It was a very appropriate wand for the current him, and he felt that it was a perfect match the moment he touched it. I have to give props to that old wand maker. He did create something marvelous. He had only gone along with the idea of buying another wand because he knew it would be something necessary to keep this pretense. But this wand was going to be something worth keeping. Definitely worth the trip, Harry said. What are you mumbling about, Potter? He heard several sets of steps getting closer. When looking at them, he saw a blond boy with a sneer on his face. There was a girl with short black hair at his side, and two large boys walking behind them. Harry recognized these people in an instant. There were many memories about them in his mind, since the first time he met Draco Malfoy in Diagon Alley. Feeling sad, cheater, Draco chuckled and held his Potter Stinks badge. You know, I heard something interesting about you and Cedric Diggory. What do you? His words died in his mouth when his green eyes moved in the direction of the girl, Pansy Parkinson. He did not recall interacting with her a single time in the 4 years they had attended school together, but he would sometimes see her hanging out with Draco's crowd. However, the moment he took a good look at her, he felt like he had been hit by a bolt of lightning. She was the vivid image of the young woman who had ended up causing his downfall. Helena, he became completely fixated on her. There were some differences, like the clothes and haircut, but their faces were so similar that they could have passed as twin sisters. Could this be a case of reincarnation? This was not a very researched topic, but one that greatly interested him during his previous life. And now he wondered if natural reincarnation was possible after all. What did he call me? Pansy looked at the other boys with confusion, thinking that she must have misheard Harry. I think he said Helena, Goyle muttered. Yep, definitely said something like that, Crabbe agreed. Potter, Draco shouted at him, feeling angered by the fact that Harry's attention seemed to be completely on someone who was not him. Hey, I am speaking to you. Without realizing it, Harry had already taken several steps toward Pansy, as he wanted to get a closer look at her. Helena, it's really you. Even after walking closer, he could not spot a single distinction. And he would know this well, as he had examined the face of that girl for countless hours, without her knowledge, of course. Many times, he had used invisibility charms to sneak around the royal capital and observe the girl while she played an instrument, read a book, or took a bath. He had memorized every inch of her body, even before taking her for himself. My name is Pansy. What are you doing? Potter. Pansy took a step back when she saw him get too close. Draco already had his wand in hand. That's it, I'm going to put you in your place. He had already come here with that intention, but he would have liked to get a few insults in before having to curse Harry. Malfoy pointed his wand at him and cast a hurling hex. This one had the immediate effect of making someone vomit uncontrollably. The hex came out of Draco's wand in the form of a light green spark and moved towards Harry, who was merely a few feet away. An evil grin had already started to appear on Draco's face, anticipating the nasty effect his spell was about to produce. However, against all predictions, the spell did nothing more than fizzle before it touched Harry, as if it had impacted on some invisible wall. What did you do? It was just now that Draco caught Harry's attention, allowing him to take his eyes away from the beautiful girl. This displeased him greatly, as of right now, he wanted to do nothing more than to stare at that face. His expression turned grim as he raised his left hand, aiming his naked fingers at the blonde Slytherin boy. Draco panicked and tried to call his 2 bodyguards. However, no words came out of his mouth, and when he tried to scream, he realized the terrible fact that he could no longer breathe. Ah, Pansy cried when she saw some ghostly hand grasping Draco's neck. Let him go. Goyle saw that his friend was in trouble and promptly rushed at Harry, along with his companion Crabbe. Harry felt like it would be a good opportunity to give his new wand a much-needed test, so he held it in hand and moved at a sharp angle. Goyle felt his knee breaking apart and rotating backwards. The large boy fell to the ground, screaming. Crabbe took his eyes off Harry just for a moment to check on his friend. Before he understood what was happening, he felt something hitting his back, and everything went dark. Silencio. Lastly, he had to put a silencing charm on Goyle, as his screams would have alerted the entire castle. Now, where was I? His eyes returned to Pansy. Ah, yes, beautiful indeed. Chapter 20. Get away from me, Potter. Pansy had her wand in hand and was pointing it at him. Harry grinned. Are you going to curse me? Very well. Go on, show me what you got. Erg, Draco's noises of struggle called for his attention. Right, I forgot about you. He removed the hex before the boy died. It wouldn't be good to start killing students on the first day of his return. A red spark hit his shield, fizzling away in a second. Harry's eyes went back to Pansy, who looked quite terrified. A stunner. I thought you Slytherins were all about embracing the dark side of magic. Surely you can do something much better than that. Pansy's eyes became narrow. Fine then, what about this? Her next spell came in the form of a quick wave that was aimed at his legs. Once more, his shield stopped it, but it struggled a lot more to fizzle this one out. Oh, was that a Bonebreaker hex? Much better and borderline illegal. Harry looked a bit impressed. That was not an easy spell for someone that young to do. Perhaps this girl has more in common than just looks with Helena, Harry thought. After all, that princess had been a genius in many areas, like music or painting. Why you are going to get expelled for this, Potter? Draco's father will. He will. Pansy tried to sound tough, but her hands were trembling. Me? Harry raised an eyebrow. I will remind you that it was you guys who attacked me first. I was merely defending myself. Now, why don't why? He heard the sound of steps approaching. It looks like we'll have to continue our conversation another time, my dear. His wand appeared in his hand, and in the next instant, Harry had vanished from view. Just a moment later, several Slytherin seniors came walking at a fast pace and began to run when they saw their housemates on the ground. What happened here? Merlin, is that Malfoy? Who did this? They turned to Pansy for an explanation, since she was the only one who looked uninjured. Pansy stared into the empty alley where she had seen Harry disappear, still wondering how he did that. It was Harry Potter. Potter did this? A seventh-year student called Marcus Flint asked her. He had a cruel smirk on his face as he did so. Was he alone? Another one added. Pansy glanced at the senior and nodded. Yes, alone. Flint turned to the other boys. One of you take Malfoy to the infirmary. The rest, come with me. We're going to find Potter. He is going to pay for this. After removing the invisibility charm, Harry returned to the lower floors. He had missed the chance to eat lunch at the hall, so he felt somewhat hungry. However, there was something more important that he wanted to check. With that in mind, he climbed down the stairs to the second floor. Several students passed by his side and gave him nasty glares, although so far they had left him alone. This peace did not last for long, though. Harry, there you are. It was a female voice, but not one that he wanted to hear. Hermione. Harry glanced at the girl. She didn't look very happy, and next to her was Neville Longbottom, giving him a clue as to the reason behind her apparent anger. I've been looking for you all over the castle, Hermione said, while trying to recover her breath after all that running around. Harry, you missed lunch, Neville added. Didn't feel very hungry. Harry gave a cutting response, hoping that they wouldn't waste much of his valuable time. Harry, they told me what happened between you and Ron, Hermione said. Why did you attack him? Attack him? Is that what they told you happened? Harry glared at Neville, and he promptly looked away in fear. I saw the marks that Ron has on his neck. Hermione frowned. He's scared. Why did you do that? Harry realized that this girl was going to be a problem. All he knew about her told him that no matter what he did, she would be standing in his way. I suppose I could try that on her. He gave her another look. If one could look past her messy hair and big mouth, Hermione could be considered very attractive. He was just noticing that because the original Harry never did, and so far, she had done nothing but be obnoxious to him. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Hermione was glaring at him with her arms at her sides. And what would you have me do, Hermione? Harry asked. For one, you should apologize to Ron for what you did. You two used to be friends, so it's the least you can do, Hermione said. Apologize? He had never apologized for anything in his life, at least not with any degree of sincerity. Absolutely, Hermione exclaimed. Seriously, Harry, what happened to you? You are so changed since you returned from the last task. There was a hint of concern in her voice, one that Harry did not miss. Maybe you would feel better if you talked about it with someone. Yes, I think that could be a good idea, Harry said, taking Hermione by surprise. Really? She had never expected him to say that. The Harry she knew was always a closed book, and she had to try her best to open him up, even just a little bit. Really, but, Harry looked around, there were a few students walking through the hall. Not here, let's talk somewhere more private. Neville got a bad feeling from the way Harry had said that. Hermione, I don't think that why. I know just the place. Hermione was too ecstatic to listen to him. She grabbed Harry's hand and dragged him away. Neville stood in the middle of the hall, not sure what he should do now. I probably should go find Ron, though. Chapter 21. Here, she guided him into an empty classroom. This used to be a dueling classroom, but it hasn't been used for over a century. The room was mostly empty, save for a few desks and some training dummies who had seen better days. I sometimes come here when I need to think or just want to be alone, or, never mind. Hermione looked around and found a chair to sit down. Harry could read the girl like an open book. For all her academic merits, her mental defenses were non-existent. I suppose it makes sense since they don't teach that at Hogwarts. Harry couldn't recall anything of the sort in the school curriculum. Hermione was currently feeling embarrassed because she recalled that the last time she visited this room was with Victor Crumb for a quick session of snogging. She was now looking away, so Harry didn't see her red cheeks. Is something wrong, Hermione? Harry took his wand out very slowly as he walked towards her. Is nothing. Hermione shook those thoughts out of her head. We came here to talk about you. Now that we are in private, tell me, WH, she froze. When she had turned around to look back at Harry, she saw his cold green eyes staring down at her, and his wand pointed in her direction. Harry, what are yo's? Incarcerus. Magical ropes shot out of his wand and wrapped around her arms and legs. What are you doing? Hermione yelled, feeling the sensation of panic rising up. Let me She lost her balance the moment she tried to move. Harry grabbed her before she could hit her head on the floor and gently placed her on her back. Harry, this is not funny. What is wrong, WH? Silencio. He cast the spell and immediately shut her mouth. You have no idea how long I have been wanting to do that. Hermione furrowed her eyebrows and struggled against her bindings. You wanted to know what was wrong with me, yes? Let me tell you a secret, Hermione. He knelt down and whispered into her ear. I am not Harry Potter. She opened her eyes widely, showing shock and an increasing amount of fear. I love that look. Harry licked his lips and stood up. One never gets tired of it. He removed one of his shoes and pulled out a miniaturized leather bag from it, before enlarging it and allowing it to rest on a nearby desk. I have something very special prepared for you, Hermione. You are going to the first one. Harry pulled out a black leather collar and returned to her side. Hermione tried to move away, but he grabbed her and held her down with one hand while holding the collar with the other one. Don't worry, soon enough, all of that fear and uncertainty will go away, and you will see things much more clearly. Harry rested the collar on her neck. As soon as he did this, the artifact came to life and wrapped itself around her skin like a snake, locking itself up at the end, and several runes on the surface of the leather began to shine. Looks like it still works. Harry hadn't been 100% sure of that. This is why he chose Hermione as the first target. If something went wrong, he would just make her disappear. The Ministry was not going to make much of a fuss for one less Muggle-born. He could see the changes in Hermione almost immediately after the activation of the collar. Her mind was now being put under a powerful curse that would continue to be empowered by the collar itself, which would at the same time take a small amount of magic from its user to maintain itself in an endless cycle. The curse would have a very similar effect to the Imperio one, forcing the person to obey his commands, but they would still retain their own personality. However, he would not have to worry about betrayal, as such a thing would be impossible for someone under the influence of the collar. She will soon be her first and most loyal follower. Harry stood up and removed the bindings on Hermione, as well as the silencing spell he had placed on her. She remained on the ground for a bit longer, in a state of stupor, with her eyes glazed over. Harry waited patiently, as he knew this would pass. It was a normal transition that his former servants had all gone through. A couple of minutes later, her eyes regained their normal luster, and she acted as if she had woken up from a long slumber. Ah, Hermione looked down at herself in confusion. What happened? Nothing much. Here, let me help you up. Harry extended his hand to her and she took it. How are you feeling? Hermione looked at Harry. I'm feeling fine, I think. My head hurts a little bit. She rubbed her hair. It will soon pass. Harry ran his fingers on the collar lightly secured on her neck. She would not notice that the collar was on her. Neither would anyone who looked at her. Tell me, Hermione, are you mind? Of course, she answered with no hesitation, as if the answer was obvious to her. Will you do anything I say? He asked her. Yes, she again answered with no hesitation. Let's see about that, he pointed down. Lick my shoes. This command was to be completely sure that the collar was working properly, as this was something that the real Hermione would never do if she still had her own free will. Without wasting a moment, she knelt down in front of him and gave his shoes a few licks until he stopped her. Very well, stand up. Harry was feeling satisfied with the results. He had gained his first servant. Many more would come after that. However, for the moment, he only had 2 more collars, so he would have to be careful with the next choices. These artifacts were not easy to make, and he no longer had his old workshop. Chapter 22. You left her alone with him, Ron exclaimed when Neville brought the news. Nev, in case you haven't realized yet, there is something wrong with Harry. How could you do that? Seamus added. You know how Hermione gets. There is no stopping her once she makes up her mind. And I think you are exaggerating with Harry. He just snapped once. He almost killed me, Ron said with frustration. Come on, Ron. You have been messing with Harry the entire year. I don't think it's that unreasonable that, you know. That he choked him with magic, Seamus asked. That doesn't sound like something the Harry we knew would do. We don't know what he just went through. The headmaster said that he and Diggory were kidnapped and Neville didn't want to finish the sentence. And now Diggory is dead while Potter is alive. Ron did it for him. The cheater survives and the champion dies. Everyone knows how unfair that is. Ron, stop it with the cheater already. The tournament is over, and no one managed to prove that Harry actually cheated. So can we drop this? It's not helping, Neville responded. I'm not trying to help. Now let's go find Hermione. Where did she go? Ron asked. 2nd floor. I'll take you there. Neville guided Ron and Seamus to the place where he had parted ways with Hermione. He assumed that she could not have gone too far with Harry, so they would be able to find her there. The boys walked at a fast pace and arrived at the 2nd floor hall where Neville had last seen her. Where is she? Ron looked around. I don't know. Harry looked like he wanted to say something important, and Hermione took him somewhere more private so they could talk. It cannot be far from here. Maybe an empty classroom? Neville suggested. Oh, there is that creepy bathroom that no one wants to enter because of the ghost, Seamus added. Myrtle's bathroom? Ron was very familiar with that one. It could be. He recalled that Hermione had used it during their 2nd year to brew the Polyjuice potion because of how private it was. Let's go. Ron went first this time, rushing through the corridors of the school while Neville and Seamus followed his steps. He turned a corner and spotted the sign for the bathroom he was looking for, but then stopped for a moment when he realized that someone was already standing in front of the door. Hermione. There she is, Neville pointed. It was indeed their friend Hermione, who was currently standing in front of the bathroom door, like she was waiting for someone to come out. What is she doing there? Seamus wondered. Ron ignored his question and went towards the girl. Hermione. She heard him and turned to face him. Ron, what is it? Ron felt that her tone was much colder than usual. These last few months, the two of them had gotten closer, and he thought they were getting somewhere in their relationship, even though they never spoke openly about it. "What are you doing here? We were waiting for you at the hall, remember?" "I had something to do," Hermione answered, not moving from the spot and speaking in the same distant tone as before. Ron found her attitude very off-putting. She was never like this with him, not even when they had that huge fight in the third year because of their pets. "What's with you? Did something happen?" "Nothing happened to me," Hermione said while staring at Ron almost like he was a stranger. "If you have no business with me, I will have to ask you to leave." Neville and Seamus glanced at each other, not understanding what was going on with their friend. "Are you waiting for someone?" Neville pointed at the bathroom door. "And where did Harry go?" "You cannot go in there," Hermione simply said. "We don't want to go in there, it's a girl's bathroom." Seamus looked confused. "Did you speak with Harry?" Neville asked. "I did." Hermione gave him a cutting response and went back to look at the door. "And?" Neville was waiting for a more elaborate answer, especially from someone like Hermione, who always tended to speak too much. "The contents of our conversation are none of your concern," Hermione simply told him. What do you mean by that?" Ron was getting frustrated and angry by this point. "And where is Potter?" "You cannot go in there," Hermione repeated. "Wait, is Harry in the bathroom?" Neville noted that both times he asked about Harry, she mentioned that they could not enter the bathroom, as if it was something she was asked to say. "You cannot go in there." Hermione pulled out her wand, no matter what, and aimed it at them. "Whoa, Hermione, hold on." Seamus took several steps back. Ron and Neville were also perturbed by this, and retreated away from her. "What are you doing? Don't point your wand at me," Ron exclaimed. "Could you guys keep it down?" A voice came from the bathroom before the door opened up, revealing the figure of Harry as he came out. "I was kinda busy in there, you know." "Harry," Neville called for him. "Potter," Ron looked absolutely furious, to the point that he was able to overcome his previous fear of him. "What did you do to Hermione?" "I didn't let them in." Hermione lowered her wand and turned to speak with Harry. Harry had a gentle smile on his face. "You did a good job, Hermione." He patted her head. "We can leave now, my business here is concluded for now." "Why you are not going anywhere?" Ron stood in their way. Seamus and Neville looked at each other, but despite their concerns, they also stood in his way, not willing to let him leave until the situation became clear. At this point, it was obvious to them that he had done something to Hermione, but they just didn't know what. Chapter 23. Harry sighed. "Must we do this again? I'm growing tired of your impertinence." Shut up." Ron pulled his wand with difficulty as his hand was trembling. "See your hand? It is your instincts warning you to back away from the danger. I am not someone you want to face. Boy." Harry's green eyes seemed to glow for a moment as he spoke. Ron lowered his trembling hand while beads of sweat fell across his face. When he looked at Harry, it felt like he was underwater and couldn't breathe or move properly. Both Seamus and Neville were also feeling the same. Harry was an expert in the mind arts, and legilimency could be used for more than just reading people's thoughts. It could be employed to create illusions or completely mess with people's minds if they didn't have enough defenses. He was not used to having to consider a non-lethal option when dealing with those who got in his way, but given his current situation, Harry was doing his best to improvise with the tools at his disposal. "Let's go," he said to Hermione before he began walking away. None of the three boys had the will to try to stop him now. He passed completely unencumbered this time. "Sigh." Hermione glanced at him. "Something wrong, Harry? You look disappointed." "I am very disappointed." He looked down at himself as they walked. "It appears I no longer possess the Parseltongue ability." "You don't, but on second year." "I know that." He was really looking forward to using that. Parseltongue was an extremely rare skill that only a handful of dark wizards could use. Upon learning about it from the memories he had received from the previous owner of this body, and discovering what had occurred in the second year, I was looking forward to testing that, and this also means that opening the Chamber of Secrets will be much more difficult. He already had a few ideas on how to put that room to good use. Now he will have to figure out how to get inside without that ability. It was also unknown to him if the headmaster had put some security measures in place after learning about its existence. This selection is quite poor. Harry looked down at the books in front of him. Should I look for something else? Hermione asked. No, I will take a look anyway. I shouldn't have expected much from a school library in any case. Harry rested on his chair and began to browse through the books that Hermione had provided him with. Everyone in the library was staring at them with interest. Harry had been the center of attention since his name came out of the cup, but this had become even more intense now that the tournament was over. Since the headmaster had given the news about the fate of Cedric Diggory, countless rumors had been circulating about Harry. Despite Dumbledore insisting that Harry was not to blame, this was not something that would deter the majority of students who already saw him in a negative light. The most popular rumor blamed the death of Cedric on Harry, saying that there was never a mysterious attacker and that it was Harry who murdered Cedric to win the tournament because he was jealous of Cedric's popularity. And that was just in the morning. After lunch, another rumor started to go through from mouth to mouth, claiming that Harry had sent a group of Slytherin students to the infirmary when they confronted him about Cedric's death. Now they were seeing him at the library with Hermione Granger. Everyone knew that they used to be best friends, but got into an argument at the start of the tournament and barely talked after that. Everyone is staring at us, Hermione pointed out. I don't find it particularly pleasant either, but it's not like I can kill them all, as much as he would like to do just that. This was another reason for wanting to enter the Chamber of Secrets. It could be a good, tranquil place to be when he needed to focus on one task, like right now. He continued to browse through the books for a while longer, and his face began to show an increase in his displeasure. This won't do. The information I want is not going to be found here. Perhaps the forbidden section, Hermione suggested. Ah yes, I almost forgot about that. Harry's eyes moved towards the closed section of the library. If there was a chance to find a book on the subject that he was researching, it would be there. I wonder what they did with my library, Harry thought. After all, he had spent decades collecting valuable tomes and storing them in Azkaban. However, during his brief visit there, he noted that what used to be his library was now being used as dormitories for the many Aurors who work and live in the prison. Seeing how restrictive the current ministry is when it comes to the use of dark magic, it was very likely that his old collection was either destroyed or locked in some secure room that no one could access. Now he was regretting not storing some of those books in his secret treasury. In his defense, he had little time to prepare after learning about the imminent attack on his fortress. Very well, let's not waste more time in here. Harry placed the book down. Take these back to their places and then we will leave. Yes, Harry. Hermione obeyed his command with no hesitation and got to work. I will have to return here tonight when no more students are around and take a look at that forbidden section. Luckily for him, this was something that the original Harry had already done before. He knew exactly how to accomplish this task without fail. Just need to grab my invisibility cloak. Chapter 24. Deep in the dungeons was the office of Severus Snape. Usually, after dinner, he liked to relax here, working on some personal project at a time when no one would bother him. He was about to begin stirring his potion when he heard a loud banging noise on his door. This caused him to move the ladle in the wrong direction, ruining the delicate process that was so necessary for this particular potion. A deep frown appeared on Snape's face as he saw black smoke rising from the cauldron. This was followed by another loud knock. Severus, are you there? He recognized the voice of Minerva, McGonagall. This made him react differently. She was not someone who would bother him for no good reason. Snape turned off the fire beneath the cauldron and placed a lid on it to prevent too much smoke from coming out, before turning around and walking to the door. He opened it up and found the professor waiting for him on the other side. Behind her were 3 Gryffindor students he was very familiar with. What is this about? McGonagall noted the smoking equipment at the end of the room before returning her attention to Snape. I'm sorry, Severus, but this may be very important. Giving them all one more glance, Snape moved out of the way. Come on in then. He didn't have enough chairs for 4 guests, since he rarely got even one. So only he and McGonagall sat down in front of his desk, while the 3 students remained standing up. What happened? McGonagall looked at Ron, Seamus, and Neville. I believe it's better if they say their version of the events first. Ron looked terrified of speaking with Snape directly, but he knew this was something that had to be done, so he took a long breath and began speaking. He related what had transpired earlier that day with Harry and Hermione, and how they all believed that Harry had placed their friend under some sort of brainwashing spell. Snape listened to all of this with skepticism. As much as he hated Harry Potter, he didn't truly believe that the boy would be capable of doing something so vile, and even more so, to someone he considered a friend. This is a very serious accusation, Mr. Weasley, Snape said before turning his attention to the other professor. Have you brought this information to the headmaster already? Not yet, no. As you said, this is a very serious accusation. I don't want to involve the headmaster until I can be sure that it's true. Of course it's true, Ron snapped. Yeah, he definitely did something to her, Seamus agreed. It's true, Professor. She was acting very strange this afternoon. We believe he could have given her a potent love potion or something like that. Neville added, as much as he didn't want to believe it. McGonagall gave them a gesture to keep quiet. Regardless, before we go accusing Mr. Potter of something like this, we need some evidence. She returned her attention to Snape. I see. Snape understood what she wanted. He then stood up from his chair and walked to his personal cabinet of potions, where he kept most of his creations. A normal love potion that one would find in shops would not be enough to make someone turn against their friends. Perhaps a Mortentia, but that is a restricted substance, not something you would find while shopping in Diagon Alley. He picked up a small vial with a clear liquid inside before returning to them. A small sip of this should clear any residual effects of potions from her system. If she truly is under the effects of a potion, that is. And if it's not a potion, what if he used some nasty curse? Ron asked. And what curse would that be, Mr. Weasley? Snape asked. I don't know. Ron looked away from the professor, feeling intimidated by his stare. There are few curses capable of bending the will of individuals in the way you describe, Snape said. All of them are considered extremely dark pieces of magic and are very much illegal to use on another person. I don't see any way for Mr. Potter to have learned how to use any of them. What about the Imperious, sir? Neville commented. Professor Mood, well, who we thought was, he demonstrated the unforgivable curse in class. Snape glanced at McGonagall. Mr. Longbottom, McGonagall started, seeing one of those curses and actually using them is very different. Unforgivable curses are not something that one can cast by just saying the words and moving the wand correctly. They require extreme levels of negative emotions and determination to perform the curse. Besides that, individuals who remain under the Imperious curse for long periods of time begin to show telling symptoms. The most obvious one is in the eyes, as these begin to lose their normal luster and become dull. I'm sure Professor McGonagall would be able to immediately tell if this girl is under such a nasty curse when looking at her. I would, indeed. McGonagall nodded and took the glass vial. Thank you for your time, Severus. We will take our leave now and go see Miss Granger. Snape watched them leave his office. Once he was alone again, he didn't return to his experiments. Instead, he just sat back down on his chair and began to think. The mere idea of Potter making use of the Imperious curse was just ridiculous. That's exactly what he thought while he was saying it. But there was a nagging feeling at the back of his mind. The more he thought about the recent events, the more he felt that something was off. The pieces were not fitting together as they should. And more specifically, something was wrong with Harry Potter. He picked up a quill and began to write on a piece of parchment, thinking back to the day after the tournament ended, when he answered the call of the Dark Lord and finally spoke with him in person. Chapter 25. The day after the tournament ended. Severus Snape was standing in front of a grand mansion. He needed a moment to keep his emotions in order. The Dark Lord was an expert in the mind arts and would be able to detect even the most minor of lies if he got careless. Voldemort had been calling for all his followers since the previous night, when he had ambushed Potter and used his blood to resurrect himself. Snape had postponed answering the call for as long as possible, but he knew that if he ignored it any longer, it would greatly offend the Dark Lord, and this was not a man one wanted to offend. The call he answered had guided him here, to Malfoy Manor. He had been here many times in the past, as he had a close relationship with the Malfoys. It could be said that they were the only people he considered close to being his friends. They even named him godfather to their son, Draco. The door opened before he had the chance to knock, and a house elf wearing tattered rags poked his head out. "Master Snape, they are waiting for you in the main dining hall." No more time to prepare. Snape nodded and walked inside the manor. He needed no guide to get there, so he walked alone through the Malfoy home until he reached the door to the dining hall where he had eaten many meals in the past. Snape was about to knock on the door when, once again, it opened by itself. An eerie voice was then heard from inside. "Come in, Severus, we were waiting for you." He walked inside and noticed that several people were present, sitting around the massive dining table. They were all dressed in black robes and looking at him. At the head of the table was Lord Voldemort. Snape saw how much he had changed, but made sure not to show any reaction. Voldemort already looked somewhat inhuman before his death, but now it was much worse. His pale skin, lack of a nose, and pair of blood-red eyes gave him a very terrifying aspect. "You took your time to answer my call." Voldemort stood up from his seat, and everyone else did the same. "Why is that?" He took several paces toward him, while his fingers played with the wand in his hand. Despite the dim lighting of the room, Snape recognized that wand. It was Harry Potter's. He knew that giving the wrong answer now would get him immediately killed. The first thing he did was kneel down and lower his head. "My lord, I could not answer your first call because you were with Albus Dumbledore, weren't you? Don't think I don't know what has been going on during the time I was absent." Voldemort finished the sentence for him. Snape kept his head down. He could not see the faces of the other occupants of the room, but he could hear a few muffled chuckles. He was sure that everyone present found his distressed situation very amusing. "My loyalty has never changed. I am of more use to you now that I have earned the trust of Dumbledore." "Have you really? Does the old man truly trust a snake like you?" Voldemort asked. "He does, my lord. He considers me a close friend. It has taken me 10 years of work, but I—" "Very well," Voldemort interrupted him. "If you can make yourself useful by keeping an eye on the old man's side, I may be able to forgive your previous misdeeds." "Thank you, my lord. I will not Now, Severus." Voldemort pointed his wand at him. "Do not believe for a moment that you have earned my trust, not even one bit. It will take a lot of work to manage that, and the moment I sniff the slightest sign of betrayal on your part, I will kill you. Is that clear?" "Why, yes, my lord." Snape kept his head down. It appeared that he was not going to die tonight. A cruel smirk appeared on Voldemort's face. "I have temporarily spared your life. This doesn't mean that you don't deserve a proper punishment for abandoning me for 10 years. Snape flinched. "Mael." "Crucio." Voldemort sent the curse to Snape in an instant, making the man twist on the ground while screaming in agony. The other Death Eaters watched this, without showing the slightest hint of empathy toward the man. It took 3 Cruciatus curses before Voldemort felt satisfied, and it was only because he knew that Snape's mind was reaching its limits, and any more torture would just break him apart. A broken puppet was of no use to him. Snape was then left there, whimpering on the cold floor of the dining hall while the other members began discussing their next steps. Earlier that same day, they had received some disturbing news from their youngest members who were still attending school. "Harry Potter is alive." Voldemort said the words with tremendous disgust. There was a moment of silence after that. The Death Eaters looked at each other without knowing what to say. They had heard the same thing their lord had, although no one understood how that happened. Voldemort slammed his fists on the table, making everyone flinch. "How can that be? I used the killing curse on the boy. You all saw it, right?" "Why, yes, my lord." Lucius Malfoy spoke first. "The boy definitely died." "Could the report be wrong?" Crabbe asked. "Which student was the one who said it?" "It was your son," Malfoy said. "And mine as well. And many others. Many eyewitnesses have claimed to have seen Potter in person. He appeared the next morning and was taken immediately to the school infirmary. The headmaster would not allow anyone to visit him, but there is no doubt that he is still alive, albeit injured. I need to know how he survived. All the relief that Voldemort had felt after killing the boy and getting rid of that nasty prophecy was now gone. Well, McNair spoke next. It's a good thing that Snape is back on our side then. He can find out. Voldemort's red eyes gained a soft shine and glared at the man on the floor. Yes, he will. Chapter 26. Professor, the head girl told me you were looking for me. Hermione walked down the stairs and found McGonagall waiting for her, along with Ron, Neville, and Seamus. Yes, Miss Granger, I'm sorry to have bothered you this late. McGonagall knew how unusual this must have looked. It was already near curfew, and not a normal time to call for a student. It's no trouble at all, Professor. I imagine it must be something very important. Hermione gave the boys a passing glance. Yes, why don't we take a seat? This won't take long. McGonagall guided Hermione to one of the nearby tables. While doing this, she was paying a lot of attention to the girl, and mostly to her eyes, looking for any signs that she was under the influence of some spell. Hermione took a seat where the professor had told her and waited. Ron and the other boys exchanged some looks and also sat down. Professor McGonagall took a moment to think how to better approach the awkward subject. I think it's best if we dive directly into it. Hermione tilted her head. Did I do something wrong? Not at all, Miss Granger. It has come to my attention that, well, she glanced at Ron. Your closest friends are worried about your sudden change of personality. What change? Hermione asked. What change? Ron exclaimed. What about you suddenly becoming so cozy with Potter and ditching the rest of us? Mr. Weasley, McGonagall scolded him. We agreed that I would be conducting this conversation. Right, sorry, Professor. Ron lowered his head. But yes, your friends are concerned about you. They believe that Mr. Potter has placed you under some kind of spell. McGonagall said it, no matter how silly she thought it was. You think Harry put me under a spell? Hermione raised an eyebrow. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. That's outrageous. Harry would never do something like that. You should know it, Professor McGonagall. I thought he was one of your favorite students. You even bought him a broom so he could play Quidditch in the first year. Hermione truly believed what she was saying. This was the power of the slave collar. It completely changed the perception of the user so that they became 100% loyal to their master. As far as Hermione was concerned, there was no one more important to her than Harry Potter, and it had always been like that. She would go to extremes to protect him, if necessary. McGonagall was taken aback by the outburst. The Hermione she knew would never have talked like that to a professor. Of course, Harry always had a special place for me, but, in this case, I must remain impartial. She took out the glass vial that Snape had given her. We can end this with a very simple and quick test. The professor handed the vial to Hermione. Drink this potion. If you truly are under some magic that is influencing your behavior, then this will remove those effects and return you to your senses. If that is not the case, then nothing will happen and we will drop this subject for good. She glanced at Ron for confirmation. Are we clear on that? Yes, Professor, Ron said. It's not like he could say anything else. Hermione stared at the vial in her hands. I just have to drink this. McGonagall nodded. Correct. Fine. Hermione removed the cork and downed the entire potion in one big gulp. They then waited for a bit, trying to see if there was any change. How do you feel, Hermione? Neville asked her. Do you like me again? Ron asked. This made Hermione frown. No, Ron, I do not like you. I only care about Harry. She stood up from the chair. You used to be a good friend to him, but now you ruined it, so stay away from him and me. But Hermione, Ron tried to approach her, and she responded by lifting her hand in defense. Stay away from me. Hermione turned to the professor. Are we done? Yes, I believe we are. McGonagall nodded. Part of her felt bad for Ron, but mostly she was relieved to learn that Harry Potter, the boy she had grown to care about almost like family, had not done something so awful as they claimed. Hermione turned around and walked up the stairs to her bedroom. Professor, we can't let her leave, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall threw him a stern glare. That is quite enough. But Ron looked ready to start crying. No buts, and no more crazy accusations. You are going to have to get used to the fact that you are no longer friends with Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. Now everyone, go back to your bedrooms. It is almost time for bed. Yes, Professor. Seamus and Neville had to drag Ron to their room. Ron walked with reluctance up the long set of stairs that led to their room. No way, I can't believe this. Yeah, it is very weird. How can she not be under the effect of a potion at least? Seamus said. Neville had to admit that he also found it too strange. Hermione's change had been too sudden. But the evidence is there. She drank the potion that Professor Snape made and nothing happened. You two saw it as well. I guess, Seamus nodded. No, I will not believe this. This has to be Potter's doing. Ron clenched his fists with rage. He took her away from me because I called him a cheater. I don't think Harry would do that. Come on, Ron, you know him better than us. Neville tried to make his friend come back to reason. No, I will not listen. The door to their bedroom opened just then and interrupted Ron. You guys are being very loud again. Harry poked his head out of the room and looked at them with a tired expression. Did no one teach you to control the volume of your voice? Chapter 27. What are you doing here? Ron shouted. This is also my bedroom. Have you forgotten about it? Harry walked past them. Neville and Seamus were both looking at Ron with concern. If the red-headed boy were to lose his temper again, things were going to get messy this time. Why you? Ron was trembling with anger. However, he allowed Harry to pass by his side without lifting a finger. Harry noticed this and gave him a smirk. At least you are learning. How was the test? Did you find anything wrong with Hermione? This comment took them all by surprise. How did you? Neville and Seamus looked at each other. You knew, Seamus said. Of course, Harry shrugged. I know everything that goes on in this castle. He tried to sound ominous, but the answer was an easy one to guess, even more so for Ron, if this one was capable of using his head. Harry had made good use of the Marauders map to keep track of where everyone was. For the most part, he was keeping an eye on the headmaster, but he had also noted the three boys going to Professor McGonagall and then paying a visit to the potion's master of the castle. It was very obvious what they were doing. He didn't mind it one bit. His confidence in the slave collar was absolute and not something that Snape's potions could dispel. Not without even if the man understood what he was dealing with. We know you did something to her, Ron said. Keep telling yourself that if it makes you sleep at night. Harry turned around to leave. The truth is that she doesn't care about you any longer. Wait, Harry, where are you going? Neville called for him. It's almost curfew. We've been told to stay in our rooms, Seamus reminded him. You guys are too noisy for me to rest properly. I'll be downstairs. The couches are very comfy, Harry said before leaving. None of the other boys tried to stop him, even though it was technically against the rules to be downstairs at this time. The truth was that they would all sleep more comfortably if Harry were not in the same room as them. I hope he stays out there, Ron said as soon as they closed the door, since he was sure that Harry would not be able to hear them. There is something creepy about him, Seamus could not help but say out loud. I don't know how to explain it. The way he moves and talks is strange. I think I know what you mean, Neville muttered. Something is very wrong with Harry. I just feel like it's not him anymore. He had known him for 4 years, but could no longer recognize Harry. What a wonderful artifact. Harry was moving across the empty halls at a good pace while keeping his body hidden with his invisibility cloak. Now that he was wearing it, he could tell there was something special about this cloak. Something that set it apart from a normal magical artifact. And the invisibility it provides seems to be superior to the charm. That's why he was using it. It was very important that he was not found out tonight. All of a sudden, Harry felt a presence approaching. At this time, there should be no students roaming the halls, so it should be one of the teachers. Despite being under the cloak of invisibility, Harry became extra cautious and waited behind a pillar to see who it was. The cat, turns out it was Filch's nasty cat, Mrs. Norris. That's weird. Is it detecting my presence? The cat seemed to be looking around, as if it were searching for something specific. That should not be possible. Not only was he invisible, but he had also applied several more charms on himself to conceal his scent and noise. And yet, Mrs. Norris continued to get closer to him. "This is irritating. I don't have all night to enter the library, and if the cat is here, then the owner cannot be too far away." He decided to tackle the problem up front. Instead of wasting time trying to figure out how this cat was detecting him, or if it was a coincidence, it would be more efficient to get rid of it. He moved closer, and Mrs. Norris stopped immediately and hissed, as if it sensed the danger. Too late. Harry's wand was already poking from the cloak. A yellow orb shot out of the wand and moved almost as fast as a bullet. The cat had no chance to avoid it, and the spell hit its rear leg. What followed was a loud screeching sound. The cat's fur and flesh melted at an incredibly fast pace. In less than 5 seconds, it had all been reduced to a pool of red liquid. "Mrs. Norris, is that you? Hold on, I'm coming." Filch sounded alarmed after hearing the cry of agony that his cat had produced. Harry hurried to follow up with a powerful cleaning charm that removed all the nastiness left behind by Mrs. Norris, covering his actions flawlessly. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Filch taking a turn in a hurry, looking for his cat. "You will never find it, though," Harry thought with amusement as he quietly made his way out. This should also keep the professors occupied for the time being, searching the castle for that nasty thing. Unlocking the door to the library was so easy that even a first-year student would have managed to do it. And accessing the forbidden section was almost just as easy. This made him wonder if they actually kept anything dangerous in here, given how poor the defenses were. But then again, it was also possible that the headmaster didn't care as much as he claimed about the safety of the students. Now let's see. He moved through the rows of books, glancing at the titles on the tomes. Despite having been an avid reader, he could not recognize any of these titles. This likely meant that these books were fairly recent and didn't exist during his time. He was losing hope before even making it halfway through the shelves. But then, he spotted something that called for his attention. Malleus Demonica, could that be? Chapter 28. Let's see. Harry placed his fingers around the spine of the tome and pulled it off the shelf. As soon as he did this, the book began emitting a sharp shrieking noise. Tusk! He should have expected they would place something like this on dangerous books to serve as an alert if anyone tried to grab them. Harry quickly pulled his wand and charmed the book to silence it. "I will have to hurry now. Someone could have heard that and come here to check." Taking the book outside the library was likely to trigger another security measure, so he opened the book and started reading it right there. After all, he had no need for the book itself and was just looking for one specific piece of information, and hopefully it was in there. The Malleus Demonica he found contained a lot of generic information about demonology and its different ways of practice, but it didn't delve into any specifics. Harry had already expected that. After all, demonology is one of the most forbidden types of magic, and information about its methods must be very restricted because of that. Here, Harry's eyes opened widely. He had found exactly what he was looking for. The last chapter contained information about actual demonology sources. There were dozens of titles of tomes that were either lost or destroyed. Many of those Harry remembered having in his library back in Azkaban. It was very painful to learn how the Ministry of Magic had been eradicating any magical knowledge they disagreed with. Just when he was starting to lose hope and thinking he would have to travel to a different country, he found the name of a book that still existed. The Codex Daemonium. They didn't destroy that one. The page mentioned that it was being kept inside the Ministry of Magic, well secured inside the Museum of Dark Arts. This is great. I just have to find a way into that museum and retrieve the book. If he could get his hands on that particular tome, he could put it to good use and increase his power immensely. Just then, the door to the library opened up. Is someone there? Harry placed the book back in its place and covered himself with the invisibility cloak before poking his head out to see who it was. A large, old woman with ragged brown robes was walking around the library while looking around. "Hello." Professor Sprout. Harry didn't feel any threat from that woman. With the help of the cloak and his concealment charms, he was able to escape without her noticing a thing. What a useless professor. but just as he went outside, he heard the footsteps of more people moving around the corridors. Why is everyone coming this way now? No way that cat would have come to the library. Harry cursed his bad luck. It appeared that his stunt with Filch's cat had backfired, and now everyone was searching for the damn thing in the area he was in, making it difficult to move around. He had no other choice but to seek refuge inside one of the nearby classrooms and wait for things to calm down. A moment later, after closing the door, he heard two individuals walking by while having a conversation. Where is he then? Harry recognized the voice of Professor McGonagall, as well as the man who responded to her. I'm sorry, Minerva, but I cannot tell you that right now. Severus had to leave for some important business. He will return very soon. I don't like being kept in the dark, you know this. McGonagall didn't sound too pleased. All this secrecy that you always. It is very much necessary in this case, Dumbledore reassured her. What about classes tomorrow? She asked next. If he is not back by then, I can take over his duties for the day. Although I'm sure there is nothing to worry about. The door of the classroom was then opened by the professors who peeked inside. Not here either, McGonagall said. Where could that cat have gone? It never leaves Filch's side for more than a few minutes. I do not know either, but Dumbledore's eyes were drawn to one corner of the classroom. Did he detect me? Harry was very confident in the capabilities of the cloak, as he had tested them himself. There should be no way for this man to detect him without performing at least a few spells. His wand was tightly grasped in his hand, just in case. Although he was well aware that fighting this old wizard at this point would be a bad idea. Something wrong, Albus. McGonagall noticed that he was staring at an empty space. Dumbledore shook his head. No, I just thought I saw something for a moment. Let us continue the search. We must find that cat, or Filch will throw another fit. Harry did not relax his posture even as he saw the door closing. Every time that old man was close, he always got on full alert. In his past life, he had met several wizards like that one. They look inoffensive, but beneath that, there is true danger. His instincts warned him not to be around the headmaster for long, or his true self would be revealed. Wait, they said that Snape is not in the castle. He just realized that this could be a good opportunity. He had been wanting to get into his potion cabinet, and this was a chance he could not let go to waste. Harry sneaked out of the classroom after making sure that the headmaster was no longer around. And then, instead of returning to Gryffindor Common Room, he made his way to the dungeons. Chapter 29. 7 days after the resurrection. Nymphadora Tonks was experiencing the worst week of her life. Not only had she failed in her duties, almost lost her dream job, and disappointed her mentor, but one of her best friends had been killed in front of her while she could do nothing about it. The mind healer who spoke with her was certain that she had been placed under the effects of the Imperious Curse and later had her mind wiped clean, leaving no memory of the encounter with the mysterious criminal. However, she was sure the void left behind in her mind was much worse than actually remembering what had happened. Because then, her imagination filled the gaps, and none of her thoughts were pleasant ones. Miss Tonks, you may enter now. The secretary came to fetch her. Tea, thanks. Tonks stood up from the chair and walked out of the waiting room, feeling very nervous about facing her bosses. Even though Madame Bones had assured her that her job was not at risk, she still felt concerned. After a quick knock on the door, Tonks walked into the office of Madame Bones, the director of the Aura department. Inside the room, she found not only the older woman sitting behind her desk, but also her mentor, Alistair Moody, who had recently returned from Hogwarts. He could have stayed to finish the last month of classes as an actual professor, but after what happened to him, he didn't feel like staying. Miss Tonks, I was told you were feeling ready to return. Are you sure about that? Madame Bones asked. You can take more time if you want. Bah, she's a tough girl. One of my best recruits, Moody proclaimed. A smile appeared on Tonks's face. She couldn't be happier to hear those words. I'm fine, Madame Bones. There's nothing physically wrong with me, and if I'm active with work, I don't have to think aim. I understand, Miss Tonks. Madame Bones nodded. Keeping one's mind occupied often helps with recovering from trauma. Take a seat, then. Am I going to be reassigned? Tonks asked. That's correct. Madam Bones pointed at Moody. This is why I called him. You two will be working together in the field for a while. Really? She glanced at her mentor. Tonks knew well that Alistair Moody was not fond of working with partners, so this was definitely unusual. You're now a proper Auror, so we're going to be cleaning the alleys of all the pests that plague magical Britain. You better be ready, because it's not an easy task. Yes, sir, Tonks responded with enthusiasm. Her first thought was that they were doing this to help her recover, to place her with someone she trusted. But regardless of the reason, this was still a great opportunity for her. Now she could continue to learn from one of the best Aurors. Oh, Madam Bones, Tonks turned to her boss. Yes, if you have doubts about your assignment, TH. No, ma'am, it's not that. It's about what happened in Azkaban. Is there any progress in finding the culprit? Part of her really wanted to find out who did this to her, and why, so she could get some payback, even though it didn't seem likely. I'm afraid not, but I've placed several of my best investigators on the case. I'm sure they'll figure out who this criminal is. Tonks merely nodded, but she could tell by Madam Bones's expression that she wasn't very confident in that outcome. If there's nothing else, Alistair will answer any questions you have. I now have a meeting with the minister, Madam Bones said. Right, thank you, ma'am, for giving me another chance, Tonks said. A warm smile appeared on Amelia Bones's face. Everyone deserves another shot, and I think you have what is necessary to become a great Auror. Good luck. I wanted to thank you too, Mr. Moody. I'm sure you also had a lot to do with, me keeping my job. Tonks and Moody were conversing after leaving the director's office. You can drop the Mr. now. I'm no longer your instructor, just your partner. Just remember to always be prepared. I won't be there to cover your back forever, Moody said. Right, thank you, Tonks said with a wide grin on her face. Your service won't start officially until tomorrow. But if you're free tonight, there are some people that I want you to meet, Moody said in a low tone after making sure no one was around. People I should meet? Tonks wondered what her mentor was talking about. The attack on Azkaban wasn't the only terrible thing that happened that night. However, we can't speak about it in public. Not yet, at least. There's a group of qualified individuals who are trying their best to handle matters the ministry chooses to ignore. Sir, what are you saying? You seem to be talking about a group of vigilantes. And what are these terrible things that happened? Tonks asked. Moody chuckled. Aye, vigilantes. He found the idea of Albus Dumbledore being called one quite amusing. Can't speak here, the walls have ears, sometimes literally. His magical eye moved around while he spoke. Hours later, Tonks found herself staring at the gates of an old building, while Moody stood by her side. An ugly house elf opened the door, wearing an angry expression. Moody instructed her to enter, and she walked inside the house without much thought. Whose house is this? She noticed several emblems on the furniture and paintings. The symbol was very familiar to her, she was sure she had seen it before. This used to be the dwelling of the House of Black, Moody told her. What, that's my mom's, she stopped. This was her mother's family. But they had kicked her out when she decided to marry her Muggle-born father instead of whatever man they had chosen for her. Tonks had grown up hating this old pureblood house and everything it represented. Why are we here? The House of Black is no more. On the contrary, Missy. Sirius poked his head out from inside the kitchen, surprising her in the process. There is at least one still around. Sirius Black, Tonks shouted. This was a well-known criminal. She was about to pull her wand when Moody stopped her. Now, girl, put that away. Things aren't like you've heard. But he's a murderer, Tonks glared at Sirius. Why haven't you informed her about this beforehand? Albus Dumbledore walked into the hall. Headmaster, you're here too. Tonks was shocked to see her old headmaster here. Dumbledore glanced at Moody. Are you sure about this? 100%. She may be young, but she'll make an excellent new member. Member? Tonks looked confused. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses with one finger. Miss Tonks, welcome to the first meeting of the Phoenix Order. Chapter 30. Tempest. Glowing numbers manifested in front of him. It indicated that it was almost midnight when he left Professor Snape's office. It was a bit later than expected, but he had to admit that the man had put in place some tremendous security around his cabinets, and it had taken him a long time to get around them without triggering anything. The results were quite disappointing, though. He could not help but think this way. Considering Snape's character, he had expected to find all sorts of dangerous stuff in his cabinets, but in the end, he could not find a single deadly poison. At least he did come across a few potions that he could put to good use in the near future. Feeling very exhausted, Harry decided that it was enough for tonight and began to walk to his dormitory. He was still covering himself with the cloak, just in case some of the professors were still around, although that seemed very unlikely. From the dungeons to the Gryffindor Tower, he was going to have to cross the entire castle, so this was going to be quite a long walk. The castle was dead quiet at this hour. Not even the ghosts were moving around. Someone else would have found these massive, silent halls unsettling, but for Harry, this was very close to his home, and it made him feel at ease. While having pleasant thoughts about the past, he reached the 6th floor, and it was here that the silence was finally broken. Is there someone still moving around? He first thought that perhaps one of the professors was still looking for that cat. However, the moment he turned a corner with caution, he found that the cause of the sounds was a young blonde girl who was walking barefoot through the corridor, wearing nothing but a set of strange pajamas. Harry got a bit closer to see if he could recognize this student. On a closer inspection, it appeared that this girl was from a lower year, and he had no memories of meeting her before. What is she even doing at this time? He could only guess that she was searching for something, as she kept looking all around while she walked. Unfortunately for Harry, she was just in his way as he needed to walk past her to reach the next set of stairs. Wait, what am I thinking? I'm under the cloak, and my feet are charmed so as to not produce any noise. There was zero chance for a young student to detect him. Wanting to avoid wasting more time on useless things, he walked past the girl while she was staring at the ceiling. Who is this? Harry stopped when the girl spoke all of a sudden. He turned around to look at her. This can't be, first Filch's cat and now this girl. She was clearly looking in his direction, but her eyes couldn't quite meet his, meaning that she didn't know exactly where he was, just the general direction. It is still impressive that she detected anything at all. Harry became more curious about this student. Despite the dim lights produced by the few torches placed in the halls, Harry noticed how peculiar her eyes were. They had this light gray tone, and even without performing a proper scan, he could tell they were very unusual by the feeling that her magic was giving him. I know there is someone there, the girl said. Do you mind showing up? Could it be? An idea came to his mind. Harry took off the invisibility cloak in front of the girl. If he was wrong in his assumptions, he would just obliviate her and be on his way. But if he was right, and she had that ability. Harry Potter, she recognized him immediately. That is indeed me, and who are you? No, you are not him. The girl was looking at him, but at the same time, she seemed to be looking at something else altogether. Am I not? Harry looked intrigued. What makes you say that? The girl tilted her head and moved her eyes around him. Harry always had some rackspurts flying over his head, 6 of them. I remember them well. Most students have them, or maybe some nargles. A few are followed by blubbering humdingers. You have nothing around you. It's very weird. It's like they are avoiding you. I see. Harry had no idea what these creatures she was talking about were, but he was sure that she was in possession of some rare ability. Don't move. With his wand in hand, Harry got closer to the girl and began to examine her eyes by waving his wand around her. The girl did not seem disturbed by him, getting so close to her face. Are you going to, what did they call it, snog me? Harry stopped what he was doing for a moment. What? No, I'm just examining your eyes. My eyes? She asked. No one has ever done that before to me. It seems like I was right. Harry completed his examination. He found very peculiar traces of magic inside the girl's pupils. These traces gave them that unusual color tone. Do you often see things that no one else can? All the time, she responded. Daddy says that I have a special gift, but the other students think that I'm crazy. They often call me loony. HMPH, they are idiots, and there is nothing wrong with being a bit crazy. The best wizards in the world are always somewhat insane. You do have a gift, though. This did come with an issue. Now that he knew this, he could no longer let this girl go. She would either have to join his side or die. It would be too dangerous to leave someone with mage sight to roam free and potentially oppose him in the future. Tell me your name, girl. Harry took a step back and asked, while his wand remained firmly gripped in his hand. My name, it's Luna Lovegood. Chapter 31. Lovegood. Harry felt that the name was familiar, but could not place it. He had met many interesting people in the past, after all. In any case, it must be an old family. A gift like mage sight was not something that new-blood wizards could hope to possess. Although the girl looks very odd, is she even mentally stable? Harry wondered. Those with unique gifts tended to be more eccentric, and there was a thin line between eccentric and completely mad. He only had 2 more collars to use at the moment. It was a big decision. Tell me or why. Are you going to kill me? Luna said all of a sudden, interrupting what he was going to ask. That surprised him. He was indeed considering killing her. That was the only other option if he decided against placing her under his control. He could not have someone like her remain free after all. This was just their first encounter, and she already knew too much. What makes you say that? Harry asked. He was sure that Luna had not read his mind. No matter how many talents she could have, a mental intrusion would not have gone unnoticed by him. I don't know. I sometimes get these feelings, and I can sort of tell what people's intentions are. There is something dark around you. All the other creatures are staying away from you. An empath as well? No, that can't be, Harry thought. There are many unique gifts that wizards and witches can be born with, like Parseltongue or Mage Sight, but having more than one should not be possible. She must be using her ability in a unique way that I am not familiar with. That is very impressive, Miss Lovegood. You have an incredible talent. Did you know about that? Harry had already made his decision. Me? Talent? No one had ever said something like that to her. The other students just called her crazy or weirdo and stayed clear of her, except for the few occasions when they decided to mess with her possessions. Indeed, you have a very special gift. You just don't know how to use it yet. I could teach you that, and many other things, Harry said. You want to teach me? That was another thing that no one had ever offered her. Which was strange, since she was at a school, but even the professors seemed to think that ignoring her was preferable to dealing with her weirdness. What's your name? She decided to ask. My name? Well, it's Harry Poe. No, but you are not him, Luna interrupted him. Why do you want to know my other name? Because I read that you need to introduce yourself properly to make friends. Is that wrong? Luna asked, as she wasn't sure about it. Is that your way of saying that you want to be my friend, even though you know I am an imposter who is just contemplating killing you? Yes, Luna tilted her head. It's not like she had gotten any other offers. Harry chuckled. You are definitely a strange one. He pulled a black collar from his magical pockets. My name used to be Akrisdes Scarvak. That's a weird name, Luna pointed out. It's an old name. Here, he showed her the collar. This will be the symbol of our friendship. I want you to wear it. You are giving me a present? Luna glanced at the collar with fascination. But I don't have anything to give you. That's all right, my dear. You will give me plenty in the future. He got closer to her and moved her long blonde hair out of the way before placing the collar on her neck. Luna never tried to resist him or to move away. The collar reacted as soon as it touched her skin and came alive, wrapping itself around her neck. Luna's eyes turned blank and she collapsed on the floor. Harry had to hurry and grab her before she cracked her skull on the ground. This was his new servant, after all, so he needed her with her head intact. I hope I made the right choice, Harry thought as he glanced at the girl's face. Now he only had one collar left. He waited patiently for Luna to recover her senses. It's not like he could leave her here, as he had to make sure that everything worked perfectly. There was one time when the collar failed to bend the will of the victim, and this one went completely insane instead. It had been an isolated case, however. Harry had become more meticulous with his methods afterward. The color returned to Luna's eyes, and her body trembled as she regained her consciousness. Hello, Master, Luna looked around. Why am I on the floor? Harry raised an eyebrow. Why are you addressing me in such a way? I never asked you to. But isn't that what you want? That's how you want to be addressed, Luna said with no hesitation. Once more, she was right. It was like she could read his thoughts, but that was not what she was doing. Very well, although you must never call me as such in public. Harry helped her back on her feet. Just call me Harry. Even though that is not your name, Luna asked. That is my name now, he corrected her. The girl shrugged in response, as you wish. It is getting late, and some of the professors may still be wandering the halls. So go back to your room, we will talk more tomorrow. But I haven't found my shoes yet, Luna complained. Your shoes? Harry glanced down at her feet. He had forgotten about that, and he didn't miss the fact that she just defied a direct command. I knew this was going to be more challenging, compared to that other girl. Hermione was different, as the two of them were already friends who knew each other quite well. Or at the very least, she knew the real Harry Potter. She also had a strong desire to follow commands from those she considered her superiors and to obey rules. This is why Hermione was such a good servant. Luna was not going to be so straightforward. Let's go find your shoes so we can be done with this. Harry began to walk away. Yay, Luna followed him. Chapter 32. Here you go, Harry. Hermione handed him a cup of tea that she had just brewed using a magical instrument. Harry was sitting on a patch of grass and resting his back against a tree while enjoying the cool breeze of the school grounds. He took the warm tea and began drinking it. The weekend had arrived, and he had decided to take a moment to rest and enjoy the scenery. It had already been a week since his rebirth, and so far he had been working non-stop, preparing for his return to power. But it was also important to take a break once in a while and appreciate the fact that he was alive once more. This is why I came up with the idea of relaxing for a bit on Hogwarts' ample fields. He had moved to a spot quite far away from the castle, so he wouldn't be bothered. Are you sure this is okay? Hermione asked him while she was putting away the tea kettle. We still haven't done our homework, and next week we have the finals. Homework tests? Harry rolled his eyes. Why should I concern myself with things like those? My time is too valuable to spend trying to please the useless wizards and witches who call themselves our professors. But Harry, tests are important. How else are we going to prove that we have learned the lessons? Hermione asked. Even under the influence of the slave collar, her personality was still the same, and studies ranked very high on her list of priorities. Besides, Hermione continued, if we don't pass our owls, the Ministry of Magic will not allow us to do magic. I read that those who don't pass the test after 3 tries have their wands snapped and are forbidden to use magic again, just like they did to Hagrid. I don't want that. PFF, the Ministry of Magic, Harry huffed. You think I will allow those charlatans to tell me what I can or can't do? One day, he was going to tear that place down and kill everyone inside. Those were the bastards who took over his home and destroyed his magnificent collection of books and artifacts. Harry, you shouldn't say things like that out loud. What if someone hears you? You could get in a lot of trouble, Hermione said as she looked around. Just then, she spotted a group of 4 boys walking directly towards them. Someone's coming. HHMM. Harry lifted his eyes from his cup of tea and saw the boys. They looked like 6th or 7th year ones. He did recognize the one walking at the front. They are seniors, said Hermione. That one is Marcus Flint. She glanced at the ugly boy with crooked teeth. He was also the current captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. The boys approached them with smirks on their faces and an attitude filled with confidence. Having a good time with the mudblood, Potter. Marcus stopped a few feet away from him and moved his eyes between Harry and Hermione. Look at that, he's having tea with his girlfriend. How cute, another added with a mocking tone. It looks like tea time is ruined. Harry sighed and handed the cup to Hermione. Here, store this up. Don't think that you can just leave, Potter. Marcus held his wand in his hand. Put that away, you can't use spells outside of the classroom, Hermione told him. You're going to get detention if why. Shut up, you muggle bitch. Marcus pointed the wand at her. Harry stood up. I suppose this is related to what happened to Malfoy. You came here for some payback because that blonde idiot is too useless to do it himself. Am I correct? Marcus grinned. You really don't know when to shut up, huh? You have no idea how powerful the Malfoy family is. Powerful? Harry raised an eyebrow. Boy, you're the one who has no idea what power is. What or why? Confractus. Harry performed a simple gesture with his hand. The next instant, there was a loud cracking noise, and Marcus began to scream. His hand had bent 90 degrees, and the bone of his wrist could be seen poking out while blood poured from the wound. The wand fell to the grass, and Harry picked it up while everyone tried to understand what had just happened. The other 3 boys were in shock. They had never expected Harry to use such a nasty curse right off the bat, and to do it without even a wand. Silencio. Harry shut Marcus's screams before turning his attention to the others. They were scrambling to get their wands out and defend themselves. Reducto. Harry sent a spell at the first one who managed to grab their wand. The blasting charm is designed to obliterate solid objects, not to cause harm to people. However, when you reduce a wooden wand into splinters, these tend to fly away, piercing the skin of whoever is nearby. The unfortunate boy ended up with a large fragment of wood stabbed into his hand and another one on his face. The remaining boys held their wands in trembling hands and aimed them at Harry. Their faces were pale, and the previous smirks were nowhere to be seen. Well, go on, Harry told them. Show me what you can do. Why you're going to be exp. Reducto. Harry destroyed that wand as well. The boy fell to the ground, screaming in pain. There was only one left. Harry gave him a passing glance. I said that I wanted to see WH. Expelliarmus. The boy's spell hit an invisible wall and bounced off. Seriously? You expected that to work? Harry shook his head. Even if his barrier wasn't there, that charm would have done nothing, as he was more than capable of using wandless magic. Useless. Harry then broke the hand of the last boy, followed quickly by a silencer. I have to say that even Malfoy put up a better fight than you 4. At least he used something more serious. Harry walked up to Marcus, who was glaring at him with fear in his eyes. Got anything to say? Harry removed the silencer from Marcus. Don't start screaming or I will shut you up again. Stop, you. You're going to be in so much trouble when we tell T. No, I don't think I will, Harry interrupted him, because you won't speak of this to anyone. Chapter 33. Harry, what are you going to do? Hermione asked. If they go to a professor looking like this, they are going to suspend you or even expel you from school, she added with a tone of concern. The grin on Harry's face made Marcus Flint tremble. Then I will have to make sure they can't talk to anyone. One of the boys, who had his wand explode and injure his hand, got up in a hurry and attempted to escape. Incarcerus. Harry conjured a set of white ropes that wrapped around the ankles of the boy, making him fall down. He then followed this with another bonebreaker curse, shattering the boy's left leg. The next one who tries to flee will have both legs shattered. Before turning his attention back to Marcus, he glanced at Hermione. Keep an eye on them. Okay. Hermione didn't seem too pleased with the order, but would follow it nonetheless. She would do anything that he told her to do, even if it went against her moral code. Harry knelt down next to Marcus, who was still nursing his broken hand and too scared to move. Show me your hand. Doubly, what are you going to do? Fulgur. Sparks flew from the wand and hit Marcus in several parts of his body, making him scream and convulse. This continued for a few more seconds, and by the end, it left the Slytherin captain sobbing on the ground. Painful, yes. You know, the Cruciatus may be the most famous torture curse, but there are many other less-known ones. A lot harder to detect as well. Do you want me to show you a few more? Please, no, Marcus muttered. Then show me your hand, Harry repeated. Not the broken one, he corrected Marcus. The other one. Marcus was terrified about what Harry planned to do, but not wanting to experience that pain again, he obeyed. Harry used Marcus's own wand to trace a complex symbol on the palm of his hand, before mumbling some strange words, and finally tapping the symbol with the wand. Arg! Marcus groaned in pain, when the markings on his hand began to darken and transform into something that resembled a tattoo made with pure black ink. His terrified eyes stared at the palm of his hand. What is T? I was about to explain, Harry said. That is a magical brand that is forcefully tied down to your soul. It's an extremely dark piece of magic that can only be removed by me. My soul? Marcus didn't like the sound of that. It reminded him a lot of what his father had told him about the dark brand that Lord Voldemort used on his followers. The brand is under my control, and I can use it to inflict great pain on you from anywhere in the world, at any time that I please. If I want to, I can even use it to end your life. No, no, please. Marcus had never been so scared in his life. This was supposed to be a fun evening where they would mess a bit with Potter and then go get some Quidditch practice. How did things devolve into this? The boy had no idea. Let me tell you what is going to happen next. If you or any of your friends over there tell anyone about what happened here today, you die. If I even get suspended or suffer any punishment for this, you die. If you think about taking action against me in the future or even look at me in a way that I dislike, I die, Marcus asked. Harry smirked. Exactly, so you will have to make sure everyone is kept in line, because remember, your own life is at stake. Is that clear? Yes, Marcus lowered his head. Yes what? Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes, sir, Marcus exclaimed. Better, he handed the wand back to Marcus. I believe this is yours. Marcus stared at the piece of wood with hesitation, not sure if he should take it or not. Go on, it's your wand. Harry insisted, so Marcus knew that he had to take it, lest he would displease Harry. My apologies for breaking some of your wands, Harry told the others. I'm sure Marcus here will cover the expenses to get you new ones. Isn't that right? Yes, sir, Marcus hurried to answer. What happened here today shall not be spoken to anyone. You can consider it a punishment for interrupting my tea. If there is a next time, Harry glanced at Marcus, implying that he would mark them as well. We won't, one of the boys shouted immediately, their faces showing the terror they were feeling. Since we have a mutual understanding, you may go to the infirmary and get fixed. Make up some story to justify the injuries, like a sparring match that got out of hand. Marcus was having trouble standing up while both his hands were hurting. He took another peek at his cursed hand and was surprised to see that the cursed brand had disappeared. It's still there, Harry could guess what he was thinking, but it will only become visible when I activate it. Do you want a demonstration? And no, Marcus exclaimed. This made Harry chuckle. I love the look of horror in your eyes. It's something that I will never get tired of. He then thought of something. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't try cutting your hand off. As I said before, the curse is tied to your soul, so you will only be removing the visible part, but you will still be cursed. And you will have lost a hand for nothing. Marcus lowered his face. He was too scared to look Harry in the eyes. Do you understand your situation, Mr. Flint? Yes, sir. Your life is in my hands. You will never betray me, and you will do anything I say. Correct. Yes, sir. Now see, Harry grinned, that right there is real power. Chapter 34. I'm not sure what I'm looking for. Luna leaned closer to the bathroom face and stared at it with a confused expression. Just let me know if you can see something out of the ordinary. Something that shouldn't be there, Harry explained. He was having a hard time working with this girl, as she had a poor handle on her unique skills. How long are you going to stay in my bathroom? Moaning Myrtle came to complain again. The ghost had made it very clear that she was not pleased with Harry's presence in her territory. Harry glared at her. Don't test my patience, you damn ghost. Continue to annoy me and I will exorcise you. HMPH, Myrtle huffed in annoyance but went away. Oh, there is something strange here, Luna suddenly said. Where? Show me. Harry approached to find out what she was staring at. Here, there is a weird drawing on this one. It looks like a snake, Luna pointed out. Ah, Harry lost his enthusiasm. I know about the engraving already. I also know that the entrance is beneath that face. Didn't I tell you that? He was starting to reconsider his idea of bringing Luna here to help him access the chamber. His logic was that she may be able to see something with her ability that he had missed. There had to be an alternative way to enter the chamber now that he was no longer a Parselmouth. There is always the option of blowing up the entire sink, I suppose, Harry thought. Although that was something he hoped to avoid, as it would be hard to cover. You can also see the snake, she pointed at it. Yes, Luna, I can see the snake, anyone can, Harry sighed. What about the one on the floor? She asked. On the floor, he looked down at the tiles. They were all made of some light brown stone, and no markings could be seen on them. Luna kneeled next to one particular tile and pointed at it. "There is a scary snake drawn on this one." Harry got closer but still could not see any markings. He took his wand and performed a few readings, searching for any unusual magical activity. "Oh, there is indeed something different in this tile." He waved his wand and conjured a couple of tools, a chisel, and a hammer. Then he used them to pull the tile away. It was better to avoid using magic directly, as that could trigger some defensive mechanism. At first, he saw nothing but more stone beneath, but then he spotted a small indentation on one of the corners. Harry used the back of his wand to press on it, and immediately after, he heard a mechanical noise beneath them. Did that do it? He waited for a few more seconds, but the entrance was still not opening. "Do you see anything else? Perhaps there are more tiles like this one." "Oh, there are," Luna exclaimed. "Show me where." The girl ended up finding 3 more tiles that contained hidden markings on them. Harry lifted the floor tiles and found the same thing beneath them. After pressing on the last indentation, he heard a much louder clicking noise this time, and when he looked at the faucets, these were moving away to reveal the entrance. "Finally, let's get inside," said Harry. "Did I do a good job?" Luna asked. He patted her head. "Yes, you were very useful in the end, but there may be more obstacles ahead that I could use for, so let's keep going." The slide down was just as depicted in his second-year memories. However, the next issue became apparent almost immediately. "There are rocks everywhere," Luna pointed at the obvious obstacle. The cave had partially collapsed thanks to that idiotic professor, so now there were large boulders blocking the path onto the next area. "Stay behind me, I will clear the path." Harry began using blasting charms to disintegrate the rocks, but he also had to be careful, measuring his power so as not to destroy more than what was necessary for them to pass. Luna covered her nose. "It smells here." Harry had noticed it as well. It was impossible not to. As soon as they passed by the boulders, they were hit by a nasty stench coming from the main chamber. "Of course it smells. The basilisk has been dead for 2 years." Part of him had expected Dumbledore to come down here and collect the materials from the dead creature. After all, the body parts of a 1,000-year-old basilisk were extremely precious. Either the old man didn't find a way to enter the chamber, or he is completely lacking in greed, Harry thought. Luckily for him, the last circular gate was still open since his last visit. Otherwise, he would have had to destroy it, risking bringing down the whole chamber. "Welcome to the Chamber of Secrets," he announced as they set foot into the main room. "The snake is dead." Luna glanced at the creature at the end of the chamber. "I know," he responded. It was still lying in the same place where it had fallen 2 years ago. "It has been dead for a while, but hopefully it can still be of use." "You're not going to eat it, right?" Luna asked. "It is not its flesh that interests me." Harry pulled a crystal vial from his pocket. "What I want from the beast is something else." He spotted one of the fangs lying on the floor, surrounded by a blood stain. Harry ignored that one. The venom must have gone dry already. Using his magic, he opened the mouth of the creature. Despite the time that had passed, it was well preserved. The smell was mostly caused by its bodily fluids and rotten flesh, but the skin was still intact, and so was the remaining fang. With a tugging motion, Harry ripped the fang from the beast and hurried to place it in position. He watched with anticipation as a nasty, black liquid fell from the tip of the fang and went inside the vial he had prepared. Basilisk venom, the most deadly substance in the world. There was a wide smile on his face. Luna stared at the liquid. "Who are you going to poison with that?" "That, my dear, is a surprise," Harry said with a cruel smirk. Chapter 35. Slytherin Common Room. "I said to leave it alone, Malfoy." Marcus Flint walked away, climbing the stairs to his bedroom while clutching at his bandaged hand. "This is outrageous," Draco huffed and turned to the other 3 seniors. They all looked injured and scared, but none of them had said a word about what happened, claiming that it was just an unfortunate incident during a friendly spar. The professors may have believed this story, but Draco knew better. It was he who convinced them to teach Potter a lesson. Now, none of them wanted to explain what went wrong. The only thing that Draco knew for sure was that Potter was completely fine since he had seen him this morning at breakfast, calmly eating while that mudblood kept him company. "How can you be so useless? He couldn't have beaten you alone," Draco said. "Or is that what happened? Are you embarrassed that you seniors got beaten by a bee?" "Malfoy," one of the seniors interrupted him. "Just drop it, okay? We want nothing more to do with Potter." The senior walked away after saying that. "Yeah, don't call us again," the other two added before leaving as well. "I can't believe this." Draco sat down on a large black couch and crossed his arms. Crabbe and Goyle remained standing at one side, not wanting to say anything. Their experience of facing Harry, albeit a short one, had been engraved in their minds. "Draco," Pansy sat down at his side. "Why don't we ignore Potter? There are only 2 weeks of school left, then we can enjoy the sum." "Shut up," Draco pointed his finger at her. "How can I overlook this? That blood traitor humiliated me." "Why not tell your father then? Can't he expel Potter for attacking you and be done with it?" Pansy asked. "You think he hasn't already tried that?" Draco huffed, sinking deeper into the couch. "Potter is protected by the headmaster. Not to mention, if my father got the boy who lived expelled, he would get complaints from everyone, including the minister. They all think he's some sort of hero. Idiots." "Well, Potter's reputation has certainly taken a dive this year. Between the rumors about him cheating his entrance into the tournament and those claiming that he went as far as to kill Cedric to win it, well," Pansy commented. "That is true." Draco felt some satisfaction at hearing that. After all, he had been helping spread those rumors. "Maybe my father could do something now, but I'll need to ask him in person." "Then you have to wait until next year to take action." Pansy didn't want to show it, but she felt relieved. She was not the only one who noticed this, but there was something very wrong with Harry Potter. She couldn't tell exactly what it was, but during their brief encounter, she felt completely terrified of him. No one had ever made her feel like that, not even Draco when he gets very angry at her, could come close to that. Not necessarily. They heard a voice behind them. When Draco turned around, he saw a boy with olive skin, sitting in one of the chairs and glancing at him with a smile on his face. "Zabini, you were listening to my conversation." Draco tried to sound threatening. This just made the other boy's smile become more pronounced. "I assure you that it was not my intention. I was already sitting here and reading quietly when you guys started talking." Zabini showed them a book he was holding. Draco didn't want to admit that he hadn't noticed his presence, as it would make him look careless. Instead, he chose to ignore it and move the conversation forward. "What did you mean by not necessarily? Are you willing to deal with Potter yourself?" "Oh, please," Zabini made a gesture with his hand. "I'm a smooth talker, not a fighter, but I do know of someone who can take care of this issue for a reasonable price." "Who?" Draco looked very interested. Money was the primary way for Malfoys to solve problems, so this was fine by him. "Ignatius Mulciber," Zabini answered. "Mulciber," Pansy exclaimed. "That creep," she shook her head. They all knew that boy. He was a 7th-year student from their house, and he had the worst reputation in the entire school. From violence and theft to constant harassment of the school's female population, he had broken hundreds of school rules. The only reason he hasn't been expelled was that his grandfather was a member of the school council, not to mention that his family was both old and powerful. "He's still in school. I haven't seen him the entire year. I thought he quit," Draco commented. "That's because he rarely attends classes, but I do see him sometimes in the library. We share a taste for the same type of books," Zabini said. "You're friends with that guy Blaise?" Pansy asked. "I wouldn't go that far. We are merely acquaintances," Zabini responded. With his reputation, no one would dare call themselves Mulciber's friends. "And he would deal with Potter for money. I thought that his family was very wealthy, not as much as mine, of course," Draco commented. "Just because the family is old doesn't mean they are rich. You know, money earned by the fathers can be lost by the sons, after all," Zabini said. Mu hadn't considered it. Draco looked pensive. "And how much would he want for this?" Zabini raised one finger. "I'm sure I can convince him for 100 galleons. "Isn't that too much?" Pansy asked. Draco smiled. That's fine, but I want Potter in the hospital before the end of the year. If he can do that, then we have a deal. Zabini shrugged. I'll talk to him tomorrow. He was good at hiding his expression. In reality, he was planning on keeping most of the money. Ignatius Mulciber was the kind of guy who was always looking for an excuse to get into a fight. All he had to do was tell him that Potter is a skilled duelist, and Mulciber would do it for free. Excellent! A smirk appeared on Draco's face. He could not wait to see Potter broken and humiliated. Just you wait. Pansy glanced at Draco with concern. Something was telling her that this plan was going to backfire in a terrible way, but she knew better than to say anything right now. Chapter 36. What are you writing? Hermione leaned closer to take a peek at his paper. Harry threw her a glance. This incessant curiosity was something that could not be easily overwritten unless he directly commanded her to stop asking questions. But even if it annoyed him on occasion, he would rather not do that. He didn't want to have a mindless drone as a follower. Just the fact that she was completely loyal to him was more than enough. I am taking some notes about things I wish to get done during the summer, Harry explained. Really? Hermione glanced at what was written on the parchment with confusion. But what are those symbols? I can't understand anything. Harry smirked. Of course you can't. This is a runic language of my own creation. All my writing is done this way, so my secrets will never be revealed to my enemies in case they somehow got a hold of them. He had based this language on a primitive one he had learned from some demons in the past. Enemies, you don't mean? You know who? Hermione spoke in a soft whisper. They were in a corner of the library, and quite a few students were close by. What? Oh, that one. Harry had almost forgotten about Voldemort. It was thanks to that Dark Lord that I was able to snatch this great body for myself. Under different circumstances, I may even thank him, but that man was trying to take over the country, not to mention he was also obsessed with killing Harry Potter. By this time, he must have learned that the boy he killed was still alive. He will certainly try again. He had also made a promise to get rid of the boy's enemies, and Voldemort was certainly a big one. Yes, I suppose that is one of my enemies. Although when Hermione asked about it, he had been thinking of Dumbledore and the other professors when talking about his code language. One of them, Hermione couldn't think of anyone else who could be considered an enemy of him. Were you talking about Malfoy then? The blonde boy, please, that one is just a spoiled brat. The only one who caught his interest in that group was the girl who resembled Helena. I will make her mine, no matter what. Make who yours? Hermione tilted her head. Are you still talking about Malfoy? Of course not, don't be ridiculous, Harry shouted. Keep it quiet, this is a library. The librarian complained about his outburst. Harry sighed and returned to his writing. The silence of the library was broken again when she began to murmur loudly about something. Why is that weird girl going around without shoes? Hermione commented. Wait, is she coming this way? Harry lifted his eyes from the parchment and glanced at Luna as she got to their table. You are late. I was looking for my earrings. They were missing from the table this morning. Luna looked very sad. Your earrings? I would be more worried about not wearing shoes if I were you. You are going to ruin your feet by walking around like that, Hermione commented. Did you lose them again? Harry had conjured some for her the last time they met. How can you be so careless? He couldn't have one of his followers giving such a bad image. But the earrings were something my mom left me before. Don't tell me, it was a memento. Hermione just realized it by her expression. Luna nodded. Then you have to find them. I'm sure there is a spell for that. Hermione turned to Harry. Right. Well, of course there is a spell to find lost things. There are spells for everything. Harry stood up. Fine, let's fix this. You will help me find them, Luna asked. What choice do I have? But first, Harry conjured a new pair of shoes. Put these on. You are drawing too much attention to yourself by walking around like that. Thanks, Luna said with a smile. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Hermione introduced herself. Luna Lovegood. Wow, you don't have any Raxperts around you either, Luna commented. What? Hermione looked confused. They walked outside the library, and Harry demonstrated the spell to Luna. She was the one who had to cast it, since the missing thing was hers. So that's the spell. Just use it, and it will lead you to the missing object. You need a good mental image of the item in question, or it will not work, Harry explained. Luna pulled her wand from her ear and performed a simple movement. Invenio. Did it work? Hermione stared at Luna with curiosity. She had become so interested in learning a new spell that she didn't even ask how Harry and Luna had met. The wand is pulling me that way. Luna pointed to her left. Then go, follow the pull. It will lead you to your earrings. Harry told her while wondering why he was wasting his afternoon in such a frivolous endeavor. Despite all his evil doings, he always had a soft spot for young, beautiful women, especially those loyal to him. They had been his weakness for most of his life, and something he never managed to get rid of. They followed Luna up to the 7th floor and into more hallways, until they reached a resting area close to the Ravenclaw Tower. These were all over the castle, as points where the students could relax and read while outside their common room or the library. I think it's over there, Luna pointed at a group of older girls. There were 3 of them sitting around a circular table and having a chat. Harry only recognized one of the girls, and it was the one that Luna had specifically pointed at. That's Chang. She's a popular girl from Ravenclaw, Hermione commented. Why would she have your ear? Oh. It was then that she realized what was happening and looked at Luna with pity. Luna had not been losing her things all year. Someone from her house had been messing with her the whole time. Harry also understood the situation much better now. Luna had earned a reputation as the weird girl of Hogwarts, so she was made fun of very often. It wasn't strange that she was also bullied by these older and more popular girls. Leave this to me, I know just what to do, Harry said as he pulled a wand from his pocket. Chapter 37. Harry just aimed his wand in their general direction. A keyhole, Luna's earrings. This was quickly followed by a loud cry, just as Chang was pulled from her chair when the earrings were snapped from her pockets. He caught the piece of jewelry with one hand and looked at them. They were a pair of strange carrot-shaped earrings. You put a bit too much power, Hermione noted, unless you meant to throw her to the floor. Harry glanced at her. What makes you think I didn't mean to do that? He said as he returned the earring to Luna. Thank you, the girl said with excitement. Harry turned to her. Remind me to put a curse on your belongings later on, so thigh. Potter, a very angry Chang shouted at him as she struggled to stand back up with the help of her 2 friends. Harry merely glanced at her with disdain. I do not appreciate being interrupted when I am speaking. How dare you do that to me? Cho shouted again. Yeah, we are going to report you to a professor. You attacked Cho, one of her friends said. It was a black-haired girl called Marietta. Attacked? Harry tilted his head. I was merely retrieving the possessions you had stolen. I don't think taking this issue to a professor will be good for you in the end. Chang's demeanor suddenly shifted, and she glared at Luna, as well as the earring she was now holding in her hands. You are protecting the loony. If you are referring to Luna, the answer is yes. Harry placed a hand over Luna's blonde hair. This girl is now on my service, and as such, she is also under my protection. Any actions taken against her will be considered the same as if they were against me, and as such, I double you. How dare you? Cho's anger seemed to return in full force as she glared at Harry. After everything you have done already, you have the gall to come here and accuse me of stealing from that weirdo. We haven't done anything wrong. That's right, you have no proof, the 2 friends added. Proof? Harry raised an eyebrow. I need no such thing to put you in your place. He took a step forward, and you have interrupted me for the last time. The girls looked at each other with increasing concern. Cho, however, was not really listening to his words. She held her wand firmly in her hand and aimed it at Harry. I know that you killed my Cedric. Your Cedric? Harry asked. They were dating, Hermione informed him. Oh, I see. You were romantically involved with that boy who died. Harry nodded, now understanding better why she was so angry at him. She was hardly the first one to blame him for that death, and he had to admit that it was a strange feeling, the one of being accused of someone's death that, for once, he had nothing to do with. We know you cheated to get in the tournament, and then you killed my boyfriend because you wanted to win it, Cho shouted. You are a murderer. This made Harry laugh, A murderer? Oh, I am that and much worse. He walked closer to them. But I didn't kill that boy, and I care not for this tournament. Fame and money have no meaning to me. Stay away. Cho's wand hand began to tremble. She was clearly not prepared for an actual confrontation. She just wanted to shout at him for a while. The two other girls were of little help either, as they barely knew how to use their wands to defend themselves. Harry continued to get closer. You see, when there is something that I want, I just take it. No one can stop me, but you are welcome to try. Stupefy. Cho made a stabbing motion with her wand, and a red spark flew out of it. Harry moved his wand as fast as lightning and hit the charm with its tip, sending it toward one of the other girls, knocking her down in an instant. Hypnos. Harry's spell was aimed at the second of Cho's friends, who then fell asleep under the power of his magic. Obliviate. He instantly followed this by wiping their minds clean of what had happened in the last hour. W, what are you doing? Cho was getting concerned now. She was staring into Harry's eyes. She had seen the boy many times before over the 4 years he had attended school. Cho had to admit that she always liked his vibrant green eyes. She saw a lot of warmth and kindness in them. That was no longer the case. Now, that pair of green eyes was glaring at her, and she felt the coldness hidden beneath the surface. It was like being stared down by a predator, right before it jumped to eat its prey. Cho's body became frozen by fear and could no longer move, even though she wanted nothing more than to run away from here and never look back. Harry took out his original wand, the one that had been with him during his previous life, as he didn't want to use his school wand for this. Imperio. The unforgivable curse washed over Cho Chang and took over her mind with little to no resistance. Harry shook his head. It's a shame. I was planning on letting you off with just a warning, but you had to open your mouth. He ran his fingers across her face, but Cho didn't react to his touch. Her mind was already trapped in the curse, and she had lost all autonomy over her actions. You have a beautiful face, Harry commented. If you had better manners, perhaps I could have given you the opportunity to serve me. Harry sighed. He didn't like killing young, beautiful girls, but this one had offended him in several ways already, and he did not like her attitude. Cho Chang, you are under my control and will do anything I say. I will, Cho responded as if she were in a trance. Her eyes were completely glazed over. Good, then, this is what I want from you. Chapter 38. Dumbledore stood on his podium in front of the whole school, looking at them with a sad expression. I'm sure many of you were already wondering about the commotion that occurred at the first time of the morning. Aurors had entered the school grounds. 2 of them are still here, right behind me. Everyone at the table started to murmur. They had been exchanging theories about the motives for the Aurors' visit since someone spotted them entering the castle. Harry was calmly munching on a piece of bread while looking around the professor's area in the hall. His eyes stopped at 2 particular individuals who were standing a few steps behind the headmaster. One was Alastor Moody, who they were all very familiar with already. But Harry's attention was mostly focused on the other person at his side. It's her, Harry recognized the young female with colorful hair. It was the same one he had met at Azkaban on the night of his resurrection. He hadn't expected to see her again so soon. Dumbledore waited for a moment and then continued speaking. This morning, I was warned by one of the ghosts that something terrible had occurred on Hogwarts grounds. A student was found dead. She had apparently jumped from the astronomy tower. The name of this student is Cho Chang, a 5th-year student from Ravenclaw. The hall exploded in loud murmurs as everyone began to discuss the news with each other. Oh my God, Cho Chang is dead. I can't believe it. She killed herself, that's so sad. I didn't know she was depressed. I bet it was because her boyfriend was murdered by a certain someone. Everyone seemed to be talking at the same time, and Harry began to receive some attention as well. Apparently, these students liked to blame me for everything. Harry thought that they always found a way to bring it back to him. Of course, in this particular situation, they were more right than they could imagine, as Harry had been directly responsible for that girl's death. After placing her under the Imperio curse, he had ordered her to hide in a broom closet on the 7th floor until midnight, then go to the astronomy tower and jump down. It had been disappointingly easy to kill a student inside the castle. The headmaster doesn't seem to have as much control over what happened inside the school as Harry had originally presumed. I know we are all very saddened by the news, but Dumbledore turned to look at those behind him. In cases like these, the Ministry insists on having a full investigation to determine how the two Aurors behind me are going to speak the names of several students. If your name is mentioned, you will accompany them and answer their questions. That is all for now. Moody walked up to the podium with a piece of paper in hand and began to read the names of students. Most of the ones he mentioned were classmates of Chang, as they were trying to determine the motives behind this tragedy. However, at the end, he called up a name that piqued Harry's interest. And Luna Lovegood as well. Moody finished reading his list. Very well, that will be all, Dumbledore spoke. Those who have been called, I will need you to come to the front and follow the Aurors. The rest of you, finish your breakfast in peace. There will be no classes today. Harry felt a tug on his robes. It was Hermione. Is this going to be fine? They called Luna, she said in a soft whisper. Harry shook his head. No need to concern yourself with that. It wasn't that he trusted Luna, but he did have complete trust in his slave caller. Luna would never be able to reveal any of his secrets, even if she wanted to. Harry glanced at Hermione. The same thing could be said about her. Since we have no classes today, prepare the tea set for this afternoon. I will take it to the same place as last time. Oh, and some of those scones as well, the ones with blueberries. Okay, leave it to me. Hermione made sure to take note of everything he said. Tonks, Moody had to shake her shoulder to get her attention. Whoa, sorry, my head was somewhere else. Tonks had a very bizarre feeling when she was at the Great Hall. It was a foreboding sense of familiarity that made her blood run cold, but no matter how much she glanced around the room, she couldn't find the culprit. Well, bring your head back here. Go call the first girl. I want to get this over with before lunch. Moody looked very displeased. You think this is a waste of time? Tonks asked. It was very clear that this was a suicide, but asking some questions to the acquaintances of the victim was the usual protocol to try to determine the motives for what happened. A waste of time? Not at all. I just want to speak with the healer who took the body of that girl before it's too late for tests, Moody said. What do you mean, what tests? Tonks asked. In cases like these, the healer in charge normally would only check for substances in the blood, but not for curses, Moody explained. You think that she was killed? What makes you think that? Tonks looked confused. There was no evidence that pointed to foul play. Over 30 years of experience in the field is telling me this, but I'm not making any claims yet. I just want to be sure. Call the first girl. Moody pointed at the door. Tonks nodded and walked to it, opened it up, and poked her head out, glancing at the 5 girls who were waiting outside. Let's start with you. She pointed at a short girl with black messy hair. Come on in. The girl walked inside, looking extremely nervous and not daring to glance at either Moody or Tonks. You are, Moody glanced at his paper, Marietta Edgecombe, right? Why, yes, sir, the girl responded. Were you with Miss Chang yesterday? Tonks asked. Yes, we attended class together, and then we went to one of the resting areas near the Ravenclaw Tower, and the girl stopped talking. And Tonks urged her to continue. I'm sorry, I don't remember well what happened. I think I fell asleep on one of the couches, and when I woke up, Cho was no longer with us. You don't remember when you fell asleep? Tonks asked. The girl shook her head. I don't think I was that tired, and Amelia was with me. She also fell asleep. Tonks and Moody exchanged a look. Go call this Amelia, Moody said. Looks like my instincts were correct once more. Chapter 39. The tea is ready, Hermione said as she poured it into a cup. Excellent. Harry was resting his head on Luna's lap while Hermione had been preparing his afternoon snack. Why didn't you let me make the tea? Luna pouted. Because I would not trust you with anything fire-related, Harry responded. And besides, Hermione is improving quickly, he said as he took the cup from her hands. Thank you, Hermione smiled, feeling good about being complimented. Here are the scones you asked for. She had placed them inside a basket and moved it closer to him. Everyone seems sad about Cho's death, Luna commented. Yes, well, that is normal, isn't it? They didn't know she was a thief and a bully. Hermione said, "By the way, what did the Aurors ask you?" They wanted to know when the last time I saw her if she looked sad and, Luna tilted her head. I forgot. They were very boring and gulping plimpies surrounded their heads. It was very distracting. Gulping, what? Hermione turned to Harry for answers. Luna has a special gift. She can see magic in ways that are impossible for the rest. She interprets this as strange creatures and has even given them names, Harry explained. An ability that lets her see magic. Strange creatures. Hermione seemed like she wanted nothing more than to visit the library and do some research right now. Some rackspurts are flying around you right now, Luna pointed out. Not bad. Harry took a sip from the cup. What kind of tea is this? I'm not familiar with it. Are we going to ignore what she said? Okay. It's just Darjeeling tea. You never had it before. Hermione looked confused. We have it at home all the time. Harry savored the sweet liquid. The reason he had never had it before was that it simply didn't exist during his time as a Christie's. I can see that tea has improved a lot over the years. He took one of the scones, and pastries as well. Improved, what do you mean? Once again, Hermione had no idea what Harry was talking about. Master, Luna tugged at his robes. Harry's expression changed to a more serious one. I know. He placed the cup down and sighed. Apparently, my tea time is going to be ruined by some foolish child, again. What do you mean? Hermione asked. Harry took out his ancient heartstring wand and gave it a whisk, forming a layer of protection around them, just in time to stop several sparks of light that came from between the trees of the black forest that lay behind them. Store our things and return to the castle. I have something to do. Harry stood up and, without saying another word to them, began to walk into the forest. Hermione and Luna exchanged a look before storing all the utensils they had brought for their improvised picnic and walked away from there, just like Harry had told them to do. Harry took a few more steps among the trees before stopping. The forest shrubbery was thick enough to block most of the sunlight, leaving it in an almost perpetual state of darkness. Do you have some business with me? He got no response from his attacker. Despite knowing exactly where this person was, Harry continued to pretend to be oblivious to their position and spoke again. I don't appreciate being interrupted when I'm relaxing and drinking my tea. If you come from the Slytherin house, you should have learned this already. Another quick spell was sent from between the trees, this time aimed directly at his face. Harry used his wand to deflect it, making the magical spark impact a tree behind him, breaking off a large chunk of bark in the process. That was just a warning shot. Harry heard the voice of his attacker for the first time. It sounded like it came from somewhere ahead of him. However, in the next instant, Harry felt some movement behind him. A figure cloaked in black jumped at him from behind a tree and attempted to grab him by the neck. Got you, the attacker said. The voice from before had been a trap he had prepared, a simple enchantment that could reproduce sounds stored in its array. This one could be placed anywhere and activated from a long distance, creating a distraction. Ignatius Mulciber had used this trick many times before to get close to his victims. His body was big and strong, much stronger than the average wizard, and this gave him an advantage when the fight turned to close quarters. It wasn't a very wizard-like or dignified manner of fighting, but for Mulciber, this was the most effective way to take down any opponent. As long as he could grab them with his large, muscular arms, it was all over, as he would no longer allow them to move or use any type of magic. Mulciber already saw the end of this encounter, the moment he lured Potter exactly where he wanted him and got the jump on him. Harry Potter was much younger and smaller than him. As soon as he grabbed him by the neck, there would be nothing Harry could do. At least, that's what Mulciber thought as he attacked Harry. However, his confidence did not last long, because as soon as his arms tried to wrap around Harry's neck and his skin made contact with Harry's robes, he felt an excruciating pain invade his body. Ah! Mulciber let out a blood-curdling scream and lost control of his limbs. It was as if he had been hit by a bolt of lightning. He fell down on the grass and began to tremble uncontrollably. Harry watched this with a smirk on his face. You thought it was going to be that easy? Weaving protections on one's clothes is one of the first things any decent wizard will do. What a naive boy. Today you are going to learn a painful lesson. Chapter 40. The large boy struggled to stand up, but did end up doing so despite his trembling body. I'm going Tgthegood kill. His bloodshot eyes were completely fixated on Harry now. Impressive that you can move so soon after receiving that discharge. Most wouldn't even be conscious at this point. Harry observed the boy with interest. It was clear he was gifted in some areas. His body was exceptionally strong and resilient. Mulciber finally managed to get on his feet, and without hesitation, he lunged at Harry again, except that this time he didn't attempt to grab him. Instead of that, he went for a straight punch aimed at his face. Harry lifted his wand, and half a dozen black ropes formed in the air, wrapping themselves around the large boy's body and stopping him in his tracks before he could touch him. Not very smart, though, Harry commented. Other than his gifted body, there wasn't much else to admire here. The boy was clearly not very good when it came to using his magic and instead preferred to fight like a muggle. That may be effective against apprentice-level opponents who weren't able to cast spells quickly enough. But it was completely useless against an actual wizard with some experience. Grrr, let me go. Mulciber struggled against his restraints, though this time it was a lost cause. No matter how strong he was, those ropes were as resilient as steel cables and would not give way. Calm down, I will let you out of those ropes very soon. Harry spoke in a calm tone while continuing to observe the boy. Mulciber froze for a moment when he saw the way Harry was staring at him. He felt an intense danger, like something he had never felt before. It was like being stared down by a dangerous predator right before the moment to strike arrived. Look, I was sent by MMMF. Harry moved some of the restraints to cover his mouth as well. I already know who sent you, and it doesn't interest me in the least. He got closer and placed his hand on Mulciber's face. What I want from you is something else. He then used his finger to pry open the boy's eyes and stared at them with interest. You have great eyes as well. A very gifted body indeed. You must have perfect vision, yes. Harry took off his glasses for a moment. Me, on the other hand, wasn't that lucky. Without these, everything over a foot away becomes extremely blurry. It is a disgrace to have a weakness such as this. He grinned. But fortunately, that is something that can be remedied with magic, and you are going to help me with that. Mulciber's eyes opened widely as the fear began to sink in. His instincts were screaming at him to run away. However, that was no longer a possibility. He should never have agreed to attack Potter, and knew that it was too late for regrets now. SHHH, it's going to be okay, Harry whispered as he approached his wand to Mulciber's face. You are going to have the honor of being my first ritual in this new life. Right after he said that, Mulciber felt something hitting him, and his vision went black. The large boy opened his eyes and found himself staring at some trees. He was confused and had no idea how much time he had been unconscious. The first thing he did was try to move, but his body refused to respond. He could only move his eyes around, and this was barely enough to notice that he was laying on his back on a patch of grass. His arms and legs were extended, and something had been drawn beneath him with black ink. He couldn't see any ropes or restraints of any kind. But despite that, his body did not move an inch, no matter how much he wanted it to. Did you have a pleasant sleep? It took me a bit to finish all the preparations. You see, I haven't done this in a very long time, so I'm a bit rusty, Harry commented. Mulciber heard his voice and immediately looked his way. He was horrified by the sight and tried to scream, but not even his mouth would obey him anymore. He had to suffer in silence. Harry was carrying the decapitated head of a unicorn in his hand, while it spilled blood everywhere. Oh, you're looking at this? Harry pointed at the bloody head. See, I needed some unicorn blood, but the damn beast didn't want to cooperate, so I ripped its head off. Now I have plenty of blood to assist me in the ritual. He then proceeded to spread the blood of the unfortunate creature over specific points of the runic circle he had drawn beneath Ignatius Mulciber. I think we're all set. Let me see. Harry began to count with his fingers, going over all the necessary items and completely ignoring the look of horror on the boy's face, whose ultimate fate was becoming more and more clear to him. I have the flesh, the blood. It was fortunate I could raid Snape's cabinet and got some valerian root. I'm going to need it for this as well. Harry plucked a piece of the root and placed it in his mouth before starting to chew on it. A moment later, he turned his attention to Mulciber. I believe we are all set. Wait, I almost forgot. He took his wand and waved it towards Mulciber. The boy felt a tugging sensation, followed by an intense cold that invaded his body. It was then that he realized all his clothes had been forcefully removed. Don't get any weird ideas, Harry said as he began to take off his own robes. This is just a necessary part of the ritual. No magical objects can be present, as they could interfere. Mulciber tried to scream for help, but only a few soft sounds were all he could manage. Leave it, your body is completely paralyzed. I used a potion for it, a very powerful anesthetic. It will take hours before you regain any control over your limbs, Harry explained as he continued to take off pieces of clothing. Once he was completely naked, he entered the circle and glared down at the other boy. That's a shame, though. Using this method also means this is not going to hurt as much as I would like. Harry sighed. Oh well, sacrifices have to be made in order to progress. Let us begin. Chapter 41. Ministry of Magic, Morgue Department. Inside a small, cold room, Auror Moody and his new partner, Tonks, were looking at the dead girl on the table. In front of them was the healer in charge, giving them the report. It was routine to check the deceased for potions in cases like these. However, they would only look for dark curses if they suspected the possibility of murder. The healer frowned when Moody requested to do this. What makes you think this girl was murdered? Other than many years of experience in the field, the fact that her friends were obliviated hours before her death. Moody responded while his artificial eye scanned over the girl. Now move aside. This will only take a moment to check. The healer looked annoyed but still relented to the request. After all, he had no real reason to refuse a non-invasive test. Very well, but don't take long. Her family has already been notified and will arrive here soon. Are they taking her away already? The investigation is still in progress, Tonks told the healer. This one looked back at her. Unless you can find a way to prove that this girl was killed, then I cannot deny the parents the right to take their daughter and give her a proper burial. They should be able to do as they wish. The door of the morgue then opened suddenly with a loud creak. Tonks and the healer immediately turned their attention to the new arrival, suspecting it was the family of the deceased, but instead they found themselves staring at none other than Albus Dumbledore. Excuse my tardiness, I had some matters to discuss with the other professors before I could leave the castle. Headmaster, what are you? Tonks moved her eyes to her mentor. Moody must have sent a message when she wasn't paying attention. Mr. Dumbledore, it's been a while, the healer greeted him. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? I thought the Aurors were handling things from here. I called him, Moody finally spoke before turning around to look at the old wizard, while his hand remained firmly grasped on his staff. I have just finished with my initial tests. And, Dumbledore approached, carrying a somber expression. Don't tell me that this student was actually. I managed to catch it barely in time before the traces of the curse completely dispelled, Moody revealed. But I'm sure of it now. Dumbledore's eyes became sharp. She was cursed. What kind of curse? Can you tell from the scans? Tonks asked. Moody nodded. I have no doubts about this. Miss Chang was under the effects of the imperious curse until the moment of her death. They all gasped. Someone used an unforgivable curse in my school, Dumbledore exclaimed. By Merlin, the healer covered his mouth. Who would do such a terrible thing? Tonks looked completely shocked. She had met her fair share of nasty students during her 7 years of education at Hogwarts, but she could not imagine any child being able to employ such a nasty and dark curse on another student. Could it have been a professor? Dumbledore's eyes immediately snapped her way, making her very uncomfortable. What I mean is, could there be another imposter? She looked for a moment at Moody. Her mentor had been impersonated by a Death Eater for most of the year. Dumbledore was quick to shut down the possibility. After the last incident, I personally checked every single one of the school personnel. I will vouch for all of them being who they claim to be, and they would never do something like this. It is very likely that this was done by a student, Moody said. What makes you say that? Dumbledore asked. Yesterday afternoon, Miss Chang was passing the time with two of her friends in a resting area on the 7th floor. This was the last moment anyone saw her. The two friends claimed to have suddenly fallen asleep and then had a hard time remembering any details. There were signs of an obliviation charm being used on them. You think that whoever approached them yesterday afternoon is the killer. It would make sense for it to be a student. I could consult the paintings, Dumbledore said. If this is going to become a murder investigation, the healer began. Now I'm going to have to change my report and inform the parents that they cannot take their daughter away just yet. He sighed. I can speak with the parents if you want me to. I have met with Miss Chang's father a few times, Dumbledore suggested. That would really help. Thank you, Mr. Dumbledore. What about us? Are we going to be in charge of this case? Don't we need to inform Madame Bones? Tonks asked Moody. I'll send her a message a bit later. For now, I want to return to the castle. Now that we are sure about what happened, we need to comb the entire school in search of clues and interrogate more of the students. See if they know who could possibly have a grudge with the victim. There is much to do. Are you ready for it? Moody asked. Yes, sir, Tonks responded with a lot of energy. If there is a killer on the loose inside Hogwarts, we need to catch them immediately. Dumbledore groaned. The mere idea repulsed him and turned his stomach. Who could this person be? How can something like this happen? He felt so tired. As this meeting was taking place at the Ministry, someone else had just died very close to Hogwarts Castle. Harry Potter stood naked and covered in blood. All that remained of the other boy was a large bloodstain that was slowly being soaked into the ground, and some chunks of flesh spread around the area. Harry was now reviewing the results of the ritual he had just performed. His green eyes were shining with an eerie light, and he was now able to see all the details in the nearby trees and plants, despite the lack of his glasses. The muscles on his body had grown and become more defined, making him look incredibly fit. This feels fantastic, he said with excitement. Chapter 42. Great Hall the next morning. Sitting at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy had been paying close attention to everyone who entered the hall. He was waiting to see someone specifically. For a moment, he shifted his attention to the nervous boy in front of him. Zabini was also doing the same thing, looking towards the entrance and waiting for someone to show up. Despite all the noise at the other tables, the Slytherin one was mostly in silence, while an uncomfortable tension could be felt among the students. Draco, look. Isn't that Potter? It was Crabbe and Goyle who first broke the silence. What? Draco, as well as Zabini and Pansy, turned their attention to the boy who had just entered. They didn't recognize him at first because he looked quite different. He was no longer wearing his typical old broken glasses, and his hair had become less messy, giving the impression that it was longer. And his body looked much bigger. Is he taller? Pansy asked. Is that really Potter? Daphne Greengrass, who was sitting at Pansy's side, made a comment when she followed their eyes and found the Gryffindor boy. He looks so much better now. I like the new look. Tracy Davis, another Slytherin girl, decided to add. Draco's eyes snapped at Zabini. What is going on? After giving him a bag with 100 galleons, his classmate had promised him that Mulciber was going to take care of Potter that same day. By now, Potter should have been rotting in the infirmary, but instead, he was here, entering the hall to have breakfast and looking better than ever. You owe me an explanation. Draco leaned closer to the other boy. At this point, he didn't care all that much if others overheard part of his conversation. Zabini now looked much more nervous. I don't know. You think that is going to be enough? Draco's tone was one of absolute fury. He didn't mind spending 100 galleons to give his enemy what he deserved, but getting scammed was not something he would take lightly. Zabini knew that part of Draco very well, but never expected for this to not work. I really don't know what happened. I spoke to him yesterday, and he sounded very confident. He assured me that he was going to take care of it that same afternoon. Draco's eyes scanned the rest of the table. There was no sign of Ignatius Mulciber anywhere. The 7th year would often skip class, but always appeared for breakfast. I want to know what happened. Find me Mulciber. Draco glared at Zabini, and I want my money back. Zabini raised his hands in a defensive manner. Sure, I'll try to find him today and get your money. The truth was that he never gave a single coin to Mulciber, as this one never asked to get paid for the job. So Zabini had kept all 100 coins safely secured inside his suitcase. The Slytherins were not the only ones who had noticed the changes in Harry. At the Hufflepuff table, 2 girls were watching Harry with intense eyes. What happened to Potter? A thin blonde girl named Hannah Abbott made a comment to her friend. I don't know, but I wish he had tossed those ugly glasses much earlier. The redhead, known to everyone as Susan Bones, responded to her friend while not keeping her eyes off Harry for one moment. Emmett. Hannah recognized the look on her friend's face and chuckled. Don't get any ideas, Susan. You were awful to Potter this year. He probably hates you by now. Susan frowned. She knew her friend was right. Although to be fair, everyone in her house had been especially awful to Potter since his name came out of that goblet. It's not my fault. Everyone was doing it, and Malfoy was giving those badges away for free. Hey, I'm not judging you, Hannah said. If anything, the students in their house hate Potter more now than ever. Since the death of Diggory, there are many seniors who have been putting the blame on Harry. But you know, Potter might judge you for it. Susan glared at her friend. I'm just saying, Hannah was quick to add, if you try to talk to him, he may not respond with a lot of politeness. Besides, she pointed at the table. As soon as Harry sat down next to Hermione, she greeted him with a warm smile and poured some pumpkin juice into his cup. It looks like he is taken, Hannah said. By Granger? Susan raised an eyebrow. I thought she was getting sweet with Weasley or with Victor Crumb. What happened to all those rumors about those two being seen together, leaving an empty classroom? That was not a rumor. I saw them with my own eyes. I told you about it, Hannah said. Granger doesn't have the best reputation either, I'll give you that. Now it looks like she is making the moves on Potter. Susan smiled confidently. I don't mind some competition. She adjusted her chest. I know I can win. Right outside the castle. I'm telling you, I have never seen Hagrid this upset, McGonagall said as she walked next to the headmaster through Hogwarts fields. Ahead of them was the small cabin that belonged to the groundskeeper. Albus Dumbledore had a lot on his mind already. Between the resurrection of Voldemort and the discovery of a murder inside his school, he did not exactly have a lot of time to even do his job, much less come all the way to see what Hagrid wanted to tell him. However, he could not say no, after she had told him how urgent it seemed. His old friend Hagrid was a tough man and would never bother him unless it was truly urgent. They arrived at the cabin, and before they could knock on the door, it opened and Hagrid walked out while his dog followed right behind. Albus, it is the most awful thing I have ever seen, the giant man exclaimed with tears in his eyes. Dumbledore had to agree with McGonagall now. He had not seen Hagrid this upset since the day he was expelled from Hogwarts. Chapter 43. Very well, Hagrid, tell me what happened here, Dumbledore asked his old friend, seeing how perturbed he was. The giant man took a moment to collect himself, as if he were trying to get an image out of his head. It's best if I just take you there so you can see it for yourself. I wouldn't be able to. You have to see it. Dumbledore and McGonagall shared a glance. Very well. Dumbledore would have wanted to make this a brief meeting, as he wanted to get back to the matter at hand of finding the murderer. But he knew that he couldn't brush this aside. Hagrid guided them right into the Black Forest. His dog walked at the giant's side for a bit. However, once they reached the first trees, the dog refused to take one more step forward and merely whimpered in place. What's wrong with it? McGonagall asked. Don't mind Fang, he won't go inside the forest. What happened here has left him terrified, and he is not the only one, Hagrid said. They ventured further, walking past trees and shrubbery. The deeper one goes into the Black Forest, the more difficult it becomes to walk, as plants and trees start to get in the way and the path becomes very narrow. The sunlight also has more difficulty getting through all the tree leaves and branches, allowing the darkness to take over. Only 2 minutes in, Dumbledore had already started to perceive something ominous in the air. The centaurs found it, came to tell me this morning. I couldn't believe it until I saw it myself. How can something like this happen? Hagrid mumbled. McGonagall glanced at the giant. Hagrid, why don't you tell us what in Merlin's name hap? It's just right ahead, Hagrid interrupted her. You can probably smell it already. McGonagall covered her nose. She did detect a very disgusting smell in the air. What is that? Is like rotten meat. A dead animal? Dumbledore didn't think it was that simple. Hagrid wouldn't have been so upset if it were simply that. Look, it's over there. Hagrid pointed to some bushes ahead. The first thing that caught Dumbledore's attention was the pool of blood that had been seeping from beneath the bush. They had to walk around it to finally see what was on the other side. Oh no, McGonagall gasped and covered her mouth. Dumbledore's eyes became sharp when he saw the dead creature. He now understood why Hagrid and the centaurs were alarmed by this. This was not just any normal forest inhabitant, but probably the most important and beautiful one, a unicorn. They were powerful, magical creatures who acted as the forest protectors. The centaurs revered them as sacred, and there were no natural predators in the Black Forest who would harm a unicorn. The scene was extremely gruesome. The body of the unicorn lay on the ground, on top of a pool of its own blood, and its head was missing. This was not done by an animal. Dumbledore was sure of that. No, its head was cut cleanly. Maybe with a very sharp blade or spell, McGonagall commented while trying to keep her breakfast inside. And where is the head? Did the killer take it? Dumbledore was now wondering if this could have been the same person involved in Cho Chang's death. It seemed unlikely for this to be a coincidence. Killing a unicorn was considered an act of utmost evil, and whoever performed it would be cursed for life. Hagrid grimaced. No, the head is close by. There's more you need to see. I'm afraid it gets worse. Worse than this, McGonagall exclaimed. The rotting smell. Dumbledore had just noticed it now that they were here. This unicorn had just been killed hours ago, so the smell did not come from it. Not to mention that magical creatures take a much longer time to decompose. The smell is not coming from the unicorn, then. The headmaster concluded that it must come from somewhere else instead. Hagrid shook his head. There is more, follow me. McGonagall and Dumbledore weren't sure what to expect, as they could not think of something worse than this. Hagrid guided them further into the forest. There were stains of blood all over the ground. Whoever had killed the unicorn had also taken the head and brought it somewhere else for some reason. The smell of rot was also becoming more intense. Hagrid stopped all of a sudden and turned to face them. He pointed to some trees. Is right over there. I rather not see it again. It makes me sick, so I will wait here if you don't mind, Professor. Sure, of course, Hagrid, wait here. Dumbledore had never seen the giant like this. His eyes turned to McGonagall, and she understood what he meant to say. I will go, McGonagall sighed. I am the vice-headmistress. It's my responsibility to find out what happened here. Dumbledore simply nodded and walked ahead. His wand was firmly grasped in his hand. The foul sensation only intensified as he approached the trees that Hagrid had pointed to. It was not the smell that bothered him the most, it was something else, something that he couldn't quite describe. There are traces of dark magic here, very, very dark magic. Be on guard, he warned the other professor. McGonagall got ready as well. They could already see another pool of blood ahead. Merlin, McGonagall exclaimed. No matter how much she had been preparing herself mentally, she was still not ready for what she saw. No, Dumbledore muttered under his breath. The head of the unicorn was lying carelessly on the ground, as if it had been tossed aside. Next to the largest tree was a circle drawn on the dirt, although the lines were barely visible, as everything was covered in blood as well as chunks of flesh. They have found the source of the rotting smell. McGonagall had to cover her mouth as she looked in horror at the macabre scene. Did they kill another animal here? No, this was not an animal. Dumbledore spotted a school robe nearby, hanging from a low tree branch. This was a student. Chapter 44. McGonagall screamed when she realized what she was seeing. These were not the remains of an animal, but a person. Not only that, but it was also one of their own students. Now they finally understood why Hagrid had become so horrified by what he saw. Minerva, go back to the castle, Dumbledore said immediately. Albus, but... Go back and call Moody. He needs to be here to see this as well. This is more than the school can handle. The tone of the headmaster left no room for argument. Right, the Aurors. McGonagall knew she was not going to forget what she saw today. The image was going to be engraved for the rest of her life, as well as that disgusting smell. She turned around and walked away, while Dumbledore returned his attention to the scene. This wasn't just a murder. His eyes moved to what remained of the magical circle. Without seeing the complete shape, it was impossible to determine the exact purpose it had served. However, one thing he was sure of. This was a ritual, an extremely dark one that involved a human sacrifice. The Ministry of Magic had gone through great lengths to eradicate all magical knowledge that they considered too dangerous since its inception. Sacrifice rituals were at the top of that priority list. Who could have done such a thing? Dumbledore wondered. He was not disillusioned enough to believe that all knowledge about such magic was completely eradicated. Also, this person could have obtained an ancient ritual book from a different country. However, obtaining something like that would be extremely difficult. Some things can't be bought with just money. This is much worse than I could have imagined. Dumbledore could only think of one individual who could have such dangerous knowledge about magic. But why would Voldemort do this? It makes no sense. The Dark Lord had just returned to life and regained his power. Why come back to Hogwarts and kill 2 students who had nothing to do with him? The old wizard turned his attention to the robes that were hanging nearby. He did not want to touch anything until the Aurors arrived, so he just got a closer look. Slytherin, he spotted the green tie among the clothes. By the size, it must have been a senior student, maybe 6th or 7th year. Dumbledore sighed. Regardless of who this was, it was a sad day to lose a student. Now he had lost 2 in the last 2 days. I should check the surrounding area. Perhaps I can find something that tells me who did this. He walked for a bit. Hagrid had gone back to the castle with McGonagall, so he was now all alone. That was just a warning shot. Dumbledore got startled when he suddenly heard a voice. "Who's there?" He pointed his wand in the direction from which the sound had come, but found nothing. Just more trees and plants. He approached with caution until he found something stuck to the side of a tree. What do we have here? It looked like a small knife embedded in the bark. Symbols were engraved onto its side. The moment he tapped it with his wand, it became active. That was just a warning shot. It was the same voice again, and now he could tell that it came out of the knife. An enchantment with a voice recording. He was able to read the runes engraved on the metal. It was a very simple design, and the runes themselves were poorly drawn. Whoever had done this wasn't very skilled in rune work, just enough to make a very basic artifact. Did the killer do this? It seems like the simplest answer. A voice recording and an enchantment could be used to create a quick distraction if you're trying to ambush someone. Unfortunately, Dumbledore was not able to recognize the voice. All he could tell was that it belonged to an older boy. He continued to look for a while but was unable to find anything else. If there had been a fight here, the traces were now gone. Hopefully, what they had was enough to find the culprit. 5 minutes later, Moody arrived accompanied by Tonks, and they got to work. That same day, at dinner, the headmaster was once more prepared for another grim announcement. Unfortunately, I have more bad news to offer you tonight. Hogwarts has suffered another unfortunate incident, Dumbledore started with a sad tone. A 7th-year student from Slytherin called Ignatius Mulciber has passed away. They were able to confirm the identity of the victim with ease, thanks to all the remnants that were left behind at the scene. The Great Hall broke into a mixture of panic and excitement. 2 students dying in 2 days would have that effect. There was also a lot of confusion because most students present had no idea who Mulciber was. Unlike someone popular like Chang, Mulciber was much less well known. And those who knew him were more likely to celebrate rather than cry for his loss. Dumbledore avoided giving any details about the death, not even mentioning that he was murdered, as this would do nothing but cause even more fear among the student population. Besides, there was only 1 week left before everyone was sent back home, so there was no need for this. The headmaster turned back to look at the new Aurors standing behind him. They had increased the security for the last week, wanting to keep an eye on everything that was going on. He had also placed all the paintings and ghosts on full alert. No one else dies under my watch. The headmaster swore to himself that he was going to find whoever did this and make them pay. Chapter 45. This sucks. Ron leaned back in the chair. They were in the middle of class, but no one seemed to care about his outbursts, even though it was the fourth one in the last hour. It was history class, and their professor was a ghost they called Professor Binns. This one would rarely get distracted from his lessons, even if his students were doing anything except paying attention to what he was saying. And then, on July 5th of 1872, the Unclean launched an assault on. He continued reading from the book in front of him. I know, mate. Last week of school, we're done with our tests, and now we can't go anywhere to have some fun, Seamus said with annoyance. There are horrors everywhere, but no one will tell us what really happened, Neville commented. Do any of you know who that Slytherin boy was, the one who died? Ron asked. No idea, said Seamus. I know about the house. The Mulcibers are a very old wizard family, very dark as well, Neville told them. Ron shrugged. Bah, one less dirty snake. I honestly couldn't care less about that guy. It is a shame about Chang, though. The girl was hot. Ron, that is so inappropriate. Neville scolded him. He is right, though, Seamus chuckled. She also had a great ass. Seamus, for Merlin's sake. Neville couldn't believe that these two were his only friends now, that he didn't speak with Harry any longer. Speaking of great ass, has Hermione said anything to you since? You know. Seamus looked at Ron for a moment before turning his attention to the front row, where Harry was sitting next to Hermione. The two of them were not paying any attention in class, just like everyone else, and appeared to be having a pleasant conversation. Tusk, no. Ron sat back with arms crossed while giving Harry the sticky eye. What does she see in that arrogant brat? I still think he did something to her, and now he is also hanging out with that loony. Just let it go, Ron. The professors already looked into it and found nothing. If you keep pushing it... Neville didn't want to admit it, but he was more afraid of angering Harry than getting detention from Professor McGonagall. Nev is right, forget about her. The school is filled with nice girls. Have you seen Susan Bones lately? She has really grown up, if you know what I mean. Seamus gave Ron a wink. And when am I going to talk with one of those girls? We can't even hang around anymore after classes. We are supposed to go directly to our common room, Ron complained. The headmaster had set in place several restricting rules after the two incidents involving students. Now they could go to their common rooms, the Great Hall for their meals, and to class. Every other part of the castle had become forbidden to walk around. Dumbledore had set these strict rules in place to hopefully prevent any more tragedies. Well, there's only a week. Then we can go home and enjoy the summer, Seamus reminded him. And when we return here, it will be as fifth-year students, almost seniors already. Right, we are almost seniors. This did cheer Ron up a little bit. I bet next year is going to be awesome. Dumbledore was taking some notes on a piece of parchment when he heard the gargoyle guarding the entrance to his office becoming active. He scolded himself for not paying attention, as he hadn't even noticed someone approaching. At first, he assumed it was Professor McGonagall coming back to give her daily report, as he had instructed her to do. But much to his shock, the one who entered the office was someone else. Severus. The potions professor looked extremely tired as he opened the door and walked inside. Headmaster, I'm back. Dumbledore hurried off his chair and went to check on him. Severus, it's been a week since you left. I was fearing the worst already. Snape lifted his head to glance at him, and you were almost right. Dumbledore helped him up so he could sit on a nearby couch, as the man appeared to be ready to collapse on the floor of his office. What happened to you? You look awful. Should I call Madame Pomfrey? I already took some potions to calm down the pain, he groaned as he leaned back on the couch. But mostly I am tired. I have barely slept in this past week. Have you been with him all this time? Dumbledore asked. The last time he saw Snape was when he got ready to return to Voldemort's side after being summoned. The Dark Lord was not happy with my delay in responding and made an example out of me. He would have just killed me if he hadn't found me useful for something. And what would that be? Dumbledore asked. To spy on you and Potter. He asked you to spy on Harry? Dumbledore was not surprised to hear the first part, as it had been the idea from the beginning. But he had not been expecting Voldemort to be so concerned with Harry Potter, now that the boy had essentially fulfilled his main purpose. Is he still worried about the prophecy? Dumbledore wondered about it. He also thought that it would be a good idea to pay the room of prophecies a visit in the near future. He needed to check if that particular one was still active. Something strange happened that night at the cemetery. He told me about it, Snape said in a grave tone. The night of his resurrection, did he tell you how Harry managed to escape from his grasp? This was something that Dumbledore couldn't understand yet, and he got no answers from the boy himself, who didn't appear to recall anything useful. He did. Snape locked his eyes onto Dumbledore's. He wanted the other man to be sure he was telling the truth. Dementors rescued Harry Potter. Chapter 46. What did you just say? Dementors? Dumbledore stared at Snape, looking dumbfounded. That is not even the strangest part. The Dark Lord claimed to have hit Potter with a killing curse before this one was taken away by a Dementor. You can imagine how shocked he was when he discovered that Potter had reappeared at Hogwarts the next morning. The killing curse, and Harry didn't die, that's impossible, yes. Snape added. The Dark Lord didn't understand it either, but he wants to find out why that happened. That is one of the reasons I am still alive. He needs someone close to the boy to investigate this. Dumbledore turned around and walked across his office until he reached the back of his desk. He then proceeded to open the second drawer. The killing curse is a dark spell that attacks directly the soul of its victim, damaging it beyond repair. This causes the immediate death of the person, as one cannot live without their soul. You already figured something out? Snape was honestly surprised. He knew the old wizard was brilliant, but didn't think he could come up with some theory so quickly. It's not like there are many ways to survive a curse like that one. It is the main reason it has become forbidden to use. In fact, there is only one way that I can think of, Dumbledore said as he placed a black diary on the table, staring at it with intensity. If the person has more than one soul in their body. In theory, the killing curse would only damage one of them, leaving the other one intact. More than one soul? Headmaster, how can that be possible? Snape asked. That, my friend, is something that I have been wondering myself for a long time, Dumbledore responded, his eyes still focused on the diary. This was the one that Harry Potter had brought back to him in his second year, after killing the basilisk. It took Dumbledore a while to unravel the secrets in this artifact, after hearing the full story from the boy, and how he had encountered the ghost of Tom Riddle that seemed to reside in this book. Since he knew for a fact that Tom Riddle was alive, this could not be a ghost or spirit. Instead, it was a fragment of the man's soul, a Horcrux. This led him to develop a new theory about Harry Potter's scar and how it was connected to Voldemort. Headmaster? Snape glanced at the old wizard with curiosity. He had stopped talking and was now just staring at the old book on his table. I'm sorry, Severus. Dumbledore took the diary and placed it back in the drawer, locking it once more. I think it is still too early for me to reveal this piece of information, and I am not completely sure myself about it being correct. I need a bit of time to ponder about this. His idea of Harry Potter having been a Horcrux looked sound, but it was not something he wished to reveal to Severus Snape yet, as the information was likely to fall into Voldemort's hands. The Dark Lord had gone to great lengths to keep his usage of the Horcrux ritual a secret. Letting him become aware that Dumbledore knew about it could make him more wary. I need to use this to my advantage and secure them before it's too late. He didn't even know how many the man had created, but it was obvious that it was more than one, since the man was still alive, despite the diary being destroyed. Severus, you must be tired, and I must contemplate these new discoveries. We will have much to do in the near future. Dumbledore decided not to inform Snape about the murders just yet. The man was hurting and clearly exhausted. There was no point in making it worse just yet. There would be time for that the next day. As much as Snape would like to gain more information about the headmaster's discovery, the idea of going back to his comfortable bed and resting, for many reasons, was just too appealing at the moment. He knew that he was going to get his answers very soon. As you wish, headmaster. I will go rest then. You do that, my friend. We will speak more tomorrow, I promise you that. Snape nodded and left the office, as fast as his tired bones would allow him, then made his way directly to his private quarters. Despite his poor state, he immediately noticed that something was wrong the moment he crossed the door. Someone tampered with the lock. His eyes went directly to his potion cabinet. The only things worth taking from here would be in there. He moved his feet with difficulty and approached the cabinet. Before he could even tap it with his wand to remove the seal, the door slid open. Oh no, now he had no doubts that someone had raided his cabinet. What did they steal? Snape had stored his most questionable and dangerous creations in here, as well as some very rare ingredients. He spent a good 30 minutes going over every single item to find out exactly what had gone missing. Why would they take this? He made sure to make notes on everything. 5 different ingredients were gone, although they were not the rarest ones he had. Only one potion had been taken. It was a very potent solvent, meant to be used on non-organic materials. Snape was left very confused and angry as he tried to guess what the thief was trying to accomplish with those items. In the end, he had to go to bed while feeling like this, leading to a terrible night where he couldn't get his so much-needed rest, swearing that he was going to find out the culprit and make them pay, even if the year was almost over. Chapter 47. After Snape left his office, Dumbledore went to a different drawer, taking out a notebook where he had been writing all his theories and ideas. Harry, he went over every note he had taken since the end of the tournament. There were a few things that he could not make sense of, and after hearing what Snape had to say tonight, he had even more questions. Saved by Dementors? Wait, that same night. Yes, it was the same night when the Dementors disappeared from Azkaban and Miss Tonks's partner was murdered at the prison. He had also written everything about that. The details were on the pages in front of him. There was mention of the Dementors behaving in a strange manner before their disappearance. Then Tonks and her companion were sent to investigate. This is where a mysterious intruder somehow entered Azkaban and attacked them. Imperio and Obliviation. Tonks had been placed under the Imperious Curse and led to the basement of the fortress, where the intruder had presumably taken something, although the investigators never found out what it was. Later on, Tonks was obliviated and left at the entrance of the prison, where one of the guards found her. It's the same. Dumbledore found it curious how similar the pattern was compared to what occurred to Cho Chang. Could this intruder be the Hogwarts murderer? That would mean that. His eyes moved to the pages of the notebook, saved by Dementors, Harry Potter. He shook his head as if trying to push the mere idea away. No, he is the boy of the prophecy. Murders, unforgivable curses, dark rituals. Harry would never be able to do that, or even gain the knowledge to perform such magic. Not only was Harry very young, but he also grew up in the Muggle world. The only magical knowledge he had came from this very school. There is no way that. Dumbledore froze. A terrible thought came to his mind. When the killing curse hit Harry, it destroyed a soul. His theory was that Harry survived, because only the fragment of Voldemort's soul was destroyed by the curse. But what if it was the other way around? What if the boy's soul was the one lost? That would be an absolute disaster. They would basically have 2 Dark Lords to deal with, and no savior to stop them. Dumbledore refused to contemplate this idea any further, but he still wrote it down in his notebook before closing it up and resting his quill. Leaning back in his chair, Dumbledore closed his eyes and tried to calm his nerves. Fawkes let out a cry from his perch. Dumbledore glanced at the Phoenix, who was now staring at him with what could only be interpreted as concern. This brought a smile to his face. I am fine, Fawkes. I just don't know how to solve this yet, but I will figure it out as I always do. Just then, he heard a noise coming from downstairs. Who could that be at this hour? Dumbledore turned his attention to a mirror-like device he always had in the other corner of his desk. He lifted it up, and it showed him what the gargoyle at the entrance was seeing. Harry Potter. The boy was standing at the entrance, knocking on the statue while looking around. The headmaster then activated the statue, opening the entrance and allowing Harry to come up. He watched with curiosity as the boy ventured inside his office. Dumbledore noted that Harry looked scared and confused but made no mention of it. Mr. Potter, I'm sure you are aware that no student is allowed to wander the halls after classes are over. And we are way past that time now. Professor, I'm sorry, Harry approached the desk with hesitation. You told me to come to you if I remembered something about that night. Oh, in that case, I suppose I can make an exception. He pointed at the chair in front of him. Take a seat. Harry did as he was told and sat down, looking timid and avoiding the headmaster's inquisitive eyes. Dumbledore waited patiently for Harry to start speaking. Professor, it was awful. That night, I remember being taken to some kind of cemetery. Peter Pettigrew was there. He was the one who killed Diggory. Then, he captured me and tied me down to some statue. I remember him making a cut on my arm. He then used my blood for some kind of ritual. And then... Dumbledore listened attentively to Harry's tale and found some inconsistencies in the details compared to what he already knew of that night's events. Unbeknownst to the headmaster, this was because Harry didn't really remember anything that had occurred after Wormtail stunned him and was just making educated guesses to fill the gaps. Harry was getting to the part where Voldemort came back to life and tried to kill him when he stopped all of a sudden. Something wrong? Dumbledore asked. Sorry, it's just, my throat feels a bit dry. Could I have something to drink, perhaps some tea? Of course, how inconsiderate of me not to offer. Dumbledore snapped his fingers and a tea set appeared on the table. A kettle came flying from one of the shelves, then began to prepare itself. How handy, Harry commented. Household magic can be very convenient. Dumbledore smiled. Perhaps we should teach some of this at school. Harry moved one of his hands under the table, pulling a tiny glass vial containing a thick black liquid from inside. In a couple of minutes, 2 cups of hot tea were prepared and placed in front of them. Harry moved his eyes past the headmaster to something behind him. Did something happen to Fawkes? He looks smaller, he pointed out. Dumbledore only took his eyes off Harry for a second to glance at his phoenix. You have noticed that? Yes, he has gone through another rebirth cycle very recently. Harry did not waste the opportunity and used a wandless banishing charm to sneak a single drop of poison inside his tea. The liquid inside the cup got slightly darker, but it wasn't too noticeable. Now, we should get back to the matter in question, Dumbledore said before picking up the teacup. Of course, Professor. Harry responded with a tone devoid of emotion as he saw the old wizard bring the cup closer to his lips. Chapter 48. Dumbledore stopped before the liquid could touch his lips and brought the cup down. What's the matter, Professor? Harry asked. The headmaster rested the teacup on the table. Tell me, who are you really? His usual grandfatherly tone was nowhere to be seen. His cold blue eyes were now glaring at Harry in a different way, and his body posture gave away that he was ready for an attack. Harry sighed. Where did I go wrong? I thought my performance was perfect. You made a few minor mistakes in your story. The way you speak to me is also different from how the boy used to. You try to hide it quite well, but I can feel the contempt and murderous intent beneath the surface of your mind, Dumbledore said. He missed this the previous time they met because he wasn't looking for it. Now things were different, as he was already suspicious of Harry even before he showed up unannounced at his office. I suppose my eagerness has betrayed me, Harry lamented. Had he taken more time to slowly plan the old wizard's demise, he could have done things much better. The school year was almost over, and he couldn't leave for the summer while this man was alive. Albus Dumbledore was too much of a threat to his plans. Dumbledore tapped on the cup. What type of poison did you use? Basilisk. That is a very good guess, Harry responded. I have a phoenix at my side. Anything slower than that would not be enough to kill me, and you knew where to find that particular one, as I never got around to getting rid of the basilisk remains in the chamber. Dumbledore glanced for a moment at his notebook. All the information he had collected had been written in there. No matter what happened here tonight, he had to make sure that book went to the right hands. Harry did not miss that gesture, something valuable. I'm assuming that you are not going to answer my first question. Should I take another guess about your identity? Dumbledore got ready. Guess all you want. Harry took something else from his pocket and held it in the same hand as his wand, while his left one was placed under the table. "Is this you, Tom?" the headmaster asked. A cruel smirk appeared on Harry's face. Wrong. He used his left hand to lift the entire desk and push it on top of the headmaster. Dumbledore blasted the wooden desk away with a quick charm, right after securing the notebook in his hand. Harry immediately shifted his attention to the other target. The glass container in his hand was thrown in the direction where the phoenix was sitting. Reducto, he immediately followed it by destroying the container right as it was about to reach Fawkes, releasing its contents. It was white powder that spread all over the creature, making it let out a cry of agony. This was another great thing he found inside Snape's cabinet. The frost willow isn't particularly rare, and it's only used in a few potions that are not in high demand, so Harry had no idea why Snape was keeping it in his cabinet. Regardless, it was a nice surprise when he saw it and grabbed it immediately. He knew that if he wanted to get rid of Dumbledore for good, then he would need to first deal with this phoenix. The frost willow can be turned into dust that is extremely cold, almost reaching absolute zero in temperature, even if just for a moment. Aguamenti, Harry finished his attack by launching a stream of water on top of Fawkes. When mixed with the cold dust, it covered the phoenix in a thick layer of incredibly hard ice. Harry wasn't completely sure if this would be enough to kill a resilient creature like a phoenix, but it would definitely keep it out of commission for the next few minutes. Fawkes, no. Dumbledore noticed what Harry did just as he moved the pieces of desk out of his way. His eyes glared at Harry with absolute fury. Cohibarum! 3 rings made of pure energy shot out of his wand and traveled toward Harry at tremendous speed. If a single one of them were to touch him, they would wrap tightly around his body, preventing any movement and ending this fight. Too soft, Harry scoffed as his magical barrier stopped the rings from catching him. It appeared that, despite discovering his real intentions, the headmaster was unwilling to use lethal force. This was not the case for him. Avada Kedavra, the deadliest curse, lit up his wand with the same color as his eyes. Dumbledore reacted by moving a large piece of his desk to intercept the spell. The piece of wood broke off into hundreds of fragments that shot out like shrapnel. One of these buried itself into the old wizard's leg. Dumbledore groaned in pain but was still unwilling to give up. "Harry, if there is any of you still left in there, you have to fight." "I'm sorry, old man, but Harry Potter is gone." His wand snapped up, moving as quickly as a bolt of lightning. "Confractus!" "Ah!" Dumbledore screamed as his wand hand bent 90 degrees, destroying his bones in the most painful way. He then fell to the ground while still holding the notebook in his other hand. "I thought you were going to put up much more of a fight," said Harry as he approached. "How sad." Dumbledore smiled. "It is not me that you should fear. I'm just an old man after all." A twinkle appeared in his glasses, and the next moment, a flash of light blinded Harry for a moment. "Tusk, you bastard!" Harry couldn't see, but he knew where Dumbledore was, so he fired another bonebreaker his way. Dumbledore groaned in pain. Just as Harry was recovering his sight, he noted that the notebook Dumbledore had been holding in his hand was transformed into a white bird that quickly flew out of the window before he could intercept it. "You wasted your only chance to kill me. What did you write in there that was so important?" Harry demanded to know. Dumbledore moved his head with difficulty. The last curse had broken his nose and damaged the bones in his neck. Blood was covering part of his face as he looked back at Harry. "The future," was all he said. Harry became furious. Avada Kedavra. This time, the curse found its target. Chapter 49. Minerva McGonagall was having a pleasant night of sleep when she was suddenly startled awake by a voice shouting at her. "Professor, Professor, you have to wake up." She almost jumped out of bed and rushed outside her small bedroom into her office. The painting that she always had hanging over her desk depicted a peaceful meadow with trees and a river. She had always found it soothing to look at while she did her paperwork. But now there was someone standing in the middle of that peaceful meadow, an old man with long white hair and a generous beard, dressed in fancy blue-colored robes, shouting at her for attention. "Professor." "Headmaster Dippet? What is going on?" McGonagall became alarmed. She knew that the living paintings would only come to her if it was something of utmost importance, much less this particular one, which belonged to the previous headmaster of Hogwarts before Dumbledore took charge over 20 years ago. His painting was supposed to be inside the headmaster's office, and McGonagall had never seen him leaving it before. I believe something terrible has occurred to the current headmaster. All the paintings inside the office have been destroyed, and we can't see anything, former headmaster Armando Dippet informed her. McGonagall felt a shiver run down her back. Have we not suffered enough tragedies already? She could only think of the worst possible scenarios. Please, not Albus. The professor went back to her room and took hold of her wand. Expecto Patronum. A small tabby cat flew out and passed through the wall. Mr. Dippet, have the paintings alert as many of the professors as you can. Send them all to the headmaster's office. I'm going there first, she spoke to the painting, which reluctantly took the orders. It was fortunate that Alastor, Moody, and Tonks were currently staying inside the school, in some of the guest rooms, so McGonagall sent them a message before getting dressed in a hurry and leaving her office. Tempus. She glanced at the glowing numbers before her. It was already past 11 p.m. Everyone in the castle should have been long asleep by now. The professor arrived at the last floor and continued walking as fast as she could to Dumbledore's office, keeping an eye on her surroundings and searching for anything out of place. However, other than the eerie silence filling the halls, nothing seemed off. Pair drops. She spoke the password to the statue, and it opened up. McGonagall held her wand firmly in her hand as she slowly climbed the set of stairs. The silence was filling her with trepidation. She found the door to the office slightly open, so she pushed it just enough to see inside. The professor let out a loud gasp when she saw the state of the room. There were pieces of Dumbledore's desk scattered all over the place, as well as a variety of objects that the headmaster usually kept well organized. Fawkes, her eyes went to one side. A large block of ice captured her attention, and inside it the phoenix was still trapped. What happened to her? It was then that she saw him. Albus Dumbledore was lying on the floor of his office, his back resting against the back wall, eyes closed. No, McGonagall muttered under her breath before rushing to his side. Albus! She put her hands on his face and was startled by how cold his skin felt to the touch. This can't be happening. You can't be dead. Not you. Tears formed in her eyes. She checked his pulse but found none. Albus, please. The professor didn't know what to do next, so she remained there, kneeling beside the corpse of the headmaster until more people arrived at the office. With loud steps, Alastor Moody entered, followed by his partner Tonks. What is going on? That old painting could not explain it prop. Moody stopped mid-sentence when he saw McGonagall. Merlin, Tonks exclaimed and brought her hands to cover her mouth. Albus, is he? Moody approached, both eyes focused on the headmaster. McGonagall was crying by now. She just nodded. Moody's magical eye started moving quickly, scanning the room. It immediately found Fawkes. They froze the phoenix. Who could have done something like this? Isn't Dumbledore the most powerful wizard in the country? He defeated Grindelwald. Tonks almost shouted. She had grown up hearing stories about how incredible this wizard was, the best one since Merlin, her mother used to say. Now she could not believe someone had ended his life. You think this has something to do with, you know who? Moody glared at her. She was not supposed to talk about that outside their secret meetings. She was lucky McGonagall was also part of the order. Let's not jump to conclusions yet. Right, should we call foe? Before Tonks could finish, they heard numerous steps getting closer. The paintings had alerted all Hogwarts personnel, and they were all coming toward the office. The first ones to enter were Professor Flitwick and Severus Snape, who hadn't even been sleeping at the time. Severus, you are back. McGonagall looked at the new arrivals. She had not seen the potion's master for an entire week after he left to join the Dark Lord. I just came back tonight and, oh no, his dark eyes fell on the figure of the headmaster. Is he dead? Yes, Moody responded, although I should say murdered. The headmaster has been murdered, Flitwick exclaimed. Yes, and this is now a crime scene. I'm going to need everyone to wait outside, Moody said. Chapter 50. The next morning, All students at Hogwarts had been called to the Great Hall for an emergency announcement. The students were all thinking the same thing while looking nervously around the hall. Did someone else die? Neville asked the others. Is anyone missing? Seamus scanned the table. I don't think so. Ron glanced in the direction where Harry was sitting with Hermione. Tusk, looks like we are all here. Neville noticed where Ron was looking. He didn't come back to the bedroom last night. Did you guys notice that? He rarely does, Seamus added. Where is he sleeping? Who cares? Ron huffed. I just want to know why they called us here so early. There are still 2 hours until breakfast. This is outrageous. We are supposed to be resting for our last days. Some of the professors began to make their way into the hall. McGonagall walked directly to the podium, while a few of the professors stood behind her with solemn expressions on their faces. Where is the headmaster? Neville wondered. Yeah, isn't he supposed to do the announcements? Seamus said. I just hope they get this over quickly so I can go back to sleep, Ron added. McGonagall cleared her throat and asked for everyone to be quiet, then she began to speak again. It is with a heavy heart that I must announce that, until further notice, Hogwarts, the School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, is closed with immediate effect. Hold on, what did she say? Ron looked confused. Just like everyone else in the hall. Closed, but why now? The year is almost over. Ginny looked over at the Ravenclaw table where her current boyfriend, Michael Corner, was sitting. That's not fair, we still had 5 more days. Did she say until further notice? Hermione turned to Harry. Does she mean they are not reopening the school? Calm down, even if they don't, there are other schools out there. It's not the end of the world. Harry was paying more attention to the professors. He wasn't surprised that they made this decision after what happened to the headmaster. No one came to get me last night, so I guess they still have no idea it was me. Harry had been preparing to make a quick escape in case they did. He had no intention of becoming a prisoner in his own house. Although I hope they reopen it for next year, it would make things more difficult if they decided to keep it closed. He had made the decision to take over this castle for himself, and he was not one for backing down once his mind was set on something. Professor McGonagall waited a few minutes for the hall to quiet down a bit before continuing. However, she offered no explanation about the motives behind the school closure. Neither she nor the other professors felt that it would be a good idea to announce something like this in the hall. They would instead send a letter to the parents, giving all the details. The Hogwarts Express will depart the Hogsmeade station in 3 hours. I urge all students to return to your bedrooms and start packing your belongings. I request all prefects, the head boy, and the head girl to assist in this endeavor to make sure everyone cooperates. 3 hours, Neville exclaimed. So we are not even having breakfast today. Ron looked horrified. Is that what you are worried about? Ginny rolled her eyes at her brother's behavior. As McGonagall had requested, all prefects guided the students to their common rooms and urged them to start packing. A bit over 2 hours later, most of the students were already at the station, waiting for the train to arrive. We are being sent off with no explanation whatsoever. Hermione looked very annoyed as she adjusted the weight of her bags. Something terrible must have happened for them to do this. I suppose so, Harry responded with little interest, because of course to him, this was not a mystery. Are you going to come visit during the summer? Luna leaned closer to him and stared with her intense silver eyes. Perhaps. I have many things planned for the summer, and I need some time to ponder over them, Harry told her. His first priority was to increase his power. These 2 girls were useful for many things, but they wouldn't do much if the entire Ministry of Magic came after him once they discovered he was behind all those murders. Several steps had been marked in his agenda. Retake control of Azkaban and its Dementors. Infiltrate the Ministry and obtain the Codex Daemonium, a book about demonology that would allow him to form pacts with those creatures. That's not going to be easy. Harry didn't know how secure that Museum of Dark Arts was, since neither he nor the previous user of this body had been there. He wasn't even sure if the Ministry already existed during his previous life, and had only heard some rumors about a council of old wizard families being formed. His eyes moved to the 2 girls next to him. One thing is for sure, these 2 won't be able to help me. If only I had gotten hold of someone with connections to this Ministry of Magic. He couldn't really think of many candidates. Ron's father worked there, but his status was very low. Also, the idea of turning any of the Weasleys into his followers was not very appealing to him. Harry was about to ask the girls when he heard the train approaching. "Time to go home, I guess," Hermione commented, not looking very happy about being sent out of school before it was time. "Let's go then," Harry said. "But it is not home where I am going," he then thought. "Not yet, at least." Chapter 51. Let's take the cabin at the end. Harry walked ahead and opened the door. 3 boys were already inside. "What do you want, Potter?" Ron seemed to have gotten in a foul mood the moment he saw him, and he only got worse when he realized that Hermione was standing right behind him, still with him. "We are taking this cabin. Go sit somewhere else," Harry told them. "Seriously?" Seamus stared at Harry in disbelief. "Why are you acting like this?" Neville glanced at him. "We haven't done any." "Let me stop you right there." Harry raised his hand. "I care little for your actions of the past, or even for you in general. I just want some peace and quiet so I can think, and this last cabin is perfect for that. Now, go somewhere else before I make you." Ron was shaking with anger. "You are going to make us?" His wand was already in his hand. Neville and Seamus went to stand up and try to stop him, but it was too late. "You had your chance." Harry was much faster than Ron, and before this one even began to mumble some harmless jinx, he had already formed his spell and shot it at the 3 boys. They had time to let out a short scream that quickly turned into an animalistic cry, as their bodies transformed into small mice of different colors. "Whoa, that looks fun," Luna cheered from outside the cabin. "Can you turn me into a bird? I always wanted to fly." "Maybe another day." Harry conjured a wooden cage and levitated the creatures inside before hanging it from one of the walls. "Erg, I don't like mice." Hermione made a face of disgust as she looked at the 3 little creatures making squeaky noises. Harry placed his case in its place before turning his attention to the 3 transformed students. "You are going to behave properly for the rest of the journey and will be allowed to return to your human forms. Otherwise, I can think of less pleasant things to transform you into." The 3 creatures stopped making noises immediately. "Good." Harry sat down in one of the corners and got comfortable. Hermione closed the door of the cabin before sitting in front of him. "Harry, are you planning on staying all summer with your family?" He glanced at her. "Why do you ask?" "Well, my parents were planning a trip to Paris. Maybe I could convince them to bring you along." "There is nothing in Paris that interests me, so no," Harry responded. "You can come to my house then," Luna added. "Dad and I are planning on traveling north, looking for some crumple-horned snorkax." Harry remained silent for a moment, wondering if this was also one of her imaginary creatures or a real one, even though he had never heard of it. "No, I may visit your house later on in the summer. I have other things to deal with first." He still had to figure out how to infiltrate the ministry. Hermione looked concerned about something. "Are you going to stay with your family all summer?" "Family?" Harry stared at her. "I have no such thing, nor need for it. If you are referring to those muggles, the Dursleys, why?" There was a sudden knock on the door before it opened up. "Excuse me," a pretty redhead girl poked her head inside. "Ah, there you are." She looked directly at Harry. "Susan, you can't barge into someone else's cabin like that." Her friend Hannah was trying to pull her away from the door. "Why do you have 3 mice inside a cage?" "Susan Bones, what are you?" Hermione knew the girl from class but didn't understand what she was doing here. They never talked all that much outside the classroom. And this year, the Hufflepuffs weren't particularly nice to Harry either. "Sorry, I just wanted to speak with Harry for a bit. Is that okay?" she asked while giving Harry a playful wink. "Bones," Harry repeated her last name. He was sure to have heard it somewhere else but couldn't quite place it. "Come in then." He felt curious about what this girl could possibly want. "Thank you." She walked inside while Hannah waited at the door. Then, without hesitation, she sat down between Luna and Harry. "I had been meaning to speak with you before, but then the headmaster went and forbid us from leaving our common rooms." How boring that was. Harry stared at the girl. "What is it that you wish to speak with me about?" Susan licked her lips. "I just wanted to tell you how great your new look is. I'm a huge fan." "What the?" Hermione couldn't believe how forward this girl was being. "I see, thank you," Harry responded and noted she was leaning very close to him, enough for her generous breasts to rest against his arm. Susan chuckled. "You are welcome, by the way." She pulled something from her robes. It was a small golden card with something written on it. "In 1 month, there is going to be a big party at the ministry to commemorate my aunt's 10-year anniversary as the head of the Auror department, and I have a +1 invitation." She showed him the card. "Your aunt, did you say head of the Auror department?" Harry asked. "That must be one of the most important positions in the ministry." Or at least he had to assume, since he had little knowledge about it. Something else he will have to remedy during the summer. "That's right, my aunt is Amelia Bones, but that's not the important part. I wanted to invite you to accompany me. It's going to be a fun party and there is going to be a ball." She offered him the card. "Would you come with me?" Harry glanced at the card in her hands. He had been racking his brains for a way into the ministry, and now one had just fallen into his lap. How can I say no? He took the card. Chapter 52. The train arrived at the station. Luna and Hermione grabbed their things and left the cabin. Harry turned around right before crossing the door and pointed his wand at the small wooden cage. A moment later, the 3 mice began to grow in size until they broke through the cage and returned to their normal shapes. Harry left the boys groaning in pain and stepped off the train. The families of the students had already arrived at the station and were having emotional reunions, while also wondering why they had come back several days earlier with no proper explanation. Harry continued to move past them, trying to hide his disgust for such shows of affection. But once he crossed the barrier and arrived at the Muggle side, he did not feel much better. There were Muggles walking around all over the place. This filled him with anger, and he wanted nothing more than to take out his wand and start tearing them to pieces. That will have to wait. He had to remind himself that to achieve his goals, he was going to need a lot of patience. Rushing into things would only lead to mistakes, and this time, he could not afford to make any. Right now, he had no preparation set in place in case he died again. If that were to happen, it would truly be over for him. "Boy!" Someone shouted at him from behind. Even before turning around, Harry could feel the hatred emanating from his uncle. "There you are, about time you showed up," Vernon huffed while pointing at him. "Come on, boy, I don't have all day for this." Harry picked up his briefcase and went towards the disgusting creature. Vernon was not able to pick up on the subtle changes that had occurred in his nephew, other than his lack of glasses. "What did you do with your glasses? I'm not buying you another pair, you hear me." If memory served him well, Vernon had not bought the first pair either. It had been one of his teachers in his first year who had done it for him when she noticed that Harry was unable to read the words on the board. Vernon grabbed his arm and dragged him away. "Let's go. Your freaky friends made me come here after work. Why are you even here already? Did you get kicked out of school?" "I suppose being treated like this is still preferable to love and compassion." Harry was trying to see the little mercies in life as his uncle almost pushed him to the car. He still was not pleased by having a Muggle treat him in such a demeaning way. "I had originally planned on killing this man immediately after getting to the house, but perhaps I could come up with something more creative to do with him," Harry thought. It was starting to get dark by the time they reached the house. Vernon grabbed his suitcase and the cage containing his owl before urging him inside. Harry followed him but was also paying attention to something else. It was very faint, but he felt someone else's presence around the house. Is the house being watched? He wondered if someone was spying on him and who that person was working for. It could be someone from Voldemort's side, Dumbledore's side, or even someone from the ministry, like an Auror sent on an assignment. There were just too many people aware that this was his house, making it a very unsafe place for him to live in. He had little trust in those protections that Dumbledore had mentioned in the past. "I'll need to find a better place as soon as I can," he thought. Finally, the furious man huffed as he dropped all Harry's belongings in a rough way right at the entrance. "Put all the freaky stuff inside the broom closet and get the rest to your room." Freaky stuff, Harry raised an eyebrow. He didn't think that his uncle's face could get any redder. "Look, boy, I spent all day working, and then I had to go fetch you at the station. Do not test me today. His fat finger was pointed directly at Harry. "Vernon, you are home." Petunia walked from the kitchen. Her smile immediately disappeared when she saw Harry. "And you brought him?" A smirk appeared on her face. "We received a letter from your school informing us that you would be returning a few days before the arranged date. So what happened there?" "The headmaster died." Harry looked around the house. He could feel something strange in the air. "Are those the protections?" There is something off about it. He was sure that the previous owner of this body would not have noticed, but he was a lot more sensitive when it came to dark magic. "What?" Apparently, his news had shocked his aunt and uncle. "That weird old man is dead?" Vernon asked. "Albus Dumbledore is dead?" Petunia looked shocked. That was because she still remembered the stories her sister had told about that old wizard and how incredible he was. "Yes, he was murdered." Harry looked around. "Where is Dudley?" Petunia frowned. "Your cousin is in his bedroom. What do you mean by murdered? Who killed him?" "Oh," Harry smiled as he pulled his wand out. "That would be me." Vernon and Petunia looked at each other. "What are you doing?" Petunia looked horrified. "Boy, don't point that thing at us." Vernon snapped and tried to grab him, despite being clearly terrified of magic. Harry was quick to knock Vernon out with a sleeping charm, before doing the same to his aunt. "Things are going to be a bit different this summer." His eyes moved to the stairs. "Now, let's go say hi to my dear cousin." Chapter 53. Petunia opened her eyes and found her nephew Harry standing over her, pointing a black wand at her face while mumbling things she didn't understand. So that's what he did, the bastard, a blood ward nonetheless. Harry stared at thin threads of magic that connected him to his aunt as well as the house. He had no doubts that this was the work of Albus Dumbledore. He must have done it when he left him here as a baby. Petunia looked around and found her husband and son still fast asleep. They were all sitting in their kitchen chairs. She made an attempt to stand up, but discovered that she was somehow stuck to the chair surface and could not get off. "Harry, what did you do to us?" she screeched. "You are finally awake." Harry turned his attention to her. "It's just a harmless sticking charm, no need to freak out." "You let me go this instant, you hear me?" she shouted. Harry rubbed his ear. "Of course I can hear you with that damn screeching voice. If I hadn't set in place several privacy charms, every single dog in the entire neighborhood could also hear you." Petunia glared at the wand in his hand and recalled the last thing he had said to them before knocking them out. "Have you gone insane?" Harry stopped to think for a moment. Perhaps a little bit, but when you spend a century living with demons, undeads, and wraiths, your mind tends to slip a bit. He aimed his wand at Vernon. "Crucio." "Ah!" Vernon woke up screaming while his wife stared in horror before she began to shout at Harry to stop. Harry turned to her. "I can't stand your voice. If you scream at me again, I will use the curse on your son next." This was more than enough to shut her up. "Why you can't use that thing outside of school." Vernon's voice sounded weak and fragile after suffering the Cruciatus curse for several seconds. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Is that what worries you now, that I may get expelled? I told you last night that I murdered the headmaster." He shrugged. "But if it eases your mind, the wand that I am currently using is not the school one, so I won't get in trouble." He showed the wand to him. This wand has a black dragon heartstring as its core and is made with wood from an ancient oak tree that was being worshipped by a barbarian tribe. "I know this because I personally exterminated the tribe and took their sacred tree," he said with pride. "And this one has no trace," he then added. Azkaban." Harry turned to look at Petunia. "What did you say?" She returned the stare with barely contained disdain. "I know about that wizard prison. They will send you there for this." Harry frowned. He did not like being reminded that the Ministry of Magic had taken over his home and was using it to keep the trash of the country locked inside. His wand moved immediately to point at Dudley. "Crucio." "Nu!" Petunia screamed, just as her son awoke in agony. "Ah!" Dudley let out a blood-curdling scream that reminded Harry of the sound pigs make when they are hurt. "Stop!" Petunia turned to him. "Please stop." "No need for that." Harry released the curse before placing a silencing charm on Dudley. The sound of his voice was starting to annoy him. "I still need you all alive, and sane, for now." "What do you want?" Vernon asked. "Freak." He muttered under his breath. You have a poor sense of self-preservation. Harry clenched his fists and punched the large man across his face, breaking several teeth in the process. Harry's strength had been increased several times over thanks to the ritual he performed the other day. But he knew this would be far from enough for him to be satisfied. Vernon coughed a mouthful of blood. Please, Harry, that's enough. Just tell us what you want from us. Petunia finally understood how helpless their situation was. They were completely at Harry's mercy at this point. Is this about how we treated you? Because we kept you in a broom closet and made you work all day. Harry stared at her for a moment. Oh, not at all. I actually liked those memories. I love seeing the cruel side in people, and you, Aunt Petunia, you are particularly cruel. What are you? She looked very confused right now. What I need from you is your undying loyalty and cooperation. If you can do that, you may still survive this summer. That was a lie, but in his experience, humans are always more cooperative when they have hope. He walked to Dudley, who was still under the silencing charm and could do nothing but stare at him and tremble. Harry took a large kitchen knife from the counter and began to chant something that none of the people present could understand, as it was done in a language they had never heard before. The knife in his hand began to change. The metal of the blade darkened until it was pitch black and had a glossy surface, like obsidian. He got the knife closer to one of Dudley's arms. Petunia was about to shout at him when Harry glared at her. Scream again, and this knife goes into his throat instead. The room remained silent after that threat. Harry used the knife to carve a symbol into Dudley's forearm, while this one could do nothing about it. Once he was done, Harry observed his work and nodded in satisfaction. I can't use magical brands on muggles. Your souls are too weak to handle them, but simple curses like this one can do the trick. See, still alive. Curse, Vernon stared at the mark on his son's arm. Harry took a seat in front of them and left the knife on the table. A very deadly one. I can activate it any time and from anywhere. If I do, your son is dead meat. Petunia gasped, no. Yes, but we won't get to that, right? I mean, as long as you do what I tell you, Harry said. Vernon and Petunia nodded. Wonderful, Harry smirked. Tomorrow we are going on a shopping trip. Chapter 54. On a small island that formed part of the Black Lake at Hogwarts, there was now a beautifully carved white tomb. All around were people getting ready to say their last goodbyes to the great wizard, who was lying inside the still-open tomb. Minerva McGonagall took a step forward and gazed at the old wizard. Albus, we are all going to miss you so much. She got closer and placed a wand on his hands. This is yours. Take it with you on your next great adventure. She glanced at the ones behind her. We are going to find whoever did this. Rest in peace, old friend, Moody spoke next. I'm going to miss you so much. Hagrid could not hold his tears. Someone else stepped forward and looked at the body. I couldn't believe it when you told me, and it's still hard to believe after seeing him, said the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Who could have done this? A middle-aged, red-haired woman moved to his side. As Moody has said before, we will find out. Amelia Bones reassured the minister while keeping her eyes on the old headmaster. We can't keep this a secret for much longer, and the parents of the students will need to be informed as well. We know that, Amelia, Professor Flitwick said with a frown. But we don't need to talk about this right now. We need to say our goodbyes first. Of course, Amelia sounded apologetic. So many years of investigating murders may have left me a bit insensitive. Sorry. She stepped aside and allowed the rest of the guests to speak a few words. After everyone was done saying what they wanted, McGonagall used her magic to place the lid on the tomb and sealed it with a powerful enchantment so it could not be opened again. They then used a large boat to bring everyone to the shore of the lake, where they said their goodbyes. I must return to the ministry. I have much paperwork waiting for me. The minister looked at McGonagall. I assume that you will be taking the position of headmistress. If the student board agrees with it, then yes, she responded. The board will not have much of a choice. You are already the vice headmistress. The position will be yours unless you reject it, Amelia told her. McGonagall shook her head. There is a more important question, though. Can we reopen the school, given the situation we are in? The minister and Amelia glanced at each other. You are referring to the other two deaths, Miss Chang and Mr. Mulciber, yes, Amelia asked. Whoever killed them is still on the loose, and this may also be the same one who killed Albus. How can we open the school when we have a killer among the students? You don't really believe that a student was capable of ending the life of Albus Dumbledore, right? That has to be a joke, the minister scoffed. I have to agree with the minister, Amelia said. It's too early to jump to conclusions. Let my agents continue their investigation. We still have 3 months until the next school year. Hogwarts is the most important magical school in the country. Closing it should be our last recourse, not the first. McGonagall remained quiet for a moment before sharing a glance with the other professors present. Very well. We have some time to consider the next step. Good, Minister Fudge breathed in relief. He knew that all those important lords of ancient families would chew him up if he allowed the school to be closed. Now, I must really take my leave. Yes, we all have much to do. McGonagall watched as the minister and Amelia walked away before turning her attention to the others. For now, go home. I will send the letters to the parents about what happened to Albus. What are you going to tell them exactly? Flitwick asked. I am just going to say that the headmaster has passed away. There is no need to go into more details than that, McGonagall said. That's probably for the best, Professor Sprout nodded. No need to alarm everyone with this nasty business. Professor Trelawney cleaned her tears with a handkerchief. I can't believe this happened, and I didn't see it coming. I can, Moody muttered under his breath. The professors departed the lake, leaving McGonagall behind, along with Moody and Tonks. Is Hagrid not coming? Tonks asked. McGonagall shook her head. Give him a bit more time. We can catch him up on what we discussed today. Moody took 3 brooms out of his robes and brought them back to their normal size. Can't we just apparate to the house? Tonks asked. Not today. I don't want to risk anyone following our trace. We fly there with concealment charms. It's safer, Moody told them. It's like a 2-hour flight, Tonks groaned. Then let's get to it. McGonagall took one of the brooms and began flying away. The sun was already setting by the time they arrived at Black Manor. The disgruntled house elf opened the door as usual, and they went inside. Get out of my house, the painting screamed at them. Not now, Walburga. McGonagall told the painting of the angry woman and walked by, going directly for the dining hall, where they usually met. When they entered, the group found Sirius Black already sitting at the table. He was wearing a depressed expression, and a small notebook was lying in front of him. Sirius, McGonagall greeted him. Sorry you couldn't come today. I know you wanted to. Sirius glanced at them and put his hand on the book. What is that? Moody pointed to the notebook. Dumbledore sent this to me before he died, Sirius revealed to them. Chapter 55. Their eyes were drawn to the notebook on the table. He sent you something before he died, Moody asked. I think he just sent it to the house. I found it this morning waiting for me at the table, Sirius explained. Then it was meant for the Order of the Phoenix. McGonagall glanced at it and felt it was familiar. I think I have seen Albus writing notes on that a few times when visiting his office. What does it say? Moody asked. Disturbing stuff. Sirius didn't look like he wanted to talk about it, so he passed the book to them. Moody, Tonks, and McGonagall opened the notebook in front of them and began reading from the beginning. There were many annotations about someone called Tom Marvolo Riddle and his family. Who is this? Moody asked. A student of yours. He gave McGonagall a glance. It doesn't ring a bell, but I can check the archives. If he were a student, his name would be there, she answered. There's a date at the bottom, Tonks pointed out. 1938. This was written a very long time ago, Moody noted. I started attending school in 1947, so I doubt I would have met him even if we were both in Hogwarts, McGonagall commented. This parchment is definitely very old, and it looks like it was placed in the notebook later on, Tonks pointed out. In fact, many of the pages seem to have taken form somewhere else and later been added to this book of notes, as if it were a compilation that Dumbledore had put together. They continued to read. There were many pages talking about this Tom Riddle. Dumbledore spoke about how brilliant and talented the boy was, despite having grown up in a Muggle orphanage and having no prior knowledge about magic before Hogwarts. The tone of the writing changed as the years passed. His admiration for the boy turned to concern as he began to notice more of the dark nature that Tom Riddle had. "He became head boy when I was in my second year," McGonagall commented. "I should remember him." "He was in Slytherin. Unless things were very different back then, students tend to keep to their own houses," Tonks said. McGonagall nodded sadly. That, unfortunately, did not change over the years. That was a regret she always had. Perhaps the school could have done without that division. "Okay, there are a lot of pages about this boy, so he must be very important. I mean, if Albus sent us this before his death. It has to be for something relevant to us," Moody suggested. "Keep reading, you'll understand soon," Sirius said before standing up. "I'm going to make some tea." He walked out of the hall. The others looked at each other. Whatever was written here had left Sirius in a poor state of mind. "Fine, let's keep going," Moody said as he turned the page. "Oh, this is the incident with the Chamber of Secrets. I do remember that. Hagrid got expelled for it and was lucky not to end up in Azkaban," McGonagall said. "Apparently, Dumbledore noted a very strange behavior with this Tom Riddle during that time and suspected he was the one behind the incident," Moody said. "What? Then why didn't he do something about it?" McGonagall looked upset. "Hagrid is still suffering the consequences of what occurred on that day." "It looks like Dumbledore could not find any evidence. From what he wrote here, these were just suspicions of his," Tonks added. "Let's continue." Moody passed more pages, and they resumed reading. The next part of interest came in his last year, when something occurred between him and the potions professor of the time, Slughorn. Something that would later cause Professor Slughorn to quit his job and disappear. But what happened? Tonks read the page again, just in case she had missed something. "It doesn't say. Maybe later on," McGonagall suggested. "The pages are in chronological order." "This Riddle graduated soon after that and went to work at some shop at Diagon Alley," Moody continued reading. "He came back 3 years later and requested a teaching position from headmaster Dippet. He was rejected." The next entry is almost a decade later. 1954, Tonks noted. "That's when I started teaching," McGonagall commented. "He requested a teaching position again. Defense against the dark arts, but this time it was to Dumbledore, as he had just begun working as headmaster. He was rejected again." "There are some notes written about the motives behind the rejection," McGonagall said. "Dippet rejected him for being too young, but Albus had other reasons. He was suspicious of him," Tonks read. Riddle's dark nature had only gotten worse after being away for almost a decade. The headmaster could tell that he had bad intentions when asking for the job and told him to go away. The next entry is many years later, early 70s. Wait, Moody's expression changed. The same could be said about the other two women, because this is when the First Wizarding War began. It was then that the true nature of Tom Riddle was completely shown, after changing his name to something more threatening. "He was talking about Lord Voldemort. That can't be right," Tonks said. "No, it makes sense now," Moody said. "For Dumbledore to send us this, it had to be about him. We went to school during the same time. I had no idea." McGonagall came to the realization that she shared school with the Dark Lord, albeit for only a couple of years. "There are still a lot of pages left," Tonks pointed out. "He must have taken note of everything he found about that monster." "It is always useful to know your enemies," Moody added. Tonks was correct. As they kept reading, they found out about all the secrets that Dumbledore had been keeping. Horcruxes, Moody looked horrified. He made more than one. There was a prophecy involving the Dark Lord and Harry Potter. Is that why Lily and James were targeted by him? McGonagall looked shocked to find out how many things the headmaster had kept secret over the years. "I can't believe it. Why would Albus not share all of this before? Why keep it all for himself?" "There is still another page left," Tonks said. Moody turned the pages and began reading again. However, the last page was not talking about Voldemort, but someone else who had recently begun to concern Dumbledore enough for him to write it down. "This is about Harry," McGonagall gasped. At that moment, they heard the entrance door open. Chapter 56. "Who goes there?" Moody pointed his wand at the door. "Stop!" McGonagall hurried to hold the Auror back, as she had a good idea who this was. A moment later, a black-haired man entered the room, limping on one leg. "Erg," he groaned in pain before collapsing on the floor. "Severus," McGonagall rushed to his side and examined him. "Oh, Merlin, you are hurt." "Let me see. First aid courses are mandatory in the Auror Forces." Tonks used a scanning charm to search for wounds. "Ouch! You have several fractured bones, and you're showing the side effects of the Cruciatus curse." "I have a potion for that," Moody said. "Already took it," Snape huffed. "We need to take you to a healer," McGonagall said. "I'm fine," Snape responded. "You are obviously not. At least let me call Madame Pomfrey." "I can mend the bones a little bit, or at least reduce the pain," Tonks suggested. "Let's lay him down on the couch." Moody and Tonks moved Snape while he complained. While Tonks started performing her first aid healing, McGonagall fetched some water. "Thanks," Snape said. "I have news." "Can you start with who did this to you?" McGonagall asked. "The Dark Lord," Snape spoke in a soft, weak tone. "You know who did this to you? Why?" McGonagall looked confused, wondering what reason that madman could have to torture poor Snape. "He was not happy to hear about Dumbledore's demise," Snape said. "He did this to you because of that." Tonks raised an eyebrow. "Shouldn't he be happy? I thought the headmaster was like his worst enemy." "HMPH?" Moody shook his head. "Then you don't understand that bastard at all. He is too arrogant to be happy because he didn't do it himself." Snape groaned. "That's correct, he also blames me." "But hold on, does this mean that you know who had absolutely nothing to do with what happened to Albus?" "How can that be?" McGonagall said. "She is right, but this is a bit too much to be a coincidence. The Dark Lord makes his return, and then Albus gets murdered right before the end of the school year. They cannot be completely unrelated." Moody's eyes went back to the notebook they had just been reading. Snape was staring at the man and then followed his eyes to the table. "What is that?" Moody, Tonks, and McGonagall shared a look of concern. The last page of Dumbledore's notes seemed to present a wild theory that involved Harry Potter. One that felt a lot less wild now, that they discovered Voldemort had nothing to do with what happened to Dumbledore. At that moment, they heard footsteps getting closer. "Oh, you are here." Sirius made his entrance with a cup of tea in one hand and a bottle of fire whiskey in the other. "Did you have a pleasant reading?" "What is going on?" Snape looked confused, as he didn't understand what they were at. "I will tell you in a moment," McGonagall tried to reassure Snape. "But first, who is watching Harry Potter's house? Just park the car somewhere nearby." Vernon glared at him with suspicion. "We are still 10 blocks away from that freak tavern of your kind." "We are not going to the Leaky Cauldron, at least not yet. Today, I intend to visit the Muggle Library," Harry said. "The public library? What for? They don't have any books about magic." Vernon had a difficult time getting that word out. "I don't need to explain myself to you," Harry pointed. "Forget about parking, just let me down over there, and come back to get me in 2 hours. I'd rather not spend more time with you than necessary." Vernon frowned. He was the one who wanted to say that, but he didn't dare. Right now, the life of his son, Dudley, was in Harry's hands. Just a simple gesture would be enough to kill him. At least, that's what Harry had told them, and they didn't know enough about magic to prove him wrong. Not that they would dare to risk Dudley's life on this. "Fine." Vernon huffed and stopped the car near the entrance of the British Library, one of the biggest libraries in all of England. Harry had a good reason to begin his research in a Muggle library instead of visiting Diagon Alley. "I have missed 500 years of Muggle history, and it appears that I have overlooked a lot of their development. Things are so different from what I am used to," Harry thought as he glanced around the city. Having the memories of the previous Harry Potter had helped him understand the current world and not become too lost. But regardless, he quickly found out that the knowledge the boy had accumulated was extremely lacking, even for someone that young. He had a very basic understanding of how the current world works, and the same goes for all this new technology Muggles have created, like the car Vernon had just used to bring him here. In the past, he had prided himself on his great wisdom, always being decades ahead of anything Muggles could have even thought about. Now things seemed to have been reversed, and he didn't like that. "How am I going to destroy a world I don't understand?" Harry thought as he made his way through a long set of stairs and passed by a large set of double doors. On the top, he spotted a large sign welcoming him to the British Library. Harry smiled. This will be easy. It appeared that Muggles chose to share their accumulated knowledge with the masses instead of keeping it secret to empower a few. Thanks to his magic, he would be able to steal everything they had learned for the past 5 centuries in a short amount of time. Yes, 2 hours should be more than enough. I mean, how many books can they have in there? A few hundred, perhaps 1,000. Chapter 57. 6 hours later. Bloody hell, how can they have so many books? Harry took a moment to rest. He had been using his magic to quickly assimilate the contents of the books, obtaining an immense amount of knowledge, but it appeared that no matter how fast he went, there were just too many tomes available in this library. Harry had also noted some restricted sections where they apparently kept the most valuable and unique items in the library. Although he personally had no interest in something like the Carta Magna, Shakespeare's First Folio, or some handwritten lyrics by the Beatles. After recovering for a bit, he took another book from the shelves and looked at it. World War II? Okay, we are getting closer to current days at least. He had been studying the history of the world in chronological order since the time of his first death, some 500 years back. There was much to be learned, but it appeared that he was finally about to be done with history. His wand was cleverly hidden under his palm, so any Muggles who looked at him would think he was just touching the books for a few seconds before placing them back. He did receive a few odd looks for doing this over and over for the past 6 hours, but so far, no one had tried to stop him since he was being careful and not causing any trouble. The adults must have thought it was some childish game they didn't understand. Much to their own ignorance, Harry was absorbing all the knowledge directly into his mind, and storing it thanks to his occlumency skills that allowed him to keep everything well organized and easily accessible. What is this? He stopped all of a sudden when he arrived at the conclusion of the war, and for the first time, felt the urge to take the book to a nearby table and open it up to take a closer look. August 1945, Hiroshima. There was a picture at the bottom of the page depicting the effects of the bomb that was used for the attack. An atomic bomb? The Muggles created something like this? Harry was truly shocked by the progress they had made over the past 5 centuries, but never expected them to be able to create something this powerful without magic. On the other hand, the magical world has barely progressed. Do they not realize how dangerous the Muggles have become? Harry thought back to the days when Muggles fought with swords and bows. Back then, magic was a clear advantage, but if they now had weapons capable of destroying entire cities, that changed things. Harry took the book to a desk, where a librarian was checking something on her computer. "Excuse me." "Yes," the librarian peeked at the book Harry was holding. "I'm afraid we don't check those books out. There is a different section for that." "No, what I want is more information about this." He pointed at the page he had been reading. "Where can I find it?" The librarian glanced again. "Books about World War II? We do have quite a few of those." Harry shook his head. "Not the war, the weapon, this atomic bomb. Where can I learn more about it?" "Oh," the librarian raised an eyebrow. She didn't think this was for a school paper anymore. "If you want to know more about nuclear reactions and atomic weapons," she pointed to a corner of the library behind Harry. "There are some books in that section, but they are very advanced. I don't know if you will learn much from them." "Thank you." Harry turned around and went directly to that section of the library before he started going through every single tome and taking in all the knowledge in them. The more he learned, the more excited he became. Muggles have proven themselves to be extremely skilled at creating new ways to kill each other in a more efficient manner. At first, he had been somewhat startled, but now he was thinking of ways to take advantage of this and use it for his own goals. This finding had also cemented his idea that Muggles could not be allowed to continue existing, as they were a massive threat to the existence of magical folk, much more than it was in the past. If Muggles were to find out that wizards and witches still existed and lived among them, a war was likely to start, and it would not be one they could win. The image of the atomic bomb had become engraved in his mind. That was 50 years ago. They must have much more destructive weapons now. Harry decided that he needed to learn everything about Muggle technology so he could one day use it against them. He would have a big advantage for as long as the Muggles were not aware of their existence and what they could do with their magic. Harry ended up staying inside the library until 7 p.m. and only left because it was time to close. He made a mental note to continue visiting this library until he had acquired everything he could from it. By the time he returned to the Dursleys, it was dark outside. Harry had to call a taxi to bring him back to the house. It was a good thing he had taken several £100 from Vernon before leaving the house that morning. The moment he opened the door, Vernon and Petunia were startled by his arrival. "You are back," Petunia said, looking nervous. Vernon had been sitting on his couch, watching television. He stood up and glanced at him with concern. Dudley was nowhere to be seen, but Harry heard the sound of a door closing upstairs. "Vernon," Harry glared at his uncle, "I told you to wait for me outside." "But, you said 2 hours. I waited but you never came out," the man exclaimed. It was true that he had been there, and even waited for an entire hour before leaving. "I never said I was coming out in 2 hours, just that you needed to be there and wait for me." Harry pulled his wand and smiled at his uncle. "Now I have to punish you for your disobedience." Vernon's face went pale. "W8 please, I'm so sore." Crucio. Chapter 58. Harry and Petunia went inside the leaky cauldron. He turned to look at his aunt. "You will wait for me, is that clear?" "H here?" The lanky woman glanced around the place. There were only a few old wizards and witches having a drink at the bar. "I could wait somewhere else." "I said here," Harry repeated. "No matter how long I take, you will wait here, and if you don't—" "I'll wait here," she hurried to say, not having forgotten what happened to her husband the night prior. "Good, looks like you can be more useful than that oaf you married." After saying his part, Harry left the tavern and entered the alley. His first stop was at the bank, where he proceeded to take a large bag of galleons from his vault. His next one was at the biggest bookstore, where he requested several tomes with a common theme: the Ministry of Magic. Unfortunately, Hogwarts Library did not contain enough information about all the history and inner workings of the magical government, at least not as much as needed for his purpose. Harry required a clear map of the building, depicting all the different areas and departments, and, if possible, what kind of security measures it had. Once he was done spending money on a dozen books, he visited Madame Malkin's robes so he could get something appropriate for his visit to the ministry in a month's time. He had to be ready by then, as he was not likely to get another opportunity like this one to infiltrate the museum and steal that demonology book. Without it, recovering his former forces would take too long. In his previous life, he had spent many decades obtaining his army of inhuman followers, and he was not going to be satisfied with just reaching his old level. He wanted to push things further this time and become even more powerful than before. For now, he only had the Dementors and those 2 witches, but with some time and effort, he would grow his army once more. "Dear, are you listening to me?" Harry realized that he had been too distracted with his own thoughts and had stopped paying attention to Madame Malkin after going into her shop. "Pardon, could you repeat the question?" said Harry. "I was merely asking you what kind of robes you were requiring," the woman asked with patience. "Formal ones. I will be attending an important event at the Ministry of Magic. Money is not an issue. Give me the best you have." He was not very concerned about overspending the money he currently had. In the future, there would be many opportunities for him to amass wealth. He was sure of that. Only around an hour had passed since his arrival at the alley, and Harry had completed most of the shopping, but there was still one more shop he wished to visit, this one in Nocturne Alley. Trying his best not to bring attention upon himself, Harry ventured into the darkest part of the alley, using all available fragments of the memories he had to find his way. Borgin and Burke's was the antique shop where the original owner of the body had accidentally traveled to. From what he could recall seeing in those memories, this shop might contain something useful for his current situation. He wasn't sure of this, but it was definitely worth the trip to check it out. Despite his best efforts, he did not manage to completely avoid the stares from the locals, as these would rarely see someone as young as him walking through the dark alleys alone. However, regardless of the attention he drew, none of them approached him before he found the shop he was looking for and went inside. A languid old man with long gray hair was reading the newspaper behind the counter and barely paid him any mind as he entered. Harry also proceeded to ignore him and went to check the items on the shelves. He carefully observed what was on display on the many shelves of the shop. All sorts of items had been placed on them, but the more Harry looked, the more displeased he felt. What the? Harry picked up one of the items. It appeared to be a mummified hand with 4 fingers. Oh, that is a magical wish hand. The shopkeeper was now paying attention to Harry and decided to say something when he noted the expression on his face. A wishing hand, Harry muttered before approaching the counter. The shopkeeper smiled. Indeed, I just got that item last week, only 20 galleons. It appears that the impression I got from this shop was warped by the mind of a child. This was the conclusion Harry reached. When young Harry arrived at this shop before his 2nd year, the feelings of wonder and fear had been engraved into his memories. Excuse me, the shopkeeper looked confused. He didn't understand what Harry was saying. Harry slammed the hand on the counter with all his might, crushing it almost completely. I'm saying this is trash, he shouted at the old man. How dare you? The shopkeeper immediately became enraged at Harry's mischief and lack of respect. You are going to pay for that. The man already had his wand in hand. No, but you are going to pay for wasting my time with all this fake garbage. If there was something he truly disliked, it was the feeling of being deceived, and that was exactly how he felt right now. He couldn't really blame young Harry for getting the wrong impression, but he could certainly blame this shopkeeper for having deceitful products. The old wizard pointed his wand at Harry, while this one didn't move from the counter. You better have some money, boy, because if you don't compensate me Before the old wizard could even finish his sentence, Harry's hand moved swiftly to grab hold of the wand, taking it away and pointing it back at him. The next instant, the shopkeeper found himself being pushed with tremendous force against the back wall, hearing his bones crack. I believe it is you who is going to compensate me. Harry's eyes held no mercy as he looked down at the shopkeeper. Chapter 59. W8, there is no need for that, young lord. The shopkeeper had become incredibly polite all of a sudden. You think you can waste my time with all these fake artifacts and not suffer consequences? Harry continued to point the wand at the man. My artifacts are not fake. Despite the current situation, the shopkeeper still had his pride. Harry threw a hex toward the old wizard, blowing up the cabinet next to him into small pieces. Ah, the shopkeeper got startled. Okay, maybe a few of them aren't completely genuine, but that's only for the ones I keep at the front. He pointed to the stairs. The good stuff is up there. The truth was that the items displayed on the front of the shop were mostly to deceive tourists, ignorant people, or anyone with more money than sense. The 2nd floor, okay, I am willing to take a look. Harry began walking toward the stairs. W8, the shopkeeper followed him. Do you mind giving me my wand back? Do you still take me for a fool? Harry raised an eyebrow. If you have something worth my time, I will give your wand back and compensate you for the damage otherwise. He let the threat hang. If Nocturne Alley had nothing that interested him, he didn't mind destroying it completely. The world he intended to build would have no room for useless things. As soon as he crossed the door of the 2nd floor, Harry could feel the magical aura of the artifacts stored here. At the very least, these felt genuine, so the old man was not lying. See, the shopkeeper tried to smile despite feeling pain. He pointed toward the glass cabinets near the back of the room. Those are my most priceless items. I'm sure there will be something for this young lord's taste. Harry ignored the man and continued to pass by the other shelves, taking his time to examine everything on display. One never knew when they could find something good. But he could not help being disappointed. The magical items showcased here were authentic but very weak and useless. Even if he couldn't understand the exact use for everything on site, he could tell how powerful an item was based on the magical aura surrounding it. This was a skill he had developed over time, after interacting with countless magical relics, and he had complete confidence in it. Harry finally moved toward the glass display the shopkeeper had been pointing at, where his supposed most rare items were stored. "Open it," Harry instructed the old wizard. The cabinet itself had many protections that were interfering with his senses. "All right." The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, thinking that Harry might take this chance to steal something. But on second thought, it didn't seem like the mysterious boy was here to rob him. Otherwise, he would have done so already. The old man placed his hand at the center of the display, and after recognizing his magic, it opened up. "If the young lord can tell me what kind of artifacts you were looking for, perhaps I could make a recommendation. Just looking for something that can interest me. I have heard wonders about the powerful dark artifacts that one can find in this alley." Harry examined the items. There was no doubt they had more power in them, but nothing was catching his attention. High-quality artifacts, but very mundane. "I'm assuming everything here follows the ministry guidelines." "Of course," the shopkeeper responded. "Even Nocturne Alley must abide by the law." "That's what I thought," Harry said with clear disappointment. The ministry had made sure to ban anything with the potential to cause great harm or anything they considered as too dark. This meant that finding the kind of things he was looking for would be extremely difficult if even these shops didn't dare to break the law. "We have aurors coming here regularly to make sure everything is up to code," the old wizard added. It was then that Harry perceived a change in the shopkeeper. His passive legilimency detected a hint of deceit in him. "Show me the real merchandise." Harry turned to him, wand still in hand. The shopkeeper pretended to be shocked by the request. "But this is my real merchandise. All the best stuff is in there." He pointed back to the display. Harry drew a line with the wand, and this one, despite not being his own, responded to his will, albeit with some reluctance. "Ah!" The old shopkeeper screamed in agony when the cutting charm Harry used managed to make a clean cut on his wrist, severing his left hand very cleanly. Blood poured on the wooden floor as the wizard tried to cover his wound using his old robes. "The hand can be reattached, but lie to me again and your head goes next." Harry's tone remained the same, calm and collected, as if he was talking about the weather and not about chopping someone's head off. The old wizard became pale as he glanced at Harry. "Mercy, I'll show you right now." He hurried to move toward a wooden door on the other side of the room. With difficulty, he opened it up, revealing an old closet. At least that's what it looked like at first, but after touching something at the back of the closet, it moved aside and a new shelf could now be seen. This one was filled from bottom to top with dozens of items. Harry approached these new shelves as the old man moved aside and went to fetch his hand. Now, this is much better. Harry felt the dangerous dark aura emanating from the items. These were real dark artifacts. Being caught in possession of any of them by the ministry aurors would be enough to spend several decades in Azkaban. "Tell me more about them," Harry demanded. Chapter 60. Harry realized that he had been staring at the artifacts for a good minute and had not heard the old shopkeeper complain anymore. In fact, the place was in complete silence. Getting a bad feeling, he turned around and found the old man lying on the floor, clutching at his severed hand. A pool of blood had formed beneath him, and he was no longer moving. Harry used a charm that detected all living creatures in the immediate area and found none. The man was already dead. How can someone die so quickly from such a small wound? Harry looked baffled at the corpse of the shopkeeper. He had not intended to kill him at all, just to pressure him a bit so he would answer his questions truthfully. What a weak old man. Harry shook his head and sighed. And useless. Now he had no one to tell him what these artifacts did. It's not like they came with an instruction manual, and using a dark artifact without understanding its inner workings would be extremely dangerous. "I'm going to need some test subjects," Harry muttered. "When in doubt, just try it on someone else." He threw away the old man's wand, since he had no more use for it, and pulled out his own before conjuring a large wooden chest. "I guess I will be taking the lot." There were almost 24 artifacts on the shelves. Without knowing their effects, there was no way for him to know which ones would be useful, so it was better to just take everything and figure it out later. The artifacts all flew into the box before he sealed it up and applied a featherweight charm on it. With no more business in the shop, Harry was about to leave. But then, he heard the door on the lower floor opening up. Oh, great! His eyes went to the old man dead on the floor. I can't afford to become a wanted criminal yet. I still have many things to prepare before we get to that. Wills, where are you? A voice was then heard, calling for someone named Will, which Harry could only guess was the corpse next to him. Wait a moment, that voice is somewhat familiar. Harry felt like he had heard this person before. After placing the wooden chest back on the floor, he covered himself with an invisibility charm and went to take a peek at the floor below. He quickly spotted a well-dressed gentleman with blonde hair, standing in front of the counter while looking around, trying to find the shop owner. Will, I don't have all day for this. Come out here right now. The blonde man turned to the stairs. It was then that Harry got a good look at his face. Lucius Malfoy, he was sure now. The memories of their encounter 2 years back were vividly engraved in his mind. Malfoy slammed his cane on the ground to showcase his displeasure. Are you up there? A smirk appeared on Harry's face. This had just given him a good idea where he could kill several birds with one stone. He moved aside and allowed Malfoy to climb the stairs, waiting for the right moment to strike. What is going on here? Lucius Malfoy was already getting a bad feeling even before he made it to the next floor, and his expression shifted from suspicion to shock the moment he saw the body on the floor. Harry took this opening to attack. Even if someone has powerful mental defenses, there is always a moment when they are at their weakest. And this is when the person is under great mental distress, like suddenly finding the dead body of someone you have known for decades. Harry's wand flashed as he channeled his magic. Imperio. Lucius never saw the attack coming. His hand was still clutching at his cane, but had not made the attempt to pull his wand out. Harry's form came back into view, standing right behind Lucius. He walked slowly around the man, taking the cane from his hand and observing the changes on his face. There was a visible struggle happening right now inside his mind. You can try to fight my curse all you want. Harry produced a chair and sat down in front of him, resting the wand on his lap. I have patience. He would curse Malfoy again if he broke his control, and he could keep repeating this until he was satisfied with the result. I should close the door of the shop, though. This may take a while. Harry knew that this was not going to be easy, but controlling the Lord of the Malfoy house would be worth it, even if it was only for a short period of time. An hour later, Malfoy was still standing in the same spot. His face was covered in sweat, and he had been clutching his fists for so long that his nails had pierced into his skin, covering his hands with his own blood. Harry was comfortably sitting in front of the agonizing man. You have lasted quite a bit. I will give you props for that. Your occlumency is really good, but it is time to end this. His wand pointed at Malfoy's chest and produced large sparks of lightning. Lucius Malfoy let out a blood-curdling scream. This curse that Harry had used was not as painful as the Cruciatus, but it was less likely to cause lasting mental wounds. However, it was more than enough for its purpose, which was to weaken Lucius' defenses even further. Malfoy's eyes had been continuously losing their usual luster and were becoming paler for the past hour, until the point when they were totally glazed over. All right, you are mine now. I was getting bored of this. Harry stood up from his chair. It's time to put you to good use. Chapter 61. His second trip to the bank went smoother than he had anticipated. He had sent Lucius on his own, just in case the goblins had some way to detect if someone was being manipulated with magic, which would have gotten him into a lot of trouble. But they either didn't have a way to do that, or the goblins simply didn't care enough about wizard matters to intervene. In any case, Lucius came out of the bank with a containment briefcase that held the entire fortune of the Malfoy house, walked into a side alley, and handed it to him. That was easy. Harry stared down at the briefcase after making sure no one was around. I won't have to worry about money for quite a while. He glanced back at Lucius Malfoy. The man was standing next to him with empty eyes. I don't think he is going to function for much longer. He had to break his mind almost completely to gain control of the Malfoy Lord. At this point, even if he dispelled the curse, he had the feeling that the man would basically become a vegetable. Tell me, Lucius, who is currently in your manor? Harry asked, expecting him to answer with the names of his son and wife. Instead of that, Lucius began to throw one name after another, finally ending with a Lord Voldemort. What the? Did he turn your house into his headquarters? Harry had not been expecting this. Yes, Lucius simply answered. That was rhetorical, never mind. This made things more difficult for him. He had already been looking forward to making use of the other members of the Malfoy family to test his newly acquired artifacts. But he couldn't just go into a house filled with Death Eaters and a Dark Lord. He was far from ready to face something like that on his own. Ideally, I would like to keep Lucius under my control for longer, maybe even use my last collar on him. That would give him access to Voldemort's hideout, which would have been very useful in the future. But looking at Lucius's state, that was not a possibility. Harry would be surprised if the man didn't collapse within the next hour, as his mind was close to a complete collapse. Using his collar on him now would be a complete waste. Okay, change of plans, we are going tea. Harry stopped mid-sentence when he heard someone approaching. He had made sure they were not visible from the main road at Diagon Alley, but if someone ventured into this narrow road, they would be found. Don't make a noise, Harry whispered as he placed an invisibility charm over himself and Lucius. A moment later, he spotted someone peeking into the alley, as if they were looking for someone. Harry immediately recognized that person. It was the young Auror with pink hair that he had encountered in Azkaban on the day of his return. Auror Tonks, what is she doing here? Harry did not have to wonder for long, as just then, someone else entered his view. His Aunt Petunia was now standing next to the Auror, looking around with a visibly nervous expression. They are looking for me. It was the only conclusion Harry could reach. The Auror must have been following him and later on found Petunia at the leaky cauldron, forcing her to join the search. On the first day after coming back from Hogwarts, he had felt a presence outside the Dursleys' home. Back then, he didn't think much of it, but after seeing that Auror, he came to the suspicion that he had been monitored since he left the school. Do they suspect me of killing Albus Dumbledore, or perhaps the other ones? He had been careful not to leave anything that could be traced back to him. Auror Tonks sighed and looked down before turning to say something to Petunia. Harry could not hear what was being said, as they were too far away, and using a spell now could give his position away. Petunia shook her head and responded with something, appearing even more nervous and scared. A moment later, they both walked away. Looks like I will have to find a new place sooner than expected, Harry thought. But the fact that they are merely keeping track of my whereabouts and didn't directly attempt to arrest me must mean that they have no evidence of any crime, he concluded. Harry waited for several more minutes before removing their concealment. Lucius, how many properties do you own inside Britain? The man was sweating profusely and breathing with difficulty. S6, his eyes started to twitch. Are any of them unknown to the Dark Lord and his other followers? Harry made a follow-up question. 2. Are any of those 2 unknown to the rest of your family? Lucius nodded, yes. Do you have a portkey to that place? Lucius nodded once more. A grin appeared on Harry's face. As he expected, these rich lords always had some safe location where they could escape to if things got dangerous for them. Activate the portkey. Lucius removed one of his rings and placed it on his hand before giving the stone a twist. Harry was already grabbing onto his robes, and the next instant, they were gone from the alley. The landscape changed to a beautiful clearing inside a thick forest. A single cabin had been built at the center of the clearing. Harry observed the surroundings. He didn't know exactly where they were, but the place appeared to be extremely private. This will do, he nodded in satisfaction. His encounter with Lucius Malfoy had been an unexpected gain. And even though things didn't go in the direction he had initially anticipated, he couldn't complain about the results. He now had a bag filled with money and access to a house that only 2 people in the world knew existed. His eyes moved to Lucius, and very soon there will only be one. Chapter 62. Lucius, Harry was staring at the unmoving body lying in the middle of the living room. Already, his wand scanned for a magical signature and found none, meaning that the man was finally dead. At least I had time to set up a Fidelius charm and place him as the secret keeper. Now that he is dead, I can be sure that no one else will ever find out the location of this house without my permission. Harry looked around the place. It was fairly small, but regardless of its size, it was tastefully decorated. After all, this was something made for one of the richest wizards in the country, so there was no lack of commodities. It's too bad that now I have no one to help me test those dark artifacts. He couldn't use the Dursleys for this, as he needed someone with magic to activate them. Using Hermione or Luna would be a waste, as those were his only followers for now. I will have to procure someone else. He went to one of the guest bedrooms and began to unload his belongings. Now that he finally had a safe place to be, he had no more need to carry everything around. Just having to maintain so many featherweight charms was already exhausting. Harry first placed the holding bag containing all the Malfoy money. It was hard to tell how much was in there unless he started to pull it out, but it was many times the amount his parents left in his vault. He then took out the box of artifacts and left it in one corner of the room. That was going to have to wait until he could procure some test subjects. After walking back to the living room, he glanced at Malfoy once more. I'd better get rid of the body. I don't want to stink my house. It was also for safety, as he wasn't sure if there was a way for his family to track his body down. The Fidelius was a powerful protective charm, but there was no such thing as an invincible defense. Even his old fortress had fallen after being attacked by an army. Tempus. Harry noted that it was already getting late. He had arrived at Diagon Alley early in the morning, but had been very busy since then. I have gotten much done for a day already. Harry walked outside and looked back at the house. This was now his first official hideout. A humble beginning, but this is where my new reign will start. From here, I will expand until the world is all mine. Harry lifted his wand and disappeared from the clearing. Petunia was tapping her foot against the stone floor, while continuing to peek at her watch. Oh, it was getting very late already, and she had lost count of how many hours she had been stuck in this nasty tavern. The only time she left was when that Auror spotted her and demanded that she help her find Harry. They looked all over the alley, and he was nowhere to be seen, which made Petunia think that Harry had already left somehow and hadn't bothered to tell her anything. This was the same thing that the Auror had told her before leaving. However, Petunia did not dare to do the same. She did not have the luxury of disobeying an order from Harry, even if she had to spend the evening here. The night before, she had seen him torturing her husband with one of his awful spells, and promising to do the same to her son if she failed him today. Petunia looked around and frowned. There were many more wizards and witches now. The bartenders were walking all over the place with plates and cups, while Petunia remained sitting at a corner table with a glass of water in front of her, as she didn't care for eating anything made by the freaks. The door at the back opened up, and someone walked inside the tavern, earning the gazes of the other patrons. Petunia also scrutinized the new arrival, and her eyes opened widely when she saw it was Harry. He looked different than when they had arrived, wearing completely different clothes compared to when they arrived this morning. His cursed green eyes immediately found hers, as if he already knew where she was sitting even before crossing the door. A smirk appeared on his face as he approached the table. "This is not the table where I left you. Did you decide to move for some reason?" Harry asked. Petunia froze. It was true that she had taken a different table after returning from her trip with the Auror. She hadn't thought about it, but Harry had left her at one of the center tables, and now she was at a corner. I like this. It's more priv. You think I can't tell when you are lying to me." Harry's smirk became more pronounced while his fingers played with his wand. Petunia's face went pale. He knows, she feared for the worst. "I didn't mean to Save it," Harry interrupted her. "We can talk at the house. Now let's go. I'm sure you are tired of being surrounded by freaks the whole day." Petunia knew better than to answer that, so she grabbed her purse and stood up from the table, leaving a few coins on top. They were pounds, as she didn't have any magical currency, but she hoped it would be enough for the water. It was the only thing she had consumed all day. Harry walked out the front door into London proper, while she followed right behind. A bit later, she was riding a car on her way home, hoping that this day would end without anyone she cared about being hurt, and wondering what she had done to deserve this. Chapter 63. Harry, Vernon tried to call him in the most polite tone he could muster, right after Harry crossed the door. He glanced at his uncle and noticed a letter in his hands. For me. Someone slid this letter under the door. Vernon handed it to him. I couldn't see who it was, but it is addressed to you. Harry peeked at the letter. It had his name written on it, just like his uncle said, but there was no address or anything else, other than a small writing on one corner. From Padfoot. Sirius Black. He had almost forgotten about that man, even though he had been someone of extreme importance for the previous owner of this body. To him, he was nothing but an annoyance he would have to deal with sooner or later. Having family members keeping an eye on him was not something he desired. The only thing he needed were servants and soldiers. You, he pointed at Petunia. Sit down, I will be with you in a minute. I need to read this first, Harry said before going to one of the couches and began to read the letter. Sirius began with an apology for not contacting him as soon as he returned from Hogwarts, and expressed his desire to see him in person. He mentioned there were many important things that they needed to discuss, but that it was better to do it in person. Sirius ended the letter by telling him that he would be visiting the Dursleys' house tomorrow morning. Vernon and Petunia were both watching with unease as Harry's expression turned sour. Be bad news? Vernon asked and began to tremble when Harry's piercing green eyes locked on him, while the letter in his hands started to burn. Harry ignored Vernon's question and turned his attention to Petunia. Tell me. Petunia didn't need to ask what he was referring to. It was obvious that he somehow knew that someone had approached her. I was in the tavern just as you told me to. An Auror came to talk to me. I don't know her name. She never said it, but it was a young girl with pink eye. That's Auror Tonks, Harry interrupted her. What did she want? She, was looking for you, Petunia said with hesitation. She knew we had entered the tavern together and insisted that I accompany her while looking for you. Harry already guessed this much by just seeing them together. Petunia would never have accompanied Tonks into Diagon Alley out of her own free will, so the young Auror must have been very insistent for that to happen. Did she mention why she was looking for me? Petunia shook her head. No, I swear. She and Vernon looked very nervous, and Harry knew why. They must be thinking that the magical police were after him for the murder of the headmaster. But Harry knew that if that were the case, the ministry would not be so subtle. And then what happened? What did the Auror do when you two couldn't find me? We walked through the alley and visited several shops. The Auror looked very disappointed and stressed. She apologized for wasting my time and Petunia clutched at her purse. Harry did not miss her reaction. She gave you a way to contact her behind my back, didn't she? Petunia flinched. Give it here, Harry extended his hand. And don't forget that I will always know when you are lying. Petunia's hands trembled as she reached inside the purse and took out a peculiar piece of parchment. She told me it was enchanted, and that everything I write here will also appear somewhere else for her to read. And what did she tell you to write in there? Harry asked. Her eyes moved to Harry for a second before looking away. Spit it out already, we don't have all night, Harry shouted. She told me to keep an eye on you and write here anything that you did or said that was out of the ordinary, Petunia answered. I see. Harry was right to think that this Auror was suspicious about him, but didn't intend to take any immediate action. It appeared that for now, they were only trying to keep tabs on him and find out if he did something odd. Something that didn't fit the character of Harry Potter that everyone knew. Looks like I can't delay it any longer. Harry stood up from the sofa. Go pack your bags, and do the same for the fat boy who's hiding upstairs. He knew that they had been keeping Dudley away from him by having him stay in his room every time he was in the house. Peepack, where are we going? Vernon looked startled by the sudden demand. Harry turned to him with a cold gaze. Do I have to explain myself to you? Vernon saw the wand in Harry's hand and went pale. And no, I'm sorry, please no. His body trembled at the mere memory of the pain that Harry had inflicted on him. Just do what I say then. Harry could tell that his uncle was already completely traumatized, and he was just getting started. The man had always been afraid of magic, but now that fear had turned into absolute terror. As his uncle and aunt scrambled to run upstairs and warn their little boy, Harry went to his own room and began to pack what little belongings he had left in the house. It was mostly clothes, school books, and other personal items. Not exactly necessary nor important, but he didn't feel like throwing them away. I had not been planning on moving this soon, but after discovering that the Auror department is already keeping tabs on my actions, I cannot take more risks. He was now grateful for today's encounter with Lucius, as it had opened up new possibilities for him. Harry then remembered the letter from his godfather, who promised to visit the next morning, and a smile appeared on his face. Perhaps I should leave Mr. Sirius Black a little surprise. He used to like pranks, right? Chapter 64. A black dog arrived at Privet Drive Street and transformed back into his human form after making sure no muggles were around. Unfortunately, this meant that his body was completely naked. It was still very early in the morning, and the sun had barely come out, but it would only be a matter of time before someone came out to get to work or fetch the newspaper. Oh, Sirius looked down at himself and quickly knelt behind a bush. House number 4 was right in front of him, although he couldn't appear in front of the Dursleys looking like this and tell them he came to talk with Harry. Just then, he felt something moving right behind him. When he turned, he found a short, bald man staring down at him. Fletcher. Bloody hell, put this on. Mundungus Fletcher made an expression of disgust as he handed Sirius his own jacket. And lower your voice. No one is supposed to know we are here. Thanks, I hadn't thought of. Clothes. Sirius looked around again. I can see that. Mundungus frowned while looking away as Sirius stood up and tried to cover as much as he could with his small piece of clothing. I thought Arthur was supposed to be my replacement today. We changed that at the last moment. I needed to speak with my godson, Sirius said. Is that wise after what we discussed? Mundungus raised an eyebrow. The secrets written in Dumbledore's diary had now been shared among all the members of the Order, including the old man's suspicions and concerns about Harry Potter. However, despite Snape's demands to arrest Harry immediately, the Order had decided to take a more passive approach and just keep an even closer eye on the boy. Not just for his own safety, but also to find out if something was truly wrong with him. Sirius sighed. He hated being suspicious of his own godson. He was supposed to protect Harry, not spy on him, but given everything that happened, he had no choice. I can't just watch from afar, Sirius spoke with a grave tone. If there really is something wrong with him and there is something I can do about it, I have to try. And the best way to know is to speak with him in person. Suit yourself. Do you need me to stay here? Because I could really use some sleep. Mundungus let out a yawn. Have you been here all night? Did something happen during your watch? Sirius asked. Nah, lights were already out by the time I got here. There has been no movement. I see. I spoke with Hestia, who was here during the day watch. Harry seemed to have spent most of the day doing some shopping at Diagon Alley with his aunt. They must have been tired afterwards. Sirius failed to mention that, when Tonks went to keep an eye on Harry at Diagon Alley, she was unable to find him. The boy had left his aunt alone at the Leaky Cauldron, and went to do who knows what for almost the entire day. Something else I need to ask him about. Sirius knew that this conversation was not going to be an easy one. Everything related to Harry that he had heard for the last month, or so, painted the picture of a boy who had suffered a major change in his personality. Go rest, Fletcher. I'll take it from here. Sirius walked to the door and hoped that the Dursleys would not be too shocked by his poor attire. Mundungus's jacket had barely served to cover his most important parts, but that was about it. Maybe I can tell Harry to let me borrow one of his robes, he thought as he placed his finger on the doorbell and made it ring a couple of times. He waited for a minute or so, but heard no response. The house was completely silent. Is everyone still sleeping? He was sure that the Dursleys usually woke up very early. Harry had told him about it many times, and how annoying it was having to wake up early and prepare breakfast for them. He rang the bell a few more times, but didn't get any response. Getting frustrated, he decided to bang on the door with his fist. Hey Dursleys, wake you. It all happened too quickly for him to react. The moment his fist hit the door, there was a strange noise inside. Then, it was quickly followed by an intense heat that burned his face, and finally, Sirius felt as if something pushed him back with tremendous force, sending him flying like a rag doll. Sirius! Mundungus had already been walking away when he heard that awfully loud noise, and when he turned around, he saw the Dursleys' house exploding into a ball of fire and Sirius being sent tumbling down. Bloody hell, he had to hurry up, so he ran as fast as his short legs allowed him. Mundungus found Sirius lying down on the sidewalk and knelt next to him. "Are you alive?" Sirius coughed as air filled his lungs again. What happened?" "Come on, stand up. We have to move further away from here." Mundungus helped him stand up. It was then that Sirius saw the house. It was engulfed in flames from bottom to top. Smoke and fire filled his vision while he felt the intense heat on his naked skin. "No, Harry, no," he screamed. "What are you?" "Stop." Mundungus realized that Sirius was trying to be free of his grasp so he could run towards the house. "You fool, you'll die if you go in there." "Harry," Sirius screamed. Just as he managed to push the other man aside and was getting ready to run inside the building, another explosion occurred. This one was even more powerful than the previous one. It pushed them both onto the street and reduced the house to shambles. Erg! When Sirius lifted his face from the pavement, he realized that nothing remained of the house anymore. It was just a pile of burning rubble at this point, and any chance for any occupant to be alive was none. Harry, tears fell across his face. Chapter 65. A couple of individuals approached the door of an old manor, and this one opened up before they could reach it. Minerva McGonagall stared anxiously at the latest arrivals. "How did it go?" Moody and Tonks glanced at each other. "Let's talk inside," Moody said. "How is my cousin Sirius doing?" Tonks asked as they crossed the door. McGonagall shook her head. "The physical injuries are not too severe. We have already treated his burns with some ointments, but his mental state really worries me. He hasn't spoken a word since Mundungus brought him back." "Then he will want to hear what we have to say," Moody responded. "You mean, is Harry alive?" McGonagall looked shocked. "Let's get everyone together before we explain," Tonks said. "We can't stay for long. Madam Bones has recalled all Aurors to the Ministry." "Right," McGonagall could imagine why. This wasn't just some random wizard who got attacked, but the boy who lived. News travels very fast, and the Minister of Magic had no choice but to get personally involved and assure the press that they were going to find the one responsible for blowing up Harry Potter's house. I still find it surprising how the press found so quickly that it was Harry's house. Not many were supposed to know. "That's not really true. Many at the Ministry knew where he lived," Moody revealed. "Dumbledore tried to keep it a secret, but there is a limit to how long something like that can be kept hidden. But Albus assured me that Harry was safe in there, that he had set powerful protections. That's why he insisted on sending him back to that house every year, despite—" She didn't want to say it, but they both knew how miserable Harry had been growing up in the Dursleys' house. McGonagall never suggested moving him out, because of the protections that were supposed to keep him from harm. "Yeah, well, no protection is perfect," Moody told her before entering the dining hall. Inside, they found Sirius sitting on a sofa, staring at the floor with empty eyes. Hagrid and Snape were at the table. They had been waiting for the two Aurors to return with some news. A middle-aged woman with long brown hair was sitting on the couch next to Sirius. This was Hestia Jones, one of the old members of the Order. And, Snape asked with impatience, already wanting to know for sure if Harry Potter was dead and if he had failed his promise to Lily. "Have you confirmed the boy's death?" Sirius seemed to react to Snape's words. "Severus, have some tact for Merlin's sake," the woman next to Sirius snapped at him. "I'll go straight to the point." Moody didn't want to beat around the bush with this. None of the Muggle or magical authorities who searched the scene were able to find a single body in the house. Every bit of evidence points to the fact that the place was empty before the explosion. They were not at the house. McGonagall's eyes moved to Hestia, as she had been the last one to see them. Mundungus had already given them his report before leaving, and he claimed that no one left the house during the entire night. "That's impossible. I know for sure they were in there," Hestia said. "Potter and his aunt arrived in the late afternoon, while his uncle and cousin only left briefly during the morning to do some shopping." Could they have missed their remains? If the explosion was too violent? Hagrid didn't want to say it outright, but he was trying to suggest that the fire had been violent enough to turn their bodies into dust, leaving no trace of them. Moody shook his head. Not a chance. Even in a violent fire like the one Sirius described, there would have been something left, at least some pieces of bones. Could it be that they are all alive somewhere else? McGonagall wondered. Snape glanced at Hestia. Are you completely confident that they could not have left the house under your watch? Hestia frowned. Of course I'm confident. If anything, it's Fletcher who you should be doubting. No, the man is sketchy, but he takes his job seriously. If he says that no one left, I believe him, Snape said. Minerva, Tonks addressed the older woman. Doesn't the school have a way to check if a student is alive or dead? Now that you mention it, there is a way. McGonagall looked pensive. The Book of Students shows not only the address of every child, but their names will only appear while they are still alive. If Harry Potter's name is no longer in the book, then what are we waiting for? Sirius stood up. If there is a chance that Harry is still alive, I must know immediately. McGonagall nodded. We can take the flu directly to the headmaster's office. It will be the fastest way. There is no need for all of us to go. Just send us a message, Hestia suggested. Tonks and I must return to the Ministry of Magic. Keep us updated, Moody said. Just write something on that page I gave you, Tonks added. I'll go, Sirius said. I need to know. Me too, Snape stood up. Hagrid, McGonagall glanced at the man. The flu travel doesn't agree with me. I'll go by broom. The giant knew that if he tried to go through the fireplace, he was going to make a mess. In the end, only McGonagall, Snape, and Sirius traveled back to Hogwarts. McGonagall wasted no time in moving to the section of the headmaster's office, where they kept the student book, and moved it to the newly repaired table. Sirius and Snape remained silent while watching from behind as she continued to turn pages, until she arrived at the class from 1991. Her finger ran through the page, passing names quickly. Here, McGonagall exclaimed. Her eyes were open as plates. The name was clearly visible. Harry James Potter was still alive. Chapter 66. The night before the house explosion. Where are we? Vernon looked startled after the change of scenery. A forest. Petunia and Dudley were in the same state. A moment before this, Harry had made them hold onto an old boot that used to belong to Vernon. And then, they found themselves in the middle of a forest while still holding onto the few bags of clothes they managed to put together on such short notice. I want to go home. Dudley looked ready to start crying. Come on, Harry pointed at the wooden cabin in the clearing. This will be your vacation home. Let's go inside. I don't want to, Dudley responded. Petunia and Vernon became alarmed, as they knew how little patience this Harry had for disobedience. Oh, you don't like my house. It's very cozy. Harry turned to Dudley, and he was immediately startled by the look in Harry's eyes. Even someone with as little intelligence as Dudley could tell that he was in danger. They were in the middle of nowhere with a crazy wizard who had a taste for torturing people. It's a beautiful house, Dudley hurried to say. Is that so? Then let's go inside. Harry's mouth contorted into a smile, but there was no warmth or joy in his eyes. Petunia and Vernon shared a glance before taking another look at the forest around them. Don't think about it. That forest extends for many miles, and there are dangerous wild beasts inhabiting it. You wouldn't last for an hour in there. Harry warned them after reckoning their intention. Despite the threat hanging in the air, Petunia and Vernon had the same feeling of dread when looking towards the wooden cabin. One that told them that if they went inside that house, they may never come out again. Harry, whose house is this? Petunia asked, trying to delay things. I already told you, it's mine, Harry responded. Now get inside. My generosity is limited when it comes to you, disgusting muggles. Vernon grabbed hold of his son before he could walk to the house. No, I say we've had enough of you. We are leaving, you hear me? He pointed at Harry with his finger in the most threatening manner he could muster. Vernon, Petunia exclaimed in horror. I see. Harry stored his wand back in his pocket. I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you a chance. He opened his arms widely. No magic, see if you can take me down. Then you can leave with your family." "And no magic," Vernon glared at him with suspicion. "I am a man of my word, and as you can see, I am holding nothing in my hands. You won't get another opportunity like this one." "Dad," Dudley tapped his father on the arm, making him react. Vernon clenched his fists and took off, charging at Harry, the fastest he could. Harry did not move from the spot, and chose to watch the man with amusement. With his enhanced body, he could take Vernon with ease in a fair fight, despite the weight and age difference. Where is the fun in a fair fight? Harry could never understand that. Magic coursed through his veins and manifested in the palm of his left hand. When Vernon was only a couple of feet away from him, Harry made a cutting motion with his fingers, running it from his belt to the top of his head. Vernon let out a strange guttural noise as his body became completely frozen, while his eyes were wide open in shock and horror. "Vernon's." "Dad," Petunia and Dudley looked at Vernon with concern. They couldn't quite see what Harry had done and could only watch the man's back. It took a few seconds for something to occur. A vertical red line appeared in the middle of Vernon's face and continued all the way down to his crotch. Blood then began to pour like a geyser, and Vernon's body split into two halves, each one falling to one side. Petunia let out a sharp shrieking noise, and Dudley was too horrified to let out even a single scream. Harry did not move from the spot, so his face and robes became covered in Vernon's blood. But the smile never left his face. He walked forward, passing in between the two pieces of Vernon and stepping on his entrails. "If only you had bothered to learn anything about the magical world. Perhaps you would have become aware that some wizards are capable of performing magic even without their wands." Harry's words were addressed to Petunia, but she barely reacted. His attention then shifted to Dudley. "I was going to let you live a bit longer had you been able to behave yourselves, but no matter, you are no longer useful to me." He pointed his index finger at his cousin. "Terebrum." From Harry's finger, a small shard of light formed before shooting out like a bullet, aimed towards Dudley. The boy had no time to react as the piercing curse went through his head, entering on one side and exiting on the other. Dudley's mouth was wide open and his eyes lost their luster. It took a moment before his body collapsed on the ground. And it also took a moment for Petunia to realize what had happened, since she was yet to recover from the shock of seeing her husband split in half. Now she just saw her son dying. The woman let out a screech of agony so sharp and loud that Harry was forced to protect his ears. "Silencio," he placed a charm over her to shut her up. Harry sighed, "Much better." Petunia glared at him with pure hatred in her eyes. "In the end, you are the only one I needed alive." She heard Harry speak before he waved his hand at her and produced a red spark of light. When the spell hit her body, her vision turned dark, and she felt nothing else afterwards. Chapter 67. When Petunia recovered her senses, she felt very disoriented. Her eyes hurt when the light from the sun hit her face. The confusion was quickly replaced by panic when she realized that she could not move. What? Where? She looked down at herself and saw that her body was vertically tied up to some sort of wooden structure. Memories from last night came back to her, and the horror began to settle. And then she saw them. The sounds coming from her mouth sounded almost inhuman. The agony she felt when seeing the corpses of her husband and son could not be described with words. "You are finally awake. Just in time," Harry said in a jovial tone. He was holding a cup of tea in his hands as he stared at his aunt. Petunia's eyes moved between Harry and the family she actually loved. "Oh, right," Harry noticed where she was looking. "I have been meaning to clean that up," he responded while pointing at the corpses. "This isn't real. This isn't real." Petunia began to mutter the same words over and over, and it was getting louder. "You lost your mind already? I didn't even get to explain to you the reason for leaving you alive. Don't you want to hear it?" Harry asked her. But Petunia was no longer paying attention to him and was just staring at the corpses while repeating the same words over and over. Harry sighed, feeling aggravated by the woman's attitude. "How rude!" He waved his wand at her, placing a silencing charm so he wouldn't have to hear her anymore. "Now, where was I?" Harry placed down his teacup. "Ah, yes, the reason I allowed you to live a bit longer. You see, I recently discovered about a powerful magical remnant from the day the Dark Lord attacked Harry Potter when he was a baby. Harry shook his head. It was difficult not to speak of himself in the third person when talking about the past, since it wasn't him. I'm not clear on what exactly happened that night, but something was left behind. Dumbledore then used this thing to create a very potent blood ward and tied it up to me and my closest living relative. That would be you. Petunia barely reacted to his words, but Harry didn't allow this to deter him and continued. Unfortunately, most of that magic has already been wasted away on that ward. However, I do intend to make use of whatever is left. Harry pulled out a knife and made a cut on his finger, allowing several drops of his blood to hit the ground. It was then revealed that he had drawn a large runic circle beneath Petunia and used a large amount of her blood to do it. As soon as both their bloods became entangled in the circle, it became active and started to shine with a crimson light. All right, looks like the preparations are complete. Harry smiled with satisfaction at seeing that his hard work was paying off. By the way, this is going to hurt. A lot, he told the woman. Oh, and I am also about to consume your soul, but I'm sure you don't mind the details. Harry brushed it off with a hand gesture before moving to another position, right outside the circle. Letter 103BD, letter 103A, letter 103B8, letter 103AB. Harry began to chant in a strange ancient language. Letter 103BD, letter 103C2, letter 103A4, letter 103A0, letter 103AB. The circle became brighter, and Petunia opened her mouth widely. Her expression was able to depict the intense agony she was experiencing. However, Harry's charm prevented her from uttering a single sound. Harry Potter continued undeterred with his chant, and the magic was growing in intensity around them. Petunia's mouth opened so wide that it gave the impression her jaw had been dislodged. From inside her mouth, a spark of blue light appeared. Harry's eyes were glistening, and the smirk on his face became more pronounced. Yes, it's working. He hadn't been completely confident in being able to perform this ritual with his lack of materials and tools. This spark of light was the physical manifestation of the human soul, and just by itself, it would already be very beneficial to him. But Petunia's also contained that powerful magic left behind by Lily Potter. Harry repeated the same chant once more. Petunia's eyes went completely blank as her soul left her body and hovered in the air. Under normal circumstances, the soul would immediately disperse, making it impossible to capture. But preventing that from happening was the exact purpose of the magical circle Harry had created beneath them. Harry made use of his magic to pull the soul towards him before it could escape. Not being able to withstand his power, the spark of light flew directly into Harry's mouth, where it disappeared completely, as if it had been swallowed by a black hole. He noticed the effects almost immediately. It felt like an exhilarating burst of energy exploding inside him, making him feel more alive than ever. Harry took his time to enjoy the sensation before opening his eyes and looking at his now dead aunt. There was now a red ring around his vibrant green pupils, and his skin appeared to have gotten a bit paler. Harry couldn't care less about those minor changes. He was happy to have gained more power, even though he knew this was far from enough. The amount of sacrifices he was going to require in order to surpass his old self was not going to be small. You don't look too well, Petunia. Harry laughed, still coming down from his rush, making him feel very jovial. But worry not, your sacrifice will not be overlooked. Harry spoke to the corpse as if she could still hear him. I will reward you and those other two with a proper burial. It seems like the least I can do for your contribution to the cause. Harry glanced at the decomposing bodies of Vernon and Dudley and all the gore surrounding them. Then again, it would not hurt to get a house elf. Chapter 68. 3 weeks later. This may be a problem. Harry was getting ready for the ministry party when he saw something concerning while looking at himself in the mirror. He had taken note of the red rings that had appeared around his irises after the ritual he performed using his aunt as an ingredient, but it hadn't been too noticeable back then. However, the several rituals he performed after that had made the red in his eyes much more apparent. At this point, it would be impossible for people not to see it. For those who were knowledgeable about black magic, red eyes were a clear indication that the person had been performing extremely dark rituals on themselves, mostly those that involved human sacrifice. I cannot go into the ministry looking like this. He would be immediately arrested. Oh, I know. He was about to leave the bathroom when his house elf poked his head inside. Master, the little creature he had recently purchased, was extremely nervous and was always shaking for some reason. But it wasn't annoying enough for Harry to consider returning it and getting another one, since it had not been easy to purchase this elf, considering that they could only be sold to adult wizards and must be registered under their name. Harry had to go through some less-than-legal routes to acquire this one, and it could be especially difficult for him to get another one, considering that the seller was now dead. Blinks, what is it now? Harry asked. Master, guests keep yelling at me. I think they wish to leave, the elf said. Of course, they wish to leave. They are prisoners, Harry sighed. This house elf seemed to be lacking any sort of common sense. But they cannot leave under any circumstance, you hear me. Why, yes, master, the elf exclaimed. Good, did you remember to feed them? I did, master. Harry nodded. Go clean the house or something, I have important things to do. The elf disappeared in a hurry, while Harry made his way to the basement of the house. This had been a pleasant surprise during his first exploration of the property. Lucius Malfoy had built a small holding area that was well designed to keep a maximum of 3 people as prisoners. If he had to guess, the Malfoy Lord had used it for something sexual, given some of the tools he had found in this room. Harry didn't have those inclinations, but the cells were already being put to good use. 2 of the 3 cells were currently occupied by a couple of muggles he had captured the previous week. One of them was a strong-looking middle-aged man, while the other was a young Asian woman in her early 20s. I hope my accommodations are not too unpleasant, Harry said as he entered. The 2 of them immediately turned their attention to him and began screaming at him to let them go. Harry responded by using his wand on the young woman, blasting her with a cruciatus curse that promptly shut them both up. There will be no yelling in this place. I have little tolerance for loud noises, Harry warned them. This time they listened. Please, let us go, we won't tell the police, the middle-aged man said. I will let you go very soon. Harry answered the man's lie with another one. For now, I need something from you. He was looking at the man. The young woman was whimpering on the floor of her cell. What is it? The man asked with hesitation. Your glasses, Harry pointed at them. The man was wearing a pair that reminded him of his old ones, the ones he discarded after recovering his eyesight. Huh? The middle-aged man had certainly not been expecting such a request. Harry looked at himself in the mirror once more. Much better. Covering the red circles with a spell directly applied to his eyes was unfortunately not possible. Given the nature of those circles, no magic would be able to cover them. However, placing something over them was a possibility. Harry had enchanted the glasses to only show his normal green eyes. Everyone looking at him would fail to notice anything strange about the glasses or his eyes. The next step was to get himself dressed in the clothes he had purchased during his visit to Diagon Alley. Harry looked at the time. He only had a few minutes left before leaving, so he checked himself over once and made sure he had everything he needed for tonight. This was going to be his best chance to secure that book he so much needed. Nothing could stop him from getting what he wanted. He would make sure of that. His last black collar was also secured under his new robes. Either Susan Bones or her Aunt Amelia would be good targets for this one. Although Harry had the feeling that Amelia Bones would be even more difficult to bend to his will than Lucius Malfoy had been. And the man died while trying to resist his control, so perhaps he should focus his efforts on the young girl instead. As long as he could control Susan, her aunt should also be at his mercy. I'm sure there is still much to gain from this Ministry of Magic. Who knows what other dark secrets they have been keeping inside those walls? It was only a matter of time before it all became his. Blinks, I'm going to a party. Make sure to keep my guests in line and don't let them go anywhere. Yes, master, the house elf exclaimed. Harry took the invitation in between his fingers and walked out of the wooden cabin. He then waited for a couple more minutes. Once the time was right, the invitation turned into a portkey that he used to enter the Ministry of Magic. Time for the party. Chapter 69. Harry arrived at a fancy-looking room and found himself quickly surrounded by elegantly dressed people. "This way, please." Men dressed in black suits were signaling them to approach. "We need to keep the arrivals area as clear as possible. Follow me, please." It didn't take Harry long to figure out in which part of the ministry he was now. He had acquired and studied as many books about the Ministry of Magic as he could get his hands on. By now, he had memorized the entire layout of the building, or at least the parts that were disclosed to the public. Places like the Department of Mysteries or the Horror Department were still mostly unknown to him. Right now, he was in one of the only 2 landing areas prepared for portkey arrivals during events. By the pictures he had seen, this was the west one. The men dressed in black suits were ensuring the area was kept as clear of people as possible to avoid any incidents. Harry stood close to the nearest group, and they were guided to the main party hall where the event would take place. The event hall is on the 3rd floor. He thought about it for a moment. The ministry had 7 underground floors in total. The first one is the closest to the surface. That's where most of the administrative offices were located. The 2nd floor contained office departments. The 3rd floor, where he was right now, had most of the rooms dedicated to parties and events, as well as several VIP rooms reserved for important visitors. The 4th floor had most of the Horror Department, as well as the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. The 5th floor was his target. That was the one containing several libraries and museums. All of them were well guarded, and that's why they had placed them beneath the Horror Department. 6th and 7th were normally not accessible to the public, as they contained the Wisengamot, holding cells, interrogation rooms, and finally, the Department of Mysteries, where the ministry hid their most important secrets. One day, he would like to take a good look at that last department, but for tonight, his only focus was going to be on the Museum of Dark Arts. Visiting hours are over, so I'm going to need some help from someone with a high clearance. Harry already had someone specific in mind. "Harry, over here." Susan waved at him the moment she spotted him entering the hall. Harry walked over. "Greetings, Susan. You look very lovely tonight." He had studied the current customs for the wizard nobility, so he was aware of how to act. To be fair, things weren't all that different from his era in this regard. The magical world had barely evolved in the past 5 centuries. The redhead girl blushed. "Thank you, and you look very elegant." She stared closely at his face. "You are wearing your glasses again." "Oh, these. It's just temporary as I finish some business," Harry responded. "Business?" Susan looked confused for a moment, but just as she was about to say something else, an older woman walked behind her and tapped her on the shoulder. "Susan, dear, is this?" The woman was now staring at Harry. He could see the similarities between her and Susan with just a quick inspection, which told him the only possible identity for this person: Amelia Bones. She and Susan were the last surviving members of that ancient noble house. Harry had recently been learning about the most important magical houses in the country, as it was important to know what he was going against, or even which houses could make for useful servants. Susan turned to look at her aunt and smiled. "This is my date. I told you about him, Harry Potter." Her volume was loud enough to be heard by everyone nearby, making several individuals turn to look at them with curiosity. The name of Harry Potter had been circulating a lot recently, sparking a lot of renewed interest in the boy who lived. "Harry Potter?" Amelia got closer to him. "Young man, do you have any idea how much panic you have been causing for the past 3 weeks? Where have you been?" "Aunt Amelia, not now." Susan tugged at her aunt's robes. "I would just like a quick explanation, that is all. I think that as one of the people made responsible for finding him," she glanced at Harry, "I deserve that much. Surely you know what I'm talking about." "I certainly do not." Harry feigned complete ignorance. "My family and I have been spending the last few weeks with my Uncle Vernon's cousins who live in the countryside. Who exactly was trying to find me? Usually, I'm left alone during the summers." "You really don't know. You were all over the papers like a dozen times," Susan said. "My aunt and uncle don't allow me to receive any magical newspapers. They aren't exactly fond of anything magical, Harry explained. Amelia frowned. She had heard about that but didn't think it would be this bad. Oh dear, you don't know then. Your house blew up. Susan just went and said it. Susan, she was quickly scolded by her aunt. Have more tact. Sorry, Susan lowered her head. It's okay, I did hear about that. We were told by the authorities about a gas leakage in one of the pipes and how it had caused an explosion. We were very lucky to have been away, but my uncle was extremely upset about it, Harry told them. A gas leak? Right. Amelia knew for a fact that the cause of the explosion had been magical in nature, but she wasn't surprised if that had been what his Muggle family had been told. Was it not? Harry asked. Amelia looked around. They had gathered the attention of many of the guests. Let's talk about this after the party, okay? Promise me that you won't leave without telling me. Of course, Madam Bones, Harry responded politely. She nodded with satisfaction. Good boy, now you two have fun at the party. I have some business to attend to now. Okay, Aunt. Susan waved her goodbye before offering her hand to Harry. Shall we? Harry gladly accepted her hand. Susan now had a bright smile on her face. Come on, I want to introduce you to my friend Hannah and her date. Chapter 70. An hour later. I didn't know you were such a good dancer, Susan said with a wide grin on her face. I know a bit of everything, Harry responded. It was a true statement as well. Over the years, he had learned a lot by infiltrating himself into Muggle towns and cities. He would use his magic to pass as one of them while raising no suspicions from the others. This eventually became a hobby of his. When he got bored, he would go into the cities and learn what the Muggles were up to, as well as securing some subjects for his experiments. That's also how I met her, Helena. He had become obsessed after seeing her. Unfortunately, he had paid a heavy price for that obsession. Moo, I didn't expect to see her tonight. Susan mumbled something under her breath that caught Harry's attention. He followed her eyes and spotted the figure of a young, beautiful girl with black hair, standing at one side of the venue, next to a table with cold food and drinks. Helena, he kept being reminded of her every time he saw this girl. Susan heard him. That's Pansy Parkinson. Who is Helena? She asked with suspicion. Someone from the past. Why didn't you expect to see Miss Parkinson here? Isn't she from an old wizard family as well? That was the kind of person one would expect to see at a ministry party. You have really been living under a rock for the past month, Susan pointed out. Lord Malfoy was murdered like 3 weeks ago, she whispered softly. Not only that, there are rumors that the Malfoys have lost their fortune, and Lord Parkinson cancelled the engagement between the two families. Pansy must have known that she would be by herself if she came here. That's why. I see. He did not put much thought into the repercussions caused by his actions, but it was natural that the death of an important lord like Lucius Malfoy would become big news all over the country. Excuse me, I'll go get us something to drink, Harry said before leaving Susan on the dance floor with a baffled expression. Pansy looked around absent-mindedly while taking sips of the drink in her hand. Her expression changed the moment she saw Harry approach. What are you doing here? Harry offered her a gentle smile. It's a party, isn't it? He served himself something to drink. So, you came here alone. Pansy frowned. Why do you care? I heard what happened to Malfoy. That's too bad, huh? Harry commented before taking a sip of his drink. At least it's not pumpkin juice. Pansy looked furious. How dare why? There you are, Susan came by. I got tired of waiting for my drink, she said before putting herself between Pansy and Harry and looking at her. Pansy, you look fabulous. Susan, Pansy looked away. So you are with Potter? Susan smirked. I am, and you are. Alone? I can imagine that Draco was not in the mood for parties, especially not with you after what your father said to his family. That's nice, Susan. As much of a bitch as usual. Pansy was about to walk away when she stopped and glared at Susan. You should still be careful with that psycho. Her eyes moved to Harry for a moment. There is something very wrong with him. Susan stared at her back as she walked away. HMPH, the spoiled brat can't take the loss. She turned to Harry. I didn't know you were familiar with Pansy. Can't imagine a Gryffindor even speaking cordially with a Slytherin, to be honest. To be truthful, we have not spoken all that much, Harry said. Really? Then what was that comment about? She called you a psycho, Susan pointed out. I had a little altercation with Draco at the end of the year. I suppose she didn't appreciate my way of handling it. Susan chuckled. Did you kick Draco's ass? I would have loved to see that. No one likes that prick. Here is your drink. Harry carefully slipped something into the glass while Susan was not looking before handing it to her. It was just a love potion he purchased at Diagon Alley with a simple additive to make the girl easier to manipulate and more docile. This would be extra effective, considering that Susan seemed to already like him. I still can't believe they are legally selling those potions nowadays. Harry was having a hard time understanding why the ministry would allow those kinds of potions. Mommy, this juice is delicious. Susan drank from her glass without a single suspicion. Where is your aunt? I thought she was the guest of honor, Harry asked. Susan looked around. She should return soon. Oh. Something wrong? Harry asked. I just saw Hannah leaving the hall with Ernie. I bet those two are going to snog. Is that so? Harry had no interest in what others were doing, but he needed to find Amelia Bones as well as place this girl under his complete control. That would require them to be alone, as he couldn't do it here. He noted that Susan was starting to lose her balance already, meaning that his potion was working. You okay, Susan? Harry asked with an expression of concern. Just a bit dizzy. Was there any alcohol in that drink? I don't think so, Harry told her. Perhaps you just need some fresh air. He gently held her by the waist. Yeah, fresh air sounds good. Susan shook her head, trying to clear her mind. Then I shall accompany you, Harry suggested. Susan smiled. What a gentleman you are, Harry. He passed through the crowd of people and found the closest exit. They earned a few glances, but no one was too surprised at seeing the two teens going outside the hall. This was a common occurrence during these parties. The third floor of the ministry had many private rooms open for the public during their events. Harry took advantage of this and led the girl into one of these rooms before sealing the door behind them. Chapter 71. Thank you, Susan said as she sat down on a couch. I'll be fine after resting for a moment. No, I'm afraid that the effects of the potion I gave you will take around an hour to pass completely. The tone in Harry's voice completely changed. The previous warmth and gentleness from before were now gone. Susan thought she might have misheard him due to her condition. Wait, what did you? The illumination inside the room was very dim, but she clearly saw Harry pulling something from his robes that looked like a black belt. What's that? This, Harry held it up so she could see it better. This is a slavery collar I created during my youth. It will bend your will until you become my most loyal servant. Susan wasn't sure if this was some sick joke of his, but she had heard enough. That's not funny. The moment she tried to stand up, something hit her, pushing her back on the couch. Without her realizing it, Harry had taken out his wand and fired a silent incarcerous charm on her. The magical rope secured her body to the seat, preventing her escape. What are you doing? Susan was now screaming in panic. This was no longer a joke. Harry watched her with amusement as the realization began to sink in and fear started to creep into her eyes. You shouldn't stand up in your condition, but do feel free to yell as much as you want. I have placed a silencing charm at the door. Stay away from me. Susan felt a shiver when she saw Harry walking towards her with that collar in his hand. Harry, let me go. I will let you go, in just a minute or two. Harry was now just a few inches from her. Susan's eyes opened with horror as she saw him moving that object to her neck. Stop, Nuo. The black leather touched her soft skin and immediately reacted, wrapping itself around her neck and securing the magical lock so it may never come off. Her screams stopped suddenly as her mind was invaded by the power of the slave collar. She did her best to fight off the effects, but her training was too lacking to put up a fight. Susan recalled one time when her Aunt Amelia had suggested teaching her a bit of occlumency, but she gave up after an hour, claiming that it was too much work and that she would never need something like that in real life. It was the last regret she could feel as her mind fell under Harry's control. He waited patiently, sitting on another couch across from hers, and observing the changes in the girl. It only took 2 minutes, as he had initially predicted, before seeing her eyes emptied of any free will she had left, leaving behind a perfect servant who would always be loyal to him, no matter what he asked of her, just as he had done to Hermione and Luna. Too bad this was my last one. I will now need to figure out how to make more. Bending these young girls to his will had become somewhat addictive, and it made him remember why he had created these things in the first place. The recipe should be somewhere in that treasure at Azkaban. It had been too long for him to recall the details on how to make them. This is why he ensured to write everything down. Susan's eyes returned to their normal walnut color. "Susan, dear, how are you feeling?" She glanced at him. There was no anger or fear in her face, just an expression of pure devotion and love. "Harry, I'm fine." She said that, but she was clearly becoming drowsy. "Why am I tied down?" "You must still be a bit dizzy due to the potion I gave you. Luckily, I have come prepared." Harry stood up while taking something else from his robes. It was a small glass vial. He opened it up and offered its contents to Susan. "This is a pepper-up potion. It will counter the effects and give you more than enough energy for the rest of the night." Harry approached the vial to her mouth, and she drank the contents without a word of complaint. Her state immediately improved, and Harry finally removed the restraints on her. "Better?" he asked. She nodded quickly. "Excellent, we still have much work to do." "Work?" Susan tilted her head to one side. "Indeed, there is something I require from the ministry, and you will help me get it." "What is it that you need, Harry? I will help you," Susan said. "Do you know something about the security around the Museum of Dark Arts?" "The museum?" Susan thought about it for a moment. "If you want to get something from there, it's not possible." "Elaborate," Harry demanded. "Only authorized personnel can open the glass cases. My aunt told me they have an incredibly powerful enchantment, and if anyone tried to steal anything from there, the Aura department would immediately know." "The Aura department that is only 1 floor away," Harry reminded himself. "Is your aunt one of these authorized personnel?" If the answer was no, Harry was ready to burn this place to the ground. "Yes," Susan responded. "Well, good. I won't have to resort to something drastic." Harry turned around and walked to one of the tables where parchment and writing utensils had been left available. "We'll just need to find a way to lure your aunt into the museum." "I can ask her," Susan suggested. "That won't be enough." Harry gestured for her to approach. "I need you to come here and write your aunt a letter. I will tell you exactly what you need to write, then I'll find a way to deliver it to her without her noticing us." "Okay." Susan didn't even hesitate to take part in a ploy to lure her only surviving family into a deadly trap. Chapter 72. Amelia Bones was standing in front of her office's fireplace. "Thank you for letting me know about Harry." A human face that had been formed with green flames suddenly spoke to her. "It's no problem, I know how worried you were," Amelia responded. "Yes, I was." McGonagall felt somewhat guilty for hiding things from her friend, but she had ulterior motives for wanting to locate Harry that went beyond the concern of a school headmistress. "What do you want me to do?" "I instructed the boy not to leave the party without telling me first. He is currently hanging with my niece, Susan." "With your niece? Are they by themselves?" McGonagall couldn't quite conceal the fear in her tone. "Not really alone. The party hall must have over 100 attendees. Also, my niece knows not to do anything inappropriate if that is what worries you," Amelia said. "That's not it. Is Aura Tonks working tonight, or perhaps Moody?" "Tonks already finished her shift, and I never really know what Moody is up to." "What's going on, Minerva? What are you not telling me?" Amelia asked with suspicion. "Just try to keep an eye on Harry. I will be there as soon as I can. Don't let him leave until I arrive. This is very important," McGonagall said. "Okay, but I do want a proper explanation. I do not appreciate being kept in the dark." Amelia knew there was more to the incident at Harry Potter's house, and now she had the feeling this woman knew a lot more than what she was letting on. "Yes, I promise." Amelia nodded. "Very well then She was interrupted by a knock on the door. "I said not to bother me." Amelia turned around with a frown. "My apologies, Lady Bones, but it is time for your speech." A young woman spoke from the other side of the door. Right, the speech, I almost forgot about it. She glanced at the fireplace. I have to leave now, we'll talk soon. Yes, and thank you for your help, McGonagall said before dispelling the flames. Amelia took off walking at a brisk pace, while her young assistant tried to keep up. When she got to the party hall, Amelia realized that everyone must have been waiting for her, as she was the guest of honor and had spent the last hour or so attending her job obligations, informing the minister, and calling the new headmistress of Hogwarts. She walked up to the podium area and apologized for her delay, before starting a short speech, thanking everyone for their attendance in celebrating her 10th anniversary as director of the Auror Department, and how she hoped to continue serving the community for many more years. Amelia Bones was not a very talkative person and preferred to speak with her actions instead of words. Everyone present already knew this about her, so no one was surprised or offended by the short speech. It was just politics, but it had to be done. They applauded for her, and Amelia smiled while looking around the party hall. It was then that she realized someone important was missing. Her niece would always stand near her during these parties, but no matter how much Amelia searched for Susan, she was unable to spot her. Neither could she spot Harry Potter, whom she was supposed to be keeping an eye on. Don't tell me. Amelia grumbled something under her breath, thinking about what those two teenagers could be doing right now. She immediately approached her assistant and questioned her about it. Your niece? The young woman pointed to the area where all the tables had been placed. I saw her over there just a few minutes ago, before I went to fetch you. Was Harry Potter with her? Amelia asked. I think so, the assistant said. Do you want me to look for them? No, I bet she will come back soon. Amelia could imagine what she and Harry could be doing and wanted to roll her eyes, but couldn't do that here. I'll make sure to give her a good scolding when I see her again. Miss Bones. As Amelia was thinking of how to better punish her niece, someone sneaked behind her and called. When she turned around, Amelia saw that it was one of the Aurors she deployed as security for the event, a tall man called Collins. Something wrong? She asked. The man had a serious expression on his face as he produced a small piece of parchment that had been folded and sealed. A moment before you arrived in the hall, I saw this piece of parchment levitating. It landed next to the wooden podium. It has the director's name written on it. He handed her the envelope. Amelia had a very bad feeling as she broke the seal. Whoever would deliver a message to her, in such an indirect manner, could not possibly have good intentions. Her concern turned to something much worse as she read the contents. The letter had her niece's handwriting and claimed that she had been kidnapped. At the end, it only made one demand: that she go to the Ministry Museum alone, threatening to kill her if someone else accompanied her, or if she shared the contents of the letter with anyone. Madam Bones, the assistant, was glancing at her boss with curiosity. What is the letter about? She tried to get closer and take a quick peek. Amelia quickly folded the letter and hid it inside her robes. It's just something private. The Auror was looking at her intently. Madam Bones, if there is something we can do. He noticed how pale her face had become. Not right now, Collins. I have to deal with this matter in person, Amelia told him. I want everyone to remain in their positions until my return. After saying this, she turned and walked away from the hall. But Madam Bones, the assistant called. She turned to the Auror. What do you think is going on? The Auror frowned. Nothing good, that's for sure. Amelia ignored the looks she was getting and continued moving. The moment she left the room filled with people behind and ventured into the corridor that led to the elevator, she pulled her wand out of the holster. Just hold on, Susan. I'll save you in a moment. Her face turned to one of anger as she wondered who would be crazy enough to kidnap her niece and keep her right here in the ministry before calling her. But then another thought came to her mind. Wasn't she with Harry Potter? Chapter 73. No one was supposed to be in this part of the ministry at this time, so most of the lights were turned off, leaving the place looking very dim. Still, Amelia had no issues walking through here, as she had done so a million times before. She tried to calm her nerves as she approached the Museum of Dark Arts, where this supposed kidnapper had demanded that she come alone. It was a very strange request, now that she had a bit of time to think about it. No money or any other demand, just her sole presence. If the objective was to make an attempt on her life, why not bring Susan outside the Ministry of Magic, to a place that would be more advantageous to the attacker? The Auror department was just one floor away, so it would be very difficult for them to leave this place after committing a crime here. Amelia finally arrived at the entrance of the museum. It was sealed shut by a large double door. This one would only be unlocked during visiting hours, and people would only be allowed inside with the company of a guide. There were very dangerous objects in there. Dark artifacts that the ministry had banned but chose to keep as remnants of the older days. Her eyes scanned over the area. "Well, here I am," she declared loudly. "Where is my niece?" "Aunt Amelia." The voice came from her right side. When she looked over and pointed her wand in that direction, Amelia saw someone moving in the darkness and walking from behind one of the many pillars. She saw the figure approach until they were beneath one of the few magical lights and could finally see them clearly. "Susan, are you?" Amelia stopped, the words choking in her mouth when she saw that her beloved niece was being held by none other than Harry Potter, who was now pointing his wand directly at her face while holding her neck with his other hand. A tremendous fury invaded her. The moment she received the letter, she was also concerned about the lack of mention of Harry Potter. She was worried that the kidnapper could have harmed Harry to get to her niece. Not even for a second had she contemplated the possibility of the famous boy who lived being the actual perpetrator of such a nasty crime. Now, she was feeling like a fool for thinking like that. "What in Merlin's name do you think you are doing?" she screamed with rage at Harry, pointing her wand at him. "Let Susan go right now." A cruel smirk appeared on Harry's face before he increased the grip on the girl's neck, forcing some painful noises out of her. "Stop," Amelia shouted. "Control yourself, Madam Bones. Whether I let Susan go without further harm depends solely on you." Harry spoke in a tone that made Amelia Bones' blood run cold. This is not how a child would speak, she thought. Amelia had spent over 2 decades working as a field agent, and during that time, she had interacted with many dangerous individuals. The way Harry was behaving and speaking to her reminded Amelia of some of the worst ones she had seen. The ones who always seemed calm and collected, even when confronted by the authorities. "You will do as I say, or I will kill this girl." Harry's voice was devoid of emotion, and it made Amelia believe that the threat was real. "Who are you?" Amelia could not believe that this was actually Harry Potter. It must be someone impersonating the boy. That would be the most logical explanation. Sparks appeared on Harry's left hand as this one held Susan's neck. "Ah!" The young girl began screaming. She felt as if a bolt of lightning was coursing through her body, burning her flesh and making her blood boil. The pain was insufferable. Amelia went pale. "Stop!" Her wand was pointing at Harry, but she couldn't just shoot with the way Harry was holding her niece in front of him. She was more likely to hit Susan instead. After 5 long seconds of screaming, Harry stopped his spell and Susan calmed down. Unlike the Cruciatus curse, this one does not leave any residual pain. The moment I stop the spell, the pain does as well. "You can take this as a show of kindness on my part," said Harry. "It will be the last one." "Okay, calm down." Amelia collected herself and recalled her training when dealing with hostage situations. The last thing she had to do was antagonize the criminal. "You wanted me to come here, and I did. Why don't you take me instead and let Susan go?" Harry pointed at the door of the museum with his wand. "I called you here so you would open that door." "You," she glanced at the museum. "You want to enter the museum." "Do I have to repeat myself?" Harry asked, pointing back at Susan and sending a clear message. "No," Amelia responded immediately. "I'll open the door, just don't hurt her." She turned to a stone panel on the side of the gate and placed her hand on it. The enchantments recognized her magical signature and unlocked the gates. As director of the Auror department, Amelia Bones was authorized to unlock most doors in the ministry. "Let's go inside and don't try to waste my time," Harry urged her. He wasn't sure if this woman had already alerted someone, and with the Auror department just 1 floor away, he could not take much time to get what he wanted. Luckily, he had done his homework in advance and knew exactly where the book he wanted was being held. Amelia took a few steps into the museum and looked back at Harry and her niece. "Keep going, we are going to Section D." Amelia flinched as she remembered what that area of the museum contained. Forbidden books. Chapter 74. Amelia unlocked the door to Section D of the museum and walked inside, soon followed by Susan and Harry. This was a single rectangular room. There were dozens of long shelves across the walls, all of them protected behind thick glass and metallic bars. "Here we are, now what?" Amelia asked, hoping to get this over with. Her eyes moved to her niece, who was still tightly grasped by Harry. The moment she could get those two away from each other, she would have to act quickly. Harry pointed, not to the side shelves, but to one of the showcases that had been set throughout the middle of the room. There were 3 in total, and these were obviously meant to be the main attraction. The one pointed at by Harry was the one closest to them. Amelia knew exactly what had been locked inside the cases. The dark knowledge contained in those books could never be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Blood rituals, necromancy, and demonology, the 3 most forbidden branches of magic. "Open it." Harry pointed to the first case, the one containing the Codex Daemonium he was looking for. Amelia glared at him. "I told you not to waste my time." Harry grasped Susan's neck. "Do you want to see your niece scream again?" "No, that's not necessary. I was just trying to remember how to open this case." Amelia turned around. "They are some of the most secure containers we have, created by the Department of Mysteries." The container had a wooden structure with 4 legs and a glass top, so people could see inside. All across the top wooden part were dozens of runes engraved on the case. Amelia took a moment to think before running her wand over the runes and tapping them in a very specific pattern. If she got it wrong, she would suffer a magical discharge, and Harry was likely to lose his patience and kill her niece, so Amelia had no choice but to really open it. Although she had no intention of allowing Harry to leave the ministry with something so dangerous. The casing made a soft noise, and a moment later, the glass cover lifted into the air and moved aside. "It's unlocked." Amelia glared at Harry again. "Step away from there. Oh, and you can throw your wand away now," Harry instructed. "Now look here, I have done everything you asked. Now let my niece go." Amelia was trying to sound intimidating, but in reality, she was terrified for Susan's well-being. Harry smirked. "You know what? You are very much right, Miss Bones. You have done your part, so I should do mine as well." He moved Susan's head back and whispered something into her ear while keeping his eyes on Amelia, who could no longer hide her fear. After doing that, just as he promised, he let go of Susan and pushed her forward. "Come here," Amelia said with urgency to her niece, and this one obeyed, practically jumping into her arms. "Aunt Amelia." "SHHH, it's okay, I got you now." Amelia hugged her niece tightly with one arm while her other hand grasped her wand. As soon as she felt that Susan was safe, Amelia turned her attention to Harry and was ready to unleash her full fury on him. "You are going to pay for this, Potter, or whoever you are." The smirk had not disappeared from Harry's face, and this made Amelia very uneasy. She had no idea why Harry had suddenly changed his mind and let Susan go, as he must have been aware that releasing the hostage would be like giving away his only protection. Harry proceeded to ignore Amelia as she pointed her wand at him and approached the case, taking a peek inside. Yes, this is it. The book was quite large, measuring around 20 by 30 inches, and was made of some black leather. There were no inscriptions on the cover, just a few strange symbols that Harry recognized as the language used by some demons. He was now sure that this was what he had been looking for. As he reached to grab it, Amelia shouted at him to stop. Harry did so and glanced at her with amusement, speaking in a commanding tone. "Go on, do it." Amelia thought he was challenging her to fire a spell at him, and wondered what he was up to. But she was completely wrong, and could never have predicted what happened next. Erg, Amelia felt something hitting her stomach. A painful sensation invaded her and made her look down. It was then that she saw a blade poking from her stomach, being held by her own niece. Susan, what? What or why, ah." Susan pulled the knife out of her belly with a swift motion before stabbing her again. Amelia screamed and pushed her niece away from her. From the struggle and shock at having been attacked by her own family, Amelia lost her balance and fell on her back. The knife buried itself further, and she screamed in agony. She stared at her niece with incredulity. Why? She didn't understand anything now. And Susan looked as confused as her. I was asked to, Susan simply answered. You? Her eyes went from Susan to Harry, who was now busy taking out the giant book from the wooden case. She clenched her teeth and fired a spell at him. Harry didn't even need to avoid it, as Amelia was unable to aim properly and ended up hitting one of the glass-covered shelves near the back wall. Tusk, Harry shook his head. You should have stabbed her in the neck. What a useless girl you are. What did you do to Sue? Amelia began to cough blood. Harry left the book on the floor and turned his attention to the Auror. Since you want to know so badly, I turned your niece into my slave with a powerful artifact of my own creation. After saying this, he fired a curse at Amelia's right hand, burning it away along with her wand. "Ah!" Amelia cried. Now, Susan, finish the job. Stab your aunt in the neck and kill her already. Can't you see she is suffering? Aunt Amelia is suffering? Right. Susan approached Amelia and knelt beside her as this one grunted and cried from the pain. I'm sorry. She grabbed hold of the knife and pulled it off her belly, making the woman scream again. Sue, Amelia had blood pouring out of her mouth. She could only watch her niece with tears in her eyes as this one buried the knife in her neck, just as Harry ordered her. Chapter 75. Susan continued to stare at her now-dead aunt as if she didn't quite understand what had happened. Did I kill my Aunt Amelia? Why did I do that? Harry glanced at the girl. It's been a while since he had pushed the loyalty of someone under the slavery collar this much. Allowing Susan to murder the last member of her family may have seemed exceedingly cruel. But Harry had done that because he wanted to test the power of the collar and see if the person would still remain loyal even if he asked them to betray everything and everyone they cared about. You killed her because I asked you to do it, Harry told her. Susan turned around. There were now tears in her eyes. You asked me. I did, Harry nodded. Do you hate me for it? No, I don't hate you at all. Susan tilted her head. Isn't that strange? Harry smiled. It appeared that the test was a success. Not at all. You are my loyal servant after all, and your aunt pointed her wand at me. It is natural for you to protect your master. That is your duty. It's my duty. Susan seemed to understand. That's right. I must serve my master. It's my duty. It is, and right now, your job is to help me get this thing out of here. Harry pointed at the giant book. It is quite large and heavy, but I don't dare to apply any spells on it, as that may have an adverse reaction. There was already a lot of obscure magic in that book. There was no telling what would happen if he tried to make it smaller or lighter. Susan walked to him and helped him lift the book over his back, so he could carry it with ease. To get out of here, we can use the same portkey that brought me to the ministry. It will send me to the point where I left, but the portkey cannot be activated from here. For that, I must return to the 3rd floor without being spotted on the way there. Luckily, he had just the thing to aid him in that task. He took a cloak from one of his magical pockets and threw it at Susan. Cover us with that invisibility cloak. Make sure that no part of our bodies is visible as we move. They needed to move quickly. There was a good chance that someone in the ministry had been alerted about this non-scheduled entrance in the museum, even if it had been Amelia who unlocked the doors and the container for the book. He also had no way to know if Amelia had told anyone else about her trip here or the letter, despite having asked her not to. 10 minutes later. Looks like I was worrying too much, Harry thought as he spotted the large gates leading to the portkey area where he had initially arrived. Once in that room, he would be allowed to activate his portkey and escape the ministry before anyone discovered what he had done. Susan had performed her task without flaw and was now at his side, holding the invisibility cloak to cover them. They had only run across a few people on the way here, as most of them were still at the party hall. It appears that Amelia Bones had not warned anyone about what was happening after all. There is at least one person in that room. Harry spotted a shadow moving as he got closer. He made Susan stop right at the entrance so he could take a better look inside. There was indeed someone in there. It was one of the men dressed in black suits who had welcomed the guests just an hour ago. Only this one remained in here, while the others must have gone to do something else. Harry still didn't enter the room and observed for a bit longer, as the man appeared to be doing something. He moved towards the center, and a moment later, someone appeared right in the middle of the room. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic, Headmistress," the man said with a tone of politeness. Minerva McGonagall was still getting used to being addressed as such. She glanced at the man and nodded. "Yes, thank you, but I'm not here for the party. I came to see Madame Bones." "Well, I'm sure you will find her at the party hall. I can escort you there if why." "That won't be necessary. I'm very familiar with it." McGonagall interrupted him. "Sorry, but I'm in a bit of a hurry." "Of course, I understand." The man didn't look offended at all. The headmistress took off immediately and began to walk out of the room at a brisk pace. Harry and Susan were still standing at the entrance, only covered by the invisibility cloak. He instructed Susan not to move while he carefully took the invitation out of his pocket. McGonagall passed by their side, and at first it didn't look like she had noticed anything off, but just after taking a few more steps, she stopped and turned around. "Is someone there?" she asked with furrowed brows, having felt something strange the moment she passed by the entrance. Knowing that they were going to be found if they stayed there, Harry instructed Susan to begin moving inside. Once they had crossed into the room's walls, the restrictions on their ability to teleport outside the ministry were lifted. "Grab onto me." Without hesitation, Harry activated the portkey while Susan held his arm. "Hey, what the?" The attendant immediately detected that someone was using a portkey without warning, but when he looked over at the entrance, he only spotted a pair of feet poking from beneath the cloak. It was only for an instant, as the cloak had moved slightly in the last moment. "Wait, you are not authorized to L," the man shouted. However, it was too late, as they had already left with a loud pop noise. McGonagall rushed back into the room. "What happened?" "Headmistress, we must call the Aurors," the man exclaimed. "Someone just activated a portkey without authorization, and they were hiding under an invisibility cloak." "An invisibility cloak?" McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Getting a bad feeling, she decided to hurry to the party hall and find her friend Amelia. Chapter 76. "Headmistress, they say that you can come in." An Auror gave her a sign and she nodded. McGonagall walked up to the large double doors of the Museum of Dark Magic, took a moment to compose herself, and went inside. The Auror who had authorized her entrance was now guiding her further inside. She noted a sign that read Section D. Below it was an open wooden door, and she could already see several people inside. Some of them turned around to look at her. McGonagall could tell that many of the ones in here did not approve of her presence. After all, this was a murder scene, and she was just a school professor. But she had to see this in person, so she asked for a personal favor. Moody turned to glance at her. "Minerva," he gestured for her to approach. There were at least a dozen Aurors all over the room, checking different spots, collecting evidence, and taking notes. Moody was standing next to a pool of blood, and the woman lying on the floor. McGonagall sighed loudly, got closer, and finally saw her clearly. Her old friend was now dead, with a bloody knife still sticking out of her neck, making it very clear how she was killed. "It's a conjured blade," Moody pointed out, despite not having been asked. "It should disappear soon." "Why did this happen?" McGonagall asked. That was what she wanted to know. Why did her friend have to die? I believe the answer to that." Moody pointed at the open wooden container behind her. "It's over there." McGonagall had been here before and knew that this section of the museum contained books about forbidden practices, but did not recall what exactly was in that particular one. They did this for a book. Not just any book. Another Auror joined the conversation, a short, bald man holding a piece of parchment in his hand. "According to one of the museum guides we were able to interview," he glanced down at what was written. "This case used to hold the Codex Daemonium, an extremely dark tome that, according to what I heard, could be used to make contracts with demons." A demonology book. McGonagall turned to look at Moody. She knew little to nothing about that ancient branch of magic. Any knowledge about it was forbidden, so outside of a few selected individuals in the ministry, no one really knew much. "How much should we be worried about this?" Moody shrugged. I would need to speak with a few acquaintances in the Department of Mysteries. I'm sure there is someone over there who has had the chance to study that book and could tell us more about it. But for the moment, I would say, very worried. What about the one responsible? McGonagall already had an idea in mind, but didn't want to say it out loud, as it would sound ridiculous if she suddenly accused the boy who lived of this. As of right now, we don't have any real suspects, Moody said. However, Harry Potter has been placed as a person of interest since he was the last one seen with Susan Bones, who is also missing. And he took a letter from his bag and showed it to McGonagall. There is this as well. McGonagall took the letter and read it. This was the one that Susan wrote to lure her aunt to the museum. This is how they brought her here. Who gave this to Amelia? One of the Aurors present at the party claimed to have seen the letter levitating in the air and landing near the wooden podium where Madame Bones had to give her speech. The Auror took it and handed it to Madame Bones afterwards. Once she read the letter, Madame Bones left the party hall without much explanation, until they found her here. McGonagall took another look at the letter in her hands. This writing looks juvenile and feminine. She had first thought about the possibility of Harry Potter writing it, but she changed her mind. Madame Bones' assistant claimed to recognize the handwriting, Moody told her as he took the paper back from the headmistress. Susan Bones. Susan loved her aunt more than anything, McGonagall muttered. That family had suffered greatly during the last war. Amelia and Susan only had each other left. I know what you are saying, Minerva, Moody spoke with a grave tone. No one here is accusing the girl of anything yet, but we need to find her, and Potter as well. McGonagall looked around. Can we speak for a moment in private? She whispered. Moody nodded. Let's go outside. He handed the evidence collected to another Auror and guided McGonagall out of the room. When I just got to the ministry, I had the feeling that someone was hiding at the entrance of the Portkey area. Yes, I read your testimony and the one from the worker. Moody responded before making sure that no one was close enough to hear them. Did you leave out any important detail that I should know? I didn't see anything myself, but from what the worker described, the one who escaped the ministry was using a magical cloak. Yes. Not many know about this, but during his first Christmas at Hogwarts, Albus gave Harry a present. An invisibility cloak that used to belong to his father, James. Moody frowned. I see. No one wanted to admit it, but the evidence was becoming undeniable. I still don't understand how that sweet boy could do anything like this. It just doesn't make any sense, McGonagall said. I don't understand it either, but the bodies keep piling up. And it all keeps pointing to him, Moody muttered. They had recently discovered that Lucius Malfoy had disappeared on the same day and time when Harry Potter was visiting Diagon Alley. And now he has a very dangerous book in his hands. Whatever he is planning on doing, we can't let him complete it. Chapter 77. Malfoy Manor. My lord, I bring news from the ministry. Voldemort heard the irritating voice of Wormtail coming from the other side of the door, and his anger went up another notch. The parchment he held in his hands had been partially destroyed by his rough handling. Enter, Voldemort commanded. Wormtail walked inside the study with hesitation. Since his return, their lord had been in a bad mood, and it had only gotten worse over time. He hoped that tonight's news would improve things slightly. My lord, we have received a letter from Yaxley, who went to attend an event at the ministry. Madame Bones, the director of the Auror department, has been murdered. Voldemort finished the sentence, lifting the piece of parchment in his hand so Wormtail could see it. I have heard already. He had several Death Eaters infiltrated in the Auror department, and had just received the news from one of them a few minutes before Wormtail called. Isn't it great news? Wormtail was somewhat confused because he had expected their lord to be much happier by now. With Madame Bones gone, taking control of the entire Auror department has become a strong possibility, or at the very least. Do I look happy to you? Voldemort turned his face around so Wormtail could get a good look. This made him tremble. Their lord did not look happy at all. In fact, he looked miserable. And no, my lord. Wormtail wondered if he was about to get cursed, just like Snape did when he brought the news about Dumbledore's death. Back then, they had all been ready to celebrate. but the Dark Lord surprised them by becoming furious instead of joyful after learning that his biggest obstacle had been eliminated by someone unknown to them. Someone is moving further in their agenda, and it is not us, Voldemort said. You mean, this is the same person who killed the headmaster? Wormtail asked. Voldemort had no intention of sharing his thoughts with him, though. Tell me, did Yaxley's letter mention anything else, other than the murder of Madame Bones? Wormtail looked confused and produced the letter from his pocket. No, my lord. He handed it to Voldemort while wondering what else could have happened at the Ministry. Voldemort didn't look too surprised. The Ministry would not want the public to know that they were also robbed of a dangerous dark artifact. The Codex Daemonium. Voldemort thought about the title of the stolen tome. He was not familiar with it, but just from the title, it was easy to guess what it was about. Demonology was not a branch of magic he had paid much attention to. Even by his own standards, this path was too risky to take, and instead, he decided to put his focus somewhere else. Demons are devious creatures and will always try to trick the wizard who dared to make pacts with them. They want nothing but to bring ruin and destruction to this world. On the other hand, the undead are much easier to control, and this is why he had chosen to put more effort into learning that branch of magic. Only the most insane wizards would be willing to delve into demonology. That's not good. He would have much rather dealt with someone like Dumbledore. At least with the old man, he was able to predict his actions to some degree. The Ministry must be in chaos right now, Wormtail commented. This comment caught Voldemort's attention. What did you say? Aim, Wormtail got startled after opening his mouth without thinking. Well, it's just that in the letter, Yaxley mentioned seeing dozens of Aurors running all over the place, obviously trying to find out who killed their boss. The entire Auror department must be at the Ministry right now, so it must be very chaotic. The entire Auror department is at the Ministry, of course. Something just occurred to Voldemort. He stood up from his chair and glared at Wormtail, who was looking terrified. How many members are in the house right now? Let's see. Wormtail hurried to remember everyone he had seen tonight. We have Selwyn, the Carrow twins, and I think I saw Lord Rosier in the living room with the young Malfoy. Speaking of the boy, he had expressed a strong desire to officially join us. I believe that the sudden loss of his faith. Call them all. I want them all at the gates of the manor in 10 minutes, Voldemort demanded, and tell them to bring their flying brooms. Bee brooms, my lord? Wormtail looked confused. They didn't have any raids arranged for today. You still don't see it, Wormtail? Voldemort's mood seemed to have improved rapidly. The entire Auror department is going to be very busy tonight. What better chance do we have to pay Azkaban a visit and get some of my most loyal followers out of there? We have made them wait for too long already. Oh, Wormtail's eyes opened widely at the wicked idea. Tonight, the prison must be working with the bare minimum personnel, so there isn't going to be a better chance to launch an assault on Azkaban than tonight. Go, we mustn't waste a single minute, Voldemort demanded. Yes, my lord. Wormtail took off running as fast as he could. A few minutes later, 6 individuals were standing right outside Malfoy Manor, covered with their black cloaks and wearing white masks. The Carrow twins chuckled loudly. This is going to be so fun. My lord, we are ready, Selwyn responded in a serious tone. Lord Rosier turned when he saw the young Draco Malfoy crossing the open gates of the mansion. It is too soon for you, boy. But I want to go too, Draco exclaimed. I'm ready to serve you, my lord. His eyes moved to Voldemort. Draco was lucky that Voldemort was in a much better mood now. Otherwise, he would have been cursed already for shouting in his presence. Draco, stop. His mother, Narcissa, came from behind and grabbed the boy. It is too soon for that yet. No, I'm the man of the house now. I'm R. Young Malfoy, Voldemort interrupted him. The moment he spoke, the place was filled with silence. His red eyes were focused on the boy now. We will speak about this after my return. For now, listen to your mother and stay here. The truth is that he still didn't know what he wanted to do with this boy. With Lucius dead, Draco was now going to become the next Lord Malfoy. However, the family had lost the majority of their fortune, drastically reducing their utility. But for the moment, it would be wise to keep the boy alive and well, just in case. "Thank you, my lord," Narcissa hurried to say. "Well then," Voldemort turned to his followers, "we have a prison to break." Chapter 78. Black Manor. McGonagall apparated before the gates of the house. It was past midnight, and the neighborhood was in complete silence. She walked up the short set of stairs and saw the door opening before she could reach it. The grumpy house elf of the family gave her an inquisitive look, as if blaming her for her late visit. McGonagall ignored the creature and the screaming painting of Walburga Black, continuing directly to the main hall, where the other members of the order were already waiting for her. The first one she spotted at the table was Tonks. Her usual vibrant pink hair was now dark red, denoting how the girl was feeling at the moment. Sirius was sitting at her side, while Snape was standing further back in the room. Where are the others? McGonagall was sure she had requested everyone's presence during this emergency meeting. They should be here soon. The one who responded was none of them, but the voice came from behind her. McGonagall got startled and turned around, only to find herself staring at someone she had not seen in a long time. Remus. Remus Lupin smiled. "It's nice to see you again, Minerva. I'm sorry I couldn't make it to the funeral." "You were outside the country. When did you come back?" "Just yesterday. I went to Hogwarts first and spoke to Hagrid. He tried to get me up to speed with everything that has been going on." Remus glanced at Sirius for a moment. "Are we really suspecting James's son for all of this? It sounds crazy." "Why don't we wait for the others to get here?" McGonagall suggested. "I could use some coffee in the meantime." It was almost 2 in the morning, when enough members were able to show themselves in the house. Arthur Weasley had come by himself, since they didn't want to leave their children unattended, so Molly had to stay at home. Mundungus Fletcher, Hestia Jones, and Kingsley Shacklebolt arrived last. Since Hagrid had to remain in the castle, and Moody was in charge of the murder investigation, these were all the members they were going to get tonight. The meeting started, and McGonagall related everything that she had learned, sharing every single detail with all the members. Since Dumbledore's passing, they had all decided that transparency was going to be a crucial part of the Order of the Phoenix moving forward. No more secrets or misleading information. Everything was put on the table before they began discussing what should be done next. "We don't even know where Harry could be. Shouldn't we leave speculations until we have a chance to properly confront him?" Remus suggested. "There is enough evidence to present a solid case in the Ministry," Tonks pointed out. "What if this is a setup from you-know-who?" Remus looked around and saw their expressions. They had all decided that Harry was guilty, but he was not willing to give up just yet. "You think we haven't already considered that?" Sirius looked offended. He had been Harry's #1 supporter, but he could no longer deny the reality, especially not after what happened tonight. Amelia Bones was dead, Susan was missing, and a very dangerous tome of dark magic had been stolen. Harry was the last person who had been seen with the girl and could not be found anywhere. The Dark Lord had nothing to do with these last deaths, and he is not one to hide his actions from us. You should have seen his expression when I delivered the news of Albus Dumbledore's death. Snape had been cursed almost a dozen times that night. Lord Voldemort was incredibly angry about not having been the one to kill the old man. "What about the attack on his uncle's house?" Remus asked. "Again, had nothing to do with that," Snape responded. "The wards that Albus set up in Harry's house should have prevented anyone with bad intentions toward the boy from approaching or even finding the house itself. He assured me over and over how safe the Dursleys' house was, and why he always insisted that Harry return there, despite aim." McGonagall went quiet. "So this is just a coincidence, because it looks to me that all these deaths are benefiting you-know-who quite a lot," Remus said. "What about Lord Malfoy?" Tonks asked. "That one didn't benefit him at all. We all knew that Lucius Malfoy was one of his most loyal followers. That was on the same day that Harry Potter visited Diagon Alley. I found my aunt waiting for him at the Leaky Cauldron, but when we went looking for him, he was nowhere to be found. I bet he had gone to Knockturn Alley. I didn't think of looking for him there," she lamented. "Regardless of this," Hestia Jones intervened, "what Mr. Lupin said at the beginning is not wrong. Until we can find the boy, there isn't much we can do about it. So perhaps we should focus our attention back on what the Dark Lord is doing. She is right, Mundungus added. We already have eyes everywhere. Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley, Hogsmeade. If Potter shows his face anywhere, we will know immediately. McGonagall nodded before moving her eyes to Snape. Has the Dark Lord given any indication of what his next moves could be? Snape thought about it for a moment, trying to recall the details of his last visit. Right now, he was trying to lay low and collect as many of his forces as he could. We are already keeping an eye on the giant tribes, but the werewolves are much more difficult. They don't like interacting with outsiders, Arthur Weasley said. I can help with that, Remus suggested. I still have a few contacts in some of the most important werewolf clans. That would be useful, McGonagall responded. What about the wizards and witches still inside Azkaban? We have 5 confirmed Death Eaters in there, Tonks recalled, since she had recently been working there. They are well secured, though, Shacklebolt added, between the Dementors and all the guards. Tonks flinched as she recalled something she heard from Moody tonight. Hold on, didn't the minister call for all personnel to investigate Madame Bones's murder? Yes, the majority of the Aura department was present there, McGonagall said. Indeed, Shacklebolt said. Even Tonks and I were called despite not being on duty. We are supposed to start our shift in 3 hours. The man lamented the lack of sleep. What are you getting at? Before McGonagall could finish her sentence, Snape gasped loud enough to get everyone's attention. The Dark Lord knows that the Dementors have been acting up since the day of his resurrection, with less security and the Ministry distracted. He may not waste the opportunity to invade Azkaban and get his followers out. And I thought things couldn't get any worse tonight, McGonagall muttered. Chapter 79. Harry Potter arrived at his cozy cabin, accompanied by Susan and his new acquisition, the gigantic book he had just stolen, being completely unaware of all that chaos developing across magical Britain on this very night. In any case, he had already assumed that what he did tonight would at least put him on some wanted list, so he wouldn't be able to walk around the streets with the carefree attitude he had before. You live here? Susan asked while looking at the house. For the moment, Harry responded, you will be staying here too. He couldn't send her to the Bones Manor now, as the authorities would be looking for her, and that house would be the first place they would check. Blinks, Harry called. A second later, a nervous house elf appeared before them. Master W, what can Blinks do for Y? Bring the book inside the house. Place it on top of the living room table, said Harry. Oh, but don't use your magic to move it. After saying that, Harry went into the house. The house elf went to pick up the book, but soon realized that without his magic, it was a bit too heavy to lift. Noticing the little creature struggle, Susan went to help. Here, we can carry it together. Thank you, Mrs. Susan, and you are Blinks, right? The house elf nodded quickly. Mrs. Susan will be staying with us. Susan stopped for a moment. She wanted to answer the question, but soon realized that she couldn't make the decision herself. Something more powerful than herself was stopping her from doing so. I will do what Harry tells me. It was the only thing she could say. The house elf glanced at the girl with concern in his eyes, as the little creature understood that the two of them were very similar right now. 2 hours later, Susan was sleeping on the couch, and Blinks was cleaning the house for the 10th time today, while Harry was still reading the book in the living room. This tome was exactly what he had hoped to acquire, and from what he had seen so far, the rituals looked legitimate. There were even parts of the book written in the demonic tongue, which not many humans would be able to understand, but luckily for Harry, he was one of them. This looks like it could work. Harry stopped at one particular page and examined its contents further. I'm lacking the materials for the more advanced deals, but this seems like a good place to start. He had a lot of experience with demonology, but it was better to be safe than sorry. This was his second chance, and for the time being, there wouldn't be a third one. Okay, let's get everything ready. I guess tonight I'm not sleeping. It may have sounded like a complaint, but in reality, Harry was incredibly happy and excited. He had to contain his emotions as he called for his house elf to help get everything he needed. It was around 3 in the morning when he made his way down the stairs and entered the dungeon. His 2 guests were already awake and began shouting the moment they saw him. "Hey, let us go already. I want to go home." But all it took was for him to show them his wand, and they immediately shut their mouths. These muggles knew nothing about magic, but they learned quickly that this stick was able to inflict tremendous pain on their bodies, much like his aunt and uncle did after his return. "One of you is getting out of the house tonight." Harry glanced at the two of them, the middle-aged man and the young girl. "Which one is going to be?" "Me, please," the girl screamed with tears in her eyes, while the man remained silent. Harry glanced at the middle-aged man instead. "Don't you wish to get out of that cell?" The man sighed. "Let the girl out." Harry chuckled. How noble. His wand tapped the cell door and it opened. The girl stood up but didn't move yet. She continued to look at Harry with fear in her eyes. "Can I really leave?" "Sure, let me help you." Harry fired 2 spells in quick succession without saying a word. The first one paralyzed her with a stun charm, and the second one made her body levitate in the air. "Dudley, what are you doing? You said you were letting her go," the middle-aged man exclaimed. "I said that one of you was getting out of the house tonight." Harry pointed at her. "You wanted her to go first, and that's what will happen." He moved her out of the cell and up the stairs. The man watched this while his body trembled, as he finally understood that their captor never had any intention of letting them go, and whatever he had planned for that poor young girl was not going to be pleasant. Harry walked through the front door and went into the garden. The paralyzed young girl was floating right behind him. She couldn't move, but was still conscious of everything happening. Her eyes were open, and they showed the dread she was feeling. "You go over there." Harry placed her on top of a stone platform he had prepared. There were markings carved all over the surface. This was a sacrifice altar, designed just as the book indicated. "I think my old one was bigger, though," Harry muttered. He just followed the instructions this time. The one he used in the past had been mostly improvised with bits and pieces of information he had managed to acquire over the years. "As long as it works, I suppose it doesn't matter." Master, I brought thee." The elf was holding a large wooden box in his arms. "Place it on the ground and open it up." Harry approached the altar. "Is Susan still sleeping?" "She is, master." "Oh well, she is going to miss it." He glanced at the house elf. "Tonight, you will be witness to something very special. I am about to open the gates to the netherworld," he declared loudly. Chapter 80. Harry cleared his throat. "Was I being too dramatic?" He glanced at the nervous elf. "No, master is incredible," Blinks hurried to say. Anyway, I should begin already. This ritual works better during the night." He turned his attention to the box the Ethel had brought took some of the materials stored in there. After spending a few minutes preparing everything and placing some black ointment on the stone altar, he turned his attention towards the terrified girl lying paralyzed on the altar and produced a knife with his wand. "Ideally, I would use a proper ritualistic knife, but a conjured one will do for this time," Harry told the girl. "Don't you think?" "Right, you can't talk back," said Harry. "And you probably won't care what kind of knife I use to stab you. It would be impossible for a mere muggle like you to appreciate what I am about to do." He positioned the knife over her chest and began to chant in a strange tongue. As he did so, bizarre things began to manifest around them. The wind picked up, the clouds bundled together, creating occasional sparks of lightning. Harry finished his chant by stabbing the girl in her heart with the ritual knife. "Demons of the netherworld, here is your feast. Come and get this human soul. It's yours." A small black circle seemed to appear out of nowhere, right above the altar. It looked like a disc made of pure obsidian and with the thickness of paper. It merely hovered in the air, perfectly parallel to the ground. Blinks saw this and immediately moved away. Even if the house elf had no understanding of demonology, it was at least able to feel the danger emanating from that portal. All of a sudden, ripples formed on the surface, and 3 small monstrous creatures came out of it. These creatures were around the size of the average dog. They had crimson skin, sharp teeth, and black eyes. With 2 arms, 2 legs, and 1 long tail, they were somewhat similar to monkeys. Hairless, red-skinned monkeys with claws and long fangs. As they landed on top of the dying girl, the black portal vanished. 3 imps. I suppose I shouldn't have expected much for the soul of one mere human. Harry looked a bit disappointed by the result, but not overly so. His expectations had been low to begin with. The book mentioned that this ritual would be enough to summon a low-rank demon after all. The three imps glared at him for a moment, as if they were waiting for something. "Go on, her soul and body are yours. In exchange, you will serve me for 10 years. The demons responded by making some happy noises and biting into the girl's flesh. As they consumed her body, the creatures were also eating away at her soul, which was unable to escape due to the ritual that Harry had performed. Once the creatures were done, the only remnants of that young girl were a few bloodstains on the altar and her torn clothes. Master, Blinks became terrified when he saw the demons turning their attention to him. Harry chuckled when he saw this. As amusing as that would be, none of you are allowed to touch any of my servants. Is that clear? The imps turned to him and made some grunting noises that he could identify as complaints. These low-rank demons did not have the capability of speaking, and their intelligence was very limited, but they would always understand what their contractor was saying. Now that Harry had sealed their deal, the demons would have to serve him for the next 10 years, and then they would return to the Netherworld to continue their existence, or until someone else made a contract with them. 10 years of servitude for 1/3 of a human soul may seem like a steep price, but for demons, even low-rank ones like these three, that amount of time was nothing, as they were eternal beings. To them, it was no more significant than paying a few pounds for a quick meal from a food cart. Go away, there will be many more feasts in the future. I will call upon you when you are needed. The demons obeyed his command and disappeared. See, that's the kind of followers that I need, Harry commented. Master, the scary red monkeys are here to stay, Blinks asked. Yes, and many more will come after them, Harry pointed at the altar. Clean that up, I will be using it again tomorrow. It is time to rebuild my army. Now, I'm going to rest. When Harry opened his eyes again, he saw the sun shining through the curtains of his room. Wondering how long he had slept, he used a tempest charm and realized it was already close to midday. After a quick cleaning, Harry went to the living room, where he found Susan reading a newspaper with an expression of concern. She turned to look at him after hearing his steps. Blinks brought it this morning. I know, I asked him to do that. Owls cannot find this place, so the house elf needs to go out to get some information about what is happening outside. He pointed at the paper. Bad news. She handed it to him. It mentions what happened to my aunt. Harry had no interest in that, but he did care about what the front page was saying. How dare they? Apparently, Voldemort had broken into Azkaban and rescued 5 of his most dangerous and loyal servants. He thinks he can go into my house, take what he wants, and leave without consequences. Harry was filled with rage. Even if he wasn't currently in control of his old fortress, he still found it offensive that someone would break into it, damage its precious walls, and take some of the prisoners he was planning on using as ingredients later on. It is time that I begin planning my return and take what is rightfully mine. For that, he was going to need more forces, though. 3 imps, 1 house elf, and 1 young witch were not going to be enough to take Azkaban back. But more importantly, they would not be enough to keep it, since the Ministry was unlikely to just give it up without a fight. Luckily, he already had the tools he needed to regrow his forces. Now he just needed to use them. Chapter 81. 1 month later. The Order of the Phoenix was having another one of their routine meetings while sharing all the information they had collected. Moody walked in, accompanied by Tonks, while others waited at the table. The only members missing were Molly Weasley and Snape, who was still at Voldemort's side. What is that? Sirius pointed at the large paper roll under Moody's arm. A map, Moody responded, denoting the bad mood he was in. I bring a map and more bad news, as usual. Tonks sighed and helped him unroll the map on the table so everyone could see. More Death Eater attacks? McGonagall asked. They had 2 raids in the last month on medium-sized magical communities. The number of casualties was still small, but everyone was extremely scared. Not even the Minister of Magic could deny the return of the Dark Lord at this point, no matter how much he had tried to do that. Moody took his wand and pointed it at the map. Village of Clovelly in Devon, population used to be 443. Now it is 0, he said with a grave tone. Everyone present gasped in horror. You don't mean, did you know who massacred an entire Muggle village? Sirius asked. They haven't touched any Muggle villages yet. And even in the previous war, the Dark Lord never did something this big, Mundungus pointed out. I never said this was Voldemort's doing, Moody responded. But then, before Hagrid could finish, Moody interrupted him by tapping his wand somewhere else. Village of Mousehole, Cornwall. Population used to be 697, now it is 0. Another one, Sirius exclaimed. Every single person was killed, Remus asked with dread. How can that be? Are you sure this is not a Muggle thing, like a war between them? Hestia Jones added. The Aurors and the agents from the Department of Magical Catastrophes, who investigated the area, found undeniable traces of magic in those 2 villages, Tonks commented. And I didn't say that the inhabitants were killed either, Moody said. Hold on, Moody. Then what happened to those villages? McGonagall looked confused. This was an unprecedented event if it were done by a wizard. Raiding a Muggle village to terrorize them and kill a few was one thing, but making an entire population disappear was on a different scale. They are gone, Moody shook his head. Over 1,000 people, gone without a trace. All disappeared in one night and no one has any idea how, not the Muggle authorities nor ours, but what we do know is that magic was involved somehow. So this was definitely a wizard's doing. And you don't think this was done by you-know-who, Remus stated. You think it was Harry Potter. They still had absolutely no information on Harry. No one had seen him during the last month. The same could be said about Susan Bones. What I think matters little right now, Moody said. The fact is that we are under attack. Our entire nation is under attack by 2 very dangerous wizards, and we are at a great disadvantage. If we can't find a way to turn things around, we are not winning this. That's so pessimistic, even for you, Hestia huffed. Can't we request help from other wizarding nations? Sirius suggested. Surely the IWC will not stand idle when someone is putting the status of secrecy in such a blatant manner. That may be our best chance, yes, Remus agreed. But for that, we will need to convince the Minister of Magic that this is the best choice. That would be difficult. That man is stubborn and only cares about his personal image. Requesting aid from others will make him look weak and incapable, McGonagall pointed out. She also thought of how much easier this would be if either Dumbledore or Amelia were alive right now. The remaining members did not have the important connections they had. Sirius noted that Tonks was still staring at the map with a strange look on her face. Did something else happen? Well, Tonks glanced at Moody. Moody nodded. Tell them. Right, Tonks cleared her throat. We don't think this is related to the same person, but 2 Muggle weapon shops were completely emptied overnight. It happened a week ago, on the same night on 2 opposite sides of the city. Muggle weapon shops? You mean like those guns they use? Hestia asked, wondering what this had to do with anything else they had spoken about before. Wizards were rarely interested in Muggle tools and weapons because they were seen as inferior. As I said, we don't think this is related to that same wizard. But once again, the Department for Improper Use of Magic was involved because they detected an unusual spike of magic in those areas and... Are you saying that a wizard is stealing Muggle guns? Remus asked. That doesn't sound good. That does seem to be the case, Tonks responded. We can be sure this is not something you-know-who would do. From what we know of him, he detests Muggles and anything made by them, Mundungus commented. No one should underestimate what those weapons can do, Arthur Weasley added. I have read about what they can do. It's not pretty. No one is underestimating anything, Arthur, Moody spoke. But we do have bigger concerns than a few missing guns. Yesterday, I managed to finally find someone knowledgeable about that particular demonology book that went missing from the Ministry's museum a month ago. Yes, the Demonium something, Sirius said. The Codex Demonium, Moody corrected him. And what did this expert have to say about it? McGonagall asked. He said that if that book were to fall into the wrong hands, into the hands of someone with no morals and insane enough to make deals with demons, well, he said, in the worst possible scenario, that book could bring doom and chaos into our world. Chapter 82. Azkaban at Midnight. Ugh, a man leaned forward on the dining table and groaned. Where is the next shift? They should be here already. His partner was standing right next to him and looking around with evident nervousness. I think there is something wrong. What are you talking about? The only thing wrong is that I am still here. I miss my comfy bed already. I just want to sleep. A third guard walked down the stairs and entered the dining hall. Oh, I thought you guys had already left. I wish. Where is the captain? The nervous Auror asked the new arrival. I think he is still doing the rounds with the 2 latest recruits. The midnight shift is still not here. What is going on? Those guys are always on time. The 3 present guards were supposed to leave at midnight, so it was customary for the next shift to arrive at least a few minutes earlier for a smooth transition. Tempus, it's already 5 minutes past midnight. The sleepy guard groaned again. Those bastards. I'm telling you, I have a bad feeling. The nervous guard looked out of the window, a very bad feeling. High in the skies, Harry was sitting on his flying broom and overseeing Azkaban with determination. A small flying creature approached him. Master, 7 humans are left inside the structure. This small creature was a kobolos. They were kind of similar to imps in size and shape, but they had blue skin and wings. They had a much higher level of intelligence and were able to speak in the human tongue. However, they were almost useless for combat, so James had only summoned a few to act as scouts. Only 7? Harry rolled his eyes. They have too much faith in the Dementors. His eyes moved to another flying creature approaching. This one looked a lot more like a human woman, except for the large bat-like wings, large claws, and a pair of black horns on her head. Succubi were middle-rank demons who had a large variety of uses, high intelligence, control over minds and fire. They were also very expensive to summon. Where is your sister? Harry asked. This one was one of the only 2 succubi he had brought into this world, and they were always together. Playing with some humans we found nearby. The beautiful demon licked some blood from her lips. Humans or wizards? Harry asked. These creatures had a hard time seeing the difference. The succubus shrugged, not sure what to answer. They were riding one of those flying sticks. She pointed at Harry's broom. Wizards then, how many? 3. Did you kill them? Harry asked. The succubus smiled. Okay, fine. They must have been Aurors if they were coming here at this time. He adjusted his position on the broom. I want you to stay on the outside. If anyone else gets too close, kill them, until I am done reclaiming what's mine. No one is allowed to enter. The demons nodded, and Harry flew away at great speed, leaving them behind, and soon after, landed on the roof of Azkaban. Come to me, my children. Hearing his call, countless shadows began to emerge. His beloved Dementors had been waiting for his return, performing the bare minimum of their obligations for the other wizards. Tonight, we are taking back our home from those disgusting thieves. The Dementors seemed to react to his words and made some eerie noises in response. Harry smiled, then opened his left hand and ran the back of his wand across its surface. There was a small spike that he had installed recently for the purpose of piercing his skin and producing a few drops of blood. These fell onto the stone surface of the prison's roof, and Harry wasted no time in using the tip of his wand to draw a rune with his own blood. The mass of blood began to move and grow in size until it formed a large red door right next to Harry. Open, he tapped its surface and it obeyed his command. Terrifying creatures began to emerge from within. A few dozen imps came in, running with excitement and emitting loud cries. Next, some large, ugly creatures who could barely fit through the door walked onto the roof. They were as large as trolls and just as thick. They were vaguely humanoid, but incredibly ugly, with dark gray skin that was filled with pustules and warts. The creatures carried massive weapons in their hands, like cleavers and axes. These were dreadnoughts, excellent warriors, but even less intelligent than imps. He had brought 6 of them in total, but in the future, he was expecting to bring many more of them to serve as guards. And lastly, a dozen shadowy figures emerged from the gate before it closed up and disappeared. The figures were tall and thin. Their bodies were completely covered in black cloak and seemed to disappear on occasion as one looked at them, like they were blending themselves into the night. These did not speak, as far as Harry knew. They also had no names, but he called them shadows because it seemed appropriate for their appearance and abilities. They make for excellent assassins if one can manage to control them for long enough. Harry glanced at his small army and nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't much, but it had only taken him a month to bring these creatures under his service. There were a few more demons that he decided to keep at home as they were not needed for this mission. Here are your orders. Kill every human who isn't locked inside a cell. That's it, get to work, said Harry as he turned to face the door leading downstairs. Azkaban will be mine once more. He aimed his wand at the door and blew it to pieces. Let's go. Chapter 83. Come here, the large man behind bars shouted as he tried to grab hold of the young female officer. Ah, she let out a shriek as she moved backwards. I warned you not to get too close to the bars, said the captain of the guards, who had to accompany the two rookies on their patrol so they wouldn't do anything stupid like what she had just done. Are the prisoners always so rowdy? The other rookie asked. Tusk, the captain clicked his teeth for not noticing it earlier. The prisoners were indeed being very energetic and noisy tonight. This should not be possible if the Dementors had been doing their jobs. For the past couple of months, the creatures had been acting strange, but still continued to perform their duties in keeping the prisoners in check. This was supposed to be the part that the Dementors enjoyed the most. But now the captain realized that for the entire duration of their patrol, he had not seen a single Dementor wandering around the cells. Something is going on. The two rookies turned to look at the captain. What is it, sir? We first need to go back, so I can speak with the other guards. The captain was not willing to continue with the two newbies at his side. If things got dangerous, he wanted to have the most experienced men to count on. The female guard suddenly gasped. Sir, I think I heard something behind us. SHHH, be quiet. Let's return to the third floor. Keep your wands out. The captain had heard it too and knew that the sound didn't come from one of the prisoners. They were one floor away from the roof. It was going to be a long way down, so he didn't want to alarm the rookies. The sound had come from the direction where the stairs leading to the roof were located, so the captain guided them in the opposite direction at a brisk pace. If someone had infiltrated the prison again, they would need to call for reinforcements immediately. Erg, what is that smell? The rookie covered his nose. It's like rotten eggs mixed with sweat. The face of the female officer was turning green. The captain was too concerned to be bothered by a bad smell. He spotted something moving around the shadows before them. Alh! Loud screams were then heard from the corridor ahead. The prisoners, the rookie exclaimed. It was obvious that something or someone was attacking them. Let's go. The captain could not stand by if the inmates were in danger. They may be dangerous criminals, but they were still his responsibility. With his wand gripped tightly in hand, he rushed forward. The shadowy figure was becoming more visible. At first, he thought it was a troll, judging by its tremendous size. The disgusting smell was also getting stronger as the creature came into view. It was a humanoid mass of flesh with gray skin. It had somehow broken into one of the cells and grabbed hold of a prisoner. The captain arrived just in time to see the creature lifting the body of the prisoner with one hand and taking his head off with one bite before it started chewing on it like a tasty snack. What is that thing? The female rookie shouted in horror. It doesn't matter, let's take it down, the other rookie added. The captain was already on it and fired a barrage of bone-breaking hexes at the creature. The demon let out a painful grunt as its arm broke apart and was separated from the rest of its body, falling down along with the prisoner it had been holding. We can do this. The guard captain felt hope as he realized that his spells were effective on the unknown creature. It didn't matter what this monster was, just that they could kill it. The two rookies were about to join in. Neither of them noticed the shadows deforming behind them. Black cloaked figures emerged from the darkness and moved their bony fingers closer to the guards. Their nails were long and sharp as razor blades. The moment they touched their skin, it was cut apart while offering no resistance. Until the last moment, None of the rookies even understood what had killed them, as they had been completely focused on the ugly creature before them to detect the deadly shadow demons moving next to them. The captain heard some strange noises behind him and turned his head to look, just to see the rookies standing very straight while blood poured from their mouths like a fountain. He had only taken his eyes off them for a couple of seconds, and they were already dead. "No!" The captain screamed and fired his magic at the bizarre black figures still holding onto them. The shadowy creatures moved away, releasing their prey and disappearing into the darkness of the corridor. "Hic!" A large number of cries and shrieks came from the other side of the corridor, forcing the captain to once more change his focus. His eyes opened widely when he saw countless small red creatures that resembled monkeys, running past the large monster and rushing towards him. "Stop!" The Auror fired a curse and managed to take out one of the strange monkeys, but this only made the others more excited as they jumped at him, clawing and biting different parts of his body. "Ah!" The captain tried to get them off him, but the creatures were deceptively strong for their size. Their claws and teeth were also incredibly sharp and had no difficulty cutting into his flesh and bones. It took one agonizing minute, that felt like an eternity for the poor guard captain, to finally succumb to the nasty wounds inflicted on his body. The imps cared little for their fallen comrade and were just happy to chomp on their newly acquired meal, consuming away the human's flesh and soul. Chapter 84. "Hey, I told you not to eat the ones in the cells." Harry saw that one of the Dreadnoughts had grabbed one of the inmates. This one was now staring at its cut arm and making some whimpering noises. "Oh, come on," Harry rolled his eyes. "I know you can attach it back on." The demon seemed to understand his words and grabbed hold of its arm before placing it back in its place. The gray flesh came alive and grabbed onto itself, fusing back together. The large demon looked happy now as it moved its healed arm, while still holding onto the decapitated inmate. Harry sighed. These guys have the intelligence of a rock. Dreadnoughts were incredibly resilient and powerful, but they needed someone to keep an eye on them and direct them. It became obvious to him that if left by themselves, they weren't going to be very useful. "I need to get a high-rank demon as soon as possible, so this one can serve as a commander for my troops. Without that, the demons would need his constant supervision, or they would go off the rails. However, to bring such a demon to the mortal realm, he would need a big offering, much more than what he had done so far with those two small villages. Harry noticed that the Dreadnought was now staring at him, while pointing at the corpse in its hand. It did not take much to figure out what the creature wanted. "Fine, eat it, but that is quite enough. You have a job to do." The 5 other Dreadnoughts behind him let out some whimpering noises. "Not now," Harry shouted. "If you are so hungry, go eat the 4 remaining humans waiting for you down there." He turned around and noticed that something was missing. "Where are the imps?" "We should go check," one of the guards said. "You go check, I already finished my shift," the other one responded. "We all finished our shift, but the replacements are not here, so technically, we are still on duty. If something happens in the prison, we need." "It's just a few noises. I'm sure it's nothing. Maybe the prisoners are getting a bit rowdy." The third Auror was grasping at his robes as he began to tremble. "It's suddenly getting very cold in here." "Yes, this feels almost like Dementors," the guard shouted. "There is no way that, It was then that the other one saw it. A dozen Dementors entered the hall through the windows and hovered above them. "What are they doing in here? They are not allowed on the lower floors." The Aurors glanced at each other with concern on their faces. This was a situation they never expected to encounter. Dementors had always been tricky to handle, but at the very least, they had always obeyed the basic rules established by the Ministry. "Go away already," one of the Aurors shouted at them and pointed with his wand. But the creatures continued to hover above them, while emitting eerie noises. The temperature continued to get lower, and their minds began to be affected by their mere proximity. Then they saw even more Dementors flying inside. "I had enough of this," a guard exclaimed before pointing his wand up. "Expecto Patronum!" A lion made of white light emerged and rushed at the Dementors, who were now trying to move away. One of the requirements for being a guard in Azkaban was to learn this particular charm. so they could defend themselves if a Dementor were to turn against them. Another one of the Aurors was going to follow his companion's example and fire his own Patronus at the creatures. He was the one standing closer to the stairs leading up, and just as he was about to cast his charm, he heard loud shrieks coming from behind him. What the? He saw some small red figures jumping and running. They descended the stairs and went directly for him, moving at an incredible speed. The imps appeared to be laughing in their own disturbing way as they jumped at the nearby guard, who was unable to react in time to defend himself from the assault. A dozen tiny red demons began to claw and bite, ripping his robes and flesh in the process. This alerted the other 3 Aurors in the room, who had to take their focus away from the Dementors to assess this new threat. There were over 20 imps in the hall, and almost the same number of Dementors. The previous Patronus was losing its effect, and the Dementors were starting to return. Help me with those red things. Graham, you keep the Dementors away. The most veteran of the Aurors decided to take charge of the situation after seeing their companion dying in such a gruesome way. Expecto Patronum? Another white lion was conjured, and this one stood in front of the Aurors, protecting them from the Dementors. Depulso. Defindo. Reducto. The other 2 Aurors began to launch a series of attacks on the small imps. Some of them were pushed away, hurt, or even killed. But there were too many, and they moved extremely quickly, attacking them from all sides. One of the guards screamed when an imp managed to grab hold of his leg with its sharp claws. Reducto, he responded by blowing the imp's head into pieces. However, this also created an opening for more of those nimble demons to get the jump on him, clawing and biting at his body, while others did the same to his partner. And no, the last Auror could no longer hold the Patronus in place, as he had no choice but to run away. He was paying so much attention to the approaching imps that he didn't even notice the 2 Dementors blocking the exit ahead of him. Before he could react, the Dementors clutched at him with their ethereal fingers. One held his body while the other one took hold of his face. Please, the Auror tried to beg, a futile action in front of creatures that were incapable of feeling pity. The Dementor got closer and opened its mouth, sucking in the soul of the man. Once the Dementors were done with their feast, they dropped the corpse, and just a second later, a dozen imps shrieked and jumped on the body before they began feasting. Even an empty husk like this one could make for a decent snack. By the time Harry and the rest of the demons made it downstairs, the job was already done. Azkaban was once again under his control, and this time, he was not going to give it away. Chapter 85. The fortress of Azkaban had been built on top of a small island. The closest land was 1 mile away, and the coast was filled with massive cliffs. Between the sharp stones composing the walls and the violent water currents at the bottom, it was nearly impossible to approach by ship. 500 years ago, a powerful Muggle kingdom had to sacrifice its entire army and fleet to conquer this place. However, for wizards and witches, getting into the island was not difficult at all, since they could do it by air alone. 10 individuals were standing on top of a cliff that overlooked the terrifying island. A week after Harry's takeover of the prison, the Order of the Phoenix was ready to fight back for the first time, and some of their members were getting anxious already. "What are we waiting for? Let's go there now," Sirius exclaimed, having his flying broom in hand. Kingsley, McGonagall turned to the man next to her. "Where are the Ministry forces?" Minister Fudge had been somewhat reluctant to part with his men, but in the end, he was convinced that taking back Azkaban should be their first priority. Otherwise, the image of defeat would inevitably spread to the public, and his career as minister would be over. No one wanted to have a weak leader during a war. "I personally spoke with Minister Fudge this same morning," Kingsley Shacklebolt responded. After Amelia Bones's death, this man had been given the position of director of the department and was now the best-connected member of the order. And he assured me that he will send as many forces as he could spare to get this matter taken care of. "Let's just wait a bit longer. What's the hurry? That boy is not going anywhere without us noticing," Hestia Jones commented. "I'm not worried about the Potter boy." Mundungus pointed at the sky. I swear I saw something flying over the roof of the prison, and it wasn't a Dementor. It was already dusk, and the sun was starting to disappear on the horizon. What else could it be? Sirius asked as his eyes moved to Alistair Moody. You don't think he used that cursed book, right? You mean, demons? Hagrid's face turned paler. As much as the giant loved all sorts of magical creatures, demons were definitely not on that list. We should be prepared for the worst-case scenario, Moody said. Over the past week, another small British village had suffered the same fate as the other two, with its entire population disappearing. Even though they still hadn't discovered exactly how this was accomplished, they could now get an idea of what kind of fate those people had suffered. Oh, Tonks suddenly reacted to something, alerting everyone in the process. What is it? Sirius asked with urgency. Did you see something? Tonks was quickly putting her hands inside the pockets of her pants and pulling out a small notebook. I just received a message. They all exchanged some looks, as they knew what this meant. The only missing member of the Order who could be sending her a message right now was Severus Snape, who was still undercover on Voldemort's side. Tonks opened up the book and looked for the correct page. Each one of these pages had a partner that was in possession of some member of the Order. Whatever was written on the partner, one would appear here. What does it say? McGonagall got concerned when she saw Tonks's expression changing as she read the contents of the page in her hands. He's saying that they are coming here, the young Auror responded softly. When you say they, Mundungus muttered. You know who is coming right here to Azkaban? Remus asked. Why though, and why tonight? Moody wondered for a moment. He had no doubts that Voldemort had many spies inside the Ministry, and must have known that the Minister had planned to send his men tonight. Does he say how long they would take? Because I would rather not be here when that happens, Mundungus said. You can't be thinking of leaving now, Sirius frowned. We have to do something about it. Do what, exactly? Hagrid spoke next. We were still waiting for the Ministry troops to do something about Azkaban. Now Death Eaters are coming here as well. Hagrid is right, we are completely unmatched, as much as I hate to admit it. Hestia told them what she thought. The Order of the Phoenix was too small at the moment, and with the loss of Albus Dumbledore, they couldn't hope to hold their ground against Voldemort by themselves. Isn't this a good thing then? Mundungus said. How is this good? Remus asked the man. Don't you see it? We have two crazy dark wizards about to start a fight. I say let them kill each other. That would save us a lot of trouble. We don't know whose intentions, McGonagall reminded him. Come on, you think he is coming here to give Potter a hug, Mundungus huffed. Fletcher has a point, for once, Hestia added, and it's not like we can do anything to stop those two from fighting if that is what they want to do. We won't have to wait long to find out. Moody's artificial eye was making noises as he glared into the dark sky. They are already here. The others didn't understand what he was talking about at first, since they had been expecting Voldemort to take much longer to get here. Oh no, McGonagall said, the moment she was able to see a large number of figures moving across the sky. Severus must have written that message at the last moment. They all saw them more clearly as they got closer. There were over a dozen figures flying on brooms, with Voldemort at the front, and they were going directly towards the roof of the prison. Things are about to get ugly, Moody commented. Chapter 86. Voldemort stopped all of a sudden and gave his followers a signal to do the same. From the sides of Azkaban, countless shadows began to emerge as the temperature dipped. Dementors, my lord, Wormtail gripped his wand tightly. These creatures could be a big problem for them. The Patronus was not something that the average Death Eater could use, since it required extreme positive emotions. Voldemort had other tools to deal with them, but the rest of them were not that versatile. There is something else flying above us, and those are not Dementors. Bellatrix Lestrange glanced at the blue-winged creatures, observing them from a good distance. Do nothing, it will not come to that. Voldemort instructed his followers as he alone approached the roof and touched its stone surface with his feet. Just then the door opened, and someone walked outside. A wizard wrapped in black robes, with dark hair and a vibrant pair of red eyes, which used to be green. Well, look who came to visit, the glorious Lord Voldemort that everyone seems to be afraid of. Harry's tone carried a lot of mockery in it. Voldemort stared into Harry's eyes. Both of them could feel the other trying to gain access into each other's mind, but they were kept away by their own defenses. I can see that you have wasted no time delving into the most forbidden aspects of magic, Voldemort commented, noting the color in Harry's eyes and the complete change in his magic. What was once an aura that gave the sense of gentleness and kindness was now filled with hatred, disdain, and an absolute will to destroy everything in one's path. Harry peeked at Voldemort's feet, now touching the roof of his fortress. This mere act already filled him with anger. That is very rude. I have not permitted you to step onto my house. My lord, Bellatrix warned him when she spotted something moving in the shadows. Her wand was immediately pointed in that general direction. These were the shadow demons. They were hiding inside the darkness and would not show themselves until it was time to strike. Unfortunately, there was still a sliver of sunlight left, preventing them from approaching further as they could only move in the darkness. Even with this limitation, Harry particularly liked these demons, as they were very obedient and meticulous when following his orders. He couldn't say the same about the imps and dreadnoughts, and that's why they remained down below. He would only call on them if it became absolutely necessary. Voldemort had only brought a handful of Death Eaters, and Harry had the advantage here, so he wasn't too worried about this encounter. Stop, Bella, Voldemort called. I said to do nothing. Unless I order it, I don't want anyone taking action. Don't tell me that you actually came here to talk, because that would be very disappointing. Harry continued to provoke his opponent. It wasn't like he was planning on letting him go, now that he had come all the way to his fortress. That would be a wasted opportunity. To be fair, he hadn't thought much about this man since the day of his return. Lord Voldemort was a very important figure for the original Harry Potter, but to him, he was just a mild annoyance that he would have taken out sooner or later. Talk, Voldemort glared back at him. No, but I was going to suggest ending this with a wizard duel, just you and I. Harry's expression turned into a wide grin before he could help himself, and he began to laugh. Ha 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 ha, you want a duel? This was an unexpected offer. Voldemort frowned. He would never take kindly to such disrespect. His followers all glanced at him with concern, wondering if they were going to see their lord finally snap. I don't see what is so amusing about my proposal. We both have followers at our side, but there is no need to get them entangled in our affairs. This can be solved between the two of us. Of course, unless you don't feel capable of facing me directly and prefer to hide behind your demons. You want to provoke me with cheap words? I have nothing to prove to you. Harry lifted his left hand. Just a snap of my fingers and all your followers will fall like the flies they are. How dare you? Bella clenched her teeth and was about to move her wand and curse Harry when someone grabbed her arm. Control yourself, Snape took hold of her. Are you trying to disobey our Lord's will? This made her stop. Tusk. Voldemort simply waited for a moment while trying to hide the grin on his face, as he already knew that his taunt had worked perfectly. HMPH, you know what? Fine, you can have your duel. Harry walked closer and pulled his own wand. I will tear you to pieces while your minions watch in attention. This world doesn't need two Dark Lords after all. Voldemort made a gesture with his hand, telling his followers to move back. Give us some space. Harry did the same, and all his demons cleared the roof. The two Dark Lords moved to the center and faced each other. But then, Voldemort pulled something from his robes and threw it at Harry's feet. This one didn't move because he hadn't detected any aggressive intent from Voldemort when he did this. The object that was thrown was a black glass orb that promptly crashed onto the ground and shattered completely. Harry wasn't sure what to make of this. That orb used to contain a prophecy involving Harry Potter and myself, Voldemort said in a calm tone. I was once obsessed with it. For a very long time, I thought that prophecy was going to be the end of me. The Dark Lord's eyes moved to Harry. The orb turning dark apparently means that the prophecy is no longer valid. Or at least, that's what my contact at the Department of Mysteries told me as he handed the orb to me. A prophecy? Harry had no idea there was such a thing. There was nothing about a prophecy in the memories he acquired from the original one, meaning that he didn't know either. At first, I didn't understand the reason. After all, the prophecy was not fulfilled. Otherwise, the glass orb would have become clear, empty. I have been going over what occurred during the night of my return at that cemetery because I thought that's where the answer was, and I was correct. I thought we were going to duel, not have a chat, Harry pointed out. Voldemort glared at him and ignored his comment. The reason this prophecy is no longer valid is that Harry Potter no longer exists. It took me a while, but I think I finally figured out your real identity. Chapter 87. You have, Harry didn't seem too concerned. Even if others learned the truth about his origins, there was nothing they could do about it. It took him a while to figure out what occurred that night. The strange behavior of the Dementors had been the biggest clue. After Potter was hit by his curse, Voldemort saw something that looked like a soul coming out of a Dementor's mouth and entering the boy's body. After viewing his own memories over and over, Voldemort could only conclude that it was exactly what happened. That Dementor must have stored a soul in its body without consuming it, and later on, allowed this one to inhabit Harry Potter's corpse. The next mystery was knowing the identity of the soul inside Harry, but this was much easier to guess, as that list was very short since it must have been someone who had a way to control Dementors to such an extreme. Voldemort moved aside, not taking his eyes off him. I have, and the fact that you are standing in this place, claiming it as your home, just confirmed my suspicions. Ecrisdes Scarvok? This had been his first guess, and seeing Harry here just proved that he was right. Following his words, the Dark Lord formed a deadly curse and sent it Harry's way. Harry avoided it by moving aside. You knew that and still decided to come here. You are either a fool or merely insane. His wand snapped in place. Crucio. Voldemort conjured a wall in front of him to stop the spell before responding with his own. Avada Kedavra? Now that he was sure that his curse did indeed work the first time, he had no more reason to doubt himself. Harry used the same method to stop the killing curse and conjured a large brick that exploded into pieces, then used these pieces as ammunition. Depulso. Voldemort jumped to one side with surprising agility for having a newly formed body. Accio Cinderus. This was a painful curse that caused the bones to shatter inside the body, and their splinters would pierce through the skin of its victim. Fiendfire. Harry answered him by summoning the most dangerous of fire spells. A dark crimson hand formed before Harry and took Voldemort's curse, before flying toward the Dark Lord himself. The fiery hand looked almost demonic in nature with its sharp, long nails, and as it approached Voldemort, the fingers began to close as if it was trying to get him in its deadly grasp. Aqua Magna. Voldemort moved backwards while summoning a gigantic sphere of water before him. The fire and water collided, forming a massive amount of smoke that began to cover the area. Voldemort used it as cover and aimed his wand at Harry before making some complex motion. Eternum Silentium, he said in a whisper. A light gray spell shot out of his wand and moved at lightning speed until it hit its target. Harry's vision had become occluded by the smoke, so it was impossible for him to see a spell of the same color coming his way. Before he could react, something hit his chest, and immediately he felt something happening to his mouth. Ah, GG. He tried to say something, but forming words had become impossible. Voldemort let out a chuckle. Looks like I finally got you, old man. That is an eternal silencing curse. You will never speak a word again. Harry knew that at this point, winning a magical duel would be impossible if he didn't have access to his deadliest curses, as these required vocal chants and could not be performed silently. He glanced at Voldemort and could tell by his smug expression that he also knew this. However, there were still many things that Voldemort didn't know about him. One was that he never played fair, and another important one was that he didn't need words to command his demons. Clank. Voldemort heard a metallic noise as something heavy fell next to him. When he looked over, he only saw a small black sphere rolling towards him. With no warning, the sphere exploded with a resounding loud noise. Fire and sharp pieces of metal were flung everywhere. Voldemort screamed and fell several feet away, spreading his blood all over the floor. My lord. No. His followers cried. And Harry had a wide smile on his face. He now wished he could speak, so he could make Voldemort understand how he lost this fight. But that may have proven difficult anyway, because of his lack of understanding of Muggle explosives. Erg, Voldemort groaned while still on the ground. When he looked down at his body, his eyes opened wide. Why you? How? He didn't understand what happened. One moment, he was standing over there, and now he was on the floor, burned and bleeding out from the stump left behind after his right leg was blown off. His eyes moved to Harry, who was now holding a metallic device in his hand instead of his wand. Voldemort did recognize that device and finally learned what Harry had done. He had done the one thing that Voldemort didn't believe any wizard or witch would ever lower themselves to do: resort to Muggle weapons during a magic duel. No wizard who had any respect for magic would ever do something like this, not even the darkest ones. They all viewed themselves as superior beings, and using an artifact created by Muggles would be nothing short of lowering themselves to their level. But Harry cared little for this. He only wanted to win, at any cost, and using any available method to him. Voldemort clenched his teeth with seething rage. His eyes shone brightly. You, Muggle bast. Harry opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. He emptied the clip of his semi-automatic gun into Voldemort's head and body. He continued shooting until he could no longer do so, while the smile never left his face. Voldemort died without being able to do anything about it, and his followers watched in horror from their flying brooms. Just like Voldemort, they could never have guessed that Harry was going to do something as deplorable as this. That little bastard, Bellatrix screamed. I'm going to kill him. Harry glanced at them and raised a hand in the air. They had no idea what he meant by that gesture, not until a few seconds later. Half of the Death Eaters had decided to fly closer to Harry so they could kill him, while the other half remained behind, still unsure of what they should do now that their lord had died in such an unceremonious way. Die, Bella roared as she pointed her wand at Harry, still on her broom as she hovered above him. Avada Ked. Before she could finish her words, something hit her from above, just as loud explosions started to be heard. All Death Eaters who had decided to approach the fortress were now being taken down by a shower of lead bullets falling from the sky. They didn't even have a chance to see who was shooting at them before they were taken out and lost their grip on their brooms. Chapter 88. Bella felt the blood running across her face and could hear her companion's screams coming from behind. Her vision was becoming blurry, and she knew the end was near. The next bullet that hit her would be the one that killed her. She had lost her wand after the first hit, and now couldn't even do the one thing she had set out to do. Her one working eye was still locked onto the figure of Harry, although she could barely see him anymore. But just as she thought everything was over, she heard a familiar voice. Pratigo. Bellatrix felt someone grabbing her by the waist before she could fall from her broom and dragging her away. She could now recognize the person holding her, Sirius. Don't talk, I'm getting you out of here, Sirius said as he held his protective shield over them. Bullets continued to hit it and make unpleasant noises as the metal made impact on the magical barrier. Expecto Patronum, Tonks roared, creating a majestic horse made of white light that flew into the sky, chasing after the armed demons. These were the Kobolos, blue-winged demons that were typically used for scouting, given their inability in combat. However, Harry had come up with the idea of giving them weapons. After all, the Kobolos were highly intelligent, so it didn't take long before they learned how to use their new tools and even took a liking to them. It's working, Tonks exclaimed with joy after seeing the blue demons flying away from her patroness. Good job, let me give you a hand. Moody stood at her side and used his own patroness. The charm had been designed to combat Dementors, but it was also effective against any creature with a very dark nature, such as demons or vampires. It would not kill them, but it was enough to disturb their formation and disable them temporarily. Harry saw this and frowned with displeasure. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to find whoever came up with such a disgusting spell and kill them most unpleasantly. How dare they create a spell to harm my children? The Order of the Phoenix was now here to ruin his fun. Still, there are only a few of them. Even if they can all use that spell, it will not be enough. He thought for a moment, but then noticed that these people didn't seem interested in fighting him and only wanted to rescue the few surviving Death Eaters. Harry stored his gun and took the wand out again, not willing to let his enemies escape so easily. Unfortunately, the number of flying demons he could use right now was very low, meaning he would need to do most of the work. And he had to do it under the effect of the silencing curse that Voldemort had placed on him. Harry, a very furious Remus Lupin, stood in his way now. His old professor landed with his broom on the roof and was now standing a few feet away from him. Harry pointed at his mouth. "I know you can't speak," Remus told him. "That is good, then you can listen." Harry shrugged and threw a silent bone breaker at Remus. "Ha," the professor deflected it with ease. "Don't forget I was your defense teacher," he exclaimed before clenching his teeth. "I defended you until the end, you know," Remus told with a tone of defeat and disappointment. "When everyone was saying that you went dark or insane, I defended you, I said. No way, there had to be an explanation. James's son would not do these things that everyone was saying, these atrocities." Harry smiled. This time, he sent several cutting charms his way. Remus deflected most of them, but one managed to cut into his right leg, making him groan. Still, the man kept his composure and maintained his balance without fail. "Now I see it," Remus shouted. "Now that I can finally look into your eyes, I can see that you are not Harry." He twisted his wand and sent a curse at him. Harry noted the power of the spell and decided to block it with a physical wall, which then broke apart. It became evident that this man was no longer playing around and actually wanted to kill him. "I won't let you continue to defile Harry's body. Whoever you are," Remus told him, "or whatever you are," he said while staring into Harry's unnaturally red eyes. Remus prepared another spell. "Those used to be Lily's eyes. I remember how happy Harry was when I told him that. He was such a good boy." Sadness and fury reflected in Remus's eyes as he shot again. The smile had gone from Harry's face. This was not going to be an easy opponent to kill without having access to his full repertoire of magic. But then another devious idea came to his mind. Darkness had already covered the entirety of the rooftop as the sun went away for the day. This meant that he could now make full use of another one of his creatures. "Take this." Remus sent more curses and jinxes at him, completely unaware that death was getting closer every second. Harry deflected some and avoided others, but he allowed the last one to hit his leg. It was a bone breaker, and it managed to shatter his knee in several pieces. He couldn't groan, but his face showed the pain he was in. Remus sighed. "I'm sorry it has come to this." With a quick motion, he used a disarming charm to take Harry's wand. He then aimed at the now defenseless Harry. "If the boy's soul is still trapped in there, I hope he finds rest." A spark of light formed at the end of Remus's wand as he prepared to give his opponent the final blow. Had he been paying more attention to his surroundings, he might have noticed the strange shadows moving behind him. But his mind was too perturbed for that, as he was about to end the life of his best friend's son. Remus didn't realize until he felt something sharp piercing his chest and neck. The man let out a choking sound as his mouth became filled with blood, and his eyes opened widely with shock and confusion. Remus died without understanding what killed him. Harry, on the other hand, was now beaming. He gave the shadow demon behind Remus a nod of approval. However, his happiness didn't last long. Thanks to Remus Lupin's interference, all his enemies had managed to escape. They even took the corpse of Voldemort with them, without him even realizing it happened. "My leg hurts," Harry thought. Chapter 89. The members of the Order and the Death Eaters who managed to escape the slaughter flew for over half an hour, before finally stopping in a clearing to attend the wounded. "I never thought I would say this, but she needs to be seen by a proper healer." Sirius glanced down at the unconscious Bella, whom he had rescued and held in his arms the entire time. "Saint Mun." "We are not going there," a Death Eater shouted at Sirius. "Are you trying to get us arrested?" "Get that stupid mask off your face already, Rookwood. Who do you think you are fooling?" Moody said. "And if we wanted to arrest you, we would have done so already. Right now, there are over twice the number of Order members compared to Death Eaters. Here, I have some potions that can help." Snape approached Sirius and Bella before taking a glass vial with a green liquid inside. He then removed the cork and poured the liquid over the wounds on her shoulder and head. The first bullet that hit Bella had pierced her shoulder cleanly, but the second one had left a nasty wound on her head and face. Her left eye was now covered in blood. I don't think we can save that eye, but she should live if we can take her back to our hideout. The Caro twins are trained in healing magic, Snape said. Hey, be careful with what you say. They are our enemies. Lord Rosier shouted at him before pointing his wand at the Order member. Put that thing away, Mundungus exclaimed. Listen to what he says, Lord Rosier. Shacklebolt walked calmly towards him. You are outnumbered here. Rosier, that's enough. Rookwood took off his mask. They are right, we are outnumbered, and this is not the time to fight anyway. His eyes moved to the corpse of Voldemort, whom they had carried here. The Lord is dead. While the two groups argued, Tonks was looking into the sky and wondering about someone else's absence. Shouldn't Remus have caught up with us by now? She remembered that he had stayed behind and faced Harry to buy them a bit of time to escape. Now she was fearing the worst. Remus, Sirius muttered. With everything that happened, he had almost forgotten about his friend. He left his cousin Bella with Snape and went to fetch his broom. Where are you going? Moody spotted him. I'm going back to Azkaban so I can find Remus, Sirius said. Sirius, that's too reckless. That place is filled with demons, and they have those muggle weapons as well. Hagrid tried to reason with him. You will never set foot in there. They will shoot you from the sky if you go there now, Mundungus added. But what about Remus? He could still be alive, Sirius exclaimed. Do you really think that? Snape suddenly said. Sirius turned to glare at his old enemy. After all you have learned of this Harry, do you think he will hesitate to kill Lupin? Snape then added. If you go there, you will just join him. He bought us some time to get away. Don't waste it. Sirius, Moody approached him. A smart man should know when it is time to retreat and when it is time to fight. We'll get that demon boy, but it won't be today, not with what we have right now. Sirius clenched his fists, but he knew they were correct. If he went back to Azkaban now, he would no doubt die. He recalled that the last time he acted on his impulses, it landed him a decade in prison. Fine, then what do we do? For tonight, we go home and recover, said Moody. Tomorrow, we start planning again. What about them? Are we really going to just let them go? Hestia pointed at the Death Eaters. Not counting Snape, who was on their side, or Bella, who was too injured to do anything, there were still 5 of them. Lord Rosier and Rookwood had been identified, but the remaining 3 were still wearing their masks and refused to speak as it would reveal their identities. We let them go, Moody stated. What? McGonagall exclaimed, not believing what he just said. After all the effort we have put in to stop you-know-who. The Dark Lord has been stopped, hasn't he? Shacklebolt pointed at the corpse of Voldemort. Now we have a bigger problem on our hands, and arresting these men will not get us closer to solving it. Also, technically, we haven't seen them break any laws, Tonks pointed out. And we no longer have a wizard prison anyway, Hagrid added. Lord Rosier grinned. You heard them, Miss Headmistress. The man had a smug smile on his face now. Moody gave her a reassuring tap on her shoulder. Justice will be done, eventually, but right now, we need to think about the bigger picture, or as Albus used to say. The greater good, McGonagall nodded. Fine. What are we doing with the corpse? Mundungus glanced at Voldemort. I don't even know why we brought it here. Have some respect, Rookwood shouted. That man was the greatest wizard this country has ever seen. That title belongs to Albus Dumbledore, Hagrid exclaimed. Please, let's not start with that now. Hestia rolled her eyes. Take him. Moody seemed to have an idea. Keep the body under a preserving charm, but don't bury him yet. This earned a piercing glare from the other members of the Order. The Death Eaters, on the other hand, looked confused by the strange instructions. Still, they didn't care all that much, as long as they got to leave without facing any consequences. Once they were gone, the Order of the Phoenix was left alone in the clearing, save for Snape, who had left with the Death Eaters, carrying Bella with him. Moody, you can't be thinking about, McGonagall started. They all knew about the Horcruxes, thanks to the notes left behind by Dumbledore. This meant that Voldemort would not be completely dead, until all of them were destroyed. So in theory, Voldemort could still be brought back to life. "I just like to keep my options open, that's all," Moody responded. Chapter 90. Harry arrived in front of a spacious, 3-floor, beautiful house situated in the London suburb of Hampstead and knocked on the door. "Coming," he heard a woman saying, and moments later, the door was opened. "Oh," the middle-aged lady stared at Harry with a confused expression due to his strange looks, particularly his red eyes. But then her face changed to one of understanding, as she assumed this was just some fashion choice for young wizards. "Are you one of Hermione's friends?" the woman asked, as it was obvious that this young boy was definitely someone from Hogwarts. "Is she here?" Harry responded to her question with one of his own. The woman frowned at the rudeness but made no comment on it. "Yes, she is home. We just returned from our vacation in Paris. Now, who should I tell her is here?" Harry glanced around. No other muggles were nearby. His wand appeared in his hand and quickly moved to aim at the woman. "Avada Kedavra." With no hesitation, he shot a killing curse at the very much shocked poor mother. Her body was hit with the green flash of light, and she fell on her back, right at the entrance of her home. "I will tell her myself." Harry walked inside and looked at the muggle with disgust before kicking her legs aside so he could close the door. He then grabbed his throat while making a pained expression. It had taken him 2 days to get rid of the damn silencing curse that Voldemort had placed on him. He never expected that it was going to be so difficult, given that curses like this one tend to lose their effect after the caster had perished. With Voldemort dead, the curse should have disappeared by itself. However, that had not been the case at all, and his throat was still sore because of this. Loud steps could be heard coming from the stairs. A moment later, Hermione was making her way down. The first thing she saw was Harry. "You came," she said with a smile on her face. "I wasn't sure if you were going to get my letter. It was then that her eyes finally found the figure on the floor. Mom. Hermione rushed to her mother's side. "Mom, are you okay?" "She is dead," Harry informed her, with no compassion to be found in his tone. If anything, he was curious to see how she would react to the news. "What? Oh no," tears formed in her eyes. "Mom, no, please, what happened?" She glanced at Harry. "She annoyed me, so I killed her," Harry responded, barely able to contain a grin. Hermione stared at him in shock. "Are you angry?" Harry asked. She now looked confused more than anything. No, her emotions seemed to start disappearing from her face until she got a blank stare. "I will never be angry with you." Harry nodded. "Good girl, now I need why." "What's going on, Hermione?" Someone else could be heard descending the stairs. This time it was a man. "Hermione, did something happen?" The middle-aged man glanced over at the living room and found his daughter standing next to his wife, who was lying on the floor. "Jean." The father rushed to their side, wondering what could have happened to his wife. However, before he could get too close, his body was hit by a red spark of magic. "Dad," Hermione shouted when she saw her father's body freeze and fall on the ground. "I have merely stunned him," Harry told her. "But why?" Hermione didn't understand. "Because I want you to go back to your room and pack your bags. I have a job for you, and it will require some relocation." "Relocation? To where?" "To your new home, so you will no longer need this house. Or," he pointed at her father, "them." Hermione didn't seem to understand completely what he was saying until Harry went and said it. "Kill him?" Now there was a grin on his face. "What?" Hermione looked horrified. "Why?" "Slaves don't question their master's motives. I'm giving you an order. Do it." Once more, Hermione's emotions seemed to disappear, and her eyes began to lose their normal luster. "How do you want me to do it? I do not know any lethal spells." Harry realized the issue. "Right, you are going to have to learn some of that, but for the time being, just go to the kitchen and fetch a knife." He let out a chuckle. "It will be a bit messy." Harry appeared inside the third-floor hall after activating his portkey. Hermione was standing at his side. Her clothes and face were covered in blood, and she was holding a large luggage case. Her eyes were still blank. "Welcome to your new house. You will be living and working from here now." Hermione looked around. "Where?" "Azkaban." Harry saw her eyes twitch a little. Now come on, follow me, and bring your things, I'll take you to your room. Harry led her to the basement of the fortress. They passed a few wandering demons on the way there, but Hermione appeared to be in such a state of shock that she barely reacted to their presence. After a long walk, they arrived at Harry's secret treasury. Hold on, I need to fetch something. He unlocked the door and went inside the small room before rummaging through a small pile of books. Aha, I knew I had left it somewhere in here. He walked outside and closed the door shut, but now he was holding a small gray book in his hands. Your room is just around the corner, but first, here, he handed her the book. You are going to be studying this. Hermione took the small book and looked at it. It appeared to be handwritten and filled with all sorts of notes. That is something I wrote during my youth. It contains notes about all my old experiments, but you only need to worry about one particular one, the slavery collar. Slavery collar, Hermione repeated the words. That's right, you are going to be recreating some of my old toys, as I don't have the time to do it myself. It would be very time-consuming, and I have better things to do. Your first project will be to recreate the slavery collar. Hermione glanced over the pages until she found the one with the appropriate title. Everything was written in Latin, but she had no trouble understanding it. Looks complicated, she said after reading a bit. Harry tapped her shoulder. I'm sure that the most brilliant witch of her generation will be up to the task. You shall be given access to all the knowledge and resources that you need. Chapter 91. Aim, Harry. Hermione knocked on the door of his dormitory with hesitation and waited. She could hear some strange noises coming from inside, as well as a female voice, which took her by surprise as she thought that, other than Harry, she was the only human living in Azkaban. Moments later, Harry's voice could be heard clearly. Come in. Sorry to bother you, I just wanted to. Hermione froze when she saw the peculiar scene. Harry was lying on a large bed with a set of red sheets covering only the lower part of his body, while his chest was completely exposed. Next to him was a fully naked girl with long red hair, resting on top of the bed right next to Harry. Hermione was not innocent enough to fail to guess what had been going on right before she knocked on the door. But what truly shocked her was the identity of the red-haired girl. It took her a moment to recognize her, as she never imagined she would see her in such a state. Susan. Susan Bones looked away from Hermione and attempted to cover herself in shame. Ah yes, you two haven't seen each other since you got here. Harry had kept Hermione working in the basement and would have her meals delivered to her room, which was also in the basement. Susan, on the other hand, was normally around the second and third floors, in the living quarters. What is she? Hermione looked between Harry and Susan. Harry tilted his head. You want to know what we were doing? And no, Hermione's cheeks became completely red. I was just having Susan here help me relieve some stress. This young body is filled with hormones and has strong urges. He pointed at the red-haired girl. I thought I wouldn't be able to find some use for her after killing her aunt. But what do you know? She can serve for something after all. Unlike Hermione or Luna, he had only decided to recruit Susan as a means to control Amelia Bones and gain access to his demonology book. Afterwards, the girl didn't serve much purpose other than using her body to please him. Harry glanced at the paper that Hermione was holding. You got something for me. It's been 3 days since you started with your task. Why, yes. Hermione tried her best to take her eyes off the naked girl and focus on Harry. I have been carefully studying the book you left me, and I ran an inventory of all the materials available inside Azkaban. Here is a list of everything I would need to work on the creation of the collars. She approached and handed him the paper. Harry felt some of his old memories resurface as he read the list of ingredients she had written for him. The problem was that he had no idea how rare these things would be nowadays, only how difficult they were to acquire 500 years prior, when he first created these collars. Harry moved the sheets aside and jumped off the bed, making Hermione cover her eyes to avoid looking at his nakedness. He paid her no mind. I will hand this list to Blinks to see what he can get. If there is something that cannot be acquired by normal means, we may have to find some replacements. I'll think of something. Harry walked to his wardrobe and pulled out a set of robes. I'm going out for a bit. But what should I do in the meantime? Hermione asked. Whatever you want, as long as you don't leave the fortress. There is a library on the first floor. A library? This piqued her interest. He walked closer to her. Yes, make sure to study a lot. I will need that sharp mind of yours. He ran his fingers across her face. Do try to stay clear of the demons, though. They have orders not to harm you, but it's better to avoid taking risks. After saying that, Harry walked out of the room, leaving the two girls alone. Hermione glanced at Susan with concern, as she hadn't moved at all since she entered the bedroom. Susan, are you oh? Just leave me alone already. Susan turned her face and screamed at her. Hermione was taken aback by the outburst, but after seeing the pain and shame in Susan's eyes, she could not say much in return. Sorry. Harry landed his broom in a large clearing. A short distance away, he could see a strangely shaped building. It was so poorly balanced, with the top part hanging at a terrible angle, that if it wasn't for all the magic used during its construction, the place would have collapsed immediately. It does fit her, Harry commented before walking closer to the property. When he was still some 20 feet away from the front door, it opened, and a blonde girl ran outside. Master Harry, you came to visit me. Luna Lovegood looked extremely happy to see him. After all, he was the closest thing she had to a friend. It was likely that he could have gained control of her, even without the collar, by just showing her some sympathy. But that was not the way Harry did things. He had no use for friends or family, just servants. I told you I would come visit you at some point during the summer, Harry told her. Wanna come in? I have pudding and cake, Luna offered with a sincere smile on her face. But Harry shook his head. Go pack your things. You will be spending the rest of the summer at my house. I am in need of your special abilities for a project I have in mind. Oh, that sounds fun. What are we doing? Luna asked with excitement. A grin appeared on Harry's face. We are going to exterminate a Muggle city. Chapter 92. As soon as Kingsley Shacklebolt got off his broom, he glanced at the luxurious manor in front of him and frowned deeply. The cause for this was the large number of Auror agents that had been placed all over the property. Sir, one of the Aurors near the door came to greet him. What is going on here? Why is half of the department guarding this house? I haven't authorized any of this, Shacklebolt exclaimed with clear annoyance. They were in the middle of a war and short of personnel. Now, he found out that half of the ministry forces had been diverted to another task, leaving important magical communities completely unprotected. The young Auror in front of him grew very nervous. But we were following the minister's orders. This only served to exacerbate Shacklebolt fury. I am the director of the Auror department. You follow my orders. But sir, another Auror approached. This was a veteran whom Shacklebolt was very familiar with. You know that we can't just disobey a direct order from Minister Fudge. And he ordered dozens of my men to come here and keep his house safe. That's right. The Auror nodded solemnly, as he was well aware of how wrong this was, but couldn't say no to the minister. Shacklebolt sighed. Move aside, I'm going to speak with him. The Aurors exchanged a quick glance before opening the door. They had no reason to deny entrance to the director of the department. Shacklebolt went inside, still wearing a furious expression, and began to call the minister's name. Eventually, a house elf appeared and guided him to the living room where Fudge had been passing his time. Shacklebolt found the man sitting on a comfortable sofa and drinking some expensive cognac. Cornelius, what is the meaning of this? Kingsley, W, what are you? What are you doing here? It became immediately obvious by looking at his face and hearing his slurred words that the minister was inebriated. Cornelius, in case you have forgotten, we are in the middle of a civil war. You are misusing half of our forces by keeping them here. Misusing them? Fudge looked outraged. How dare you? They are protecting their minister. What better use is there for them? What better use? We just lost Azkaban. Shacklebolt hadn't meant to shout that loudly, but couldn't control himself. You were meant to send me some forces to help take it back, but no one came. Ah, that. The minister shrugged and took another sip of his drink. What's the point? We were going to lose that anyway. The Dementors stopped listening to us, and without them, we can't keep that cursed fortress. Shacklebolt clenched his fists with fury. If this man had sent the people he'd promised, they might have avoided losing Remus to that monster. Then what is the plan? To hide here forever. The citizens of Britain are suffering, not just the magical side but also the muggles. You know who? Fudge's body trembled and he finished the glass. No, the one causing more trouble right now is not Voldemort. It's the other one, the one who took Azkaban and now controls the Dementors, along with other demons. He should be our priority, Shacklebolt said. Is he really Harry Potter? That can't be right. How can that boy be worse than you-know-who? Don't let the looks of that boy deceive you. And that thing is no longer Harry Potter. Something dark took over the boy's body after he died at Voldemort's hands. We believe this started at the end of the Triwizard Tournament. The minister reached for the bottle again and filled another glass before bringing it to his lips with trembling hands. So we have two Dark Lords trying to take over our country, and what would you have me do? To begin with, allow those men outside your house to return to their duty. Right now, we need every capable wizard and witch we have available. I will be left unprotected, the minister yelled. Then keep a few. 2 or 3 Aurors will be more than enough to serve as security. I will reassign the rest to their proper duties. Shacklebolt was fairly sure that Harry had no interest in taking the minister's life, and Voldemort was dead, so the man was quite safe for the time being. However, looking at the trembling minister, it would be an impossible task to convince him otherwise. Absolutely not, the minister shouted. Those Aurors belong to me, and they will stay here to keep me safe. The minister ended up throwing his glass in a fit of anger. It was then that Shacklebolt realized that they would need to get rid of this person somehow. Because otherwise, with a leader like this, their country was going to fall without even a proper fight. And he had the feeling that things were only going to get worse from here on. Ely, a small city in Cambridgeshire, 14 miles northeast of Cambridge. Population, nearly 20,000. A Muggle city? Hermione glanced at the houses and buildings in the distance, wondering why Harry had brought them here, along with a large group of demons. Is this the city we are going to exterminate? Luna asked with curiosity. Wait, what? Hermione exclaimed. Perhaps exterminate was not the right word. Harry considered as he glanced over the horizon. It was very early in the morning, and the sun was just starting to appear. We have an important task to complete, and it must be finished before dusk. He took out a piece of parchment and shared its contents with the others. 6 kobolos and the 2 succubi were the only demons he had brought along for this. The Dreadnoughts and imps would be useless, and the shadow demons couldn't move properly during the day. Harry showed them an intricate drawing of a pentagram, with many symbols written on both the outside and inside of it. What we need to do is write this up on the ground, and it must cover the entire area of the city. What for? Hermione asked with hesitation. A cruel grin appeared on his face. I think it's better to leave that as a surprise. Chapter 93. Make sure to stand inside the circle. Harry moved to the center of the pentagram. A circle about 4 feet in diameter had been drawn in the middle. Hermione looked around with concern. The citizens were still unaware that something was happening at all, since Harry had made sure to conceal everyone with charms. The ink they used to draw the figure was also special, and could only be spotted by someone with magical affinity. What is this going to do? Hermione asked. She was sure that it would not be good for the Muggles present, but she still didn't know what Harry's goal was with doing this. Huff, I'm so tired, Luna huffed. Yes, I have made you work hard today, said Harry while giving her a pat on the back. But now it's time to enjoy the spectacle. He made sure that all the demons had moved away from the city and that his 2 slaves were completely inside the circle. No matter what you see or hear, you will not leave this circle. Otherwise, you will become affected as well. Harry took out a knife that he had secured to his waist. This time, he had a proper ritual, one that he had found inside his treasury. Without hesitation, he made a deep cut on his palm, and blood started to pour while he chanted something in an ancient tongue. He could barely contain his excitement when he saw the circle starting to shine. A very sharp buzzing sound could then be heard in intermittent intervals, like a pulse. At this point, even the Muggles began to take notice that something was happening. They looked around in confusion, wondering what that noise was. The citizens could tell that something was wrong. They had a strange sensation, as if something or someone was tugging at their bodies in all directions at the same time. As Harry's chant continued, the lines shone brighter, and the buzzing sound grew louder. No. It hurts. The Muggles suddenly began screaming and collapsing on the floor, grasping their heads with both hands and making expressions that showed the agony they were suffering. "What's happening to them?" Hermione asked. "Their souls are breaking apart," Luna told her. She was the only one who could actually see it happening in real time. The magical formation that Harry had created was not harming their bodies, but instead, it was attacking their very souls. This caused them a type of excruciating pain that very few ever get to experience, and it was hard to describe. Harry finished his chant with his face covered in sweat. Activating such a massive circle had taken a heavy toll on him. But seeing that everything was working as it should made it all worth it. Yes, it's happening," he exclaimed before moving his eyes to the sky. Luna was also looking in the same direction. With her mage sight, she could see the pieces of soul breaking apart from the Muggles and converging at a single point, right above the center of the formation. Hermione couldn't see this, but she did understand that all these people were likely to die very soon, and it made her feel sick. This city must have had thousands of innocent people, and they were all going to die just because Harry wanted it to happen. Harry was too preoccupied with his ritual to notice it, but at that moment, something broke inside Hermione. This act that he had forced her to perform was so opposed to her sense of morality that even the slavery collar was unable to maintain its full control over her. It was just for an instant, but Hermione's blind loyalty to Harry was being diminished by a remnant of her own free will. "It's about to truly begin," Harry shouted. Just then, as the convergence of thousands of souls was reaching its apex, a massive black door made its appearance. This one was somewhat similar to the ones that had appeared before during his previous demonic summons, except it was much bigger, and an overwhelming aura was emanating from the other side. The screams from the Muggles had stopped, signaling that everyone was already dead. Their souls were ripped out, and their bodies turned to dust before being blown away by the wind. After a moment of silence, they saw something change. A black hand crossed the boundaries of the portal and appeared on their side of reality. A high-rank demon. Harry could not control his excitement. This was an unprecedented feat. As far as he was aware, no one had ever summoned a demon this powerful before. Even the Codex Daemonica had no method to do this. It was something that Harry had designed himself by extrapolating the previous rituals into a much larger scale. After that first demonic black hand came out, another one appeared on the other side of the portal. With one hand on each side, the demon seemed to be pushing the portal so it would open further. The sky was making loud cracking noises, as if reality itself was being torn apart. Hermione and Luna were watching in awe at the scene, while Harry could not contain his delight. Once the portal had been pushed further apart, a colossal figure crossed into their world. It appeared humanoid and was covered in leathery black skin. It had wide bat-like wings and a pair of horns. The demonic creature descended slowly into the city while observing its surroundings. Then, its eyes shone with a piercing red light as they landed on the only 3 remaining living beings. When the demon finally landed on the floor, its feet broke the ground apart under its incredible weight. The creature was twice as tall as the houses surrounding it, and its wings seemed to cover the entire sky. Then, its mouth opened, and it spoke in a strange tongue that Harry recognized as the same demonic language that most intelligent demons spoke. "What did he say?" Luna asked. "I believe he spoke his name, Abaddon." Chapter 94. The gigantic demon stared at them in silence for a moment. Harry then felt something trying to invade his mind. His eyes met with the demon's. "It's coming from him." He had no doubt that this demon was trying to get into his mind. It was the most powerful mental attack he had felt to this date, and he was forced to use his best defenses to avoid revealing his secrets. Hermione screamed while grasping her head. "Oh," Luna clenched her teeth. "Hurts." Harry glanced at the girls and understood something. "I see, it was not an attack." A few seconds later, both Hermione and Luna stopped their complaints and fell into silence. The mental assault had stopped. Harry turned his attention back to the demon. "Can you understand me now?" The demon moved his eyes to meet his. "Are you the human who called?" it asked in perfect English. Harry had realized that what he initially felt wasn't really an attack. The demon was trying to delve into their minds to learn about them. This was likely something it did often and without thinking, so for the demon, it wouldn't be something he considered an act of aggression. After absorbing what it needed from Hermione and Luna, the demon released them without killing them, despite the fact that it would have been very easy to do for that creature. Harry stepped forward with no hesitation. "I am the one who sacrificed 20,000 mortal souls to bring you into my realm. I wish to make a contract." The demon didn't have many defined facial features, so it was impossible to tell what it was feeling. "I have made many deals with your kind in the past, but it is the first time someone is capable of bringing my physical body outside the Netherium. I will listen to your proposal. I wish for you to command my demons on my behest, protect my fortress, and kill my enemies until the day comes when there are no more of them left. Then you will be released from your duties, and you will return to your world of origin without harming me or killing me." Harry had to be very careful with how he worded his proposal so the demon wouldn't turn against him after his role was complete. "You want me to serve you?" As the demon said this, the temperature in the area started to rise. "Abaddon is no servant." "You will not be my servant," Harry hurried to say. "You will be my general, the one who leads my army, and before you say no, you will want to listen to what I offer in return." "And what would that be?" "I have helped humans before, but the price has to be right, and your soul will not be enough for something like this," the demon said. Humans making deals with powerful demons in exchange for their souls was not something new. But what Harry was asking was for this demon to directly interfere in this realm. That was unheard of, at least not for high-rank demons. "Right now, there are almost 6 billion humans in this world," said Harry. "I will offer you their souls as payment." Hermione was still recovering from the mental invasion, but when she heard what Harry said, she felt her blood become ice cold. She had to double-check to make sure that she didn't hear him wrong, but it sounded like Harry was planning on committing a mass genocide on an unheard-of scale. "That's a lot of people, right?" Luna glanced at Hermione. "That's everyone. Every muggle, wizard, and witch in the world," Hermione responded. The giant demon remained quiet for a long minute, as if he was considering what Harry said. "Almost 6 billion souls. You will need to exterminate your entire race to make that payment." "I told you it was a generous offer," said Harry with a wide grin on his face. "Will you help me destroy this disgusting world?" The demon made a gesture with his hand, and a large piece of paper appeared floating in front of Harry. It was written in perfect English and was easy for him to read. Even without using any analysis spell, Harry could tell that this was far from a simple paper. There was something powerful in it, but it wasn't magic. It was something else, something more primitive and dark. "Humans are fond of written contracts. Isn't that right?" the demon asked. "A drop of your blood will serve as a signature." Harry made sure he read every word carefully, but it didn't seem like the demon had placed any traps in the contract. It was exactly what he had proposed and had even used the same wording. Once everything had been checked out, he pricked his finger with a knife and let one drop of his blood fall at the bottom of the paper. As soon as this happened, the paper disappeared. "It is done," the demon exclaimed as his body started to glow in an eerie red light. They all became blinded for a moment, and the next instant, the gigantic demon appeared to be gone. "Where did it go?" Hermione asked. "He is just behind you," Luna pointed out. "What?" Hermione turned around and found herself face to face with the demon again, but this time, the monstrous creature was just slightly taller than a normal man. "Ah!" She fell on her butt. "I believe this size would be more convenient, yes." Abaddon glanced at them. Yes, that would be correct. Harry had been wondering how he was going to fit this demon in Azkaban, so it was a good thing that it was able to alter its size. Well then, the demon's red eyes seemed to glow with more intensity as he glared at Harry. "Where should we begin?" Chapter 95. Black Manor, Order of the Phoenix meeting. Severus Snape had just entered the house when he heard a commotion taking place in the hall. "We can't do that, I will not have it. This is madness," McGonagall screamed. "Surely there is something else we can do," Hestia added. "This seems very extreme." "I can't believe you are even considering doing something like that," Hagrid frowned. "We know how this sounds, and we wouldn't be considering it if there was another choice." Tonks huffed with annoyance at their complaints. It wasn't like they wanted this either. 20,000 people, Minerva? Moody glared at the headmistress. "Do I have to remind you what that monster did? 20,000 people are dead." He slammed his fists on the table. "And who knows how many more of those monsters he has brought into our world." The news about the attack had been traveling fast as lightning, and not just among the magical side, but also among the Muggle. This time it was not a small village, but a city of thousands. The Muggle minister and the rest of the government were desperate to find out what had occurred, and their magical minister was still locked in his house, refusing to leave, not even to attend the Wisengamot meetings. The country was slowly falling apart, and its citizens were terrified. "I am aware of how desperate the situation is," McGonagall said, "and you think bringing back that monster to life will make it better." "One monster to fight another one," Sirius commented. "Isn't that the idea?" At that moment, Snape entered the room and looked around. "Severus," McGonagall turned to look at him, "did you?" "I heard everything," he responded. "Is this really the only way? What about aid from the outside?" Shacklebolt shook his head. "I spoke with some mandataries of the ICW, and they promised to review our situation. But that could take months." "And how are our own forces looking?" Mundungus asked. "Surely the Auror department has more people that we have yet to see in action." "We lost many agents during the previous war. And since then, the department's budget has been progressively cut for the past decade, so we have fewer forces than we used to. You can thank Lucius Malfoy for that one," Moody explained. "Also, the Minister of Magic has gone crazy and taken half our forces to serve as his private bodyguards, so we barely have enough to protect the most important areas," Shacklebolt said. "We don't have enough people to plan an offensive that has any chance of victory." "I understand the situation is dire," Arthur Weasley spoke next, "but reviving you-know-who just feels wrong. What would happen after the war is over? That man will not agree to live in peace." "When the war is over," Moody huffed, "we would need a miracle this time, so I'm not really planning that far ahead." "Surely we can hold them off with what we have," Molly Weasley said. "We just need to resist until international aid arrives. Then they will take care of." "A few months, we will all be dead by then," Moody answered. Shacklebolt sighed. "This was supposed to be our last resort, but the truth is that without Dumbledore's help, we have no one left to face that monster directly. Even if we could take care of those demons somehow, Harry Potter." "Don't say that name," Sirius shouted, clenching his fists with so much force that blood began to pour out. "We agreed to never use that name again. That thing is not my godson. Let his name rest in peace at least." "Right, sorry," Shacklebolt sighed. "The Demon Lord is on another level, even if we only take his magical skills alone. We need someone who can match him properly, and we cannot bring Dumbledore back to life, so." McGonagall glanced at Snape. "What do you say, Severus? You know that man better than any of us. Do you think he would cooperate with this plan?" "You are asking me if you can trust him as an ally? Because the answer is obvious," Snape responded. "Perhaps not an ally, but right now we have a common enemy," Tonks said. Snape took a moment. "I'm sure he will want to get his revenge on the Demon Lord. That is the only thing that you can trust." "That will have to serve," Moody said. "Do you even know what kind of magic will be required to?" "You know." McGonagall couldn't bring herself to even say it. "Dark magic, that's for sure," Mundungus commented. "I do have some ideas," Moody said. "That won't be necessary," Snape added. "The person who brought him back the last time is still with us." "Wormtail," Sirius spat the name with disgust. "The ritual he used the last time was passed down by the Dark Lord in person. There is no reason to believe that it would not work again." "Can you set up a meeting with him?" Moody requested. Snape nodded. "I will do that." "Not just Wormtail," Hestia said. "We will need to speak with the rest of the members as well." They all looked at her. "She is right," Tonks realized. "If we are going to make this alliance, everyone needs to be on board. We cannot be constantly watching our backs while we fight the demon lord. Perhaps it would be easier if we only speak with a couple of them first, McGonagall proposed. If we can reason with one or two, they can then help us make the rest understand the benefits of working together. So you are on board with this? Moody asked. The headmistress let out a breath. It's for the greater good, isn't it? Chapter 96. 1 month later, Hogwarts. Students were walking into the main hall of the castle with excitement. Most of them had endured a very stressful summer and had barely been able to leave their homes for the past 3 months, so they were very happy to finally have some freedom. McGonagall and the other professors were watching this with evident nervousness, as they knew something the students didn't. This is very reckless. Flitwick had been made aware of the conflict that had started during the summer, as well as the identity of the people involved, a detail that had yet to become public knowledge. You think Potter is going to show up? I doubt it. Professor Sinistra sounded annoyed by the situation, and if he does, then W. If the demon lord shows up, McGonagall interrupted her with a sharp expression, you will do nothing and let the new order take charge. The professor frowned. Who came up with that name? It sounds ridiculous. I mean, they are still Aurors, right? They aren't quite the same, McGonagall responded. Over the past month, many things have been done, and much has changed. After Minister Fudge suffered an unfortunate accident, a new minister was immediately selected. Those who opposed the choice were promptly removed from the Wisengamot Council. Democracy was a luxury they could not afford at the moment. This was how Kingsley Shacklebolt came to be the new Minister of Magic. And the first thing he did was a complete reform of the Auror system, expanding it and changing its name to the New Order. The Order would act more like a military army than a police department, and its numerous members came from all kinds of backgrounds, including many former criminals who had been promised full exonerations in exchange for joining their side. As such, the Order had quickly grown to host over 1,000 members, almost 8 times the size the Auror department had in the past. The members of the new Order also enjoyed almost complete immunity to the law and were allowed to employ all available magic to perform their duties, including the use of all 3 unforgivable curses. They are most definitely not the same as our old Auror department, Flitwick added, but what worries me the most is the person in charge of this new organization. This general, who is he, really? The gnome was now glancing directly at the headmistress, convinced that she knew his identity. I am not at liberty to say, McGonagall sighed. The real identity of the general could never be revealed to the public, as it would cause mass panic. This response didn't sit well with the other professors, as they felt entitled to know the truth, considering that it was affecting the school in a direct way. After all, agents of the new order were currently in the castle. They had been told it was only for the protection of the students, but it was obvious they were waiting for him. Headmistress, Filch came running toward their table. Headmistress. Mr. Filch, what happened? McGonagall could not hide the nervousness in her tone. The students you were looking for are here, all of them, the janitor exclaimed. All of them? McGonagall looked shocked, as she honestly hadn't expected a single one of them to show up. This shock quickly turned to fear. Hold on, you didn't see Harry Potter as well, right? No, I mean, I don't think he was on the carriages, but I saw the 3 girls. They were traveling together and are on their way to the hall right now. The professors exchanged a look. Hermione Granger, Luna Lovegood, and Susan Bones. These 3 girls were known to have a connection with Harry Potter and had been put on the Ministry's wanted list. They were also one of the main reasons so many agents of the New Order were present today, to capture them before they could do anything. McGonagall's eyes moved across the hall. There were 24 agents in the same room, all of them dressed in identical black and red cloaks with the symbol of the Ministry on them, signaling their status as official agents. Their half-white masks that covered their mouths had made everyone uncomfortable, but this had been an idea from the general. Go inform the agents of the girls' arrival, but tell them not to move yet. I want to wait until everyone is accounted for inside the hall, then I will attempt to lead them outside, the headmistress said. She wanted to avoid a dangerous situation for the other students, and keep the commotion at a minimum. No need to cause a scene. I can agree on that, Flitwick said as he took off. The other professors did the same, and went to speak with the many agents positioned in the hall. There were many more of these agents in the castle, covering as much ground as possible, and they would no doubt be notified immediately afterward. McGonagall was now staring at the entrance of the Great Hall, and just a couple of minutes later, as Filch had said, the three girls made their entrance. They were walking side by side, but were not talking to each other. Other students moved around them, completely unaware of how dangerous those three girls could potentially be. Each one of them went their separate ways and walked to their respective house tables. Tonight was the opening ceremony, and everyone had to be at their table after all. McGonagall was not taking her eyes off them, not even for a second. If they had been under Harry's control, there was no way he would let them go for no reason, meaning that he must be planning something, and it was likely to be tonight. This reinforced McGonagall's decision to take them away from here as soon as possible. Headmistress, one of the professors approached her. It is time to begin the ceremony. Chapter 97. The headmistress kept the opening speech to the bare minimum and proceeded with the sorting ceremony. It wasn't surprising to find out that they had very few new students this year. The attacks on magical settlements had not been very numerous, but everyone could feel the unsettling atmosphere becoming more oppressive as they waited for the other shoe to drop. McGonagall finished welcoming the students and called for the feast to begin, while trying very hard to avoid showing the concern she was feeling. Afterwards, she exchanged a few words with the other professors and wasted no time in walking towards the Gryffindor table. Professor Flitwick went to the Ravenclaw table to call for Luna, and Professor Sprout went to fetch Susan Bones while appearing as casual as possible so as not to alarm anyone that something was wrong. McGonagall was keeping her eyes on Hermione. Underneath her robes, her wand was firmly gripped and ready to act. She could not tell what the Muggle-born girl was thinking right now, as Hermione had a blank stare on her face, merely glancing down at her food but not eating anything. Some of her classmates seemed to be trying to talk to her, becoming increasingly frustrated when they got no response. Miss Granger, McGonagall got right next to her before calling. The girl lifted her eyes to look at the headmistress, and it was then that McGonagall understood there was something very wrong with her. The previously cheerful and animated Hermione Granger, who was always rambling about something she read in a book, was now quiet and taciturn. There was less life in her eyes than in those of a dead fish. Miss Granger, McGonagall repeated, not being very sure if she had been heard the first time. I'm sorry to interrupt your dinner, but there is something I need to discuss with you. Would you mind accompanying me outside the hall? Without saying a word, Hermione stood up from her chair and glared at the headmistress, making her go on full alert. Miss Granger, come with em. She was about to grasp the girl's robes when she heard a sharp scream coming from the other side of the hall. The commotion came from the Ravenclaw table, and she immediately found out what had happened. Luna Lovegood had somehow managed to stab Professor Flitwick with one of the knives from the table, and was now aiming her wand at him. McGonagall's eyes widened in shock. Her wand was already out, and she was screaming at the blonde girl to stop. All of the professors were doing the same, and Professor Flitwick was groaning and grasping at the knife stuck in his chest. Avada Kedavra, Luna said with a tone that showed no emotion as the killing curse emerged from the tip of her wand and struck the injured professor. No one was able to stop her in time. Ah, another scream, this one a bit closer. Pomona, McGonagall spotted her friend trying to wrestle a knife from Susan Bones' hands, who seemed to have tried the same thing as Luna but failed to hit the mark. Still, Pomona Sprout's hands were covered in blood as she had no choice but to grab the knife by the blade to stop it from piercing her chest. McGonagall was about to throw a stunning charm towards Susan. Professor! She heard the students around her screaming, and by pure instinct, her eyes moved to Hermione, who was now holding a knife as well. However, the girl did not attack her immediately, and McGonagall could see her hand shaking, as if she was trying to resist whatever command had been given to her. Stupefy, she used this chance to restrain Hermione before the girl could attack her. When she turned her attention back to Professor Sprout, she was relieved to see that some of the senior students were able to grab Susan Bones and pull her away, taking the knife in the process. The only one left was Luna. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Professor Snape and Professor Sinistra were already trying to stop her. Luna did manage to hold on for a bit and block a couple of spells, but she was no duelist by any means, and soon enough, the two professors were able to stop her. The Aurors were the last ones to arrive, as everything had happened in a matter of seconds, and they had been the furthest away from the action. Not to mention that they couldn't carelessly throw spells in a hall filled with children. When the situation appeared to be back under control, everything became more chaotic. The first thing that happened was that the large glass window at the top of the hall's main entrance shattered into a million pieces. Small winged creatures came flying into the hall, moving at a tremendous speed, and just as everyone was trying to process what had happened, the massive double doors beneath the window were hit with enough force to make them come loose from their hinges and fall down. It became immediately obvious that the two gray giants on the other side of the door were responsible for this, and in between them stood an elegantly dressed boy with black hair and red eyes. He had a wide grin on his face as he glared around the Great Hall of Hogwarts and at the terrified individuals inside. "Sorry for being late. I hope the professors can forgive me." Harry Potter walked into the room, quickly followed by the two dreadnoughts and several more demons who rushed behind him. A horde of imps came next, as well as half a dozen shadow demons. "Protect the students," McGonagall screamed. They had predicted that this could happen, although they all hoped that Harry Potter would at least have the decency not to attack a school with his demons. The worst-case scenario had become a reality. Chapter 98. The Great Hall erupted into chaos when his demons began to attack everyone indiscriminately. The professors scrambled to guide as many students as they could outside the room, while the members of the New Order launched an attack against the demonic horde. Harry let out a chuckle. "Yes, go ahead and protect the future generations. If you can," he gave his wand a whisk. "Fiendfire." A massive hand made of crimson flames formed in front of him and moved towards the terrified students. Glacis Ververae. A barrage of ice shards was shot against the hand, fighting the heat with pure cold. Harry's eyes moved up, and he spotted someone jumping down from the enchanted ceiling of the hall. This person was dressed similarly to the other Order members, but wore a black mask that completely hid his face. "General." "The General is here," the other members said with joy as they saw their powerful leader make his appearance. The General stopped midair and remained levitating for a moment. Aqua Magna, a massive sphere of water now covered the fire hand, extinguishing it completely. Harry narrowed his eyes and observed this person with suspicion. "You sound familiar." The General turned to him and, without hesitation, cast a Cruciatus curse aimed at him. Harry blocked it using one of the nearby chairs that he levitated in the way. "Aurors are using nasty curses now," he commented. "We are no Aurors," the General responded. "We are the New Order, and this time I will kill you, Harry Potter." Harry saw a pair of red eyes shining beneath that mask and could finally guess the identity of this person, just as a killing curse passed by his side. "Voldemort, no, how can that be? I killed you." "And that won't happen again." The General launched a barrage of spells in his direction. "We'll see about that," Harry responded in kind. While the two of them were tangled in a long exchange of magic, the professors were trying to get all the students outside. "Arg!" Hagrid grasped at his arm. The moment he tried to grab Luna, who was still stunned, a black blade appeared out of nowhere and made a deep cut on his arm. And right after that, a shadowy figure emerged from beneath one of the tables and grabbed hold of the girl, taking her away. Hagrid was about to grab the table and flip it over to chase after the shadow, but then he heard the headmistress calling for him. "Hagrid, come on, we need you here," McGonagall called. The numerous imps were now blocking the one available exit, preventing her and the few last students from escaping. The Order members were entangled in a fight with the gun-wielding Kobolos, as well as the two gigantic dreadnoughts, and could not be of any help. Hagrid gritted his teeth and charged at the small red demons. He stepped over one of the creatures. The other ones became alerted to his presence and attacked him while letting out shrieking noises. "Go now," the giant shouted at the headmistress. The exit was now free. Hagrid pulled his crossbow and shot at the incoming creatures, taking 2 of them before they reached him, but there were too many to count. They immediately surrounded him and began biting at his legs. "Grgg," Hagrid gritted his teeth. Just as he thought this was going to be his end, he saw a brilliant light and felt a wave of warmth enveloping his body. A wolf made of pure light crossed into the hall and went directly towards him. The imps cried in pain and let go of Hagrid. When the Patronus touched the demons, these were hurt by the magic emanating from the construct, as it was made by positive emotions. "Hagrid, just hold on, we got you." The giant recognized the voice of Sirius. Sirius Black had just ventured into the hall while riding his broom. He was wearing the same New Order uniform as the other members present. "Go with the headmistress. We'll take care of this," he told him as he prepared another Patronus. Snape, Hestia, and other members of the Old Order of the Phoenix appeared shortly after and began assisting in the evacuation of the students before turning their attention to the remaining demons. Harry saw what was happening, but couldn't do much to assist his demons as they got destroyed. Voldemort was holding his own quite well, not giving him time to do much. If anything, it looked like he was even stronger than before, and was matching every spell he threw. His demons were starting to die, one after the other. One of the dreadnoughts had already been defeated, and the other one was now surrounded by 6 wizards. Tusk, he hadn't expected to find this amount of resistance at Hogwarts, so he had only brought a small part of his army. "It won't matter. I already have what I wanted." At least his shadow demons never seemed to disappoint him, and by their mental connection, Harry knew that his main goal had been completed. With no more reason to stay here and continue to fight, he prepared to flee. Bombarda Maxima. The demolition charm hit the floor of the hall, creating a violent explosion that sent chunks of debris everywhere. Using this as a distraction, Harry turned around and ran outside, using the holes that his demons had created for his entrance. The general chased after him, not willing to let him escape when he had the upper hand. "Come back here." Harry glanced back at the masked man and chuckled. "Don't be so anxious. I will make sure to end your miserable life the next time I see you, so enjoy what little time you have left." Avada Kedavra, the general sent another curse at him. Abaddon, the moment Harry called upon the name of his most powerful demon, this one appeared in front of him. The high-rank demon quickly intercepted the deadly curse with its wings and looked down at Harry. "Looks like you lost your little battle. Perhaps you should have let me handle it." "Forget about it," Harry scoffed. "Take me back." He couldn't use apparition from inside the wards, but this demon would have no issues. Abaddon smiled, as if it was enjoying Harry's displeasure. The general stopped the instant he saw this demon. His body froze and refused to move. "What is this?" He was so shocked by this presence that for a moment he even forgot that he was chasing Harry. The demon glanced at Voldemort with interest for a couple of seconds. Then, it wrapped Harry with its wings before disappearing from view. "That demon," the general muttered. Even with his limited knowledge of demonology, he was able to immediately tell that the demon he just saw was completely different from all the others. This one was the most terrifying being he had ever seen. Chapter 99. Dumbledore's office after the battle. "You let him escape." Sirius slammed his fist on the table while glaring at the general. Voldemort took off his black mask and placed it down before taking a seat, revealing the inhuman face underneath to the small group of people in the office. The last resurrection had been better planned, and this had allowed him to regain all his power. But it also came with the cost of making him look even less human than before, forcing him to always wear a full mask in public. Otherwise, his true identity would be revealed immediately, and the world was not ready for that just yet. "Did we kill all the demons that he brought?" Voldemort ignored Sirius's question and addressed Moody instead. "Aye, but it was not easy. The small red ones die quickly enough, but they are incredibly fast and hard to hit. The moment they get their claws and teeth on you, and then those big and bulky gray beasts. They are slow and dumb but incredibly strong and have a powerful regenerative ability, even more so than trolls. Moody explained. The blue flyers are the worst ones, Tonks scoffed. They move fast through the air and shoot at you with those muggle guns. Because of them, we lost several agents. Hey, don't ignore me, Sirius complained. How many? Voldemort asked. 5 dead and 8 with grave injuries, but they will recover, Moody said. We also lost 1 professor, McGonagall reminded them. Ah yes, the gnome. I saw the corpse in the middle of the hall, Voldemort said with little care, earning a look of disgust from the headmistress. You went after the demon lord, but came back empty-handed. Tell us about that, Moody demanded. Voldemort frowned. It was obvious that this was not something he wanted to talk about. Bellatrix Lestrange, who had been quietly standing next to Voldemort, finally snapped. Be more respectful when talking to the Dark El, the general. He is your superior. The new order has no superiors, Tonks responded. The title of general is something we made up for the public. It was also something to hide the identity of this mysterious, powerful wizard. By giving him a high-ranking title, the press was less likely to question him. I fought him for a bit, but then he must have realized that his demons were not going to hold for long and ran outside, Voldemort said. I gave him chase until, McGonagall urged him to continue. A strange demon appeared out of nowhere and took him away. Strange how? Did he summon a new kind of demon that we haven't seen before? Moody asked. Voldemort shook his head. This demon was on a completely different level. Its aura was extremely oppressive. He couldn't do anything. My lord, Bella glanced at him with concern. She had never seen him like this before. No matter, the demon took him away. I'll get him next time. How strong is the demon lord himself? Can you really defeat him? Moody asked. Voldemort seemed to consider the question. In terms of magic, we are mostly even. Perhaps I'm a bit stronger now. Even if he resorts to using muggle weapons, I'm confident in my victory. As long as I can get him alone. That would be difficult. He doesn't go anywhere without his army of monsters, Sirius pointed out. Snape, the last person present in the office, finally spoke. Why did he even come here in the first place? They turned to look at him. He must have had a goal in mind. What did he want from Hogwarts? Snape shifted his eyes to McGonagall. Is something missing? For now, the only thing we found missing is a student, McGonagall said. Which one? Snape asked. One of yours, Pansy Parkinson. Parkinson? Snape recalled hearing of a confrontation that Potter had with Malfoy, and Parkinson was also there. Why her? Is that all? He couldn't have come here just for one girl, Moody said. I'll have the elf search the castle. If he took something else, we will know, McGonagall simply said. What about those 3 girls? Did we capture them? Bellatrix asked about their main targets. Susan Bones and Luna Lovegood were taken away by those shadow demons before we could secure them. McGonagall remembered how Hagrid got injured while trying to retrieve one of them. We did manage to secure Hermione Granger. We have one of his servants. This piqued Voldemort's interest. Where is she? I'll get every single piece of useful information from her. Not so fast, McGonagall huffed. She is still a child and one of my students, so she will not be harmed. What are you protecting them for? The servants of the demon lord are our enemies, Bella pointed out. Those 3 girls would never act the way they are if they were acting on their own free will, Moody said. Yes, I've known Susan for a while. She would never do anything to harm her aunt. That demon must have placed a powerful compulsion on them, Tonks added. McGonagall and Snape exchanged a look. Last year, a few of the Gryffindor boys had brought to her attention the fact that Hermione Granger was acting strange. But after testing her, she couldn't find any evidence of magical manipulation. It was now obvious that she had been wrong. Whatever it is, it's not as simple as a compulsion spell or a potion, Snape said. Regardless, let me see her, Voldemort insisted. Whatever dark method has been used on her, I will find out. Where is the girl? Moody asked. McGonagall stood up from her chair. I will bring her here, but you must all promise me that she will not be harmed. Only after they all agreed to her request did McGonagall leave the office, returning 10 minutes later with an unconscious and bound Hermione Granger. Chapter 100. Wake her up. Voldemort sat down in front of the girl. Hermione had magical ropes tied around her body and was well secured to her seat. Everyone around her was completely focused on the young witch, unsure of how she would react after the stunning charm was removed. McGonagall pointed her wand at Hermione and removed only the stunner, allowing her to regain her senses, but the ropes remained in place, preventing any sudden movements. At first, Hermione looked around in confusion, but soon enough, her emotions seemed to become muted, and she returned to a calmer state. "Miss Granger," McGonagall called, "do you know where you are?" "The headmaster's office," she responded. "And do you know why you are here?" Hermione shook her head. "Where is Harry? I was supposed to return home." "By home, you mean the one in North London?" the professor asked. Hermione shook her head. "My home is with Harry." "Azkaban, PFF, that's some poor taste for a home." Bellatrix scoffed, not needing to be reminded of her long stay in that place. "Miss Granger, do you know what happened to your real home?" Moody asked. "Do you know what happened to your parents?" There was a clear twitch in Hermione's eyes. "My parents are dead." "They are," Moody nodded. "Do you recall how they died?" "Harry killed my mother during his visit. He said that she had annoyed him." Hermione's tone was devoid of emotion, but her hands were trembling. "What about your father? Did Harry kill him too?" Snape asked this time. "No, I did," the girl confessed. "I stabbed him with a kitchen knife." "Why?" McGonagall asked. "Why did you do that?" Hermione lifted her eyes to look at McGonagall. "Because Harry told me to," she responded without hesitation. Voldemort got closer to observe her and moved his wand around her. "There is some magic compelling her to act this way. It's blocking her emotions and twisting her loyalty to its limits. Very interesting." "More like horrifying," Tonks scoffed, remembering how Harry had also manipulated her at one point. "But what is it?" McGonagall wondered. "We already tested her for potions, and it doesn't look like she is under the Imperious curse either." "No, that's definitely not the Imperious," Voldemort said. "And that boy would not be stupid enough to attempt to control several individuals with potions and curses. Those have limited effects and require being constantly reapplied." "What is it?" Sirius looked furious at the mere idea of what that monster had done to this poor girl. "What did he do to her?" "This is the work of a dark artifact," Voldemort said, "and it must be somewhere in her body so it can maintain the compulsion of loyalty." "Like a ring or a necklace?" Sirius glanced at Hermione but could not find an obvious culprit. The girl wore no rings, and he could not see anything tied around her neck either. "I doubt it's something so obvious," Bella said. "Just take all her clothes, we'll find it." "I will not do such a thing inside a room filled with people." McGonagall frowned. "We can give her some privacy," Snape said. "We need to find that object and remove it as soon as possible." "Oh," Voldemort stopped for a moment when his wand was hovering around Hermione's neck. "There is something here. It's well hidden." "An invisibility enchantment," Tonks suggested. "Mayhaps, let me try something." Voldemort tapped his wand on Hermione's neck. At first, nothing happened, but a moment later, they all saw a spark of light. "Ah-h-h-h-h." Hermione let out a blood-curdling scream that startled everyone present. "What did you do to her?" McGonagall was just ready to push Voldemort away from her student. "I believe I found it. It has some primitive security measures," Voldemort said. "Ah!" Hermione continued to scream until Bella stood up and pointed her wand at her. "Silencio!" The next scream died in Hermione's mouth as she could no longer produce any sound, but her expression of horror clearly showed that she was still suffering. "Stop that!" Sirius exclaimed. "Are you trying to kill her?" "Shut up and let me concentrate already," Voldemort said. "I almost have it." Sirius was not convinced by this, but then Moody placed a hand on him. "If anyone has a chance of removing a cursed artifact from that girl, it's that man." No one could argue with that, so they allowed Voldemort to continue whatever it was he was doing while Hermione suffered in silence. A very long minute passed after that, and when they were already starting to think that Hermione might not survive this endeavor, a smirk appeared on Voldemort's face. "I got it." There was a loud snap, and then they all saw something black falling from Hermione's neck. "A snake," Sirius said. It really looked like it had been a snake at first sight. But once it lay on the floor of the office and they could get a better look, they all realized that it was a black leather collar. A slavery collar, I see, Voldemort commented. I have seen those before. Their attention shifted to the girl, and they were relieved to find out that she was still breathing. We should call Madame Pomfrey to examine her, Tonks suggested. McGonagall hurried to remove the restraints on her, as well as the silencing charm that Bellatrix had placed on her. Miss Granger, can you hear me? The headmistress held her student so she wouldn't fall from her seat as she appeared to be waking up from a trance. Her eyes opened up slightly and moved around, scanning everything until they landed back on McGonagall. Professor, I'm sorry. It's okay, my dear, you have nothing to apologize for. McGonagall tried to sound reassuring. You don't understand. Tears fell from Hermione's face. I have done terrible things. He made me, he. She was having difficulty speaking and was still in evident pain. We are going to take you to Madame Pomfrey first. McGonagall turned to Snape. Help me carry her. I have questions for the girl, Voldemort said. Your questions will have to wait. McGonagall responded in a harsh tone, and for a moment, it almost reminded her of all those times when she had to say the same thing to Dumbledore. Chapter 101. Harry began pacing around his fortress after his return. Damn it, where did all those wizards come from, and why were they at the school? The losses of those demons were not too important. As they were a small part of his total forces, he could always summon more anyway. All it would take was to decimate 1 or 2 more Muggle villages. Still, the thought of having been outplayed made him bitter. He was sure to have planned this well enough, but it was obvious that he had made a grave oversight by not keeping track of what the Ministry was doing. Not only did they seem to have formed a large wizard force, but Lord Voldemort had also returned from the dead somehow and joined their side. I could have used a spy in there. The problem is that he didn't trust any human to spy for him, and the slavery collars would not work well on any experienced wizard with mental defenses. After all, he had originally designed them to slave normal humans, not magical folk. Perhaps you could summon some iodines, Abandon suggested. Iodines? Harry was not familiar with those. Yes, they are phantoms capable of changing shape at will. I bet they could infiltrate the human world with no issues and keep you informed, the demon added. That could work. Harry did not trust humans, but demons were different. As long as you had a contract with them, they would not turn against you. Just as he was considering this, some of his shadow demons returned with Luna and Susan. The girls had been stunned and restrained with magical ropes, but were still alive. Just a moment later, another shadow ventured inside the room. This one was holding Pansy Parkinson by her neck. The girl had not been magically restrained after such a journey. However, she was too terrified to speak. Welcome, my dear. Harry approached her and gestured for the shadow demon to go away. Ah, Pansy finally reacted when she saw him and screamed while struggling to get off the floor. As amusing as I find your distress, right now, I'm not feeling in the mood to deal with you, as I have more important matters on my mind. Harry pointed his wand at her, and before she could scream again, she was stunned. His attention went next to his 2 servants. Finite! With a wave of his wand, he cancelled the magic placed on them. Luna and Susan sprang to life, and after a short moment of confusion about their new surroundings, their emotions died down, returning to their taciturn, normal demeanor. Harry, hello, Luna waved at him. I killed one of the professors. Did you now? Good job. Harry shifted his attention to Susan. What about you? Did you manage to do something useful? Susan hesitated. I was restrained by some of the older students. Harry rolled his eyes. Of course you were. It appears that your only talent is in the bedroom after all. Susan looked away with shame and kept her mouth shut. Harry glanced around the room. No other demons seemed to be coming. And where is Hermione? He turned to the 2 girls for answers. They exchanged a glance before shrugging, having no idea what happened to the 3rd girl. A frown appeared on his face. This could only mean that his demons were unable to retrieve her, and she was now in the hands of his enemies. His wand snapped in Susan's direction. Crucio. The girl fell to the floor while screaming and shaking. Useless, all of you. Harry screamed with rage, even though he was well aware that this failure did not lie on the two girls, but on himself. If that girl was so important, Abaddon approached with a smirk on his face. Mayhaps you should not have sent her there. Yes, that is very helpful. He moved next to Susan and kicked her sides. Stand up. Erg. Susan groaned and trembled from the residual effects of the curse, but still obeyed his order and stood up the best she could. Harry then pointed at Pansy. Take her to my chambers and stay there. I need to think. After saying that, he turned around and left. He went directly to the basement and entered what used to be Hermione's workplace. Harry's eyes moved to the table. There was one black collar lying on top of her desk. Just one, that was all she had time to make. Not that she hadn't been working hard. Understanding how to replicate one of his creations in such a short amount of time was already impressive. Now he truly lamented having lost her. The demons he lost were replaceable, but Hermione was the only one who knew how to craft his tools. This will have to do for now. He grabbed the only finished collar and examined it to make sure that the girl had done a good job in its creation. After a minute, he nodded in satisfaction. As expected, there were no flaws in it. And he knew exactly who to use this one on. I suppose one is all I need at the moment. With the black collar in hand, Harry left the workshop, but he did not go to his chambers just yet. Instead, he went to another room in the same basement. Going much deeper this time, near the bowels of the fortress, he found the door to the main storage room. In the past, he had used it to hold his more common possessions like gold, books, paintings. No doubt the ministry had enjoyed taking everything away, as this room now held worthless old pieces of furniture. But Harry cared little for that at the moment. They will pay for their crimes in time. What he cared for now was what his demons had brought from Hogwarts. The main reason for his visit tonight had been this very item before him. A smile returned to his face as he looked at the peculiar, large crystal. I will definitely put this to good use, very soon. Chapter 102. How is she doing? Tonks asked the headmistress as she walked outside the infirmary. It was already late at night, but no one wanted to leave until they had a chance to listen to what Hermione had to say. After all, the information she had could be crucial in deciding their next step. She has calmed down after suffering a panic attack, McGonagall explained. The young has been through a lot and will need to see a mind healer urgently. Does she remember everything, even though she was under a compulsion effect? Tonks asked. McGonagall nodded. It appears to be that way. She described it as seeing herself acting from a third-person perspective and not being able to control her actions. When Harry gave her an order, she had to obey, no matter what it was. That sounds awful, Sirius commented. We need to question her now, Voldemort insisted. We are wasting precious time here. I hate to say it, but Moody gave the former Dark Lord a side glance. I agree with him. Okay, but not all of you at the same time. Just one or two, McGonagall pointed at Voldemort, knowing that he would want to go. Put your mask back on. There is no need to disturb her any further. Voldemort let out a soft chuckle. Is my face that disturbing? Not at all, my lord. I think you're very handsome, Bella hurried to add. Moody stepped forward. The general and I should be doing the questioning. McGonagall nodded. Fine, come in then. The headmistress walked back inside the infirmary, closely followed by the two men. Madame Pomfrey was observing them closely as they passed. Don't take long, she needs to rest. The healer knew it was impossible to stop them, but she had to do her best to protect her patient. They found Hermione sitting on her bed, staring into the curtains with an empty stare. Miss Granger, McGonagall called for her, and she looked over. These men behind me need to ask you a few questions. They work with the authorities and are trying to stop the one who did this to you. Hermione shifted her eyes to Moody and Voldemort. You can't stop that monster. It's too late, and he is no longer Harry. We know he is not really Harry, Moody said. The poor boy's body has been taken over by an old spirit, a very dangerous one that needs to be stopped at any cost. So you know that much. Do you know his real identity? Because I do. Found it in some of the books he gave me to study. We do know that much, Moody nodded. Echrisdes Scarvok, creator of Azkaban and the Dementors. He did not create the Dementors, Hermione corrected him. He merely called them from their original world. Moody and Voldemort exchanged a look. They did not know that. What can you tell us about his goals? What is he trying to accomplish by bringing all those demons? He hates humans, Hermione muttered. He hates us all. Muggle or magical makes no difference to him. We were only allowed at his side because of the slavery collars. He doesn't trust humans otherwise. Hermione's body started to tremble. You want to know what his goal is? Because it's very simple. He wants to kill everyone. He wants a world devoid of humanity, except for himself and his slaves. McGonagall felt her blood run cold. They did well in calling this person a monster. He was someone who wanted nothing other than their deaths. In that sense, he was far worse than someone like Voldemort or Grindelwald. At least their goals were based on control, and not on extermination. What about his forces? How many demons does he have? Voldemort asked. I don't know. Hundreds, maybe thousands. I see them moving around the fortress all the time, and I know that he also keeps many of them in a different location, Hermione said. He is always summoning more. People are being taken from all over the country and brought into the cells. The cells are always filled with people, always screaming and crying. That sounds terrible, McGonagall frowned. What about that big winged demon? Voldemort stared into the girl's eyes, trying to peer into her mind. You know the one I'm talking about. That one is very different from the others. Abaddon, that's his name, said Hermione. An entire city was wasted to summon him, all those poor people. Tears emerged from her eyes as she recalled that day. McGonagall approached and held her in a hug. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Hermione cried. I helped him. 20,000. Moody could not forget that case. A city with 20,000 people where everyone disappeared overnight. He used all those lives to summon a single demon. It must be a very high-rank one. Even Voldemort could not help but become worried at the thought of having to face a creature like that. Just their short encounter had left him shaken, and he was not sure if it would be possible for humans to defeat such a monster. What about today's visit to Hogwarts? What did he want from here? Moody didn't believe that tonight's attack had been merely to cause terror, as this did not fit with Harry's behavior so far. All his attacks had a purpose. Hermione became quiet for a moment. I don't know, he wanted something, but he doesn't always tell us what it is. So the three of you were sent back to Hogwarts without being told what it was about? Voldemort asked. He likes doing that, said Hermione. I think he likes seeing the shock and horror in our faces when we realize the terrible things he had planned for us to do. His demons took one of the girls with them. Pansy Parkinson, Moody informed her. Hermione didn't look too surprised. Oh. Didn't he say anything about that? McGonagall asked. Why is he obsessed with that girl? We know that he had approached her before. Hermione shook her head. I don't know. It's not like he speaks to us about much. He just gives us commands. But, Moody said, is there something else? It's just that. I don't believe he would bother coming here in person just to take that one girl. There must have been something more important that he wanted. Moody glanced at McGonagall. Have the elves found nothing missing? Nothing so far. The castle is very big, so it may take some time before. The headmistress stopped talking mid-sentence, and her face became paler all of a sudden. What is it? Did something occur to you? Moody asked. McGonagall gasped loudly. The wards, I just felt the wards of the school disappearing.